There are a couple perks in the tree that give you more effects when you eat ingredients, but without the ability to refund those perks, that would be an immense waste. There are a couple potion recipes that you can buy from alchemy shops. While useful, I think the lack of potion recipes for fortify effects is an issue. I also think that they should just teach you the effect of the ingredients instead of having to constantly open them. If I am expected to augment my damage using alchemy, then the least you can do is actually make it easy to figure out how to craft those potions without the internet. None of the effects around making yourself do more damage are primary effects, or in essence, would be listed from taste testing without perks. It's hard to tell given the sheer number of effects involved, but it's difficult to imagine someone stumbling upon Fortified Destruction simply by creating other potion types first. Morrowind avoids this problem by tying the number of effects you know to your alchemy skill. For instance, skill levels 15 through 29 will tell you the first effect, 30 through 44 will tell you the second, 45 through 59 tells you the third, and 60 through 100 will tell you all 4 effects. Oblivion continued that idea, making the first effect known to all, but the final effect requiring upwards of alchemy 75. So it's kind of a trade-off. They gamified the system more, making it so you have to sacrifice ingredients to learn new potion types, but it also means it may be difficult to actually learn a specific potion type that you desire. For instance, if you want to learn how to make a Fortified Destruction potion, you would first need to make a Resist Shock potion from Glow Dust and Glowing Mushroom. As a specific example, Glowing Mushroom lists Resist Shock as a primary, and you can learn Glow Dust also has that effect from a recipe. But I don't really know how you realistically would go about learning to do all that. The UESP does have a list of 73 potions to create that will teach you every effect in the Legendary Edition, but at that point you might as well admit that you just looked up how to make whatever potion you wanted anyways. Remember, base game Skyrim does not come with the ability to grow plants. Every ingredient used has to be sourced from exploration or alchemy shops. I think this is a rare instance where adding more mechanics somehow made a system worse. And the solution's honestly staring us in the face. You can keep the experimentation and taste testing idea, I guess, but instead of adding perks that teach you more effects from testing, just add perks that teach you the effects. Do it in place of the Physician perk. See, I'm not the biggest fan of the fact that you have to take the Physician perk before you take the Poisoner perk. Maglir didn't learn the art to help others. In fact, Maglir was my attempt to try and engage with the alchemy system as naturally as possible. My usual instinct with Skyrim is to hoard ingredients until the point that I decide to do alchemy all at once. Using it as I went was somewhat natural, but the reality was that unless you decide to RP as a dedicated alchemist, I just don't think it's a good system. Which is probably why there have been multiple attempts to overhaul the Skyrim alchemy system. The perk tree is a mess and potions in the game are a little busted. It's far too easy to stack health potions and live forever, so most people change the system to make potions heal over time, which I would agree is a great way to handle healing effects in the system. Another issue is inherited from the previous games, which is that potion values are determined by magnitude. Sounds innocuous until you learn that this includes negative effects. In fact, the final perk that removes negative effects from potions and positive effects from poisons actually lessens your ability to make money. If, for some reason, maybe you want to have the gold value overflow, you decide to make a lot of money, what you can do is make a potion with as many effects as possible, even though the potion is functional garbage. Merchants will pay lots of money for it, which you can then use to buy more ingredients. Again, this is where that idea of player-operated shops might actually be useful. Having a system where people come by, buy your spare potions, and sell you ingredients would mildly automate a rather boring part of the game. Perhaps it's less efficient than handling the transactions personally, so that the people who like to play Traveling Merchant don't feel so alienated. What's funny is that alchemy XP is tied to the value of the potion, which themselves are determined by the game rather than any kind of economy or player value. For instance, you would think an instant health potion would be much more valuable than potions that heal over time, but it's actually backwards, and massively so. This leads to a disconnect between what the player would mechanically perceive as valuable and what is actually valuable according to the game. Moreover, it causes alchemy leveling to snowball, because remember that you make more powerful potions the more you level up alchemy. It's the only crafting skill to have that effect, because increasing item value through smithing comes from tempering, not the smithing directly. This leads into enchanting. Enchanting is fairly similar in premise to alchemy. You learn effects instead by breaking down existing items, creating a potential use other than gold for items you don't use. That does leave out all those artifacts you can't disenchant. Maybe the idea could transition to the player being that the artifact is the enchantment, and that extracting the enchantment is sort of like channeling the spirit of the item into some other form. Either way, once you know an effect, you can then apply it to a new item using a soul gem. You fill soul gems by soul trapping creatures and killing them. None of this is new, but the system is now so accessible there's zero reason for every character to not participate in the process. In fact, given the tedium of combat, players are encouraged by the allure of doing better in combat. What effects can be put on what items are defined arguably arbitrarily. For instance, you can't apply Fortify Alchemy to every apparel slot, but only head, neck, hands, and rings. That leaves chest, feet, and shield slots open. Now, generally what effects go in what slots is presented somewhat logically. Every shield enchantment is about making the player better defensively. The effects do not list which slots they occupy, requiring some trial and error and eventual disappointment about a desired effect not fitting on a desired item. While every effect has a maximum of 4 potential slots, some effects like Fortify Barter will only have 1. Effects are then empowered by soul gem levels, so you create powerful items with grand souls and weaker as you go down. While this in theory means that enchanting should be limited by your ability to face enemies with sufficiently powerful souls, veterans obviously know that the most common soul type in the game is also the most powerful. This means that while the discovery element of enchanting functions better than alchemy, the mechanical resource aspect of enchanting is weaker. Enchanting is also invariably tied to smithing as a skill, since you can level both together easily, crafting items and then applying enchants to those items for higher resale value, or just experience. There's also a number of enchantments which dominate in terms of value, such as Banish, Absorb Health, Paralyze, Water Breathing, Muffle, and Fortify Sneak. I found that enchanting was the least tedious of the 3 crafting skills. It's easy to incorporate into the gameplay loop, valuable to do so, and not resource intensive enough to become annoying. I also find the enchanting perk tree to actually be well designed. You can immediately jump into 3 distinct paths, one for using enchanted items, one for enchanting weapons, and one for enchanting apparel. At the top is the perk Extra Effect, which allows you to apply 2 effects to an item. While Kritosis in his video sees this as the game selling things we used to be able to do back to us as perks, I really don't have a problem with that. Extra Effect is a perk which unlocks a new ability for the player rather than simply making the player X% better at using the skill. It means that there is a tangible difference between when you start off enchanting and when you stop. It's not a huge difference, but I think the game would be worse if Extra Effect was a default ability. Compare that to Alchemy, all that changes is that you get better at it. Oblivion did have an idea where master alchemists could make potions using a single ingredient, and really, it's Oblivion's fault. In fact, I'd say that Oblivion's enchanting system is worse than Skyrim's. The real question is, how much worse than Morrowind is Skyrim's systems? While Morrowind's system does allow you to achieve a lot, it has one fatal flaw in my eyes. What is with these enchanting costs? You aren't going to be doing any impressive multi-effect enchantments in Morrowind without a healthy helping of Fortify Intelligence potions, and most people have to engage in mercantile Krav Maga to use enchanting services providers twice. Of course, the high prices were there to offset how absurd enchantments could become, and enchanting worked differently, offering to work as additional spells instead of just player augmentation. And there were more mechanics, like individual creature soul levels distinguishing different levels of power, or different items having different maximum enchant values. You know what, we'll just call enchanting for Skyrim best in show and write it off as a really bad year. Arcane Accessories is a spiritual sequel to the Oblivion DLC Spell Tomes. Costing $1, this creation adds robes and spells. Not really accessories, but okay. The robes are pretty straightforward. There are 2 sets which each combo a school of magic. One set for alteration and destruction, the other for conjuration and illusion. It basically combines the existing robes of those tiers, so a master set of robes will do 22% spell cost reduction for both schools, making them objectively superior to anything in the base game. It was in the first wave of CC content, back when all we knew about paid mods came from the Steam Workshop, so of course it's more powerful than anything in the base game. Hell, prior to the Anniversary Edition release, the robes would just be deposited into your inventory as soon as the creation was installed. The other aspect to this creation is a list of spells. This is where that Open Spell and Paralyze rune came from. Choking Grasp, Hangman's Noose, Strangulation, and Touch of Death are all health absorption spells. They were actually drain health spells back in Oblivion, which meant that they would either instant kill an NPC or have done nothing after 5 seconds. Switching them to absorb health may have been necessary if drain health is no longer possible in the game, but come on, are you seriously telling me you're going to make nostalgia bait for an Oblivion DLC, but you aren't going to put in the effort to actually make the spells do what they originally did? Mara's Wrath is another adapted spell, although rather than creating an explosion of fire and turning undead, now it's a cloak spell. Pride of Hirstang is another adapted spell which did 3 things: Fortify Strength, Resist Frost, and Summons a Bear. Surprise, surprise, Fortify Strength has been changed to Health Regeneration. It's funny because that one goes back to Blood Moon, which had Call Bear, which just summons a bear. I just like the lineup of Daedra, and then there's just a bear among them. Orum's Aquatic Escape makes you invisible for 15 seconds, as well as grants water breathing and Night Eye. Despite those applications, the notable part is that it's significantly cheaper than a regular invisibility spell, which is a running theme of arcane accessories, effectively replacing a lot of base game magic. This is where things get good. The unbounded spells are actually new, and each effect does something unique and mildly interesting. They are streaming spells, but Flame will lob balls in an arc, Frost will surround you in a blizzard, and Lightning will surround you in a storm of lightning strikes. Finally, we have the elemental spells. These make me shake my head in disappointment that I was not using them sooner because they are all overpowered. They do the same thing, an explosion of elemental damage of all types, but they're all significantly cheaper than base game destruction magic while benefiting from every elemental perk. They had caught my eye while I was playing, but I had decided against them as to justify not spending those precious perk points, but in retrospect, that was really stupid of me. If the game had been a little more spreadsheety and informative about how spells work, I would have more easily pieced together how absurd the spells are. It's a rather interesting situation. On the one hand, I want to make fun of this creation for adding a bunch of overpowered magic to the game, and even deciding to put all the new spell tomes in a single chest that you get a quest to visit. On the other, it's like the designer wanted to make an attempt at rebalancing magic to actually be better, but they couldn't add spellcrafting because they only had 4 hours to implement all of this, so they added a couple spells from Oblivion but balanced them to the standard that magic should have originally been at. Which leads to another creation released years later, Necromantic Grimoire. This one came out as part of the Anniversary Edition wave for $1 and is necromancy themed. Apparently it was supposed to come out sooner but was delayed due to the pandemic. What? Wait, does that mean this isn't modded content but actually official Bethesda made Creation Club content? Why? While it does add new robes, the aforementioned problem with enchanting new robes over electing to wear existing robes mildly invalidates them. What about the magic? Well, most of it is not necromancy, but in fact just summoning magic. It makes more sense once you realize one critical thing, which is that this creation is actually a tie-in to Elder Scrolls Online. See, around the same time ESO was releasing its Necromancer class, this creation was data mined from a patch for Skyrim. So it seems the intention was to release them concurrently, and then the creation got delayed. The reason that's funny is that Necromancer in ESO plays more like a summoner class than a class built around reanimation, which is what this creation is. But didn't Dawnguard already add the ability to summon the undead, and Plague of the Dead added the ability to summon zombies? There seems to be an obsession with adding more and more undead to this game that already had too many to begin with.
I love the undead. I try to use them as much as possible. Just bring in one of these guys, pop them down.
Funnily enough, though, the player won't accidentally absorb their own summons from this pack, so we have what is likely an official creation, actively acknowledging something that is an issue with the game, and even resolving it internally for the creation, but not actually patching the original issue in the first place. This kind of thing honestly stands out more with these magic-focused creations, probably because of that aforementioned issue with how the original designers didn't care about magic outside of presentation. Many of the new undead pale in comparison to the equivalent summons in base Skyrim. I don't want it to come off like I would criticize a creation for being both over and underpowered, but if you're going to add new expert and master level summons, you should make sure they are around the same level as the Dremora lores in base Skyrim. Most of them are either pathetic, gimmicks, or redundant with the Soul Cairn spells from Dawnguard. Really, who was this creation for? It does have a leg up on their zombies creation, however, because at least it doesn't add a random world event where you get attacked by reskinned Draugr. That sounds cool, maybe, until you realize that they're faithful to their Oblivion counterparts in terms of tankiness, but useless at actually doing damage. The only reason this encounter is necessary is for, quote, valuable, unquote, Mortflesh. Bethesda actually billed it as valuable, further signifying that they don't quite understand what actually makes a potion ingredient valuable, which I think is a fitting cap on this section. They know they can't ask for a lot of money for creations, which inherently limits the scope of what they can accomplish. So instead of adding some kind of detailed, long-term necromancy gameplay option, they just did what was easy and added more summons. How much can you expect from something they only sold for $1? Sorry, the zombies one was actually sold for $4. My bad. Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood is a funny thing. The Oblivion iteration is praised as one of the greatest factions in an Elder Scrolls game. Not by me, and I spent time detailing its problems in the Oblivion video. Well, the funny thing is that the Skyrim iteration has not earned that same accolade, and it's kind of curious.
You guys know what the black hand symbolizes? And I do want to confirm to QuakeCon that Dark Brotherhood is in the game. The lead designer and writer in Fallout 3 who made the Dark Brotherhood famous for Oblivion. He's done it again. It's a great, great faction line.
If you decide not to do the main quest, there are different quest lines.
My favorite quest line is the Dark Brotherhood quest line.
You've got the guy who's gotten himself a fancy promotion to senior designer and has even gotten to experience being the lead designer on a popular video game, with 3 or 4 years to reflect in retrospect on his past works. Yet even before it was popular to hate Emil for Fallout 4, nobody was really singing the praises of this faction. What happened? Well, that's what we're here to figure out. It starts with initiation. In Oblivion, you had to murder an innocent, and then in your sleep, you would be contacted by a representative.
If it isn't Patrician, he of the Elder Scrolls videos on YouTube.
Not so here. Kind of weird. A lot of people praised that aspect of the original guild. Sure, it had the habit of accepting any old murder, innocent or not, but at least it was interesting and unique. In Skyrim, you receive your invitation after doing a quest. Okay. I doubt it's because Emil felt compelled to do something new. I mean, have you played Fallout 4? He doesn't seem to have an issue with reusing his ideas, which means that he must see this as a superior method of initiation. Alright, so what's the quest? I mean, at least if it's interesting, that makes it alright. Well, there's a rumor going around that Aventus Arantino is performing the Black Sacrament to summon the Dark Brotherhood, so you have to do his request. Here's the problem with that. In Oblivion, there was a guy who did the Black Sacrament who got life in prison, just for doing the ritual. Yet these Nords are okay with it. Hey, he's a kid, I don't have the heart to stop him. Guys, he's trying to summon a murderer to your city. It would be one thing if this was Solitude. Maybe imperialized culture has caused the local Nords to start looking the other way at this kind of thing, even though the Imperials are just as intolerant of the Brotherhood. But this is Windhelm, the home of the Stormcloaks. That alone should be cause for someone to kick down his door, especially since Aventus Arantino is an Imperial name. But here's another reason. Windhelm has a serial killer who has been targeting young women. Even noble families have lost daughters. Remember how Torsten Cruelsea paid the Thieves Guild to wipe out the Somerset Shadows because he believed they were responsible for his daughter's death, when it turns out all they had done was rob their corpse? Well, the child just outside Arantino's house is Grimvar Cruelsea, meaning it's only a matter of time before Daddy Cruelsea finds out about Arantino.
Let's just say I'm a firm believer in an eye for an eye and leave it at that. He fancied himself a thief in some sort of new guild forming around here. Gave me some valuable information before, well, you know.
Emil even shows awareness of this plot later, as one of the Dark Brotherhood quests ties directly into the serial killer storyline. There's also the fact that the Dark Brotherhood are bitter rivals to the Morag Tong, as well as generally worshippers of Mephala. Now, what group of people on Tamriel in the last 2 centuries have had a cultural revival in the worship of Mephala? And what group of people have a quarter in Windhelm after having sought refuge from the Red Year? I'm just saying, there might be more than a couple Dark Elves in Windhelm who will take issue with this. But, I mean, just because it's gossiped about doesn't mean everybody knows what's going on, right? Well, there's a kid and his Dunmer caregiver outside his house who know. The guards all seem to know. Also tavern keepers. Not in Windhelm, in the rest of Skyrim. Which means that everybody knows, because publicans are rather famous for spreading information. It gets worse from here. Arantino is attempting to summon an assassin from the Dark Brotherhood, but none so far have shown up yet. What's funny is that all 3 of my characters did this quest, but had heard about it going on for months prior to actually investigating it for themselves. Now sure, you can say that about a lot of things in Skyrim. The open world nature of the game lends itself to this kind of predicament, where you can ignore potentially important things for months, then change your mind and decide to take care of it now. Game writers have generally learned to be pretty robust when it comes to handling this kind of interactivity. However,
when we start writing a story at Bethesda, when I start working with the team, we start big. We always want to
write the great American novel, right? Fallout 3 will be this big epic thing. You're looking for your father. We'll get Liam Neeson to voice the role of the father, and so we always want to tell a huge story, and like the great American novel, we want to be, let's be the Great Gatsby, and let's be Moby Dick, or let's be the Scarlet Letter. And there's an inherent problem with that, right? These are all amazing works of fiction, but they're all non-interactive, right? When you're writing a story for a video game, you always have to keep the player in mind. And so what happens we're writing our great American novel. This is the process. This is what happens at Bethesda when you write the main story of a game, and even some of the smaller stories. So let's say, okay, we're going to write the great American novel. It's going to be this thick, and on every page will be written comedy and tragedy, and it'll be wonderful. It'll be amazing. And you're going to give this book, this great American novel, to the player. And what are they going to do with it? They're going to rip out every page and make paper airplanes out of them. And they're going to throw them around the room. And they're never going to see your story. Because the story is there, right? But they are going to spend 30 hours making shacks.
He'll spend the next few minutes explaining why it's okay, but the fact that he considers it a bitter pill to swallow says that he must have had a moment of frustration where he believed that people were playing the game wrong.
We know that going in. That's the jagged pill that we swallow when we do this.
It's strange because Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood displayed a level of competence he would never show again when it comes to integrating his stories with the broader world. The Dark Brotherhood made sense to do at any time, with most of it being appropriate to do at your leisure, and only at the end was there a time-sensitive component to the quests. This is why I find it to be an appropriate mix between an open world and a story that tries to create tension. And then you have the Fallout games, which he was the lead designer on, both of which are about leaving the vault to find your missing family members. It's an open world game that distinctly tries to shackle you down with its story to try and create tension. Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood is much the same. People liked the Brotherhood before, so there's no way people are going to ignore a quest involving them as soon as they hear about it. No, we have to drop everything and head straight to Windhelm as fast as possible to do this quest.
ウィンドヘルムの少年、アベンタス・アレティノの噂を耳にしたよ。闇の一党に接触を試みているとか、バカな子だ。街で面白い噂があれば、必ず教えてくださいね。
我々の食料を食らい、ひどい匂いで街を汚しておく。
じゃあ本当なんだね。みんなはなんて言ってるの？アベンタス・アレティノが。
While most factions in the game have some kind of quest pointing out where to go to start a quest line, they just point out where to go, not explicitly what to do. There's definitely an air with some Skyrim quests that you're meant to drop everything now to go do it, based on how they're interfaced with the rest of the open world. I am supposed to believe Arantino has sat here for months doing the Black Sacrament unimpeded. The thing is, this is not an immersion argument. I can accept that there is a quantum element to it. My immersion's not some fragile thing that breaks at the slightest discrepancy, unlike most Skyrim reviewers. Rather, my problem is that the quest itself later draws attention to this. Arantino doing the sacrament for a long time is a plot point in the questline.
I did the Black Sacrament over and over with the body and the things, and then you came!
Arantino wants the matron of the Riften orphanage dropped due to her being unkind. This is similar to how Oblivion opened with you killing a rapist and murderer, but a lot more overt that that is actually what's happening. You had to be paying attention in Oblivion to know what Rufio did, and who wanted him dead for it. But now Skyrim's a lot more clear about it. After all, wouldn't want people being morally conflicted about their murders. The law also doesn't work in this situation. You can kill Grelod as overtly as possible, and it won't get reported. Not by the children, not by her assistant.
Those who shirk their duties will get an...
Be careful! It's Grelod!
The quest is presented comedically, and I can easily imagine this being a Fallout quest where, like, there's an orphanage of ghouls, and one of the ghoul children escapes and asks you to kill the mean headmistress ghoul.
When I grow up, I'm going to be an assassin. That way I can help lots of children, just like you!
After doing this quest, you'll receive a note from a courier, the annoying "We know" message with the signature black handprint, which singularly caused every single handprint everywhere to be posted in Elder Scrolls meme communities as secret black hand signs. It's not like a hand dipped in paint was one of the first things cavemen figured out about art.
Are those his nostrils?
They're nostrils. Did I forget to draw the eyes? Oh, well, this one fucking sucks.
After you get the note, the next time you sleep, you wake up in an abandoned shack and are confronted by a masked woman named Astrid. She goes on about us stealing the Dark Brotherhood's kill and how we need to make it up to them. Now you might be wondering, hey, if Arantino was doing it long enough for word to get out around Skyrim about his actions, then surely we can't have actually stolen it from the Brotherhood. What are the odds we would find out before they did? The thing is, they lampshade that very issue in this questline. They don't have the Night Mother to alert them to sacraments. Instead, the Skyrim Brotherhood waits until they hear about the sacrament being performed and then make contact after that. So back to my original question, if Arantino was doing it long enough for word to get out, you see the problem, don't you? Because they don't have the Night Mother, Astrid relies on hearing about the sacrament being performed to find work. She apparently doesn't have a network of contacts in each city writing to her every time this happens, otherwise she would have heard about the Arantino job before we had. It's an absurd notion that we somehow got to him before she did, which then raises the next question. Astrid knew about the job, but chose not to do anything with that information. Why she would do that is obviously a matter of conjecture, however, I'm going to say it probably wasn't for testing purposes. It is pretty absurd that no one stopped Arantino in the first place, let alone that Astrid would assume whoever would find him would complete his contract. The Night Mother might arrange something like that, but Astrid doesn't have any contact with her. It's weird to say Astrid decided not to do a job, because then how does she know when we do accomplish it? The Night Mother is not telling her about Sithis being owed a death, and it's bizarre that Astrid would even say that given that we later find out that Astrid's family is actually not practicing any of the religious aspects of the Brotherhood. The final theory I have is that Astrid decided not to do the job because the pay would be bad, but I'm not clear on how she would know that. After all, we're clearly the first person Arantino has spoken to since he thinks we are the representative. And Arantino didn't talk about money, and even Arantino's payment's worth 100 gold, not a big payout, but also not particularly difficult. There are just a lot of problems with this premise, so I'm going to propose a solution using a character we meet later on, Babette. Babette, while looking like a 10-year-old girl, is actually a 300-year-old vampire. This was before that trope really got exposed for what it was.
You're watching too much lowly hentai.
It's doubtful, even with the physical enhancements of vampirism, that she would be particularly useful in a field that can often result in physical violence. Perhaps she gets mostly poisoning and infiltration jobs, but her primary function in the Brotherhood is actually recruitment. See, the neat thing about children is that they are naive and constantly growing into adults, while new children are born. Perhaps Babette infiltrates communities as a homeless child, similar to some that we see, and makes friends with the local children. She then exploits these relationships to create jobs attractive to adventurers looking for opportunities to kill. After all, children can't afford to pay much, so if you're doing the job for them, it's probably just for that opportunity. Babette then monitors the kill and determines if the person is a do-gooder or a potential recruit, and passes that information to Astrid. The neat thing about this particular change is that it doesn't really add any additional elements to the story other than some dialogue and maybe a cameo by Babette at the orphanage. What it does do is plug up the holes created by the Arantino introduction. This is, of course, assuming you wouldn't just want to eschew the entire thing in favor of something like, if the player goes to jail for a bounty of 1,000 or more, they're contacted while in jail and the test is escaping. Speaking of tests, Astrid has one for us. We're locked in this shack and she says one of the 3 people tied up in the room has a contract on their head and Astrid wants us to figure out which one it is. Fultheim is a sellsword who doesn't know who wants him dead but admits it's a probability in his line of work. Aelia is a mother with a bad attitude who figures someone might want her out of their life. Vasha is a Khajiit who openly admits this isn't his first time. Astrid has a line for whomever you kill as well as whatever combination of people you kill. However, the worst lines are for when you only kill 2 people. The singular kills and the Astrid lines for when you kill all 3 are much better.
Which one will you choose? Well, well, aren't we the overachiever? 3 possibilities, 3 victims. Must have been one of them, right? So why take chances?
However, there is another option. No, it's not stealing the key. We can steal her signature dagger and her clothes, but I guess Astrid has hidden the key somewhere even talented pickpockets can't reach without detection. No, the other option is to kill her, and I guess pull the key out of her ass. Oblivion had the same option. If you wanted to, you could kill Lucian when he approached you, and that would end the questline. It was nice because instead of Lucian being essential, you had a way to opt out of the story. However, Skyrim actually goes a step further. Although before I mention it, I should say that you have to kill Grelod to reach this point, so there's no way to destroy the Brotherhood and keep your hands clean, which of course is why Grelod has to be so evil. After killing Astrid, you can report the incident to a guard, who then sends you to Commander Marrow in Dragonbridge. He's the ranking commander of the Penitus Oculatus, an organization filling the role of the Blades from past games. Marrow is quite interested in this information and will give us the passphrase to the Brotherhood hideout and instructions to clear it out. Okay, a bit odd there are no reinforcements or that you were just sitting on this information, but hey, if your character's morally good, then it's really refreshing that you're at least given the option. Shoring took this road, while Maglier and Delta Fear did the rest of the questline. We head to the Sanctuary, we get a free set of shrouded armor, and meet the members of the Dark Brotherhood. If we come as a new member, then the family will be sharing stories in a circle. It's kind of cringe, right? Because they're doing this near the word wall where they have a dining room they could be doing it in. Not the swapping stories part, although hearing the child voice actor trying to do an in-character old person impression caused me internal pain.
Sir, my mama and papa left me all alone, and I'm so very hungry. I know a shortcut to the candy shop, through this alley. Oh yeah, very good, very good. My, it's dark down here. Oh, but you're so beautiful, such a lovely smile. Your teeth! No! Arrgh!
Is it weird that they're doing this but don't do it later? Not really, considering Astrid probably told them a new member is going to be joining today. They really do seem like a fraternal order of assassins who take the concept of family extremely seriously. Astrid doesn't have a contract for us yet, and instead has us speak to Nazir about getting work. It makes sense that Astrid doesn't have work for us, considering the method she is currently relying on to find new work, but it's a bit odd that Astrid is so hasty in trying to find a job for us to do. We only just got here. Now sure, the Cyrodiil Dark Brotherhood and Morag Tong both had jobs for the player to complete out the gate, but that seemed to be because they were flush with work. They had the Night Mother to give them work in Shadenhall, while in Morrowind, the Morag Tong was a legal organization who had plenty of work with the Great Houses to accomplish. However, Nazir does have jobs for us. 3, in fact. For some reason, these aren't considered to be serious contracts, despite the fact that people are seriously killed and serious money changes hand for the deed. Now, what happens here is called poisoning the well. The idea is that I can go on a long and bloviating tangent about something that isn't really relevant, and some people would point out that that was what was happening. However, if I start by saying that the tangent is going to be long and bloviating, then people are more likely to notice and comment. These jobs are not different from the dead drop quests you get in Oblivion or the writs of execution in Morrowind. Here's a target, go kill them. The difference is that Skyrim draws attention to these being simple quests.
These aren't particularly glamorous assassinations, I'll be honest. Don't pay much either, but they'll keep you busy.
See what I mean? Nazir draws direct attention to the fact that the quests are simple, that they don't pay much, and that they're ultimately busy work. Whereas in Oblivion, you only receive the dead drop quests after being appointed to the position of Lechance's silencer. Lucian never drew attention to these being simple quests. Mix that with the fact that Oblivion started with its best quest first, and suddenly the Dark Brotherhood is considered a good faction. It's a neat trick. We start with 3 jobs: Narfi, Beytild, and Enodius Papias. It's a bit weird. Nazir says we can just do these whenever, but why? I mean that with sincerity. Why isn't there a time component to these contracts? Isn't there somebody out there waiting for these people to die? What if they get tired of waiting and decide to hire a regular mercenary to do the hit? There's also the why question in a metatextual sense. Why do these quests need to exist in Skyrim? I can understand and actually approve of the decision to not immediately hand in an important contract to the player when they first join, like pretty much every other faction in the game, and I actually appreciate simple and straightforward jobs because you can make a lot of them. These aren't Radiant quests either, so there's some thought being put into them. I just don't understand why it was necessary to make these contracts appear casual. Is the Dark Brotherhood in hard times, having difficulty finding work? Or are they so busy with work that they don't have enough time to finish up on all the little jobs they have? Which is what these are? Take the first target, Narfi. He's a homeless beggar living in Iverstead. He has a very short side quest where you try and figure out what happened to his missing sister. The local innkeeper is afraid his sister has died, but doesn't want to break the news to him. We search for her corpse and return her necklace to him, being given a choice of whether or not we tell him the truth. This quest is extremely basic, but it's interesting that they actually gave an assassination target content prior to his death. It means there's a chance, however slim, that the player might actually know Narfi, know about his plight and his mental illness. Now, I believe it is actually possible to spare Narfi, as I think you can get away with only doing 2 side contracts. I say I think because I was not going to play through the questline a 3rd time just to test the theory. The problem is that you can only get the later contracts by doing all of the first 3, so Narfi has to die. Okay, that's all well and good, but why exactly are we just sitting on this job? Surely somebody on their way to another job can stop by Iverstead and kill an isolated homeless man, especially since our guildmates will talk about the jobs they've done in Morrowind. Speaking of, the Brotherhood members will discuss their work with each other, even after the initial group discussion. This can be annoying if you're trying to record dialogue and the people in the other room are having a full volume conversation. However, it gets better because these conversations are considered radiant, meaning that they are the last refuge of Oblivion-style idle conversations. I'm going to read you a transcript of a conversation, and I want you to guess from this cast of characters who has had it. So, is it true? You're referring to that blacksmith contract. By Sithis, you slew everyone. Well, except for that one you kept alive to serve as witness. Does your wickedness, or your skill, know no bounds? Contracts like that are few and far between, it seems. Makes me long for the old days. So, do you have a guess? Because you're right, congratulations. You don't even have to tell me, because the people who can have this dialogue are... everybody. This is kind of like Oblivion, where every voice type pulls from a pool of generic dialogue to generate conversations. You could overhear crack addicts discussing geopolitics, although that's actually pretty realistic. The difference is that for some reason it was decided that there should be a pool of common dialogue among everybody. Apparently everybody here has hidden inside the body of a mammoth during one of their contracts. 7 different people all have the same dialogue lines, but recorded by their individual voice actors, so about 150 voice lines are redundant for this little system, in addition to the non-redundant lines bringing the total closer to 180. Big question being why, because I noticed on my first playthrough that everyone's stories were sounding very similar. It's the worst of both worlds. You could have used a lot less dialogue by recording specific stories for each NPC, but I guess I applaud the attempt at making dynamic dialogue. However, 180 voice lines isn't really a lot in the grand scheme of Skyrim's 60,000 voice line pool, and it's definitely not enough for this system. Given the number of times you'll be returning to the Sanctuary being a minimum of 9, but potentially more, the probability is too likely that you'll hear the same extremely specific voice lines get used by multiple NPCs. It doesn't help that many of these conversations take place in the background of dialogue that you may be having with Astrid or Nazir, needlessly distracting you from the story to hear irrelevant, radiant dialogue. Either get rid of the system, or scale it up to where it's improbable that a player would hear the same story twice, or randomly assign the stories to each NPC at the start of a playthrough. I think the goal of the system is to make it seem like the NPCs aren't just hanging out in the clubhouse all day by pretending that they actually go out and do things. I think that would only really work if the NPCs did ever actually leave the Sanctuary. Talandril and Shadenhall would. You could encounter her out in the world and even potentially during contracts. Anyways, we should really get back to work. I'm not exactly clear on who it is that wants Narfi killed. Plenty of speculation, but I personally don't believe the theory that he got killed just to clear him out, considering Iverstead is an actively shrinking town. There's plenty of space for new development without claiming Narfi's burned out house. Then you have Anodius Papias. He's paranoid that someone's out to kill him, so he left his old job site at a mill. Again, I'm not entirely clear on who wants him dead. You can speculate plenty in both cases, however my general rule is to not accept "I don't like them" as a motive for hiring assassins.
Not just no. The people that have, like, inconvenienced you in the slightest way. It's like, oh, it turns out that guy that fucking scratched my car, he killed himself.
Yeah.
Remember last week when I got into an argument at the bodega with that guy? He killed himself.
He also killed himself.
He killed himself. Oh, yeah, no, that old landlord I had that didn't give me my security deposit back. Yeah, he was at the gym and choked himself to death while bench pressing.
Beytild is much clearer. She's a mine overseer in Dawnstar who is having a public feud with her ex-husband who runs a competing mine. It's not stated outright, but when even stuff like their political opinions are directly contrary to each other, well, needless to say, the old Lagelf couldn't handle that strong Nord pussy. With 1 or 3 contracts done, we can get our first real contract from Astrid. See what I mean? We just killed 3 people, but that wasn't real work because of the way the game presented it. It doesn't help that after each mission, Nazir will make a comment. Now, he will come to respect the player's work, but at first...
Congratulations. You slaughtered an emaciated beggar in cold blood. You are truly an opponent to be feared. And I hope you were careful in that lumber mill. Those splinters and rusty nails can be quite nasty. I hear the mining business is extremely cutthroat. And those hours, the murder. I could do this all day.
Now, I don't think Bethesda is wrong to do this, just that opening with 2 milk runs that you're forced to do and insulted after doing before you're allowed to do the quote-unquote real work is going to color people's opinions in a way that Oblivion doesn't. The game even doubles down on this being bitch work after you get your first real contract.
The contracts I dole out are fairly simple. Go to a location and kill the target. But this is different. The jobs Astrid gives you will be more important and usually more complex.
Before we get our real work, however, there's been a development. A jester has arrived alongside the corpse of the Night Mother. The Brotherhood has been without a listener for 13 years, that being the person who actually talks to the Night Mother, meaning that for this period of time there's been no magical mechanism through which the Brotherhood could find black sacraments. This is actually potentially the second time you'll have run into Cicero, the first time being on the road between Dawnstar and Whiterun, where you can find a wheel on his wagon has broken. You can convince a nearby farmer to help him out, or turn him into the guards. Reporting him ends in the family's death, which they deserve actually, given the wife was busy cutting me up while I was talking to her husband under the pretense of trespassing. It is interesting that Bethesda was brave enough to create an optional, and potentially missable, scenario without trying to force the player's nose into it. Originally, you would be pointed to this side quest when you overheard a conversation in Whiterun, but this was cut, and I say that's good. That's one of those areas where the cutting room floor mod always makes me raise an eyebrow, because sometimes stuff being cut is a good thing. I'm not a big fan of quest timings in RPGs, especially in extremes like Dragon's Dogma or Dark Souls. Quest timings being when the game gives you very specific windows to be able to do side content in that's only defined by arbitrary stages. However, modern Bethesda has often gone for the other extreme, to the point of its own ridiculity. It feels like nothing ever happens in a game like Skyrim because it doesn't ever really try to even create the illusion that time is passing. In a typical Skyrim quest, if they wanted to portray Cicero's journey, the quest would involve being sent by Astrid to a point in the road where Cicero is and meeting with him. Then doing an objective for him, like clearing a cave of bandits or Draugr. Cicero would be instantiated at that point and then afterwards be teleported to wherever he needs to be for the next player-related thing that he will do. While the wagon quest is just an illusion, illusions tend to go a long way in video games. Elder Scrolls games often achieve something akin to this by having NPCs actually physically travel between locations. Instead of just running into the Khajiit caravans in different cities where they teleport when you're not looking, you can actually run into them out in the world, traveling. By creating an optional opportunity to meet Cicero, they make something special for the player to discover. It is rather obvious that Cicero is going to be a main character for some questline, what with the voice actor and unique outfit, but again, baby steps. Astrid has been working hard and has come up with a contract for us. We're to meet a woman in Markarth named Muri. That's the extent of what Astrid knows about this contract. I'm not sure what she really arranged for us here, but as compensation, she's willing to allow us to keep the full payment. Muri is an apprentice alchemist who wants her ex-boyfriend killed, with a bonus if we kill one of her ex-friends as well. The context is that one of her friends was murdered in Windhelm by the town serial killer. Yes, that plot point came back within only a couple quests. Even better, this is about another Windhelm clan who lost a daughter, a clan which ended their relationship with Muri after she was used by a bandit in a robbery scheme. They were mad enough to cut ties with Muri, but I guess none of them had the heart to stop Argentino, bless his heart. These Nords would absolutely assume that Argentino was killing all these young women in his town after his mom died. Elaine Dufont is the bandit who actually exists in the world prior to this quest, and you can even chance running into him during a DLC quest. You cannot, however, return the Shatter Shield heirloom of Aegis Bane that he had stolen. Her friend, Nilsine, is the bonus objective due to living in Windhelm. Muri wants the family to suffer since they falsely accused her of responsibility. I have to say that it seems like intentional design to make the town murder optional, like it's tutorializing the idea. Except Baytild was also a town murder, so I'm gonna have to ask for those points back. Plus you made me run a dungeon. The bonus reward is a ring that lets you make 15% better potions, which is pretty good until you get a fairly high level of enchanting. I have to question why an aspiring alchemist would give something like this up, but I imagine the goal is just to mechanically encourage assassins to try utilizing custom poisons. With 2 jobs and a wild night down, Astrid apparently trusts us more than she does the Night Mother's keeper, Cicero. She wants us to spy on conversations that he's having privately, which will be easy given that we have the ability to go invisible. Of course, that won't cut it.
It'll be no use clinging to the shadows. They'll see you for sure. No, You need a hiding place. Somewhere they'd never think to look. Like inside the Night Mother's coffin.
The guy whose primary responsibility is maintaining the remains of the Night Mother will not look inside her coffin? I mean, other family members will point out that the goal of this is to show that Astrid is just being paranoid, but the goal is to also put the player in physical contact with the Night Mother so that she can reveal our promotion to Listener of the Dark Brotherhood, effective leader of the entire organization. This is definitely a subversion of Bethesda norms, and maybe even a deconstruction of how questlines have typically been written in the past. The point of the story is that the player has had leadership thrust onto them unusually quickly, and how poorly the existing members are going to respond to that sudden shift in status quo is an analysis of that trope. It's actually surprisingly smart and well thought out. This is the right faction for the story because the Brotherhood is a religious organization whose leaders are appointed by a metaphysical entity rather than a traditional meritocratic hierarchy. And the faction is in the right state for the story, what with their gradual downfall over the past 200 years. Is Astrid a dumbass? Yeah, that's the point. She complained that a crazy person was frantically talking to himself, and the punishment for her error is being supplanted in authority. This is a pretty big deal too, as having the Listener again can mean only good things for the faction. Instead of having to hear rumors about the sacraments, we can once again rely on the secrecy of the Night Mother. And, as an added bonus, we have a job. Amand Motieri in the ruins of Volenrud. Astrid knows where that is but refuses to tell us, instead tasking us with doing bitch work while she molds it over. We can, however, ignore this order if we know where Volenrud is and go anyway. Again, this is smart. By rights, we're the leader now, and don't have to take orders from Astrid. Alright. Now, is all of this actually competent? Now let's take things back a step.
Your first target is an orc bard named Lurbuk. He is, by all accounts, the worst bard in all of Skyrim. Apparently, so many people sought his death, Astrid had to hold a lottery to determine the client.
Congratulations, that's so fucking stupid that it invalidates 3 paragraphs worth of praise. I'm gonna go ahead and give Mr. Pagliarulo the benefit of the doubt here and assume that he means for Nazir to be joking. We know the Morthal innkeeper doesn't want Lurbuk whacked, as she'll report the crime and also states that if Lurbuk wasn't paying for his room, she would not tolerate his presence. Remember, Astrid has to find contracts the old-fashioned way, so the idea that she was confronted by multiple people wanting the same guy dead, and she didn't just take all of their money. I mean, I've never heard a set at a bar so bad that I wanted to hire a dark web crypto assassin to kill the band players, and subsequently, I was not told to keep my money due to losing a lottery to bid on their deaths. As for our other job, someone wants us to kill a vampire. Romeo and Juliet here are a vampire duo running a mill by the lake. They seem to have a maid too. If I'm supposed to take away that they're threats to society, Bethesda's been unusually subtle about it. There's no obvious evidence of them waylaying travelers on the road. There is a corpse not too far from their house, but again, that's unusual subtlety. No clue if it's connected to them. I would expect, like, corpses strung up in the basement or something. Also, don't know who wants Hearn dead, as Hurt will protect him with her life and no one else is here. Like, who wants this to happen? The Dawn Guard? Of course, you know me, I went to Volenrud while I was out murdering and met with Motieri. He is, of course, a reference to Francois Motieri from Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood questline. Amand has come to Skyrim and performed the Black Sacrament, which we can actually see in order to request our services to assassinate the Emperor. Okay, yeah, I'm down. I think this is meant to be a follow-up to the Oblivion Elder Scroll heist quest, where a questline will focus on a singular story. We get an amulet for expenses and a sealed letter as instructions. The letter just contains coded instructions that explain the quests that are going to follow. There's no acknowledgement from Astrid about us meeting Motieri before she gives us the order to do so. She just ends the conversation after giving the order.
Talk to this Amand Motier, and let's see where all this leads, You're back. Good. All right, so, did you meet this Motier? What did he want?
That is a shame, as she would absolutely have an opinion about us ignoring her orders to go do side work, to instead go do the Night Mother's bidding. She wants to analyze the letter while we take the amulet to Delvin Mallory to get it appraised. He exchanges it for a 15,000 gold line of credit and informs us that the amulet signifies that Amand is a member of the Elder Council. The Elder Council are members of Imperial nobility who serve as advisors to the Cyrodiilic Emperor. It's a bit odd that one would be attempting to assassinate the Emperor Titus Mede II. This is because the Elder Council is already the highest office one can achieve on Tamriel without becoming Emperor outright. It's actually unclear if Emperor Titus has heirs, however he is pretty old and is the 5th Mede Emperor, meaning that the Mede family are more than likely to resume the throne even if he were to die. So Astrid's theory that Motieri is seeking a promotion is unlikely. The game does not present the idea that the Motieri family are Thalmor aligned, nor have I ever really heard that theory. Again, I find this unlikely. The only way murdering the Emperor would stand to benefit the Motieri family is if they believe the Aldmeri Dominion is about to replace the Mede Empire, and they made a deal that they would maintain their positions on the council and the Aldmeri government. Not that it's impossible, and I actually believe there's a moderate chance this is where Bethesda is intending to take the series, but it's also the sort of idea that you might actually want to allude to in the game if that's the case. No, instead, like most Dark Brotherhood quests, the motivation for the murder is going to remain nebulous at best. We know that Amand wants to do it, and that he stands to benefit in some way, and the rest is open for interpretation, because that's what Elder Scrolls is about, right? It's not about the actual writing, it's about creating prompts for people on the Imperial Library and Reddit to write their own speculative rationalizations and fanfiction. Trust me, I'm aware that I am plenty guilty of this, but it's not as fun with Skyrim. The Mehrunes Dagon theory is fun because there's enough rope in Oblivion to hang myself with. It's a good conspiracy theory because it ties together many disparate ideas to create a level of plausibility. Skyrim's version of conspiracy theories is lazy. It's a prepackaged noose. It's literally just saying that X group is behind everything. Assuming Motieri's working for the Thalmor is only plausible because it's the one trick Skyrim has, and it's so bad that even modders resort to using it. Instant plot, just add water.
I do not know this word, Thalmor, but if you mean the elves, they were trying to learn the secrets of forging Stalrim.
The Brotherhood has no basis to oppose this contract. Whether the Empire or the Dominion rules Tamriel is irrelevant because both governments will criminalize their activities anyways. The first leg of this assassination is to kill Vittoria Vici. She's the overseer of Solitude's branch of the East Empire Company, fiancée of Asgeir Snowshod, and first cousin to the Emperor. We're killing her at her wedding, which is interesting. Clan Snowshod are Stormcloak aligned, and Asgeir is an investor and partner in Maven Blackbriar, who herself has connections in the Empire, as well as being the real power running Riften. This wedding has implications regardless of when it happens or what has happened in the Civil War. If Ulfric wins, then it's a political marriage helping to build an alliance between an independent Skyrim and the Empire. If the war's ongoing, then it's an attempt at peace, but also undermining the Stormcloak's hold on Riften. If the Empire wins, then it's an attempt at reconstruction. Ulfric will even refuse to besiege Solitude if the wedding's ongoing.
We're ready to march on Solitude, but the Emperor's cousin is getting married. If royal blood was spilled, all of Cyrodiil would be up in arms. We can't afford an all-out war with the Empire, so we'll bide our time for now.
What's also funny is that Astrid has a line if the reverse is true, where if you start the siege before attempting to start the wedding mission.
You're responsible for the siege of Solitude. By Sithis, this undermines all our plans. Fool! Finish that mess, and only then will we speak.
This wedding, however, will not be happening. It is a shame the wedding doesn't occur if you choose to wipe out the Brotherhood, but I guess accounting for the politics of this successful union would have been a bit of work. Anyways, Motieri's goal with Vici's death is to lure the Emperor to Skyrim on account of the fact that this is the setting of the game and they aren't going to recreate part of Cyrodiil for this questline. I mean, they would honestly probably just have the wedding in Bruma, that being the middle ground for the three most important parties involved. However, we're just told by Astrid to kill Vici, so understanding what exactly Motieri wants requires us reading the sealed letter, which Astrid will call sloppy. Babette proposes dropping a loose-hanging statue on Vici while she's given a speech, which fulfills Astrid's bonus condition of this contract. I'm sure Astrid means to make the murder as public as possible, but I feel like the bride dying anywhere at her own wedding would accomplish that same goal. The bonus is only gold anyways. The problem with the statue is that it's an accidental death. That's good for most jobs, but when the goal of the death is to draw someone out, then the method becomes very important. Is the Big E really going to show up if his cousin's killed in a tragic accident? Or is he more likely to show up if she's publicly murdered? You could make cases for both. I just thought I'd mention this to get it in your mind for later. Personally, I like using Frenzy to make other people do the killing for me. This leads to pandemonium, but it gets the job done. However, Vici left the Overlook to go fight people on the ground and died in the reception area, forfeiting my bonus. Vizaro will also show up to fight people and cause a distraction, but that's kind of weird in itself. Okay, so I get out fine, but now Vizira has to fight his way out of the city instead. Seems pointless to me. I think the only point is to make it seem like this is a team effort. Funny thing, one of the priests is lying dead in the reception area, naked. I don't know when or how, but he had died at some point, but the game doesn't actually check for that and will bring dead guests to the reception anyways. It's definitely a loose quest. Not just in terms of functionality, the bugs page says as much. I'm not clear if the goal is to draw the Emperor here for a funeral or to crack down on violence in the province. Perhaps it's an open-ended goal to encourage flexibility in the approach, but then why are there so few actual options? I can't help but feel someone played some blood money between Oblivion and Skyrim. Unfortunately, Absolution came out in 2012, so I can't make the joke that I want to. The problem with taking Hitman as an inspiration is due to the genre differences. Hitman is a linear series of independent missions, while Skyrim is an open-world game that endeavors to have its characters exist and interact with the world before their quest. Agent 47 can perform so terribly that he jeopardizes future contracts because the missions aren't continuous. It's assumed that 47 did a good job, even if the player doesn't. I'm going to assume the goal is to lure the Emperor to Skyrim to attend his cousin's funeral. It seems like this should be harder if word gets out that Vici was assassinated, which is inevitable since an assassin shows up to fight the guards, even if Vici dies in a plausible accident. Where Skyrim can shine is by having contingency missions. Do a bad job in one area, but make it up in others. Do a bad enough job overall, and maybe even create commentary on your poor performance. This is a delicate matter and has to be handled exactly right. Part 2 of Motieri's plan is vague, but involves crippling the security for the Emperor. In this case, we need to weaken the Penitus Oculatus. Rather than killing their commander, we are instead going to implicate the commander's son Gaius in a conspiracy to assassinate the Emperor. Motieri didn't specify that plan exactly, and I don't exactly understand how this is supposed to work. Obviously, this is meant to create a false sense of security by making it seem like the threat has ended. The letter we planned, however, doesn't specify that Gallus was even involved in the Vici incident. Nothing will stand between your men and his eminence. He will die by Stormcloak hands, and neither my father nor your great leader Ulfric will even know anything is amiss until too late. Interesting play, making it seem like an independent plot rather than a Stormcloak ploy. That does make sense, because it means the Stormcloaks aren't going to be a continuous threat should the Emperor visit. The problem is the detail of how Marrow is implicated. We kill Marrow and plant the letter on his body. Our bonus comes from killing him in the city so that he's detected faster, which is strange because it seems like the point of killing him in the city should be that he gets detected at all. There are plenty of people in Skyrim who would pick his corpse clean and leave the body for the animals. You're walking down the street, suddenly you see a man lying on the ground, dead. He has been stabbed 36 times, and laying just inside his jacket is an immaculate letter saying that this man plans to murder the president. No, not even that. This man plans to leave all the doors to the White House unlocked so someone else can murder the president. You can make it look like Marrow was killed in a self-defense situation, but people everywhere should pick up pretty quickly that there are some holes in this story, like why a man who had it made on an assassination plot would randomly go crazy and get himself killed. It's as unsuspicious as the death of Marrow also patrols all 5 major cities in Skyrim every week. Actually, only in 5 days. It's quite incredible that this man gets around to every city in this massive province, and Jarl Ulfric is just okay with having an Imperial agent inspecting his city and guards. Upon our return to the Sanctuary, however, there has been a speed bump to our progress. Cicero decided to try and murder Astrid, but only managed to wound Vizara. Arnbjorn chased him off into the forest, and Astrid gives us her horse Shadowmere to pursue him. We have to get a lead first, so of course there are some convenient journals in Cicero's room to hint to where he is going. We find Arnbjorn wounded outside the Dawnstar Sanctuary, which is where Cicero had been keeping the Night Mother in the 7-month interim between Cicero's departure from Cyrodiil and his decision to finally meet with Astrid. Kind of him to include the passphrase to the Sanctuary in his journals that he did not collect before attempting to murder somebody. Needless to say, this is pretty trap-like, what with the ghosts of the Dark Brotherhood and the Uterfricta, which is a Pagliarulo favorite. Cicero's lying on the ground, wounded. He offers us a choice, pointing out how twisted it is that the Night Mother's keeper and the listener are at odds, but he's faking. I can't really justify killing Cicero, though, but apparently this is something Todd Howard himself insisted be put into the game.
What are you doing? I'm posting false information on the web. Why? It's fun.
Cicero's problem is that he doesn't approve of how the Brotherhood in Skyrim has operated independent of the tenants. Wow. You and me both. Cicero is a madman, but he's a correct madman. Astrid was running the real clown show without the Night Mother, but that wasn't her fault. It only became her fault when she started to have a problem with us, the listener. So I always lie about killing Cicero. Plus, honestly, there isn't really any benefits to knocking him off. If I wanted his gear, I could just pickpocket it off him. Not that I would want it because it's not very good. Astrid wants to get the show back on the road, and the next step is to find and replace the chef who will be preparing a meal for the Emperor. He is anonymously referred to as the Gourmet, which would be a problem if old Festus hadn't found an autographed copy of his book Uncommon Taste belonging to the chef of Understone Keep. Anton spills pretty easily. Yeah, some friend you are. Then we just have to kill Anton so he doesn't spill about our plans to anybody else. I enjoy the explosive approach to this quest. We're looking for Balagog Gro-Nolob, who is residing at the Nightgate Inn in Skyrim. His anonymity is owed to the fact that orcs are still heavily discriminated against in Tamriel, especially in matters seen as higher arts. While I doubt the Emperor would actually object to having a meal cooked by an orc, there is little doubt that Uncommon Taste would not have been as popular had he used his real name instead of the pseudonym. He would never have gotten the opportunity to cook for the Emperor without keeping his racial identity a secret. As interesting an examination of racial politics as this seems, that's the extent of it. Balagog Gro-Nolob is hiding his identity because he is an orc. He's been living on retainer in the basement of an inn that once belonged to a village named Helyarkin that ended up being cut content. That's the reality of the Nightgate Inn. It is not some isolated corner designed to evoke a feeling of melancholy. It's the only surviving piece of cut content.
I love Nightgate Inn. Really, it's not special in any way, but that makes it feel more real to me. It's just a part of this world, and it's okay that it doesn't have a story to tell the player, because not every place needs something for the player, and sometimes your imagination tells a more interesting tale anyway.
And by the way, just because I include something doesn't necessarily mean I think it's objectively 100% wrong. NKB's argument about the world building is generally correct. It's just funny that he spends so much time analyzing Nightgate Inn and how harsh life must be for its inhabitants, without actually having looked it up and realizing that it was supposed to be a settlement the size of Riverwood with an apothecary, blacksmith, and farmhouses. He doesn't really cook and only leaves his basement once a day to fish in the pond. I question the need to even hide his body, considering I doubt the innkeeper would even know to report his death to the appropriate sources. I mean, if Commander Marrow eventually heard about this guy dying, he can't connect it to the Gourmet because our plan hinges on Marrow not knowing who the Gourmet is. Hiding his body is funny. His dagger counts as part of his body, so dragging it into a secluded location will fulfill that condition. On the flip side, turning Balagog into a pile of ash will not. He will also resist attempts to resurrect his body, which would usually be the ultimate way to dispose of him out in the middle of nowhere. We take the writ off his corpse and return to Astrid, who informs us that it is time. To start, you'll overhear a couple Penitus Oculatus agents loudly having a conversation about how safe the Emperor must be now that the plot has been uncovered with Gaius. Then we meet with Commander Marrow, who will comment whether or not we're wearing our chef tunic and hat. After that, we head into Castle Dower and meet with the chef?
By Azra, the Gourmet. I'm sorry. Your clothes, of course. I should have realized. Please, excuse my ignorance.
For some reason, Castle Dower and the Blue Palace both have different chefs. I guess Gianna spends her days cooking meals for General Tullius and the 5 guys training out in the courtyard. She makes us put on a chef's hat, which I lament. What if all our cooking skill was being fortified by our helm of domination? Well, anyways, we get a series of options about what to put in the meal. This is a microcosm of the dialogue options we've been given throughout the questline. A serious choice, a joke choice, and silence. Yeah, Fallout 4 should really be making sense right about now.
All right, what next then? A giant's toe? You're sure about that? Of course, I'm sorry. One giant's toe, there. What next?
Astrid had given us a poisonous herb to use in the meal. This material is actually an alchemy ingredient, so if we choose not to use it here, we could elect to use it later, which can be used to create some pretty powerful poisons. Unfortunately, it can't be grown or duplicated, so you only get to use it once. Still, I like that it actually has this property and isn't just a miscellaneous quest item. Gianna will decide not to taste this meal after we add our secret ingredient, and we take it up to the dining hall where the Emperor is, hanging out with some unnamed nobles. We do the deed, but...
Betrayal! What? Betrayal! 10 out of 10!
Marrow confronts us. We didn't kill the Emperor, just the body double. I kind of rushed to get to the mid-act twist because if there's anything I hate doing, it's pretending to be ignorant of future plot points. One of our family members has betrayed us, making a deal with Marrow that the sanctuary would be left alone in exchange for our life. But who could it have been? Come on, don't even pretend, it's obviously Astrid. And Marrow's gonna double-cross her, killing us and wiping out the Falkreath Sanctuary because, well yeah, why wouldn't you? Sure enough, the Oculatus has torched the place. Most everyone is dead, barring Nazir and Babette. Nazir because there may still be bitch work to complete, and Babette because, well, you can't kill children.
Killing a little girl at her birthday party.
Astrid has survived, albeit in a burned state. She apparently performed the sacrament on herself, which, well, I just don't think you want the precedent of the sacrament working on a living person out there. You know, rituals need rules. Astrid wants us to kill her, okay? I assume this is going to be a symbolic admission of wrongdoing on Astrid's part by embracing the old ways in her death. Except we were still doing the sacrament thing when she was alive. That was not the old way that she had abandoned. Plus, people converting on their deathbed is always lame. Yeah, that's real convenient of you. We picked up a second blade of woe since I stole the first one, and now I need to dump some stuff on you. Astrid's problem is that in the absence of the Night Mother, she became the mother of the sanctuary. Despite the varying opinions of the Brotherhood, the universal factor is that they all share a loyalty for Astrid. But the thing is, it's a universal truth of Skyrim characters, unless you rush this particular storyline, that you will be ambushed on the road by a Dark Brotherhood assassin, a person who was part of Astrid's family. They even have orders with her name attached to them.
The sealed letter you delivered to me was mysteriously unsealed upon its arrival. I can only assume you've read its contents. Sloppy.
Hell, Delta Fear got jumped multiple times by Astrid's assassins. She is a paradoxical mixture of orthodoxy and liberal-minded philosophy. When we took the Arantino job, her problem was that the contract belonged to the Night Mother, a Night Mother Astrid hasn't heard from in years. Astrid values her family over the 5 tenets, so much so that she's willing to spy on the Keeper Cicero out of paranoia, and she betrayed us, again, out of the interest of protecting her family. Yet she has no problem inviting someone into her ranks who has an open contract on their head and has taken her family members' lives. She hates that we became the listener, but has no comment for us actually going over her head and meeting with Motieri, probably because the designers assumed it would be impossible to do that without a quest marker. She also makes mistake after mistake despite having a diverse collection of experience at her disposal. The Vici job was sloppy and poorly organized. She left it an open prompt for someone who was new to the Order and she didn't trust and then risked additional lives for no reason. The Marrow job was so poorly executed that it was likely the singular contributor to our downfall. She then pitted someone she didn't trust against another enemy of hers who clearly was luring members into a trap to slowly erode our numbers. What was Cicero going to do? Leave the one corpse he's charged with caring for in the hands of heathens? And the deal Astrid made is insane. I'm supposed to believe someone who is as big about family as Astrid could not figure out that Commander Marrow was going to go back on his promises after we murdered his son and disgraced his family name. Astrid is so dumb, she has become an authorial insert. Not because the writer is dumb, but rather because her actions are more likely dictated by a graph of emotional story beats than it is logic, reason, or consistent character storytelling, or even a point. I mean, here are the 5 tenets that Astrid threw out. Tenet 1, never dishonor the Night Mother. Astrid's more than welcoming to the Night Mother and still seems to practice some level of reverence towards the idea. The only issue she's had is not having contact with her, the listener, for years. Tenet 2, never betray the Dark Brotherhood or its secrets. Again, Astrid has not abandoned this rule because it's a common sense rule to have. She maintained the existence and secrecy of the Falkreath Sanctuary for 13 years. Her only betrayals were against Cicero, who himself broke Tenet 1 by refusing to reunite the Night Mother and potential listeners out of a selfish desire to be the listener himself. The other instance of her breaking Tenet 2 was in betraying us. Tenet 3, never disobey or refuse to carry out an order from a Dark Brotherhood superior. Astrid has maintained this rule as well. There's a strict hierarchy in her family, and Astrid has no superior for herself to actually disobey until recently. Tenet 4 and 5 are rules about not stealing from or murdering fellow Dark Brothers and Sisters. So really, Astrid hasn't done away with the tenets, not at all. The root of the conflict was that an insane man was insane and Astrid made a completely illogical and nonsensical choice for no reason. And there it is. Nonsense for the sake of drama. Astrid has the potential to be a good character, to show how even simple-minded, honor-bound Nords are susceptible to becoming evil with the right rationalizations. Astrid isn't a murderer, she has a family. Her husband, a werewolf who went too far for the companions. Her children, a group of insane people with various conflicting personalities. Her pet, the giant spider. She's an interesting character because she's a strong Nord woman without the insults and bravado that Skyrim typically associates with that kind of character. And her reward is to have her character assassinated in all senses of the phrase. Now I want to know some similarities. You have the recruitment in your sleep, the Blade of Woe, the ear-piercing black door, the introduction to the family that occasionally gives advice for jobs, but then you have stuff like the mission where you kill a pirate captain on their own ship, the mission where you drop an object on a target's head, the mission where you track down an NPC who travels between cities. You have the Shadow Scale, the Barbarian, the Crusty Mage, the Pet, Shadow Mirror, and the 300-year-old Vampire. No, really. They're both 300 years old. There are superficial similarities, and then there's stealing from yourself, and there's definitely a trend of Pagliarulo remaking the same stories between games, but worse. Nazir and Babette head to Dawnstar with the Night Mother's body. We track down Amand, who is surprised that we're still interested in completing the job despite having heard about us getting wiped out. Why are you still hanging out in Whiterun if you thought we weren't going to be finishing the job? Between the Civil War and the Dragons, it seems like you would return to Cyrodiil or wherever with haste. Or Solitude, since the Emperor is, in Skyrim. Yeah, we're told the Emperor has arrived aboard his private vessel moored near Solitude. Marrow is also there at the docks, and he'll be so angry at our survival that he'll create a self-defense situation for us to scratch that name off the list. We have to sneak aboard the ship using the anchor, although Maglir took to relieving the deck crew of their lives with a bow, while Deltafir peppered the ship with fireballs. This is pretty fun, although the Kataraya has always stood out to me. Something about its visual aesthetics clashes with normal Skyrim, so it ends up looking like something from a mod. It might be intentional, like it's trying to emphasize that the ship is from Cyrodiil, so it has to look different. But so's everything else tied to the Legion. I think it's just ugly, like making your cozy little Minecraft home out of nothing but birchwood. It's good for flooring, but not the walls and ceiling. The ship itself is pretty unmemorable. There's a unique scimitar that can be found that paralyzes enemies for 1/10 of a second with parry bashes. There's also a sailor found next to another dead sailor and the Penitus Oculatus agent, implying that he murdered them. The most notable thing about this level is the name of the ship itself, Kataraya. It's named after a Dunmer woman who married Pelagius the Mad and ended up serving as Empress of Tamriel for almost half a century with a fairly prosperous reign. Interesting thing about Pelagius the Mad was that prior to becoming Emperor of Tamriel, he was the King of Solitude and High King of Skyrim, although presumably he was considered a Jarl rather than a king, new lore and what have you. So, having a non-septum emperor coming to Solitude on the back of a ship named for another non-septum emperor is interesting, especially given that she was an elf. Anyways, Titus Mede II is rather accepting of our arrival, like unreasonably stoic about it. This was the guy who won the Battle of the Red Ring Road in the Great War, although I couldn't really tell you how significant that accomplishment is. Legends canon implies that Mede had simply taken credit for some other schmuck's hard work, that being the player character from Legends. I mean, yeah, it's official Bethesda stamped canon, but that really isn't relevant. What I want to know is whether or not this was the intended interpretation of the canon when this encounter with Titus Mede II was written before Skyrim's release. And it amazes me how many people think I should care about things written after the fact just because there's Elder Scrolls branding on it. If Titus Mede wasn't present at the battle, then where's this sense of stoicism coming from? It perfectly matches the characteristics of a person who was worthy enough to wield Goldbrand, as was rumored, but not somebody who was content with letting other people fight their battles for them, especially considering the man came to Skyrim knowing full well that he was the target of assassins. Again, that's the sort of thing a brave man does. It's a repeat of that ESO thing that retconned the Shivering Isles conclusion to be a routine thing that happens rather than a revolutionary new idea that Sheogorath had. Retroactive continuity that makes the older stories retroactively worse if you decide to accept it. Of course, nobody cares, but this particular story isn't very good, and I have immense doubts Test 6 will break that trend. I think this situation is aping off of Emperor Uriel Septim VII from Oblivion, who also stoically faced his own death. I mean, that's just what emperors in this series do, right? Except Uriel was a master of the mystic arts, and that's more than just a label. Titus Mede II, inversely, was not magically inclined, so there's no reason for him to be all, well, I guess today's a good day to die. Also, he's voiced by Wes Johnson, because, Oblivion. Anyways, after trying to cope and seethe his way out of an assassination, he asks us to kill the person who hired us. That's a pretty easy answer. No. Amon Motieri just had what we in the biz call a positive customer service interaction, or PCSI for short. See, people tend to be actually more amicable after a customer service interaction if there's a complication, but that complication gets resolved, than they are when there are zero complications in the first place. In essence, the catharsis of finding out your order will be arriving on time after all is greater than the displeasure of finding out that your order is going to be late. I've actually abused this principle in my favor to get positive customer surveys, even though nothing was actually wrong in the first place. It's immoral, but that's what happens when the system encourages metrics chasing. Amand finding out that we could pull off this assassination after all, after having languished that we had wasted good money on us, means he is all the more likely to use our services in the future, or to recommend our service to other potential clients. There's also the fact that the Emperor didn't do the Black Sacrament, so it's not officially a contract, and I don't want to encourage people trying to counter-hire assassins. Just a bad policy to have to renegotiate contracts with our targets. Plus, Amand makes good on his end of the deal, giving us the dead drop location of our payment, 20,000 gold in an urn back where we made the contract. 20k is a decent chunk of change compared to most Skyrim quest payouts, but two things. We go to Nazir and can lie to him about the payout, but it doesn't matter because he doesn't take any of it. He recommends we visit Delvin Mallory and buy some upgrades for the Dawnstar Sanctuary, the total of which is 19,000 gold, but you could honestly miss most of these. Second thing, however, is that 20,000 gold really isn't anything in Skyrim. I mean, the fact that the clip of my character getting the 20k while already having 91,000 gold says a lot. The real reward is unlocking more assassination contracts. The Night Mother will tell us where a prospective client is located, and then we kill them. I actually got paid twice, once at the start of the conversation and again after the conclusion. And you know what these are? Radiant quests. You get a generic name, albeit an objectivized title holder like the Nervous Patron, who will then ask you to murder another objectivized title holder like the Traveling Dignitary. So this is pretty similar to how in Oblivion, after you finish the questline, you could every week be told of a contract and relay that information back to your speaker. Except in Oblivion, the Night Mother would name the characters and locations, but you didn't actually kill anybody yourself. It's rather interesting to consider this to be the primordial Radiant quest. This is pretty much as dynamic a system as you could create in 2011, and the only way past it would be to incorporate text-to-speech naming of NPCs, or to bite the bullet and record dozens of dialogue lines for these disposable characters. While I appreciate the attempt to continue offering content for the player, it obviously rings rather hollow to keep doing this same repetitive contract over and over. The remaining generic contracts that Nazir gives you are a mixed bag. They're honestly on par with the Morag Tong assassinations in Morrowind. Go to X place and kill Y person. Except that Morag Tong missions usually pitted you against decently difficult targets and all had a bonus condition. While murdering people as a member of the Tong was legal, you would actually get paid more if you could pull the job off without having to use your writ of execution with a guard. The targets were also people who it made sense would be desired to be dead, a mixture of bandits, Great House members, Ashlanders, and even the top enforcers of the Kamana Tong. And then you have Dekus. He loots shipwrecks. He does not wreck the ships, he just scavenges from ships that already wrecked along Skyrim's coastline. Okay, I can imagine that eventually somebody might want him dead if he did it for long enough. What about Agnes? She's an old lady who maintains Fort Greymore, independent of whoever actually controls the fort. Oh, I guess she wrote a mean letter to the fort commander, so it's time to hire an assassin.
They're like, oh, that's a suicide. That's clearly a suicide. Classic suicide.
Okay, and then you have Maven Drenham, a powerful wizard with a moderate rank in Grandhouse Telvanni. We're given zero details about why someone would want him gone, but it's pretty obvious Drenham is at least capable of doing something that would motivate his death. He's not a cowardly looter or an old maid. I think that's a pretty big deal. Again, the Dark Brotherhood's not the sort of organization that you hire over hurt feelings or mild inconvenience. Who wants the guy that runs the meat stand in Whiterun dead? He doesn't even have an AI package to actually go out hunting like we're told he should. The final contract of the Dark Brotherhood is also pretty infamous.
You need to find and kill Safia, the captain of the pirate ship Red Wave. The ship travels the northern coast and sometimes isn't even in Skyrim at all, so you'll have to be patient. Good luck. Ah yes, the pirate captain. A ruthless she-devil, by all accounts. Deadly with a blade, and let's not forget her crew. Loyal and bloodthirsty, the lot of them. This is my final contract, and certainly the most challenging. Be careful with this one, my friend.
Let me guess. You have some business to discuss. Ah, I see. The old Dark Brotherhood's silent intimidation treatment. Oh, I know who you are. Don't be so surprised. You ain't the first assassin sent to kill me. Won't be the last. Now let's get this over with.
Somebody help! What you doing?
Someone do something!
Help! I'm staying out of this. Another fight!
Loyal and bloodthirsty, the lot of them.
As you can see, this is on the tier of Morrowind's Fighters Guild messing up and having an unarmored Shoring Hardheart fight you, going down without landing a single hit. But that was a mistake made by a developer working crunch hours on multiple factions at the same time. You would not expect that mistake to be made again in Skyrim. She's so hasty to start a fight you don't actually get a bounty, nor does any of her crew back her up. I've often heard from other people that Bethesda was under a lot of pressure to make the 11-11-11 deadline, but haven't heard as much about this from the developers themselves. In fact, if you listen to the Bethesda podcast, because they had enough time to do a podcast, Emil Pagliarulo seemed to have more than enough time to do more than just his job.
Occasionally I'll record some placeholder audio or, do some shouts or something, and I'll go into the sound booth, right? You never know what you're gonna find in the booth. Boxes of cereal, pieces of wood, shards of glass. It's like an ocean nightmare in there. I swear to God, it's so dangerous. The sword, and it's funny because some of these sounds are stuff that I've supplied him with. Like, the sound of the sword unsheathing is one of my swords. The sound of the guy blowing the horn is my horn. I hear it in the game, I'm like, hey, that's my horn.
Writing off Skyrim's issues as being that of an arbitrary deadline is, in my opinion, inaccurate. Bethesda had a full 3 years between the release of Fallout 3 and the release of Skyrim, as well as increased staff, resources, and most important of all, experience. Pagliarulo had the title of a senior designer because he was the lead designer on Fallout 3, and had experience at Bethesda going all the way back to the Blood Moon expansion. Really, it comes off more as a lack of playtesting. And that's the Dark Brotherhood. To be honest, I consider it on par with Oblivion's iteration. The only reason the latter is remembered fondly compared to the former is due to recency bias. It's a neat detail that if you're associated with the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim, that you can be randomly attacked by members of the Morag Tong when you go to Solstheim, since they apparently have the legal authority to kill members of the Dark Brotherhood who are considered a heretical offshoot.
Killing the gourmet will leave an emptiness in the collective soul of Skyrim.
Shut the fuck up! I know that was you, I ain't even gotta look!
Oh yeah, our reward back at the Vici wedding was the ability to summon the spirit of Lucien Lachance. He has some interesting dialogue to share, but he also has a habit of talking constantly.
In my time, the blades protected the Emperor. It would seem these Penitus Oculatus will prove equally incompetent. I will kill this jester if you so desire. But there is a disturbance in the void. Our dread father does not wish this. Yes, kill the chef, and then steal his very identity, for that is the true death. My time saw the assassination of an emperor as well. Alas, the Dark Brotherhood did not have the honor of that kill. You stand now at the precipice of the void. I am reminded of another listener, a protege I knew long ago. So long ago. You know, a good purification might be just what this sanctuary needs.
That's a terrible idea. We are by implication the last of the Brotherhood. One interesting thing is that the Dark Brotherhood has basically been spared the wrath of the Creation Club. Skyrim's introduction is unique for 3D Elder Scrolls by introducing two storylines, the main quest as well as the Civil War. I like that I stand up and I'm still the same height away. I might be closer.
This isn't happening.
It is happening. Holy shit. Alright, so for some context. Daggerfall was a big political conflict, while Morrowind had a three-way proxy war being fought by its great houses. This was an understandable change, given Morrowind had reduced the land size of territory drastically in the shift to handcrafted world design over procedural generation. Oblivion, however, had zero political conflict. So Skyrim having a civil conflict between two actually joinable factions is mildly a return to form. On the one hand, you have the status quo, the Imperial Legion, or Red Team. On the other, you have the Stormcloaks, a rebellion fighting for an independent Skyrim, or Blue Team. The Legion holds slightly more territory, but otherwise the conflict is evenly split, in more ways than just land. The evenness of the conflict has led to it being one of those fonts of perpetual discussion about which side of the Civil War is objectively correct and true choice. Bethesda's done a pretty good job of creating a choice that isn't weighted 90-10 in favor of one side, and you have to praise that. However, both sides of the Civil War are the same. It's the same quest line down to completely asinine details. You'll do the exact same quest, except all the voice actors will be different, so they have to have these redundant voice lines when they could have just made different quests. But I get ahead of myself. It all starts in Helgen with our execution. We survive, and towards the end of the surface segment are presented a choice with whom we want to accompany for the remainder of the tutorial, Hadvar or Ralof. When I asked on a YouTube poll, people seemed to heavily favor Ralof their first time, and it makes sense. Hadvar being a nice guy is not going to excuse the fact that the Red Team just tried to execute us, and if not for literal divine intervention, would have done so.
What should we do? She's not on the list.
Forget the list. She goes to the block.
After we get out of the tutorial, our companion will tell us that we should split up, but also tells us that the nearest settlement is Riverwood and we could find help there and have tour information ready should we decide to go with them. You can actually talk to them at this stage and they will give you some information about their side of the Civil War. For instance, it's revealed that Ulfric and the boys got captured at Darkwater Crossing, which is a mining settlement in Eastmarch. What happened was, after the Imperials arrested Ulfric and co., they planned to take him via convoy to the Imperial City. However, before they left Skyrim, plans changed and they were diverted to Helgen. Around the same time, we, who had been crossing the border from Cyrodiil into Skyrim, also got arrested to keep Ulfric's location secret, same with Lokir the Horse Thief. Alright, so to explain the teams. This is lore heavy, but Elder Scrolls lore is actually over-exaggerated in terms of complexity. Neither team is directly connected to any of the factions we've seen in previous games. This is the Imperial Legion, but it doesn't really represent the same empire as the ones in past games. And the 200-year time gap means Ulfric's Stormcloak is not directly tied to anything either. Interesting thing I was told was that some people who had played Skyrim as their first Elder Scrolls game had assumed from first impression that the Empire was actually your standard evil fantasy empire, and were surprised when going back to the earlier games to find that the Empire is a generally benevolent faction. So back in Oblivion, Uriel Septim VII got assassinated, beginning the Oblivion Crisis, and his last bastard son, Martin, sacrificed himself to stop it. However, this really only created a new crisis, one of succession. The Septims were notable because they were descendants of Tiber Septim, a man who conquered the entire continent both militarily and diplomatically, and became the god Talos. Now, the 4.5-century Septim reign was not perfect, and there were plenty of attempts by regional leaders for independence from practically everyone. Mankar Cameron from Oblivion was the son of one such rebel. But the Fourth Era marked a trend of successful independence among the provinces. Black Marsh had never been conquered by the Empire, instead simply being surrounded by forts and forced into cooperation. Following the Oblivion Crisis, they sought their independence, feeling that the Empire had failed to protect them. 5 years after Oblivion, the Ministry of Truth that hung over the city of Vivec crashed into the ground, retaining its velocity from when Sheogorath originally threw it. This triggered Red Mountain to erupt, devastating the territory. And then Morrowind was devastated again when Black Marsh invaded the region, razing cities and claiming new territory. The Empire was ineffectual in defending Morrowind, and by the 50th year of the Fourth Era, Morrowind was released from Imperial control, becoming an independent province. On the other side of Tamriel, the Somerset Isles were taken over by a youth movement and renamed to Alinor, and then within a decade a political alliance of Valenwood and Alinor was formed into a new state, the Aldmeri Dominion. Elsewhere would form into a confederation and become effective vassals of the Dominion, while Hammerfell would slip into civil conflict. And then the Great War happened, which was the result of the Aldmeri Dominion issuing an ultimatum to Titus Mede II, which he rejected. During the war, the Reach would be taken over by the native Bretons, and the war would end in a peace treaty named the White Gold Concordat. The Concordat ceded southern Hammerfell to the Dominion, which the province rejected and would wholly secede in the aftermath. The Blades were disbanded and the worship of Talos was outlawed. Needless to say, things are less than ideal across the continent. Skyrim began an attempt to reclaim the Reach from the independent kingdom that was forming there, and this is when Ulfric Stormcloak enters the stage. Ulfric was the son of the Jarl of Eastmarch, and was on track to becoming a Greybeard when the Great War broke out. Ulfric joined the conflict but was captured and held as a prisoner of war by the Thalmor. After the war, Ulfric led the militia that would reclaim Markarth from the Reachmen. However, a condition of the city's release was the free worship of Talos. This drew the scrutiny of the Thalmor, who came to the city and arrested Ulfric for a second time. This is when his father died, and Ulfric, who had been imprisoned for 7 years at that point, was released and took the position of Jarl of Windhelm and Eastmarch. Ulfric went into rebellion, seeking an independent Skyrim. This is when Torygg became the High King of Skyrim after his father's death. Ulfric challenged Torygg to a duel for the throne, and this ended in Torygg's death. However, Ulfric was not formally recognized as the next High King, but he was joined in his rebellion by the Rift, Winterhold, the Pale, and initially Falkreath. And that is where Skyrim begins. General Tullius of the Imperial Legion has arrived in Skyrim and ambushed Ulfric before attempting to execute him. The execution obviously failed after a dragon attack, and now it's up to the player to pick a side in the conflict. Note that contrary to what Extra Credits believes, almost none of that information is actually dumped on the player in the cart ride. The introduction will refer to the names of various factions, but there are obvious contextual clues that give you enough information to figure out what's going on. More information is made available through some quests, and more still is contained in various books that you can find in the game. A big part of the Civil War is that it doesn't sit the player down for their history lesson before asking which side they believe is based and red-pilled. However much information you need to pick a side is dependent entirely on you, the player, and what you're willing to seek out. The thing is, I almost never do the Civil War because Skyrim's better during the war than it is after the resolution. I guess that means that between the Stormcloaks and the Imperials, I choose the Thalmor, but that's not what I actually mean. Much of the open world of Skyrim is about the Civil War, so it doesn't feel right to immediately go off to resolve it. It's something that should be happening in the background. It would be like going back to the Mojave Wasteland after the Battle of Hoover Dam. And simply playing Skyrim gives you clues about the conflict. Now, it's not New Vegas, where the war is the main questline and many side quests will tie into it, but it's also not Oblivion, where there's zero conflict. But how is the Civil War so even-handed? Well, it's very simple. It comes down to politics. It starts with the most surface-level observation that the conflict is about religious freedom. I practically expect people who think the war is only about this issue to be tracking drool on the carpet. Now, the Talos issue is a big deal. Tiber Septim at the end of his reign ascended and became the god Talos and was recognized and worshipped as such for about 600 years. And there's evidence of his divinity that we see in the games, from his avatar in Morrowind to his blessing being the edge needed to beat Umaril in Knights of the Nine. However, the Aldmeri Dominion recently started contesting this claim, citing it as the Talos mistake. However, worship had continued after the resolution of the war in Skyrim on the down low, although how down low this actually was is up for debate. The whole reason the Thalmor began investigating Skyrim searching for Talos worshippers was after the Markarth incident. However, there is evidence to suggest the Markarth incident was incited by the Thalmor in the first place, so chances are pretty good a day of religious reckoning was coming to Skyrim regardless. Now, it is the reason that many Nords who support Ulfric will cite as their cause, but you won't really encounter any Imperial supporters who are fighting to outlaw Talos worship. At best, they are apathetic about the subject. The Imperials are mostly fighting to continue their control of Skyrim. Skyrim is a valuable province full of natural resources, including an entire crop of men born after the Great War who have recently reached fighting age. Without Skyrim, the Empire would be reduced to just Cyrodiil and High Rock. Now, losing Skyrim is not an immediate death sentence, and most people don't seem to realize an alliance between independent Skyrim and the Empire is almost guaranteed following the Civil War. Skyrim's independence also doesn't make the Thalmor a bigger threat. Skyrim is surrounded entirely by near impassable terrain, with mountain ranges on its east, west, and southern borders, and to the north a coastline named the Sea of Ghosts owed to its treachery. The only current Thalmor holdings are in Hafingar near Solitude, and are only there by provision of the Empire. Skyrim also has neighbors with which it can ally itself, like independent Hammerfell or Morrowind. While it's true that Morrowind and Skyrim are historical enemies, diplomatic inroads were laid following the Red Year when Skyrim provided refuge to the Dunmer and ceded control of the island of Solstheim to Morrowind for the same reason. On the flip side, we have to ask the question, is an Aldmeri Dominion-dominated world really a bad thing?
Stop, please. I don't know anything else. Don't you think I'd have told you already?
Silence. You know the rules. Not speak unless spoken to. Master Rolandil will ask the questions.
Well, almost certainly owed to the childish characterizations of the Thalmor we have seen, unfortunately. It's just unusual that a man-dominated world is treated as inherently better than an elf-dominated world, especially considering the current Mead Empire is literally comprised exclusively of the races of men. However, Imperial supporters will often point out that supporting the Imperial Legion is not supporting the Thalmor, and that the Legion should be supported in order to help prepare for the next Great War. But that's akin to saying you shouldn't support the American Revolutionary so that the British Empire can be better prepared for Napoleon. I'm going to posit that who you support in the Civil War is irrelevant when it comes to round 2 of the war with the Dominion. The Mead Empire is almost certainly doomed due to just how successful the Aldmeri Dominion has been, let alone the inevitable secession crisis after the, Dark Brotherhood questline. Supporting Ulfric is not a death blow to the Empire, considering that blow already came 25 years before the game even started. So instead, we should focus on the question to this. Does Skyrim have a right to be independent? Can it survive independence? And is Ulfric Stormcloak the right man to be High King of Skyrim?
What does it have to do with— Can you send me pictures of them with their little skirts lifted and their fucking nuts hanging out? I don't want to see that shit! I'm not gay like you! Stop sending me hentai! Stop sending me anime pictures! Stop sending me tracks! Oh my god!
The first quest of the Civil War involves enlisting in one of the sides of the war. We enlist directly with the leader of the faction, and it's evident that we are not going to be a standard foot soldier in this conflict. In each instance, we see the faction leader having a conversation with their primary subordinate about the war. Ulfric gives an impassioned speech every time you visit the Palace of Kings, which can be amusing, since it can be often due to Ulfric doubling up as leader of the rebellion and the Jarl of Windhelm.
I fight for the men I've held in my arms, dying on foreign soil. I fight for their wives and children whose names I heard whispered in their last breaths. I fight for we few who did come home, only to find our country full of strangers wearing familiar faces. I fight for my people, impoverished to pay the debts of an empire too weak to rule them, yet brands them criminals for wanting to rule themselves. I fight so that all the fighting I've already done hasn't been for nothing. I fight because I must.
Shoring Hardheart would reverse the policy of the companions being apolitical in times of war, joining up with the Imperial Legion. Delta Fear, however, would join up with the Stormcloak Rebellion, so if things look a little desaturated when showing the Imperial side, that's why. Unlike Ulfric, Tullius is much more pragmatic in presentation, discussing tactics to end the rebellion as fast as possible and attempting to anticipate Ulfric's actions.
Well, if he wants to stand outside the protection of the Empire, fine. Let Ulfric pillage his city.
Our special status comes from having survived Helgen, and the attempted execution thing is lampshaded by the Imperials.
You were at Helgen. One of the prisoners, if I recall correctly.
That doesn't matter as much. Listen.
I suppose that's true. Fine. Why don't you have a chat with Legate Ricka?
Tullius will address it before immediately dropping it, which is what lampshading is, in case you think it's some kind of deep insult. The second in command will then issue a test to determine our worthiness to join the ranks. Kalmar Stonefist sends us to Serpentstone Island to defeat an ice wraith, while Legate Ricka will send us to a fort held by bandits to clear it out. Seems kind of... uneven if you ask me. The Stonefist test is actually a Nordic coming-of-age ritual, while Legate Ricka's test is a dungeon. We take oaths to join our side, and then the quest lines intersect. Each side is seeking the Jagged Crown to legitimize their claims as High King, although for clarification, the Imperials want the crown for Jarl Elisif of Solitude, the widow to High King Torrig. There, we may meet either Hadvar or Raloth, both of whom will be happy to see that we've thrown in with their lot. The player's side will then assault the ruin of Corvinjund, which will be held by the opposing team. The men we fight give way to Draugr, and after a dungeon, we'll have retrieved the crown, as well as having learned a word of slow time, in case you forgot about the main quest. Then you return the Jagged Crown to whichever side you think deserves it, regardless of your allegiance. Yes, you are given a single opportunity to flip sides here, for some reason. It's weird because you hardly learn anything about the Legion or Stormcloaks from the quest to merit you, as Ulfric puts it, walking away from the side you swore an oath to in disgust. It's not like New Vegas where there's a chance your opinions on the Mojave conflict could change between Nipton and the Strip, once you learn more about all the factions. And the player flipping sides would carry a massive stigma. It's one thing to rebel years after taking your oath, it's another to rebel the next day after using said oath to get a gift for the other side. You also don't retake your oath or do the test, you just continue the quest line as though you had always been a member of that faction. It was very strange when I played through the questline this way because Ulfric went from assuming this was an Imperial trap to giving us his most important task. With that, we begin the first big event of the war. It's time for Whiterun to pick a side in the conflict. A big part of what's caused the conflict to enter into a stalemate has been Whiterun's neutrality. Jarl Balgruuf has yet to declare for either side, and his city's two prominent clans are divided in allegiance. If you're an Imperial, Tullius will give you a message for Balgruuf, while if you're a Stormcloak, Ulfric will give you his axe to deliver. Both sides indicate that a turning point in the war has been reached. Ulfric's Stormcloak is no longer going to wait on Jarl Balgruuf. It is strange that both sides draw attention to this axe-giving ceremony. Oh, warriors understand what it means? What, are you saying Ulfric's hearth needs more wood? So, it comes to war. The battle for Whiterun is undoubtedly the most interesting battle of the entire Civil War. Which side of the battle you're on depends on your allegiance, with Imperials defending the city while Stormcloaks attack the city. Unfortunately, you cannot lose this battle, meaning that victory is inevitable. It would be more interesting if the battle was legitimately difficult, and failure could mean the player having to rethink their strategy or approach. As it stands, once you've picked a side during the Jagged Crown quest, the war is already decided and it's simply a matter of writing out the rest of the quest line. Also unfortunate is that the battle is more interesting for attackers than defenders. If you defend the city, then the battle simply ends with the Stormcloaks breaking and retreating, but if you attack the city, then the battle ends with a confrontation with Jarl Balgruuf, and we see his replacement Vignar Greymane immediately take control upon our victory. Balgruuf is allowed to leave the city. So where does he go? Oh, to the Sad Room. The Blue Palace has this little corner tucked away that's difficult to notice, which houses all the NPCs displaced during the Stormcloak side of the war. The palace in King's and Windhelm has a similar room. I like to call it the Sad Room because it's a tacit admission of Bethesda's fear of consequences. There are still quests the player may potentially need these NPCs for, so Bethesda has to keep them around, but it doesn't actually have a place for them, so it just crams them in this little corner of the map, all because Bethesda doesn't want the player to fail quests. One of the consequences of doing the Civil War should be that you miss out on potential content, because that's war. People die, lives change, men shit in the urinal. However, this may not be how things played out for you if you took Hadvar or Raloff's suggestion to go to the capital of their team to join the Civil War. See, if your first meeting with Jarl Balgruuf is to deliver the message, Balgruuf will just ignore it. He insists on dealing with the dragon problem before the Civil War, which means you have to awkwardly pivot into doing the beginning of the Skyrim main quest up to and including the point that unlocks dragons as enemies.
And I'm sure he told you it was urgent. Well, he's not the only Jarl in Skyrim with problems to deal with. Did he now? Huh. The man is persistent, I'll give him that. But until that dragon's dealt with, Ulfric's just going to have to wait. For now, I'll hold on to this axe, but it's a tenuous piece at best. Help Irileth kill this dragon before it can attack Whiterun. There's no time to lose.
You would think, as a Stormcloak, that I could just return to Ulfric and say that Balgruuf refused the axe and that the city is prime for conquest, since it won't be garrisoned with Imperials until after the dragon at the Western Watchtower is slain. What this means is that the player character has to become the Dragonborn to complete the Civil War. You might wonder if there's a reason for this, and the answer is that there's not. Well, not really. Ulfric has a line about us being Dragonborn in the conclusion of the Imperial side. Otherwise, the only reason to do things this way is that there weren't contingency voice lines for Vignar Greymane to serve that role in the main quest. It's just hilarious that Balgruuf will name us as one of Whiterun's great heroes and Thane to his city, only to not even consider our input when deciding which side to support, and even calling us a traitor for siding with the Stormcloaks, even though it's entirely possible that, again, our first meeting with him was as a Stormcloak messenger. It's a testament to how much Skyrim railroads you into doing the main quest first that I haven't seen this extremely awkward quest structure called out. It's at this point, however, that we enter into the tedious part of the quest line, the reunification or liberation of Skyrim. Before that, though, I have to mention that my VR run of Skyrim completely and utterly locked up during the Battle of Whiterun. I have tried multiple times to get it past this point and eventually succeeded, only for it to get stuck later down the line, which was annoying because the entire reason I was playing this questline a third time was to be able to record those dialogue lines about the Battle of Solitude and the VG wedding. Eventually it broke so bad that Jarl Balgruuf stayed Jarl of Stormcloak-aligned Whiterun, which is the ideal outcome. I really don't know what it was that broke this quest. It could have been that I switched sides to the Stormcloaks, it could have been that I wasn't Dragonborn when I first talked to Balgruuf, it could have been that the quest breaks if you play it during the full moon. Part of the problem is that the questline eludes traditional console command progression, making it difficult to force to work. I've only seen this kind of broken questline fuckery once before, and that was during the Minutemen line of Fallout 4. Both sides of the war do exactly the same quests, just in a different order. We start with a false front in the Pale for the Imperials and Hjal March for the Stormcloaks. In this quest we track down a courier for the opposing side and then kill and replace them. We forge new orders for them, sabotage the military effort in the region, and then fight a battle at the local fort where we have to kill a large number of enemies. And then that minor hold is now under our control. The next quest is that we're sent to one of the southern cities. We threaten to expose the steward for crimes, either being a Talos worshipper or involved with the Thieves Guild, depending on the city. We steal proof from a very short, very easy stealth hallway and then squeeze information about a shipment of gold in the hold. We meet up with either Ralof or Hadvar and ambush the wagon. Then we fight a battle at a fort in the hold and now have taken a major hold. It is a shame that there's no battle for Markarth or Riften, but I guess it fits considering both cities are known for corruption that we take them in this manner. The final quest is to rescue some soldiers from a minor hold fort, which doubles as a battle to take the fort. Both instances have secret entrances we can use to sneak into the fort, and we can either emerge from within the fort to clear it out or just assault it ourselves. Also, Hadvar and Ralof are there. Then we're given a final fort battle, either in Hafingar or Eastmarch, and with that it's time for the final battle at Solitude or Windhelm. There you go, fuck you, don't you ever say I just summarize every single quest in the game ever again. I easily could have spent an hour summarizing each individual stage from each questline like it was a new thing. But I would much rather use that time talking about how uncanny a mirror Skyrim has been warped into for this questline. As you can see, Solitude and Windhelm are mirrors, as are Markarth and Riften, Winterhold and Falkreath, Dawnstar and Morthal. Whiterun is the singular unique city which has been internally divided. It's funny to think that the collapse of Winterhold might have been for some irrelevant symbolism in an unfinished questline. I pointed this out when I talked about the Shivering Isles back in Oblivion, but the Skyrim Civil War is highly reminiscent of the conflict between the Golden Saints and Dark Seducers of that expansion. A conflict that continues in Skyrim thanks to the Creation Club. Anyways, the Saints and Seducers are locked into an eternal state of war vying for Senpai's attention, despite the fact that they are effectively just a mirror of each other. The Shivering Isles made a point of just how pointless the conflict was, intentionally because it reflected Sheogorath's own arbitrary internal division between mania and dementia. And now here we are, just a couple years later, doing that same pointless conflict, this time unironically.
You'll need to be careful with this one. The Jarl's men won't look kindly on you rummaging through the steward's quarters.
This will require stealth and discretion. The Jarl's guards won't take kindly to anyone rummaging through her steward's private quarters.
There are two possibilities. The first is that Bethesda recognizes the pointlessness of the war and intentionally designed it that way to make a point, and the second is that Bethesda unintentionally parodied their own conflict, and the only intentional part of making the questlines effectively identical was to ease player anxiety about content exclusivity. We either have to assume that Bethesda is intelligent, or are cowards, and unfortunately there's more evidence to suggest that Bethesda are cowards afraid of players doing repeat playthroughs than signs of intelligent quest design in Skyrim. This is the game where you're intended to just start using a new playstyle on an existing character instead of just creating a new character for that purpose. The problem I have trouble thinking about is determining whether the questline is unfinished or simply badly designed. For instance, during battles you can watch as bodies despawn, a trick Bethesda uses due to the limitations placed on the game by the 7th console generation hardware that it came out on. Their engine, as is not designed around creating battle scenarios, at least for the generation the game came out in. However, only half of the quests actually involve battles, and most of those battles are extremely simple. It's just grinding against respawning enemies until the necessary number of soldiers have been killed, and then the battle concludes. I would not be surprised if each fort battle was simply a copy of a template fort battle with all the necessary components, and the only thing designers changed is the layout. However, the other half of the questline is not met with this hardware limitation. Take the tribute quest, for instance. It actually seems like it would be more work recreating the same exact quest for the opposite side that is still identical. It's a completely different set of NPCs in a different location with different voice lines. They had to intentionally decide to do that, which brings us back to the question of why. Well, here's the thought. It may well be possible that the Civil War originally had one joinable side, that being the Stormcloaks. Think about it. Which side is the player pushed towards in the introduction? Which side has the developed trial? Which side has a conclusion scene at the Battle of Whiterun? And never mind the Emperor's assassination. The more I think about it, the more I start to believe the Imperial side of the war may actually just be a clone of the original Stormcloak questline. Unfortunately, this theory is incorrect. You can try to sniff out the developer intentions from what's in the game, but you would very often be wrong. This is why actual research is important and not just an argument you throw in people's faces because it sounds good to tell people that they need sources. Unfortunately, while there are plenty of ex-Bethesda employees who've talked about their time working on Skyrim, one department has remained relatively silent: the quest designers. Maybe they sacrificed goats, or maybe it's as simple as the fact that while many people praise the world and artistic design of Skyrim, Skyrim's quests tend to be treated fairly unfavorably. It's been a favorite YouTube pastime to complain about Skyrim quests since 2012, which happens to be the last time anybody who worked in that area spoke at length about the topic. So unfortunately, there are not a lot of answers to the questions I've raised. We have the cutting room floor, a source I'm hesitant to use even half a year after publishing my Oblivion video. I basically said they outright fabricated a claim about there being thousands of unused voice lines in the files, something that remains unproven to this day despite how simple it would be to show their existence. Get a physical copy, put it in a computer without an internet connection, and look at the data files. So basically just stick an asterisk in the section due to a historical lack of credibility for the source.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
They've data mined the game, and there's some interesting stuff reportedly hinted at. For starters, the quests were meant to be randomized, and there were meant to be 12 types rather than the 3 that are in the game. The quests would be given 2 at a time with dialogue for each combination. The quests that were not in the game included killing scouts, skirmishing in a minor settlement, sabotaging resources. There were rescue missions at more forts, assassination missions, recruitment of soldiers, a mission where you appease a giant, you steal war plans, recruit civilians, and you go on a vision quest with an orc. Also, pay would be determined by a salary that itself was determined by player rank in the faction, and Ulfric would additionally ask the player to donate their pay to the Stormcloak cause. There were also sieges in all the major cities, complete with dialogues for each transfer of power, including if the player loses a battle and is forced to escape the city. There were meant to be female soldiers and battle mages on both sides, and the officers you meet in the field camps were likely meant to have unique dialogue. Finally, there's a note in the Civil War script for modders that reads as follows. The Civil War has gone through many iterations. There's a lot of obsolete stuff in here from previous iterations where it was more dynamic and freeform. So, for various reasons, it seems that Bethesda had aimed for the stars with the Civil War questline, and reading this article makes a lot of sense in addition to Bruce Nesmith's talk on Radiant's story. Actually, it's rather interesting that the Civil War has no Radiant quests, making it the only secondary questline to not include any Radiants. However, even with this cut content, the questline still has that element of being effectively identical, which I guess means that even in its current state, the story accomplishes its goal of being a pointless conflict for the sake of pointless conflicts. I guess you would have to continually lose ground to see all the mission types in a single playthrough, so each repeat playthrough would have a different order of Radiant missions. And it would probably help seeing the different transfers of power. We can only speculate on what really happened with the questline, so let's speculate. I'm going to guess that, had Bethesda not hinted at the Civil War in the trailers, the whole deal might have gotten the Count of Kavach treatment. However, Bethesda implied there would be a Civil War and tied it into the main quest, but they didn't have time to finish it, so they simply collated the most functional elements into a single linear narrative for each questline. Now, I should mention Season Unending, which is part of the main quest where you can negotiate a temporary truce. However, I'm going to talk about that in the main quest section. All it really does is just add more battles for whichever territory ends up changing sides during the negotiation. With that out of the way, let's conclude the Civil War. For the Imperials, we lay siege to Windhelm. Actually, there's no opposition keeping us from just entering the city. We fight our way through infinite enemies until we reach the Palace of Kings, where we confront Ulfric, Stormcloak, and Galmar. Galmar dies, and it comes down to a final execution of Ulfric. We don't capture him, we just decide to end it here and now. Ulfric will request that we do it, as we're the Dragonborn. We can decide whether or not to, and then General Tullius gives a speech to the men. For the Stormcloaks, we attack Solitude. I took the time to visit the Blue Palace during the battle because the game doesn't stop you. It's pretty much just business as usual here. It's quite surreal. There's a battle going on outside. Anyways, we take Castle Dower, and General Tullius is having a little pout in the corner, having been defeated. That's not me editorializing, the game itself does portray the characters in that way. Rika dies in combat, Tullius is summarily executed, and Jarl Elisif honors Ulfric's claim to become High King of Skyrim. The end. It's a pretty straightforward questline that is not ambitious. It has a lot of awkward dialogue scenes and even more fast travel since you have to go back to the capital during each leg of the story. It's funny that of all the questlines in Skyrim, the one that was made central to the actual open world was left so unfinished. Okay, so I tried to make it this far without outright stating my opinions or thoughts on the conflict. Some of you might have picked it out from the subtext or have seen my streams where I've talked about the issue, in which case you already know which side I support. I want to say that before I outright state it, that my goal is to try and clear some of the air surrounding this questline and misconceptions that people tend to spread. I support the Stormcloaks. Now, my character Delta Fear supported the Stormcloaks because she was a Morrowind national who's lived long enough to remember the Empire abandoned her homeland. I think that Stormcloaks are grandly mischaracterized in a big way.
I don't like the fact that he's so racist against elves, and mainly all races that are not Nord.
But the Stormcloaks are downright xenophobic and almost kind of racist at times, and they act like a bunch of misguided and violent rebels.
Windhelm has immigration and racism.
The only real issue I take is with the Stormcloaks and the aforementioned rampant racism.
So a lot of people claim the Stormcloaks are racists, and I know why. It's because when you first enter Windhelm, you see this.
You come here where you're not wanted. You eat our food, you pollute our city with your stink, and you refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
But we haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Greyskins don't help in the war is because they're Imperial spies.
Imperial spies? You can't be serious.
Maybe we'll pay you a visit tonight, little spy. We got ways of finding out what you really are.
As you can see, Stormcloak soldiers are harassing a Dunmer woman in the streets of Windhelm. Oh wait, those aren't Stormcloak soldiers. I modded the game to give them that armor. In fact, one of those two men is homeless, and the other's a drunk that lounges around at a bar all day. The only connection that these men have to the Stormcloaks is that they live in Windhelm, and Rolf is Galmar's brother. Galmar's another common sticking point I've seen people have with the Stormcloaks, but he seems reasonable to me. In fact, Galmar's a lot like the Nords we used to see in the series. Nords used to be a culturally distinct people whose bravado and brusqueness was merited by their strengths as warriors. However, come Skyrim, and most of them just seem to be milk-drinking peasants and regular humans. Galmar actually seems to be a sliver of that old warrior culture the Nords were always meant to be. He's also not a racist. When the player joins, he'll ask why we would be interested in fighting for Skyrim. However, he asks Nords the same question. He simply wants to ascertain where our loyalties lie, which is a lot more important for the Stormcloaks than it is the Legion. If the Legion loses the conflict, they will continue to exist as a faction, but if the Stormcloaks lose, that's it. It's over. As for Ulfric, he also isn't a racist, but you know who is culturally intolerant?
You Nords and your bloody sense of honor. Tell me again why I'm wasting men chasing after a fairy tale. Don't you Nords put any stock in your own traditions? Without us to keep order, the provinces would fall into barbarism and lawlessness. Especially Skyrim. Any last requests before I send you to wherever you people go when you die?
His head will be sent to Cyrodiil, where it will adorn a spike on the walls of the Imperial City.
I can't say I'll ever get used to the damn cold, or understand these Nords. But I've come to respect them.
But the Grey Quarter, yeah, what other city in Skyrim has a cultural embassy of refugees following the Red Year? Where was Solitude during that crisis? While we do see Dunmer across Skyrim, only Windhelm has a sizable population. Also, it should be stated that the current capital of a free and independent Morrowind following the Argonian invasion is the city of Blacklight, which is actually geographically closer to Windhelm than Riften. Now, of course, how Ulfric treats this population says a lot about his opinion of the Dunmer people. However, I'd argue that most of Windhelm's Nordic population is not much better off than the Grey Quarter. Windhelm is just kind of all around a terrible city to live in. Most of Skyrim's actually a terrible place, with Solitude and Whiterun being the only decent places to live, although Solitude seems to be a community that has long since priced out its poor through its limited real estate. Remember, the player character is a member of the upper class in Skyrim society. The thing is, there's actually a decent number of high elves living in Windhelm. They own the stables, the alchemist shop, and a stall in the market. There's even a gang of exclusively high elves. That's how many of them there are. Now, why is it that the Dunmer are victims of racism, but the high elves, who I will remind you are the same race as the Thalmor, why do they suffer no ill effect? I'll let you in on a little secret. It's because the Dunmer are terrible people. Not to say they inherently deserve to be discriminated against, nobody does, but anybody who's played Morrowind can tell you a couple things about Dunmer culture. They are prideful and xenophobic, they discriminate against people of their own race for not being pure enough to have been born in Morrowind. They used to keep slaves, and they worship Daedra. The main quest of Morrowind was about stopping a Dunmer ethnic nationalist who wanted to commit genocide against Outlanders. The Red Year was, in a meta-sense, retaliation for how Morrowind presented and normalized the culture of the Dunmer, and I hold it in spite for ruining the legacy of the Nerevarine. Instead of the Dunmer becoming a more tolerant race under the leadership of their cultural icon, Daddy went out for cigarettes and they had to be punished by the writers for being naughty boys, slavery. Then the writers decided to create a refugee crisis, presumably as some form of social commentary, although Skyrim would actually predate the American obsession with Europe's refugee crisis by a couple years, so either someone at Bethesda is extremely politically savvy, or more likely it's meant to reflect on America's own historical issues with immigration. Now, of course, I would be loath to forget the 4 Argonians living out in the waterfront. So this is kind of a confusing element, but Ulfric outright forbade Argonians from entering the city. Now, is this identical to how every other city in Skyrim banned the Khajiit caravans? Sure, but we're just going to pretend that's not happening because it makes Elisif and Balgruuf look bad. See, the bigotry people in Windhelm have against the Dunmer makes a degree of sense. They think they're spies and whatnot. But what have the Argonians done to earn the ire of the Nords? The Argonians seem to think that it's your typical class struggle. The Nords are entitled and they don't want to work on the docks, so the Argonians have to do it instead. Funny thing is, Ulfric's replacement Brunwolf actually maintains the order of segregation, but instead of segregating to protect the locals, it's to protect the Argonians. Like a reflection of the real world. But the thing is, I can't help but imagine Ulfric was also protecting the Argonians. You have to remember that part of the devastation of the Red Year was an Argonian invasion of Morrowind. While it was retaliatory for the slavery of Argonians, Morrowind showed that plenty of Dunmer commoners were not slaveholders. You have a city that's already suffering from one racial conflict, which is going downhill due to the local leader having to balance his resources between a war for independence and city maintenance. And then you want to add the element of another racial group who have historical problems with your refugee population. Things might be better if the docks literally didn't connect straight into the Grey Quarter. Anyways, I consider the Argonians a non-issue compared to the Grey Quarter, and the Grey Quarter is definitely an issue. However, it's not like Ulfric had years to clean the place. Oh, wait, he's been fighting for Skyrim's independence for as long as he's been Jarl, which has been 20 years. Okay, maybe that's a black mark. However, I also think that's simply an issue of Bethesda not understanding how long time is. This is not the first questline in Skyrim to run up against this timeline issue, to the point that I think the game was supposed to take place in 191 instead of 201. Now that I've presented one argument against Ulfric, let's talk about Elisif the Fair, Jarl of Solitude and presumed High Queen of Skyrim following an Imperial victory. One of the first encounters you have with her, which often bugs out and doesn't play, is a court audience where a member of the Dragonbridge community requests that Elisif send someone to investigate strange lights that they've been seeing. Elisif initially suggests sending a legion, however she has to be talked down to just a couple extra guards being deployed to Dragonbridge. Elisif isn't really in control of her own hold. Her inexperience means that she's become reliant on her council of advisors to manage it for her, and General Tullius is fighting her war. She is, in essence, just a puppet ruler. So let's talk about the people Elisif has surrounded herself with. Thane Bryling is the owner of Rockwalla Mine, a mining operation that isn't even located inside of Hafengar. Falk Firebeard seems to be primarily running the hold, a duty he's compromised by having a secret relationship with Bryling. Sabella Stentor is Elisif's court wizard who will openly admit to only continuing this duty out of her own self-interest. She'll even admit to the steward that she figures Elisif will be replaced in a matter of months. Also, she's a vampire. She's been in the court long enough for people to start to notice, but nobody questions it because they need her service. People around the palace know that she's been visiting the dungeons for blood, and the warden even admits that she comes looking for volunteers. Finally, we have Erikr. He's our Thieves Guild contact. While Clan Battleborn in Whiterun was in bed with the Thieves Guild, Erikr is actually our highest ranking contact. Our job with him ends in a person being framed and sent to prison for life over a broken trade agreement. He also harasses a servant girl at a party during the main quest and is suspected to be the originator of much of the dissension spread about Falcon Bryling. There was even a cut quest that involves the assassination of Elisif, in which Erikr would take over as Jarl of Solitude, although obviously that one's not in the game. Point is, Erikr's a snake and is exactly the type of Nord that Ulfric hates. He even imports low-quality elven equipment from Black Marsh to sell to the Empire, so his avarice does not stop at his allegiance. He'll admit that half of Solitude owes him money and he owns most of the city. Since we took a good long look at Windhelm and its issues, let's look at Solitude. For starters, very few people actually live in the city. Let's analyze who gets that privilege. Vittoria Vici, overseer of the East Empire Company and cousin of the Emperor. The player character, at the price of 25,000 gold. Advar the fish merchant, Yvette San the food merchant, Yala the produce merchant, girlfriend of Attar the warden and executioner. You have Eriker and Bryling's houses, we've gone over where their money comes from, and the Blue Palace, home of the Jarl. There's also the Bard's College, which makes money from tuition costs of having the only school for bards in Skyrim, a desirable career path for Nords. On the other side of town are the businesses which double as their owners' homes. So, unless you're a business owner, the only way you can actually live in Solitude is to either be a guard, live in Castle Dower, a student at the college, or be a servant of the Jarl. Hell, Noster Eagle-Eye almost seems to be a union-appointed homeless person, probably only tolerated due to being an Imperial veteran, given how often he mentions it. Seriously, it is insane how much of a wealth inequality problem there is in Solitude. Remember that Solitude has long been the seat of the High King of Skyrim, so this is not a recent problem. Where was the wealth of Solitude during the Red Year, during the Great Collapse in Winterhold, or the burning of Riften, or the rebellion in Markarth? Is it any coincidence that Solitude's inaction during those crises have led to the affected holds deciding that, yeah, now's the time for change? Alright, now, counterpoint. Ulfric is actually a Thalmor puppet. I can't even begin to describe the number of times this has been stated to me as though I don't know it. At least one person's already left a comment about it and may now either be deleting or editing it. During the main quest, the player can get their hands on a couple Thalmor dossiers, including one for Ulfric Stormcloak. Most people just read the first two words and call it a day. Status, asset. Well, there you go. Ulfric Stormcloak is a Thalmor plant.
Anyone read the next few sentences?
This document details how Ulfric was taken prisoner during the Great War and then says, quote, "We learned of his potential value and he was assigned as an asset to the interrogator, who is now First Emissary Elenwen," end quote. During this period, Ulfric was gaslit into falsely believing that he had leaked information used to capture the Imperial City and then was allowed to escape. Later on, quote, "After the war, contact was established and he has proven his worth as an asset. The so-called Markarth incident was particularly valuable from the point of view of our strategic goals in Skyrim, although it resulted in Ulfric becoming generally uncooperative to direct contact," end quote. There you go, case closed. If this doesn't raise questions for you, then you aren't thinking critically enough. Notice how the document leaves out key details about what the nature of the contact was that led to the Markarth incident. We'll assume direct contact, but we don't know anything else. For instance, it's very well possible that Elenwen had made promises to Ulfric she was not intent on keeping. She may have, for instance, told Ulfric to retake the city, promising free Talos worship as compensation. A big clue is that Ulfric, following the incident, became uncooperative. Why would a Thalmor puppet become uncooperative unless he was promised something that was then used against him? The Thalmor obviously can't write in their official report that they had promised free Talos worship in exchange for something. That would be akin to the CIA writing down that they paid someone in cocaine and not, quote, alternative recreational assets. Plus, it's also possible that the document's written in such a way to make its republication difficult for whoever steals it. After all, the likeliest group to assault the embassy and get their hands on the dossier would be, who else? Stormcloaks. If anything, the entire document could even be a fabrication existing solely to sow dissension. But the Thalmor wouldn't do something like that, right? There are many things, but they're not liars. It's not like this piece of information could be strategically released should the Stormcloaks win just to spark up another civil war against Ulfric. The latter half of the dossier states that the Thalmor have a stated interest in the civil war continuing, which, well, yeah, that should be pretty obvious. They even admit that they were going to intervene in Ulfric's execution, but were only stopped by the sudden arrival of a dragon. This intervention could range from claiming that Ulfric's their prisoner for being a Talos worshipper, to faking a Stormcloak attack to enable his escape. The final line of the dossier is also important, quote, "A Stormcloak victory is also to be avoided," end quote. So, yeah, I don't consider this dossier to be a particularly conclusive piece of evidence in this discussion. It's like saying that the Imperial's account of Ulfric's duel with Torrig is objective evidence. It's obvious that the Empire is spreading a stretched truth to make Ulfric's duel sound like murder, while it's also obvious that the Stormcloaks are spreading their own stretched truth to justify the duel taking place. To explain this, let's talk a bit about Game of Thrones. I haven't read the books or even really seen the show, just clips on YouTube, but in that story we hear a lot about Jaime Lannister's murder of the Mad King that he swore to protect. Most people accept the narrative that Jaime did it because his father was taking the city and he switched sides, conveniently betraying his oath and only keeping his position because of nepotism. King Robert has only heard the story from Eddard Stark, who did not witness the full context. However, Jaime shares additional context that the Mad King was about to burn King's Landing to the ground, and that's why he did him in. The point of all that is to show how each person has different perspectives on an event colored by their bias. While the unreliable narrator trope can and absolutely has been used as a shield for lazy writing, when done properly it also has the potential to create a lot of intrigue in a story. The fact is that there's generally not an objective account of events. It's like a messy breakup where you're friends with both parties. You cannot take either partner's account of the other at face value. It's hard to give credence to the idea that the Thalmor made Ulfric a sleeper agent when the only documentation we have even acknowledging Ulfric's imprisonment is from the Thalmor. Seems like a biased perspective to me. There's also a point where Ulfric and Elwyn are in the same room and the only line hinting at any past relationship is this.
But she is to observe, nothing more. We are not negotiating with her. Is that clear?
Ulfric, why so hostile? After all, it's not the Thalmor that's burning your farms and killing your sons.
She's supposed to be on our side?
No, exactly. No. Not this time.
The player also can't take the dossier to anybody. Not even Delphine will comment on it. Now, I would consider that an oversight, but it's still evidence. So let's work backwards from our initial questions, starting with this. Is Ulfric Stormcloak the right person to be the High King? Well, for one, I think he wins by default. All of the Jarls are characterized as being flawed in different ways. Some are naive, some are corrupt, some are only mildly competent. Skyrim's political infrastructure results in only a few holds being home to High Kings and Winterhold's now out of contention. That means it's a choice between Elisif and Ulfric, and as nice a person is, I don't think Elisif would do well as the High Queen. But that doesn't make Ulfric a good king. He clearly has charisma, which will go a long way in creating both a Skyrim that can stand on its own, but also very necessary alliances. Unfortunately, we aren't really told if Ulfric is taking steps to actually, create those alliances. He has no children for political marriage, he's not even married himself. He's already middle-aged. Charisma is not the only characteristic of a good leader. However, Ulfric does show some wisdom in leadership. I'm not going to mention what Ulfric has to say after he dies just yet. I'll defer that to the main questline. But if you know what I'm talking about, I'll explain why what he says is not convincing evidence. Can I take a second to just rant about Brunwulf Freewinter? I don't even know where I'm going to put this because I'm writing this after recording a clip of me talking to him, but I just have to complain. Brunwulf is a brilliant character in that he reflects a very real type of person in the world, which is the activist who refuses to associate with anybody who doesn't already agree with his platform, or in essence, a complete waste of oxygen. So I had to look up where to find him, and once I did, I realized I hadn't even really seen this character in Windhelm, and I had spent a decent chunk of time in the city. Then, when you talk to him, he immediately establishes whether you believe Skyrim is for the Nords or for everybody. He has different dialogue if you're a Nord, but the end result is that if you disagree with him, he isn't going to waste his time talking to you, and you can't speak with him again. That's just it. Which is hilarious, because he has a line of dialogue that I wanted to reference in this video that could make a compelling counter-argument to the Stormcloaks. Brunwulf has a favorite quest, which is Radiant, but part of establishing that quest is a line that says that Ulfric only protects Nordic settlements in his hold. It's a good argument to include. Except Brunwulf is only brave enough to make it to people who cater to his sensibilities. But even then, it actually didn't appear for me because the quest is bugged, and he won't give it to you if you already cleared the dungeon he wants to send you to. And I think that really says something about Bethesda's ability to tell stories. Basically, the main counter-argument in Windhelm against Ulfric, and it has a chance of bugging out. Nothing about Windhelm seems thought out beyond the surface level. Brunwulf suggests the Great War shouldn't have happened because it led to Ulfric's rebellion, almost completely oblivious to why the Great War happened in the first place and how, even if the Empire had acquiesced to the Thalmor's demands, that Ulfric still would have rebelled. You would think as a veteran of the conflict that he would know firsthand the reality of the Thalmor and the Aldmeri Dominion. They are literally even more racist than Nords. The Nords just talk a lot of shit. The Thalmor send hit squads out to kidnap people so that they can torture them to death in order to impose their worldview that their race is supreme. Brunwulf is very clearly just the war veteran who opposes Ulfric character. He should never have been made Jarl of Windhelm unless Bethesda was prepared to actually revamp this character to be much better.
Whenever a group of marauders attack a Nord village, Ulfric is the first to sound the horn and send the men.
Sounds reasonable.
But a group of Dark Elf refugees gets ambushed, a group of Argonians or a Khajiit caravan, no troops, no investigation, nothing.
Okay, pause. The Red Year was 200 years ago. There are no longer refugees coming from Morrowind, only immigrants. The Khajiit caravans are part of a criminal syndicate, and I seriously doubt there are traveling groups of Argonians out roughing it in this part of the world. You may have noticed what kind of weather we have here. Further, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a war going on, there are dragons about, and you're complaining about Ulfric protecting his vassals but not being able to help wanderers. You can send soldiers to protect a settlement, but what are they going to do about a highway robbery? By the time the Stormcloaks would arrive, the bandits would be gone. That's why the bandits are so dangerous. I mean, obviously this is all underdeveloped. Bethesda can barely wrap their heads around a timeline of events, let alone consistently portray this conflict. They showcase Dunmer farmers going off to join the Legion, but we never see Dunmer recruits. Obviously, the real answer for the best High King is me. Fuck Ulfric, let the Dragonborn run Skyrim into the ground. Should Skyrim be independent? No, it'll be the base of my new empire. Can it survive independence? No, because men are pigs that deserve to be slaves under Dunmerry masters. Now, generally as a rule, I plan on not talking about TES 6 rumors, but for this I have to let it slide. Apparently they want to do a more in-depth political system. Yeah, I'm sure it'll work this time just like it didn't with Morrowind and the Great House Council, in Oblivion with the counties, and in Skyrim with the Civil War. And I'm sure the political climate of the world post-2014 is going to lead to a very thrilling and nuanced political story. Look at Fallout 4. Look and weep. They had all the opportunity in the world to make a four-sided conflict and still fumbled the world building when it came to the factions' motivations. To be honest, it comes off as chasing something that isn't authentically Bethesda anymore. Fallout 4 is the way it is because people like New Vegas more than 3 and Bethesda noticed. And Elder Scrolls has been chasing the politics of Daggerfall, even though in reality that doesn't seem to be what they want to do. They want to make these open world games with a focus on player exploration.
I mean, that's sort of our main character of the game is what is the world, and it helps define so much of the game for us. That walking around and just exploring and finding things, I think, is probably, the most fun you can have in this game.
They feel compelled to do these kinds of stories without really understanding what it is people want for them. If you're going to have a faction conflict, you have to start with a faction. Bethesda seems to have difficulty with world building, often going back to the well of other, more creative people to pull from. Bethesda didn't use the Brotherhood of Steel because they understood the nature of the faction and had a story to tell with it. They used it because it was familiar. In order to properly build a faction, you have to start with characters. The fact that Ulfric is ambiguously old or that he's been running Windhelm for a long time should not be nebulous. It should be established. It should be central to his character. How do you plan to make Skyrim great again when you can barely manage your own city? Ulfric should feel insecure about the state of Windhelm. He should be prepared to justify it to the player character. His explanation could be seen as a flaw or valid based on how the player interprets the situation. The same thing should be done for Tullius and Elisif. General Tullius as is comes off as a Floridian forced on a work trip to somewhere cold. He doesn't show any concern for Skyrim or its people, but the game isn't trying to make the case that he's necessarily ruthless. It just doesn't want to take the time to have Tullius discuss how he's worried for the future of his own homeland, and how he's angry that he has to waste resources fighting Nords when he should be preparing his men to fight the Dominion. A lot of this is based on things we're told in the game, but the game's rather coy with how it hands out information. It's enough to infer meaning without actually having to commit to having all the answers. It all comes off as a plastic conflict, which becomes confusing given the existing plasticity of Fallout 3 and 4. It's hard to believe the point of the Civil War is just to be pointless so a few lines of dialogue in Sovereign Guard can be more impactful. Guys, isn't it weird how war is pointless? Fuck off, there are plenty of valid reasons for war, especially in Elder Scrolls. Luckily for me, I myself can have a point to this section. Skyrim's user interface looks pretty good. I like the minimalist approach, which harkens back to the straightforward nature of the Morrowind user interface. Unfortunately, Skyrim's user experience is awful. Ironically, that also goes back to Morrowind, albeit the Xbox version of the game. See, back then it wasn't unusual to have two user interfaces, one for PC with the mouse and keyboard and one for console for controllers. The reason being that each user engages with the system in different manners. Skyrim's UI works better on consoles than Oblivion's by merit of giving more information. However, the user interface is a known failure on PC, one that even Todd Howard mods out.
Well, there's a number I like. On the PC, the UI one is really, really good.
No, that isn't a feeling of deja vu. Literally the exact same thing has happened twice. Todd Howard is advertising a new DLC release for an Elder Scrolls game and says that he uses an interface mod for it. He does not support creating a new UI. He goes ahead with maintaining his old practice of console parity. He doesn't even release script functionality for interface mods to work without a third-party installation. It's weird that it's happened twice. But what's so bad about Skyrim's interface that led to SkyUI becoming one of the most installed mods? And what does SkyUI do that makes it so much better? Skyrim continues the tradition of a panel-based UI system where each panel is given its own screen. You have your inventory, magic, map, and character panels. Skyrim added a menu which serves as a sort of transition slide between these four, although it's awkward because there's more than 4 panels. There's also the menu, the journal, the statistics, and the weight tabs. The transition menu will tell you the time and level progress. It would be neat if you could pin skills to be tracked on this menu to see them quickly, and the time display is pointless because the weight menu also tells you this information, but allows you to actually do something with it and can be reached just as easily. From here, down goes to the map. Skyrim opts for a 3D render of the game map, which to pull off they had to dunk the resolution of everything down. It's nice to look at, but I find myself often replacing this map with something more functional because I do modded playthroughs where knowing roads is important. Although, obviously at this point I know every road in Skyrim basically by heart. Local map is also still there just hanging on without a purpose because it's like, what dungeon am I supposed to get lost in and actually need it? I will say that Skyrim's map is superior for giving more of a bird's eye view as opposed to Oblivion's tight little viewport, but I ultimately still find myself a fan of Morrowind's map, which updates with a texture for areas you've already explored. Going up the menu takes us to the character sheet, which has been converted to this radial view of the heavens. Stylish, sure, the only reason I let it slide is that there's no functional reason to have a top-down view of all of our stats at once anymore. Add that back in and, well, the left and right menus are where people actually have problems, which is the bulk of what SkyUI actually replaces. Skyrim's inventory presents a banner of item categories with favorites at the top and an all menu second. Of course, the all menu continues to be a pointless addition because there's no reason in an itemized list system to want to see a continuous list of all the items you have in your inventory. The all section in Morrowind was fine because it used an icon system. The items were still organized by type, making locating specific items inside the entirety of your inventory very easy. Now on the surface, switching from icons to itemization is not an issue. Both systems have upsides and downsides. The upside of itemized systems is that it's easier to create divisions for organization as long as you have a consistent system for classifying items. Skyrim uses these divisions: weapons, apparel, potions, scrolls, ingredients, food, books, keys, and miscellaneous. As usual, the last tab is used as a catch-all, and boy does it catch a lot. Which was a problem that Oblivion had, yet for some reason is mostly unfixed in Skyrim. Miscellaneous includes crafting items and soul gems, which honestly should be their own tabs, especially since routine soul gem recharging is a universal mechanic. Anyways, once you select a category, a second banner appears that lists all of the items in your inventory in that category. Once an item's selected, it'll pop up in the main viewport with a description, some stats, and its model. Where the system starts to fall apart is when there's too many items in a category. Your only option for sorting is alphabetical and there are no icons to distinguish between items. Where this appears ugliest is in the potions menu. Many potions in the game, unsurprisingly, start with the word potion. Potions and poisons are intermingled, and after some time the list can become so long that it's hard to really have a bearing on where in the list you are outside of the top and bottom. Potions have always been a sore spot in these systems, especially given how much more of a reliance this game has on them. And the Pip-Boy system's never been much better for medical supplies in Fallout. The UI is pretty wasteful in terms of presentation. While for some stuff like weapons and quest items it's good to see the item, for potions it would probably be better to cut out the model view and just increase the banner size so that you can see the potion stats, which is pretty much exactly what SkyUI does in this situation. I would also do more to make sure that I can, at a glance at just the list, tell which potions have which effects. I would organize the potion menu by effect. There's no reason to have 6 different locations for healing potions just because there are multiple tiers. You can use colors in this situation to help distinguish because it all becomes a blur of white text on a semi-opaque black background, and have the restore potions match their respective color of juice. However, all of these problems get worse with container inventories. Most things you loot have a pretty straightforward list with a small selection of items, which is where the system shines. The leveled lists are so consistent that I can process what I've received very quickly. It's when you start using containers back at the house that the default Skyrim user interface starts to break down. For some reason, it was decided that the only mode for container inventories would be all. This means that you have to scroll down a list of everything that is in the container. Now that's fine if you can organize your setup, however Skyrim does not have a free place mode for containers, meaning that you're at the mercy of the designers how well you can actually organize your play space. I usually have a container for alchemy supplies, crafting materials, generic items, and finally a trash can for items I want to sell. But even then the system's unideal because these containers won't sort entirely alphabetically, but equipment will actually be organized statistically. You are not given any recourse for organizing the list like you are in Oblivion. Skyrim's also lacking the basic feature of being able to designate items as junk to make clearing your inventory quicker. This leads to carry weight bloat as items pile up even with frequent cleanings. The bad inventory system results in the aforementioned apathy threshold problem where potions go unused because going to the effort of finding a specific potion that you use once every couple hours is greater than your willingness to brute force the problem. I do have to wonder though, the claim is often made that Skyrim's user interface is designed to work better for consoles for mass accessibility, but I recall most of these problems being true on the 360 as well. While the menu does control slightly better with the controller, most of its issues actually stem from a lack of options being made available to the player, spreadsheety and what have you. There are still several buttons going unused on a controller that could do functions like changing the organization parameters. Really, what Skyrim's menu does is be straightforward and easy to understand in the early game. The problems only become manifest if you try to engage with the game for more than a couple hours, which obviously Skyrim is a game with dozens of hours of content. The obvious expectation is that if you're really going to be some kind of power gamer intent on seeing everything, you are probably playing on a system that can modify the bad menu for something better, just as Todd intended, which takes us to the magic menu. It's a mirror of the inventory, but with magic favorites and all, in case you want to see a list of all the magic you have in the game. There are reasons for non-magic players to visit this menu since the Dragon Shout's racial powers and status effects list are all in this part of town. The magic is then subdivided into their respective schools. It's not bad unless you get entirely too much magic, and then it's as bad as any part of the inventory menu, especially Dragon Shouts, because there's a wide variety of different effects the shouts can have, all located in one list. Overall, the clunkiness of the system is almost entirely fixed by Sky UI. It has divisions for item types, but also subdivisions for types of items. You can sort by apparel, but if you're looking for boots, you can also sort and scroll down to the feet section. Although the funniest part of Sky UI is the simple fact that it really accomplishes the same thing as the default user interface. Saying that the UI has to be this way because the item card and model view are inaccurate, because Sky UI accomplishes the same exact goals while still giving you an efficient method of finding items. Really, there's no reason why Bethesda can't create two user interfaces and give the player the option to pick which one they want. You're telling me they had time to make a high-resolution texture pack for PC, but not a modified UI scheme. Yeah, it's one thing to ask that of some studio of overworked developers who have bigger fish to fry. It's another when it's a studio with access to money-printing franchises, publisher support, and an internal desire for a better user interface system from its executive producer. Skyrim's soundtrack is, in my opinion, the best in the entire Elder Scrolls series, in a lot of ways. It's a culmination in ideas from Morrowind and Oblivion while expanding on those ideas. In Morrowind, music worked by the game just picking an MP3 file based on whether or not you were in a fight. Oblivion expanded that by adding dungeon and town tracks, increasing both the variety of music you can hear, as well as setting the tone for what was happening through the music. Skyrim does that as well, but even further expanded. There are tracks for the time of day, taverns, castles, and specific moments. The DLC even added more music, including some of my favorite songs in the entire franchise, such as the Falmer Valley and Solstheim themes. I'm not really interested in doing a track-by-track analysis of Skyrim. The music is absolutely integral to the success of the game. There's no doubt in my mind about that, but I probably overextended myself by doing that for Morrowind. Rather, I want to talk about Jeremy Soule. I blurred his name out in my Harry Potter video, and some people speculated about why that was, but I never directly answered. I actually didn't even do it originally, and my goal with that was not to exclude him. Rather, the reason I did it was that the point was to encourage viewers to think about the average people who make shovelware games. And unfortunately, commenters were gravitating towards noticing Soule's name in the credits, defeating the entire purpose of the section because people were only talking about the one famous guy who worked on the games. Now, the speculation goes that I did it because of sexual assault allegations against him, but it's not that simple. It's been assumed that because Soule has been quiet since then and hasn't done much professional work that he must have done it. However, the much likelier explanation for Soule's disappearance actually has to do with his company, Direct Song, as well as a Kickstarter campaign he has done. Legal troubles are universally a bigger damper on creativity than getting canceled on Twitter. When I made my previous videos, I had no idea about the story. Someone offhandedly commented about it, and I happened to see that comment, and that's the only reason I know about it. Which is pretty crazy given what happened. You would think people would have mentioned this a lot. I really hope someone watching this decides to expand it into being a full, detailed breakdown or journalistic article. Direct Song was Jeremy Soule's label, founded in 2005 to publish digital and later physical versions of his soundtracks. He was already halfway through his career as a composer at that point. What's important to note is that Soule, for a long time, produced multiple OSTs per year. After 2010, he really slowed the number of OSTs he was producing, but there was a drastic increase in production quality per soundtrack, notable examples being Skyrim in 2011 2011 and Guild Wars 2 in 2012. But when it came time to sell those soundtracks, well, this is where problems began to emerge. Firstly, the Dawnguard and Dragonborn unique tracks were never digitally sold. Oftentimes, the versions Direct Song offered were higher quality, whereas you have to listen to these tracks through ripping software from the game files. But Direct Song started to have issues with actually delivering the products that people were purchasing. In one case, someone received a physical copy of the Guild Wars 2 soundtrack that they purchased in January of 2013 in June of 2017. There wasn't a lot of transparency about why there were issues with delivering these goods. If it was as simple as manufacturing delays or money troubles, and that was stated, people would have probably been pretty forgiving. Part of the problem was how Direct Song actually operated. For Guild Wars, you could use the higher quality purchased soundtracks to replace the music in the game, but there ended up being a lot of issues with that business model. One of those issues apparently being that Soul held the rights, which posed problems for ArenaNet when Direct Song disappeared. Soul was also vehemently anti-piracy, likening it to the Holocaust, which understandably bothered some people. Direct Song's customer support was famous for being difficult to work with. This eventually led to a class action lawsuit, but it's not clear to me what happened as a result of that. And then there was the Kickstarter campaign. Like many of its era, a Kickstarter campaign to produce a symphony ended up not being so simple. He wanted $10,000. He got $121,000. Yet years later, he had not finished The Northerner. The campaign was shrouded in controversy, not just for being late, but the perception that Soul had used the money to fund an international vacation. It was more complicated than that, but again, the lack of transparency with both his financial supporters as well as the broader public did not help the situation. Plus, the Direct Song stuff was going on with Guild Wars 2 at the same time. When the sexual assault allegations came out, the label handling The Northerner dropped Soul as a consequence. His social media pages disappeared, and later his Direct Song Bandcamp and Patreon pages also disappeared. Which is a sad ending for someone with as many amazing soundtracks to his name as Jeremy Soule. Did you know that every questline in Skyrim points you at the main quest? Word walls are inexorably tied to the game's main quest as it's a new mechanic for the series. But before we get to that, we have to go back to the introduction. Now, a neatish thing about the introduction is how it approaches introducing the main quest. Rather than thrusting an amulet into the player's hands with instructions on where to go and what to do, all that happens is that Helgen gets destroyed. It's like a natural disaster, without demanding the player find some way to prevent this from happening again. That said, once you leave the Helgen cave, you are technically free, but I personally have never believed this argument. Hadvar or Ralof suggest going off on your own, but this is like saying you're free to do whatever in Oblivion because there's a single line in the journal entry saying that. Of course, Oblivion dumps you right out next to the Imperial City. In Skyrim, we're just in the middle of nowhere. To me, the first logical thing to do is to visit a merchant, which means going towards civilization, which means following Ralof or Hadvar. This is furthered by the fact that this is clearly the way you are being shepherded to go by Bethesda, considering this is the route that Todd Howard used as a demo to advertise the game, the location of the Guardian Stones, and the additional attention that went into Riverwood. The further down this track you go, the harder it is to ignore the main quest. If you go with Hadvar or Ralof to visit their family in Riverwood, their families will request you go to Whiterun to get Jarl Balgruuf to send guards to the settlement. Well, it would be rude to deny such a simple request, especially given how important it is, and when you do that, Balgruuf will then send you to his court wizard, giving you a quest to visit Bleak Falls Barrow. However, if you simply go to the Riverwood Trader in an attempt to ignore the main quest, you'll also be asked to retrieve the Golden Claw from Bleak Falls Barrow. Even if you ignore all that, should you ever do a Radiant bounty in Whiterun or have business with the Jarl, you'll be entered into the sequence that ends with you being sent to Bleak Falls Barrow. It is rather interesting contrasting how Skyrim tries to force the player into the main quest compared to past games. In Oblivion, it is obvious what the main quest is, and if you decide to ignore it, all you have to do is not enter Waynon Priory. Oblivion gates only start littering the countryside after you bring Martin to Joffrey. In Morrowind, Caius Casades will outright tell you to go get experience before giving you the second quest, recommending the Fighters and Mages Guild instead. Now, the ease of ignoring the main quest from a roleplay perspective is a whole other issue. After Helgen, the player won't see any further dragon attacks until you return to Whiterun's Court Wizard from Bleak Falls Barrow. So, if you have meta knowledge of the main quest, it's rather easy to avoid. However, it is impossible to engage with the new shout mechanics and avoid the main quest. This is because using shouts requires a resource that comes from dragons. This is unlike Oblivion Gates. Gates would give you sigil stones, which were one-time enchants of effects. However, you could still find enchanted gear or make it with soul gems. It wouldn't be as good, but it is good enough to avoid running Oblivion Gates. Now let's compare what you're missing out on if you decide to dodge the main quest. At Bleak Falls Barrow, you learn a word of unrelenting force. Your voice is raw power, pushing aside anything or anyone who stands in your path. If you do the companions, you learn a word of the shout to breathe fire. It's not as cool as it sounds, but your first time playing, you don't know that yet. From the College of Winterhold, you learn a word of ice form. Your Thuum freezes an opponent solid. Later in the college and early in the Civil War, you learn words of the slow time shout. Again, sounds cool and like something you'd want to learn how to do. In the Thieves Guild, you learn a word of disarm, a unique ability you'll only unlock through perks at higher levels. From the Dark Brotherhood, you learn the word marked for death. Speak, and let your voice herald doom as an opponent's armor and life force are weakened. That's also not counting any of the shouts you learn from dungeons you are radiantly sent to or decide to go do on your own free time. Now you might say, well, the game doesn't tell you which quest you need to unlock the dragon shouts. It's true, it does just refer to them as shouts in the magic menu, except at the bottom it tells you how many dragon souls you don't have and need to unlock the shouts. Also, that's making a big assumption you've missed the marketing and didn't know that Skyrim was a game about killing dragons. It's pretty easy to assume that the early quests that have to do with getting help to protect Riverwood from dragons, and then the quest where you go looking for a way to fight dragons in Bleak Falls Barrow, is going to lead to us eventually fighting a dragon. This is all to highlight that Skyrim is a game where you are undeniably a chosen one, and where rejecting that mantle requires foresight of the game's events in a way that the others did not. According to Wikipedia, Skyrim is a role-playing game, but that's hard to believe. While Elder Scrolls games have never really been big about player choice in the stories compared to other contemporary role-playing games, they could often rest on the laurels of giving the player near absolute freedom to create their own unique character. In fact, there is so much freedom in creating a character in an Elder Scrolls game that basic things like being a prisoner in Oblivion is a common point of contention. Compare that with something like Mass Effect or The Witcher, where Commander Shepard and Geralt, while being characters that you control and make choices for, are still firmly defined by the tracks of the intended story, Paragon or Renegade, or how hardline of a Witcher you really are. That said, Skyrim characters come predefined with a trait that you have to actively manipulate the game to avoid conforming to. You are a Dragonborn. It's not as restrictive as Fallout shackling family members to the player, and I can roll my eyes every time I learn a dragon shout my non-Dragonborn characters aren't supposed to be able to use. My issue is how hard the Dungeon Master's trying to railroad my story to conform with theirs, simply for the sake of incorporating their new homebrew rules. Balgruuf doesn't ask if the player wants to assist him further, he just assumes that somebody who survived Helgen and ran a message from Riverwood is automatically interested in going into a crypt. What are you going to do, just walk off on the Jarl? His bodyguard just drew a sword for arriving without an appointment. I don't know if that's a good idea. What else are you going to do, ignore Farengar's request? Well, that's more plausible, but it does feel rude ignoring Jarl Balin's requests. Plus, it's not that different from any of the other sellsword stuff the player does, so no reason to ignore it without meta-knowledge of the consequences. I just want to get paid for slaying a giant and use the enchanting table. Out of Bleak Falls Barrow, we recover the Dragonstone, the significance of which we'll have to learn later, however. A dragon has attacked Whiterun's western watchtower. Balgruuf wants us and his bodyguard Irileth to take some guards out to the watchtower to go fight it. It's not known if it's actually possible, but the Jarl figures Irileth might be able to figure out something from the experience. It's rather interesting seeing Nords try to deal with a threat they aren't even certain can actually be stopped, and Irileth seems savvy to this, so she tries to use the Nords' bravado to motivate them in the fight. So begins the ramp up to our first dragon encounter. We saw what one could do to Helgen, now it's time to repay the favor. We see the dragon emerge from the mountains above, and dragons in Skyrim are something else entirely. See, when a dragon is defeated, we as Dragonborn are capable of killing them permanently by sucking out their soul. We then spend those souls to unlock dragon shouts. However, including the DLC shouts, There are 81 words of power in Skyrim. Some of them are taught to you as part of the main quest, but even being charitable, that's still, let's say, 50 words or 50 dragons to unlock all of them. Now, there are not enough scripted encounters or even dragon peaks to constitute 50 souls, so they also are random encounters. However, the problem is that very little ceremony can be created around an enemy that you are expected to fight 50 of. Part of whatever dragon fight comparison you want to make is usually going to be level design. You need to create environments that the encounter can work around. Otherwise, you have to create a dragon AI that has the flexibility to be able to fight in a variety of environments. In essence, the problem, as always, is quantity over quality. Take the Oblivion Gates. They're actually pretty cool dungeons the first time you do them. They're largely exterior cells. They have a strong artistic direction. They have a unique design compared to most Oblivion dungeons. The problem with the Oblivion Gates is that there are 60 of them in Cyrodiil. The novelty of their design is going to wear off really quick if the player is taking the time to actually do them. Dragons have that same problem. They're legitimately cool to fight the first time you do it, but the luster goes away once you realize Mimolnir is functionally identical to every other dragon encounter in the game. Literally what type of dragon he even is level scaled. He can be a normal dragon, a blood dragon, a frost dragon, etc. It all depends on you, the player, and how long you put off this fight. Let's start with the mechanics of a dragon encounter. They start off flying around, finding positions where they can hover and breathe fire or frost at the player. Sometimes they land on a perch and do this, sometimes they land on the ground. Note that while there are a couple dozen shouts in the game, dragons won't actually use anything other than the most basic of damage shouts. Some dragons apparently know Unrelenting Force, but I personally have never seen them use it. Dragons will not use Animal Allegiance to recruit allies, they won't become ethereal, disarm opponents, or slow time. In fact, despite the claim that dragons are all apparently sapient creatures with their own philosophies and intelligence, they actually behave just like wild animals. This includes them flying off to go kill random creatures in the wilderness. Outside of these scripted moments and quests, dragons will not communicate with anyone. They don't negotiate, they don't make demands of subservience, they don't even gloat. They also don't retreat, nor are they intelligent with what fights they pick. They don't strategically burn farms and minor settlements. They just sit on mountain peaks and occasionally fly off to go get killed. The smartest of the dragons were the ones that picked fights with the College of Winterhold, which they consistently lost even without my help. Even the town guard of Falkreath were capable of slaying dragons if one showed up during the changing of the guard. Once a dragon is at half health, they will land on the ground. At this point, it's basically over for them. Melee and magic characters can easily stunlock dragons to death, and archer characters have a big, easy target to hit. You would think that slaying dragons would be particularly difficult. Perhaps they even have a resistance to normal weapons due to their thick hides and tough scales, but no, base iron is capable of damaging a dragon because dragons are just flat pools of health that fly around. Once you've fought one dragon, you've fought them all. A simple place to start would be to make it so that dragons use more shouts as they level up. I would also create a couple AI packages for dragons that would vary their tactics. Some dragons would be like warriors, favoring ground combat and using elemental fury to augment their abilities. Other dragons would be like archers, using hit-and-run tactics with their shouts. And then rarely, you would encounter dragons capable of using magic, summoning Daedra and using a variety of magic spells in addition to their shouts. I would really sell the idea that the dragons are unique and have classes, just like the player. Oh wait. I would also make a pool of dragon names so each dragon is a named encounter, even if it's randomly pulled from a list of like 150 potential names. Just look at how randomly picking names for Uruks in the Middle-earth games works really well for emergent storytelling, and no, they didn't patent the idea of pulling names from a list. Funny thing is, as far as content goes, dragons appear to have the least amount of cut content. They were also a primary focus during pre-production. It's not that dragons were meant to be amazing encounters and Bethesda had to settle their ambitions against a cruel reality of the release date. This is how it's meant to be. This is intentional. It's been stated a big movie inspiration for dragons was the 2002 film Reign of Fire. In that movie, dragons emerge from hibernation, apparently going to sleep after wiping out the dinosaurs and all life on Earth. As you can guess, they do this not out of some intelligent desire to destroy things, but because they're wild animals who are hungry. They literally threaten their own extinction because of how stupid they are. This film recouped its costs, but it was hardly a blockbuster. It's not even really considered a cult classic. However, its inspirations when it comes to cinematic interpretations of dragons is undeniable, with Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, even the Hobbit movies using similar designs. Obviously, I have to point out that these are wyverns, not dragons, because there are some real nerds out there who would be upset if I didn't. I consider that observation uninteresting, however. I mean, look at the visual composition of Reign of Fire, how dark and gray everything is, and compare that with the standard edition of Skyrim. They even recreated a shot of the movie in the live-action trailer where the guy stands off against the dragon. I'm guessing that the team must have gone out to see the movie after Morrowind shipped, so there were some big positive associations at Bethesda, which is fine, I guess, but it really informs a big part of the issue here. The lore and the writers say the dragons are intelligent creatures, while the artists and designers were forced to watch Reign of Fire every week. The end result is this weird hybrid. There is actually a way for Bethesda to have their cake and eat it too. It's called Lesser Dragons. You already have this idea that souls equals intelligence in Elder Scrolls, so you could simply say that dragons with weak souls are like feral creatures that only answer to greater dragons, and the greater dragons are the intelligent ones who might have 3 dragons worth of souls or an entire shout. As it stands, however, Skyrim dragons are fairly lame. They're just flying death claws, or cliff racers with magic. Upon Mimolnir's defeat, we absorb his soul. Now, I need to get this off my chest. Todd Howard pulled a sneaky. During the gameplay demo, when he absorbs Mimolnir's soul, he quickly switches to the Firestorm spell. You can actually hear the hotkey going off. So he just makes grabbing the soul more epic than it actually is. Mind you, it's a cool effect, but really it's just kind of a lame party popper for the end of a lame dragon fight. The dragon's flesh melts off, including the scales. I was always confused how we recover the scales given the bodies burn up, or how dragon bone is an extremely valuable material, but the obvious dragon burial sites went unpilfered for thousands of years. The only use for these materials is weapons and armor. In the base game, it was actually just armor, with dragon scale being the best light armor and dragon bone being the second best heavy armor. Which is funny considering the Daedric smithing perk comes before the dragon smithing perk. Also, the dragon bone weapons came with the Dawnguard DLC as post-launch content. I think getting these high-level materials pushes players to grind their smithing skill up more than anything else in the game. Dragon encounters are far more common than the chances of the player finding ebony or malachite, especially since vendors only sell those materials at higher level. Whereas Skyrim pushes you towards fighting your first dragon before level 10, so the guards are impressed with the whole soul absorption thing and will ask if you can do any dragon shouts. Of course you can. See, you can't get the Dragonstone without learning the first word of Unrelenting Force, and you can't fight Mimolnir without getting the Dragonstone, and the game will actually unlock the first word of Unrelenting Force for you, so whatever words you were hoping to learn like Slow Time or Ice Form is going to have to wait, because the game really wants you to know the marketable one, Foos, from the trailer.
In their tongue, he is Dovahkiin, Dragonborn.
While the soldiers are impressed with our newfound abilities, Irilith is not.
I've been all across Tamriel. I've seen plenty of things just as outlandish as this.
What, like sword singing? The replacement for dragon shouts in Elder Scrolls 6? Irilith's a really interesting premise for a character. She's a worldly Dunmer assassin who shows an appropriate level of experience and skepticism. There's a whole story about how a woman like her became the Housecarl to Balgruuf that Skyrim doesn't really tell, because after this point she exits the stage. Compare that with Oblivion, where you meet Boris, Joffrey, and Martin all early and engage with them throughout the story. We've yet to meet a character as part of the main quest who is prevalent throughout, as doing the Dragon Rising quest enables the battle for Whiterun, meaning that Balgruuf at this point has to be flexible enough to get replaced. On our way back to Whiterun, we hear a loud shout from the heavens, and Balgruuf tells us that it's a summon from the Greybeards, and we cannot possibly ignore it. Yeah, thanks for sucking us into the vortex of the main quest and then giving us literal summons from the top of the world. At this point, Balgruuf will make us the Thane of Whiterun and give us a Housecarl named Lydia, who I promptly ignored. Her popularity is owed to her being a welfare hireling. I mean, it's not like most hirelings are particularly difficult to recruit, but you can do better than Lydia. Being Thane has no responsibilities and only 2 perks. You can get a bounty up to 2,000 gold forgiven once, and you're given permission to buy a home. I find this really amusing. By implication, I know it isn't necessarily true. Regardless, by implication, everyone who owns a home in Skyrim is a Thane. In addition, because murders are typically a bounty of 1040, you're given a one-time murder pass by being Thane. Thus, every homeowner in Skyrim is also potentially a murderer.
Congratulations.
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 Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
We've been summoned by the Greybeards, which are masters of the voice that live on top of the Throat of the World. When Todd Howard said you could climb that mountain, the Throat of the World was the mountain he was specifically pointing at.
Big epic things like mountains, you can walk to the top of that mountain, so...
It has 7,000 steps, or 700.
I have been promised 7,000 steps, and I'm going to count them. Yes. Our world artists are amazing. We have just an amazing team, and they put so much detail in the world. So they didn't blink when I said it must have 7,000 steps.
Now, the piece of lore the 7K comes from is the Pocket Guide to the Empire First Edition, which was a physical lore book that came with Redguard and was a collaborative effort between Michael Kirkbride and Kurt Coleman. However, the 3rd edition Pocket Guide that came with Morrowind did not corroborate this fact, probably for innocuous reasons. Unfortunately, Klimek had to open his mouth.
On your way up the 7,000 steps again, Klimek?
Trouble is, my legs aren't what they used to be, and climbing the 7,000 steps takes its toll. 7,000 steps indeed. Next time, they need to build it closer to the ground.
My view is, if you look at all the stuff we have in the world, 7,000 steps is not significantly, it's not that hard.
Now, some tricky math here says the mountain would have to be 9.5 times bigger to actually accommodate the full 7,000 steps. You could argue that maybe the 7,000 steps includes the climb up to Iverstead. I would argue that I have a 15-inch cock if you start measuring from my prostate. This is one of those issues of scale. Morrowind lowered the scaling of Elder Scrolls worlds, and this has posed issues ever since. It's a consequence of handcrafted world design, but unfortunately Bethesda's not taken the opportunity to increase the scale of their worlds. Now, on the one hand, this means the worlds are tightly packed full of content. On the other, when Bethesda needs to show the scale of something, they usually fall short as a consequence. Post-Red Year, the Throat of the World is the undisputed tallest mountain in Tamriel. There's a lot of napkin math around this, since it's hard to translate the size of the in-game mountain to real-world units. Since people like to pretend to climb Mount Everest on their stairs, there are decent numbers of step counts required. For Everest, this is around 17,000 steps. If you try to find a more comparable mountain, the Throat of the World wouldn't even place in the top 100 tallest mountains on Earth. Which is a shame. You would think in a fantasy setting that the Throat of the World would be absurdly tall, putting real-world mountains to shame. But I'm guessing that 7,000 just sounded like a good number for a lore tidbit back in the 90s that Bethesda wasn't ever certain would actually come back to haunt them. Remember that when Redguard was made, Elder Scrolls was still supposed to be procedurally generated, and Morrowind was actually going to be a hybrid of handcrafted and procedurally generated world design. Now, as lamentable as this is, it is again Bethesda that intentionally draws attention to the 7K figure. It would be one thing if lore nerds were complaining about some obscure 15-year-old factoid that wasn't actually in the games, but you dug this hole when you drew attention to it. That said, there is an interesting side effect to all this. Climbing the Throat of the World is still the Skyrim equivalent of a Mount Everest trip. Iverstead is a settlement practically built around the tourism industry, and the only thing missing are the Sherpas offering to help people take trips up the mountain. Klimek is an Iverstead man who actually delivers supplies up to the monastery at the top, meaning he routinely makes the trip. You can also encounter other people on the way up the mountain. This is all to say, the mountain is actually approachable enough that it makes sense people treat it in this manner. Now, once I heard from a random person in a livestream that air doesn't exist in Elder Scrolls. I'm not sure how true that is, but it was such a weird thing to say that it stuck with me ever since. Anyways, I bring that up because part of a mountain being an approachable climb is the ability to breathe. Less a deal for the people that live here and more a deal for us lowlanders who might not be acclimated or even have the ability to survive in low oxygen environments. However, ballpark estimates seem to place High Hrothgar, where the Greybeards live at about the same height as the tallest human settlement on Earth, or about 5.1 kilometers above sea level. Anyways, I spent too long reading about mountains to say, I don't think Bethesda did a very good job portraying how much of an ordeal this would be. If this were a movie, the climb to High Hrothgar would be symbolic of the main character's struggle with the call to action. Too often is the struggle portrayed as a monster, or a man, or society. Not often enough is the simple act of survival utilized. It's called man against nature. It's sort of like how in The Last Jedi, Rey's struggle should have been figuring out how to survive falling in a deep pool of water despite never having the opportunity to learn how to swim. Of course, there is a big obstacle on this journey that tends to trip people up. Remember how Bethesda pushes people down the main quest line? Well, this is a common enough trend that we have evidence because the UESP article for this quest includes multiple strategies for contending with a frost troll on the path. Ah yes, the Great Filter. Step aside, Bridge Wizard, you've been replaced by a frost troll. I will remind you that reaching this point in the questline required us to slay a dragon, but the filter that actually stops people is a fucking snow ape. As you climb the mountain, you'll encounter some etched tablets. There are 10 of them, and they include a really basic summary of relevant lore. Dragons used to run things, then men showed up and dragons still ran things. Kine, or Kinnereth, asked Parthenax to teach men how to use the voice, and this led to a war between dragons and men. The men won against the dragons, then used the voice to found their own empire. However, the voice was defeated at Red Mountain. Jurgen Windcaller took this opportunity to meditate on their defeat, and came up with a philosophy and built High Hrothgar. The Greybeards stayed in meditative silence until Tiber Septim, who they tutored and named Dovahkiin. The final tablet lays out the principle of the Greybeards: only use the power of the voice in times of need. However, chances are you, yes you, didn't find all the tablets or couldn't be bothered to actually read them. That's okay though, most of this information will be elaborated upon later. So we reach High Hrothgar and drop off Klimek's supplies, which is funny considering most people are only going to be here as part of the main quest, so like, just hand deliver them. Also, funny thing, you can take the supplies after dropping them off, and they're like the paintbrushes from Oblivion, no gravity. I did not find a good use for this quirk. We meet with the Greybeards, whose voices are so powerful that they can't hold casual conversation. Arngeir, however, can speak without causing an avalanche that destroys Riverwood and Ivarstead, so he represents the Greybeards. Funny thing, I always thought Arngeir was the youngest Greybeard, so his voice wasn't fully developed yet. My evidence was visual. Arngeir has this short little bush tied, while the other Greybeards have full, lengthy beards. Also, Ulfric Stormcloak trained to be a Greybeard and his voice doesn't destroy everything, so I just assumed your voice would get more powerful the longer you trained. However, it's actually the opposite. Arngeir is the Grandmaster, and the only reason he can speak normally is because he's trained hard enough to control his voice. I think this has to do with Bethesda's leadership fetish. We are meeting the Greybeards, so of course we have to speak to their leader. Wouldn't it be better if we were speaking with the least experienced Greybeard, but he was still super wise? This brings up an unfortunate question about how exactly this order has managed to survive for thousands of years. The Greybeards, I have an issue with that name, there are only 4 of them, and they're all old men. Technically their name is the Masters of the Voice, but everyone calls them Greybeards because calling them tongues would have led to ceaseless cunnilingus jokes on r/Skyrim. Okay, so they have a unifying phenotypical descriptor, but how exactly do people actually join this order? Ulfric says he was chosen when he was a lad and then trained with them for 10 years. Given that Ulfric is sporting a dirty blonde goatee, it's fair to say he wasn't a Greybeard. Also, how exactly did they choose Ulfric? They apparently don't get out much, so it's not like Ulfric was a young man living in the Palace of Kings, and then one day a Greybeard showed up to take him to Hogwarts. If anything, it seems more likely that the Greybeard recruitment would be the people who journey up to High Hrothgar. Klimek, for instance, seems like a perfect candidate after years of making the trip and would be allowed into the monastery to begin training. I'm just saying, it seems to me like someone isn't thinking about the logistics here. If it takes years to develop a mastery of the voice, then it seems like the stability of the order would be at extreme risk if only 2 of the Greybeards were to die over the course of 5 years. All you have to do to account for this is to make one of the nonverbal Greybeards an obviously younger man, but of course that would betray the premise of them being Greybeards. Of course they have to all be old men, the scene demands it. A notable thing, Arngeir is the first character in the main quest to recur throughout the questline. It took this long to introduce a secondary character into the storyline. I mean, I guess the big black bad dragon was at the start of the game, but all he did was break things. Hard to say there was a character introduction in that scene. Arngeir is a mentor character who helps teach the player about the way of the voice, and establishes a decent chunk of lore, like the fact that the voice is also known as the Thuum. Now to contrast this, Oblivion didn't really have mentor characters in the main questline. The closest was Joffrey, and even then he was more like our boss than a mentor. Caius Casades in Morrowind was also mostly a boss, although he did offer advice for dealing with the political aspects. Nabani Mesa, the wise woman of the Ursulaku tribe, however, was definitely a spiritual mentor for the player in Morrowind. So Skyrim is shaking things up a bit by making us a free agent for a few quests and then sending us to go visit some monks. That said, Morrowind and Oblivion both did have recurring characters introduced early and throughout their plots. Not to worry though, they'll send us to a dungeon right quick. But first, 2 gifts. We learn the second word of Unrelenting Force, making it stagger enemies more. They also teach us a word of Whirlwind Sprint. This shout acts like a dash, providing some interesting mobility options. However, the extent of Bethesda's creativity with this new ability is going to be very quickly fulfilled. The Greybeards want to test us, as though climbing the mountain wasn't enough of an ordeal. It is apparently customary to receive the horn of Jurgen Windcaller, the founder of their order, which is currently located in the ruins of Ustengrav. I'm not really sure why he was buried out in the swamp by the ocean a third of the way across the continent, when the sum of his life's work was on top of the tallest mountain in the world. The ruin is currently occupied by necromancers who have been excavating and come into conflict with the native Draugr. I don't really have much to say about Ustengrav. If you've been following just the main quest, then I guess the moment when you first enter the giant cavern area might be impressive, compared to the last time you entered a giant cavern area at Bleak Falls Barrow that was like half as big. However, this becomes such a trope not just in the Bethesda content but even Creation Club content that I'm numb to it. Skyrim's canon ending has to include a series of massive earthquakes due to how many cavitations in the earth there are. I'm also surprised it isn't more common to find skeletons at the bottom of these giant pits. Yeah, that source of light up there has to come from somewhere. Oh wait, that's actually a plot point in a DLC quest. Still, the meme of the underground cavern is only special when done sparingly. There is a jumping puzzle here that asks you to make use of your whirlwind sprint shout, complete with a chest at the end to reward you. I don't remember what was in the chest because of how minor it was. I think it was around 10 gold and a minor healing potion on my level 60 character. And there's this perk cola system that requires you to use whirlwind sprint to pass. I've tested it and it seems pretty foolproof. You would need some serious fortify speed to get past it without knowing the shout. And that's it. What is it? Oh yeah, remember when I said that Bethesda's creativity would be quickly fulfilled? Well, congratulations, their creativity has been fulfilled. No, I'm not kidding. If you've played a lot of platformers, then you already know that the forward dash ability tends to unlock a lot of creative potential from the designers. There's just so much you can do when you know the player can perform a forward dash. For instance, that short jumping puzzle is one such thing. You could have gaps that only players with this shout could clear. In a typical game, unlocking Whirlwind Sprint would mean that every main quest dungeon following Ustengrav could make use of that ability. It's very common in games to give the players new mobility options and then design hidden rewards for using them. However, in a typical Bethesda moment, I can only imagine they were terrified of the idea of players encountering something they couldn't do without the shout before they got it, and so dictated that the shout could never be used outside of the one instance where it was guaranteed to be known. As though some percentage of the players would somehow be able to skip this quest and complete the rest of the quest line without knowing Whirlwind Sprint. While I understand not wanting to impose playstyles on characters, it's fair to say that most people doing the main quest here are going to be fine with you actually utilizing dragon shouts, especially if it's for purposes that make the game more creatively interesting. Because Whirlwind Sprint otherwise has little use outside of these 7 hidden areas that can only be accessed with this shout. It obviously shares a cooldown with other, more useful shouts, so the combat utility of being able to close gaps isn't really as useful as being able to ragdoll, paralyze, or disarm opponents. Especially if you factor in the apathy threshold problem. The most consistent use I found in the entire game was swinging blade hallways, something that was already easy to bypass and survive without the shout, since it shows up even in Bleak Falls Barrow. So now we're at the bottom of Ustengrav at the tomb of Jurgen Windcaller, except... Betrayal! The horn is gone. Unsurprising, really. I can only imagine how many future prophecies I've fucked over due to my own tomb raiding. Actually, whoever took it left a note asking we meet with them. This is, by my estimation, physically impossible, meaning that I am more than interested to meet the person responsible, as they will likely be a very powerful wizard. Actually, it's just a normal innkeeper.
The Greybeards seem to think you're the Dragonborn. I hope they're right.
The Greybeards are right. I am the Dragonborn.
I hope so, but you'll forgive me if I don't assume that something's true just because the Greybeards say so. I just handed you the horn of Jurgen Windcaller. Does that make me Dragonborn too?
Well, that's a great fucking question, isn't it, Delphine? How exactly did you accomplish this task? First of all, the necromancers won't actually complete their excavation and open up the ruins until conveniently right before we are to look for the horn. This includes the back door for the dungeon. If you come here before that point in the main quest line, this hallway's blocked off. So Delphine has a very tight window of opportunity to actually steal the horn, leading to the second problem. How did she get past the Whirlwind Sprint challenge? I asked my livestream chat for ideas, and the best they offered was that she hired mercenaries to set off the sensors and then ran through. However, Delphine doesn't seem like the type to involve anyone she absolutely doesn't have to, so she would have had to run up against this problem first, and then left to go hire mercenaries, and then come back, eating up that precious little time she has before we get there. And consider this, Delphine's actually the woman we saw talking to Farengar after we returned from Bleak Falls Barrow. In fact, the reason we went to Bleak Falls Barrow was because Delphine was using Farengar to get sellswords sent to the dungeon to look for the Dragonstone. If Delphine isn't above just hiring mercenaries to do it, then why didn't she just hire her own sellswords to go get the Dragonstone? Seems like a risk that might blow her cover to involve Farengar just for the sake of saving drakes on mercs. That is, of course, assuming she had nothing to do with one of her fellow Riverwood business owners getting robbed for the Golden Claw that was essential to getting the Dragonstone, but the game never actually implies Delphine had anything to do with that, just that it was weird that bandits stole the one singular item from the shop. Anyways, my point is, given the type of person Delphine is, it's fair to say that she was the only person she would be willing to involve in this operation, which returns us to the original question of how she accomplished this. She only knows 2 restoration spells, nothing that would be feasible for trying to do this like conjuring a minion or reanimating a body to run past the sensors. And Skyrim doesn't do 10-foot poles, although I think you'd probably need like a 50-foot pole for this one. So the only thing I can think of is that she shadowed us and then somehow got ahead of us to steal the horn without setting off the water feature, or breaking the spider web, and then escaped without No, I'm not really buying this one either. It's not impossible, since the Whirlwind Sprint Challenge stays open after you get past it, but that would mean that Delphine is literally one of the best thieves, not just in Skyrim, but literally the entire setting. Not even the Oblivion Thieves Guild character could lay a finger on just how stealthy Delphine would have to be, and that guy stole an Elder Scroll from the Imperial Palace.
Is she clairvoyant? I mean, that would make sense. She was apparently pretty clairvoyant last time.
Well, that's a great question. It is an attainable power now, although I doubt it would be of much help to her. I don't think the power of clairvoyance can be used to achieve things that are physically impossible. So, yeah, we'll just classify Delphine getting the horn as impossible. Now let's talk about the why. Well, as Delphine puts it,
when you showed up here, I knew you were the one the Greybeard sent, and not some Thalmor plant.
In fairness, I know that tying everything to the Thalmor is old hat at this point in the video, but Delphine is kind of the OG Q-boomer conspiracy theorist accusing every unexplained plot point of being involved with the Thalmor, so she stole the horn as a test of whether or not we're a Thalmor trap. Wait, I worded that wrong. Okay, so I'm kind of confused. What's the trap aspect of this situation? I assume the implication, based on the other stuff about her character, is that she's absolutely paranoid enough to assume the Thalmor would fake the Greybeard summons in the story of someone slaying a dragon just to smoke out a Blades agent. However, if that were true, then would the Thalmor even include the horn in their psyop? She would steal the horn, and then the Thalmor agents would never show up because the trap would be her contacting the fake Dragonborn first anyways. She says she took the horn because she knew that's what the Greybeards would send the Dragonborn to retrieve if they thought we were legit, and that's because we showed up here, then we're the real deal and not a Thalmor agent. Okay, wait. So you think that you, and only you, are the only non-Dragonborn that could successfully know about and reach the horn? What if there was a person in Skyrim that was available for hire and could unlock literally any door? Oh wait, he exists. His name was Mercer Frey. Whatever trick you use, Delphine, would absolutely be available to the Thalmor, especially since they have way more resources than you. Also, you based all this on a really faulty assumption. What signal are you going to get if the fake Dragonborn can't reach the horn versus a real Dragonborn reaching the horn, but the node is missing because it blew away or something? So then we would return to High Hrothgar without the horn. I mean, in a realistic situation, I can imagine the Greybeards accepting that it's within the realm of possibility that the horn had been stolen since the last time they sent someone to Ustengrav 600 years ago. Especially if it is supposed to be physically possible to steal the horn without being the Dragonborn. It could have been weeks before Delphine realized that our horn test failed simply because the breeze of us entering the room blew the note away. All we really have to do is describe Jurgen Windcaller's tomb for the Greybeards to accept that we completed the test of Ustengrav and can continue with our training. Obviously this isn't possible in the game. You can't mention to Arngeir that the horn was stolen. Even Oblivion had a line of dialogue here and there for situations like this. Arngeir should say that whoever stole the horn would obviously be very dangerous and that we should be careful. However, Bethesda correctly assumes that most players are just going to follow the quest marker straight to Delphine, so why bother? Also, how funny would it be if Delphine had a different greeting if the player was a high elf and walked in wearing full Thalmor equipment? Delphine is a commonly hated character, and for good reason.
I'll explain what I want when I want. Got it? You'd already be dead if I didn't like the look of you when you walked in here.
Yeah, extreme doubt. The character she said this to had such a terrifying presence that the ghosts of ancient warriors were scared of her. Delphine, you're going up against a character who can turn her enemies into mush just by standing within 100 feet of them. Delphine's character just starts off poorly and doesn't get any better throughout the questline. She did give us the horn back, as though Bethesda were worried that their fans would complain if they walked out of a dungeon empty-handed. I guess they would, but there was also a boss chest. So we head back up to High Hrothgar, which is an issue because of fast travel. Like, there's a world of difference between skipping the on-foot journey between Whiterun and Markarth and skipping the on-foot journey up the tallest mountain in the world. Bethesda's logic is that anyone who's ever been to the top of Mount Everest can just fast travel there now. I want to introduce you to an artifact from Morrowind, the Boots of the Apostle. What's significant about them is that they are an artifact that was actually created by the Greybeards and gifted to Talos Stormcrown for exactly this purpose. They gave the wearer the ability to fly upon the clouds, which he used to descend from High Hrothgar. And despite all the Morrowind nostalgia bait in the Creation Club, nobody seemed to remember this item. I guess it's because it makes you levitate, but it wouldn't be the first time a creation changed an item's enchantment just to fit inside of Skyrim. Arngeir thanks us for the horn, and the Greybeards blow some words at us, basically saying that we're now recognized as the Dragonborn, Stormcrown, and Ysmir. Basically, just a hero of the North. We learned the third word of Unrelenting Force.
Fusroda. Those are the three.
Fusroda.
And you gotta yell it. And it stands for force, balance, push in the dragon language.
Making it a full power game ender for many NPCs, and that's it. The Greybeards have nothing else for us because now we're supposed to go do Delphine's quests instead. It is an unenviable problem. Even if the Greybeards gave us another task and it was like competing quest lines, there is eventually a point where we would run out of Greybeards quests and then would have to do the cuck walk of shame back to Delphine's Inn. The problem is that Delphine, in addition to being a mind-breaking wizard, is just a toxic person in general. I think the game is trying to draw attention to this. However, I'd hate to spoil the fact that Delphine does not undergo any redemption arc. Actually, that's not much of a spoiler. Again, Delphine's bad attitude is pretty well known and complained about. Delphine is a member of the Blades, and historically the Blades have been pretty good characters. That doesn't mean the Blades always have to be nice. I'm thinking of Glenroy, who suggested that the Blades just murder the player character in Oblivion simply for being in the wrong place. It does, however, kind of stand out that in a game full of bitchy female characters that the primary female character in the main quest also behaves in that manner, while her male counterparts, both in the other games and in this one, are far more polite and reasonable. To jump ahead a bit, later we'll meet Esbern, who's been living in far worse conditions than Delphine, but is just a polite old man. He's the sweetest thing. You can write off Delphine's flaws as consequences of her paranoia, but at least she got to live on the surface, be an innkeeper, and actually accomplish things in her fight against the Thalmor. Delphine wants us to prove that we're the Dragonborn. Specifically, she wants to prove that we're capable of slaying dragons. I can't help but feel all of this could have been prevented if Delphine had decided to just observe the Western Watchtower confrontation from a distance. It wouldn't have even been that far out of her way on her trip back to Riverwood. And it's not implausible. One of her primary reasons for her actions is the return of the dragons, so you would think Delphine might watch how humans fight Mimolnir in order to understand what humanity could do better. And even then, we've already proven we're the Dragonborn, and I'm sure she would have heard through Farengar that a dragon soul was indeed observed being absorbed at the Western Watchtower. But Delphine wants to be super sure, so she asks us to meet her at Kynesgrove. She's used the Dragonstone we recovered earlier in the questline to create a map of dragon resurrections, because she's somehow had the time to visit all the dragon burial sites in the eastern part of Riften, in addition to everything else that she's done, in the time between getting the Dragonstone and this meeting. Her theory is that the dragons are coming back from the dead, so she wants to observe this process, and then she wants us to prove that we can absorb souls. So at least there's one aspect of this quest that's going to reveal new information. Funny thing, she actually has dialogue if you physically travel with her where she'll comment on various landmarks you pass on the way to Kynesgrove. It's neat but easy to miss because of fast travel. Kynesgrove is a tiny mining settlement near Windhelm, and sure enough, the big black bad dragon is there, being menacing. Actually, he's up at the old Dragon Mount. Wait, you guys know that's what that is? Do you realize how much money you'd make from digging that sucker up and selling the remains? Not like this mining town would have excavation equipment, or laborers. Sure enough, the Black Dragon is resurrecting a dead dragon, returning it to life. I think this is where the game first introduces the Black Dragon's name, although you have to pay attention to and understand what the dragons are saying to each other. Also, it's in the subtitles, which I always hate. Skyrim's capable of masking a character's name for dramatic reveals like in Dawnguard, but if you have the subtitles on, and you really should in Skyrim, then it's revealed that the dragon's name is Alduin. Now, how significant a reveal this is depends on how much you know about the lore, so not really, and his significance will be explained later. This is also the first instance where players will really see dragons communicating. I mean, Mimolnir was supposed to say stuff, but only if you have the unofficial patch or another language installed. Seriously, that seems like an important scene for the dragons for Bethesda after 10 years to still have not fixed. This isn't like Oblivion where Bethesda stopped patching the game after a couple years. They literally sold a new version of Skyrim in the current decade. You're telling me you can add a no-shit Oblivion gate to Skyrim but not patch this? Alduin's all, you call yourself Dragonborn, but you don't know our language. And I'm all, yeah, well, that's what other people have been calling me because they haven't recognized me as the Emperor of Tamriel yet. At the end of our short dialogue, can't even really call it a dialogue if we don't say anything back, Alduin leaves and we're forced to fight Saloknir, which is probably the only time I'm ever going to deem to mention this dragon, as he is a literal expendable pushover. I don't know why Alduin didn't take the opportunity to just kill us. I guess he has better things to do. I mean, he probably knows the stakes, that the gods are making new Dragonborn. He doesn't necessarily know that we're the only one. He might figure that it's too dangerous to justify taking us on, and that he'd be better spent going off and resurrecting other dragons. My real issue is that the guy he leaves to fight us is just a normal dragon. Mimolnir was also just a normal dragon, but he was the first one you'll fight. This is an opportunity to escalate the powers of the dragons to match our own raised abilities. Except for a problem. Our only new abilities since fighting the last mandatory dragon encounter are an upgraded Unrelenting Force, Whirlwind Sprint, and if you found it, Become Ethereal. Unrelenting Force is the primary ability of the game that was all over the marketing material, but it isn't really that useful for fighting dragons like the trailer would imply. In reality, our dragon shouts have not meaningfully advanced, so this dragon also doesn't advance. It's literally the same encounter, and the only real difference is that there's less expendable guards to help us do damage. With the dragon soul absorbed, Delphine admits that she owes us some information. She reveals that she is a surviving member of the Blades, which were wiped out after the Great War. She doesn't really know much about the dragons, which is obvious, and she assumes that the Thalmor are responsible for their return. It's weird that Delphine assumes that some mortal organization is involved, and not Alduin himself. She literally observed them having a vocal conversation, including parts in a language that she does understand, and all of the lore that she has read is likely told her that the dragons are supposed to be intelligent creatures. Again, this is, I think, supposed to be showcasing how Delphine's mindset is compromised by her paranoia involving the Thalmor, that she's intentionally missing the bigger picture because she's already built up this idea in her head that her hated enemies are the ones behind it all. It's obvious that they're trying to do something with the character, but failing at it because her arc is just going to be replacing her paranoia of the Thalmor with paranoia of the dragons. She figures the next step is going to be trying to find whatever information the Thalmor has on the dragons by infiltrating their embassy and base of operations. Her idea is to have us infiltrate the embassy during a party where Skyrim's nobility and Empire supporters are invited to make friends with the Thalmor. We meet with a contact named Malborn who has us give him whatever equipment we absolutely need, although I'm not entirely certain there's actually a limit to how much gear you can give him. This is reminiscent of the Mythic Dawn-based quest from Oblivion, which I noted at the time. You have a short section where you're deprived of equipment. However, Bethesda isn't really brave enough to run with this sequence or the potential that they just created, and will give your stuff right back to you before you even have to fight anything. That leaves the party sequence, and boy is it kind of sad. I guess if you've never actually been to a party, you might accept that this is how they are. Seriously, this is the best the second biggest power on Tamriel can do for us. It sucks so much that barely anybody's here. There's just a random list of people who may or may not show up. But the end result is that usually it's like 4 people. Hell, the embassy is actually just a copy of Solitude architecture, so rather than taking the opportunity to show us how the High Elves prefer to build structures, we just get reused room assets from the Nords. The one party guest consistent between all playthroughs is Razalin. Since Malborn says we need a distraction to slip out, Raz ends up serving as a route of last resort. The problem really isn't that the route of last resort exists, by nature it has to. Without a single final possible route, some saves would get soft-locked at the party. The real problem is that Razalin's distraction is the same as all the others. You do him a favor and then he causes a scene. Every other potential guest is functionally identical mechanically, assuming you have a positive relationship with them. There is some small amount of effort on display here with a little bit of repeated dialogue in each encounter. Balgruuf, who only appears after the battle for Whiterun, frames Razalin as being a Stormcloak supporter. Elisif, who appears if you do her favor, will accuse Razalin of indecency. Erikr, our Thieves Guild contact in Solitude, causes a scene with one of the servant girls, one of the ways in which can potentially end up with her being sent to the torture room in the basement. General Tullius can be here if we've delivered the message to Whiterun and there currently isn't an active civil war battle. Eadgrod Ravencrone, Jarl of Morthal, will be at the party if Hjalmarch is Imperial controlled and you aren't doing her Thane quest, so you'll usually see her at this party. If you've done the main side quest in Morthal, then Eadgrod will pretend to have visions of Razalin with snakes behind his eyes. Igmund, Jarl of Markarth, actually has the same dialogue as Balgruuf, accusing Razalin of being a Stormcloak. Kind of weird, but okay. Maven Blackbriar will accuse Razalin of an indecent proposal. Undalamar, a Thalmor justiciar from Markarth, will accuse Razalin of disrespecting the Thalmor. This one's interesting. To actually see it, you have to complete Undalamar's quest, which is an investigation into illegal Talos worship. So it's actually interesting that in turn you can leverage that into earning a favor that generally ends poorly for the Thalmor involved. That's actually probably the only reason they didn't cut it, since I doubt Bethesda wants to have a single random side quest where you report some guy to the state police. This particular side quest has a lot of potential. Undalamar's not essential, meaning that if you decide to spare Ogmund, the Talos worshipper, you can either choose to not complete the quest, kill Undalamar, or bring the city under Stormcloak control. Orthus Indario is the East Empire Company representative in Windhelm, a character with a side quest I'd never heard of. Orthus actually knows Razalin from work and can accuse him of insulting the ambassador, although again this results in the same basic dialogue. 4 lines unique to the characters, 4 lines reused for every scenario. Proventus Avenici can show up, but he doesn't do anything, as per usual for him. Sidgeir, Jarl of Falkreath, has the same exact dialogue as Igmund and Balgruuf, which Skyrim has this issue with the Jarls where they all feel like copy-paste of each other because they literally share the same exact dialogue when you become Thane, to the point of at least 2/3 of them saying, "Congratulations." Vittoria Vici can also show up, although her favor is the spiced wine quest that I doubt too many people have done considering that whole wedding thing. Anyways, now that I've explained how every single character in this scene exposes Rassilon as a degenerate, we need a good point of comparison. The first should be Lady Boyle's last party from Dishonored. Superficially, we can say that this is an excellent party. It's actually a display of wealth, contrasting with the apocalypse going on outside. It takes place in a spacious area and has many different party guests, hosts, servants, and guards. Now, obviously, the objectives are different. In Skyrim, we're trying to cause a scene to sneak out of the party, while in Dishonored, we're trying to identify which of the 3 costumed Boiled sisters is our target and eliminate them. Dishonored's trick is to lean into its mechanics for this. If you decide to sneak upstairs, then many of your innate powers can be utilized for exactly this purpose in a multitude of ways. The Dragonborn doesn't really have that option because most of our acquired abilities are just for combat. Even then, the playground is so small that even with Dishonored's power set, I would probably have a hard time doing this mission. Another good one to discuss would be the mission to infiltrate the Detroit police station in Deus Ex Human Revolution. Some of your options involve dialogue, talking your way into the morgue, while the player also has plenty of other ways to sneak into the building, utilizing a variety of potential augments. Again, this is mostly just the game relying on mechanics that aren't just overt combat mechanics. We do know that Skyrim has some shouts for non-combat applications, like throw voice. However, if you're the person who went straight from Helgen down every main quest to this point, then we can only assume you know Unrelenting Force and Whirlwind Sprint. Those could make a scene, however the goal isn't for us to be the center of it. So, we can conclude, either we need a foundational level rework, major changes to the shout system to add more non-combat mechanics, or changes to the dialogue system to provide more depth. Yeah, I'm not liking my odds here. So in Oblivion, when we were trying to retrieve the amulet, we got put through initiation for the Mythic Dawn, which involved us sacrificing this poor little lizard. Hey, it's a choice. If we're the ultimate badass hero, let's fight for his right to live. If we aren't confident in taking on a whole room of Mythic Dawn without our equipment, we can perform the sacrifice to further infiltrate the cult. And that was Oblivion. I think the problem starts with the assumption that this is literally the only way to infiltrate the embassy. Delphine may potentially be speaking to a Dragonborn who is already a master infiltrator for the Thieves Guild, or who has successfully managed to assassinate the Emperor. You can tell the differences in design philosophy. In Morrowind and even Oblivion's main quest to some extent, you do a variety of missions that involve combat and stealth. However, it was not balanced around the assumption that players had only done the main quest up to that point. If you were a stealth character, then the stealth missions were the opportunity to let your skill set shine. If you were a combat character, then the combat missions were your opportunity to do better than the other playstyles. Even magic had moments to hold an advantage. Rather than the main quest being for all playstyles, it's for every playstyle. The difference is that rather than having a stealth mission to infiltrate the embassy that stealth players would excel at, we instead get a heavily scripted sequence on the off chance that some players might get excluded. The sad part is that it later turns into a stealth sequence. I mean, you can just slaughter your way through the embassy, proving Delphine wrong in the process.
So that's your plan, huh? Even if you could survive, by the time you got inside, whatever documents they had would be long gone. We're there for information, remember? Trust me, I've been doing this for a long time. My way is better.
Well, I survived and the documents are still here. I guess if they had just one more minute, they might have destroyed the documents, but that's still just sad no matter how you look at it. If there are no consequences for just cutting a swath through the Thalmor, then the party sequence is pointless. Imagine for a moment that the party was just one way of getting inside the embassy. You simply present your invitation at the gate and are let in. I think Bethesda didn't do that because they were worried that if players gave their gear to Malborn, that they would potentially be unable to reach the embassy due to getting killed, hence why we're instead given a cart ride straight into the inside of the compound from the city. My big idea is a ledge. It's obviously not close enough for anyone to jump inside, but hey, maybe if we had some kind of dragon shout that propels you forward through the air. The exterior guards have to rotate shifts at some point so stealthy infiltrators could slip in through the gate, and actually have consequences for failure. This might not work very well if it's just player detected, documents destroyed, but maybe have like a strike system. I mean, the Thalmor aren't going to burn all their dossiers just because some snowman chucked a rock at the wall. I'm sure the Thalmor embassy gets attacked every week by some overzealous Nord. Once we're out of the party, Malborn guides us through the kitchen and returns our equipment. There is some interesting stuff here if you decide to stealth it.
Good luck. Did you see those robes
You're on your own
this
now.
morning? Who are they with? More of the emissaries' treaty enforcers? No, they're high mages, just in from Alinor. I guess herself is finally getting worried about all the dragon attacks. Ah, good. I've been wondering how we were supposed to defend this place from a dragon. If a dragon does show up, maybe we'll get lucky, and it will eat the mages first. Might give us enough time to kill it. Ha! I'd like to see those arrogant bastards taken down a notch. Always looking down their noses at us lowly foot sloggers.
This is one of my favorite background dialogues in Skyrim. It's actually refreshing to have a moment of humanization for the Altmer. It's obviously a mixed bag since we haven't gotten to the torture room yet, but it's nice to know that the Thalmor aren't all hyper-evil caricatures. That said, I don't think there are any High Elves in Skyrim who politically support the Thalmor that aren't wearing their war gear. I can easily imagine Imperial soldiers or Stormcloaks having this exact same conversation about the arrival of their own battle mages. I believe this is supposed to hint to the player that a nearby set of Thalmor robes could be used to fool the guards. However, due to a bug, the base robes won't work and only the hooded robes, which either have to be looted off a wizard or smuggled in. Now, that actually makes sense. After all, compare the hooded version versus unhooded robes, and tell me which ones you think would be more effective for masking the fact that we aren't an Altmer. I think the unofficial patch actually makes the wrong correction here. Rather than making it so all robes work in addition to elven armor, which feels like a stretch to me, it would be much simpler to simply replace the free unhooded robes with the hooded version because, you know, it's a better disguise. The bug actually exposed a way to make the sequence better. Another thing is that this is one of those few instances where racial choice can be important. If the player is an Altmer or Bosmer, then guards won't question you, although they will comment that Bosmer players are pretty short. If you're a beast race, then guards will immediately call you out due to your tail. And if you are any of the other races, you have to keep your distance from the guards. There's actually some thought put into the sequence, only for most players to miss it because of a bug, and it's like very simple to fix.
Okay, there's a lot of resources on the internet to fix shit like this. Why aren't these people looking into it?
You would think that somebody at Bethesda would be upset that their little stealth sequence that they worked on doesn't work and would have done the most basic thing of correcting this issue by switching out which set of robes spawn. Seriously, it's one thing for there to still be physics glitches in the game. I'm sure those issues are not easy to fix. It's another when quests are broken in such a way that content is missing. It's like with Mimolnir's lines. Someone took the time to write those and someone else took the time to record them and someone had to implement them. But all that work is wasted. You can overhear a conversation between a justiciar and a man named Gisser who reveals that he is an informant who has sold out another man. Unfortunately, this is where this character originates from. What I mean is that Gisser is not an existing character in the world. When the Sixth House began controlling the Sleepers, this manifested in commoners you would often pass in the streets suddenly being hostile towards you. But they won't utilize Gisser as a homeless man in Riften that you could potentially meet before this point. We grab some dossiers that I'll discuss later and head into the torture room where the man Gisser sold out is currently being tortured for information. We can either free him or steal a dossier with the relevant information. At this point, Malborn is supposed to be brought out, revealing that the Thalmor are aware of our presence. However, on one playthrough this didn't trigger correctly. I always wonder how many people who review Skyrim experience various bugs, as Joseph Anderson calls it, Bethesda's bug, and it's fascinating. Rather than stories playing out differently because of choices that the player makes, stories play out differently because entire sequences have the potential to just not play correctly. If this was my first time playing Skyrim, I might not even be aware that Malborn will attack the guards to buy time for our escape, or that we have the option to try and save him. There's even an extra quest if you help him out later on. All missed because there's a chance the quest will break. We make our escape, and now let's review the 4 documents we got our hands on. The Dragon Investigation document reveals that, well, the Thalmor are investigating the dragons. They've been interrogating people, a practice Elwyn even participates in, but so far have nothing to report. In other words, fuck you, Delphine. Speaking of, we have her dossier. The Thalmor refer to the Great War as the First War, which, okay. The dossier reveals that the Blades have been carrying out operations inside the Altmer Dominion, in which Delphine was a primary participant. She'll say that the Grandmaster of the Blades saw the Thalmor as the biggest threat to Tamriel, but that still implies that the Altmer Dominion was actually justified in going to war with the Empire. I know that is a controversial statement because they're, evil, but there wasn't really supporting lore prior to Skyrim that Bethesda had to comply with, that the Altmer Dominion had to be ethno-nationalists aiming to exterminate mankind. They came up with literally all of this for this game. They could have taken this story in any direction they wanted to. Skipping 200 years is a pretty good way to liberate yourself of prior lore. How interesting would it be if the Altmer Dominion was actually a shade of gray, that the Blades may have actually been in the wrong? But they aren't, because they're evil, and every story involving them reinforces that fact. The dossier doesn't really elaborate on what exactly Delphine has done, and reads more like hype material for a wrestling match. Oh, she took out an entire assassination team, alone. She works alone, which means we can't find her. You need overwhelming force to stop her. She might actually be a wizard. Hey, have you tried fireballs? It's a shame because this is a great opportunity to really fill in the blanks on Delphine's character, especially stuff she might not have an interest in telling us. The next dossier to mention is Esbern's. He's actually our next lead, and I've mentioned him before. He was the Blade's lore master, handled various intelligence operations, and it actually tells us that he was behind an incident, as well as a prison break inside the Aldmeri Dominion's borders. Esbern's also stated to be an expert on dragon lore, and that the Blades had advanced expertise on dragons due to their Akaviri origin, and that Cloud Ruler Temple was destroyed by the Thalmor. Wait, you're telling me the forces of Mehrunes Dagon weren't able to assault the temple, but that the Thalmor successfully pulled it off? Yeah, chalk up another point of evidence for the Mehrunes Dagon theory. Anyways, the document ends by stating that Esbern is in Riften, so we kind of need to hurry if we're going to save him. And of course, there's the final dossier about Ulfric Stormcloak, which I discussed during the Civil War. The only notable detail here is that the Thalmor say that they didn't have to interrupt his execution due to Alduin's coincidental arrival. Also, you can't show Ulfric's dossier to Delphine, who seems like she would absolutely be able to validate this information and wouldn't really appreciate hanging out with Thalmor plants. She's crazy and doesn't like the fact that the Thalmor are actually behind the dragons returning. She suggests we get to Riften. If you're part of the Thieves Guild, she'll point to the Ragged Flagon, otherwise she points to Brynjolf and also gives us a passphrase for dealing with Esbern. Now, this is the first of 3 instances where the main quest will put you in a position of joining one of the side factions. If you're a lemming who only follows the quest markers, then you're forced to meet with Brynjolf and have to go through his scheme that if you can't pass a hard persuasion check, requiring speech level 75 or 53 with the perk. I really hate Brynjolf's line for failing this check. Like, listen to how stupid this is.
Besides, you look like your pockets are a little light on coin. Am I right?
Let me find him first. Dragons are bad for business.
Passing on a golden opportunity is worse.
The only response to someone saying that is, what, are you stupid? However, this isn't as lock and stock an option as it seems. Who's the first person you talk to in an area where you need information? That's right, the local tavern keeper. Now, another YouTuber by the handle of Nocturnal Rambler mentioned this, arguing that because the quest marker points at Brynjolf, that players are discouraged from investigating and thus forced to join the Thieves Guild, even if that is outside of their moral alignment. My issue with this is that Elder Scrolls' main quests have never been for the lawful good. In Morrowind, we bought a slave to earn the allegiance of an Ashlander tribe, and in Oblivion, we did the bidding of Daedra to acquire their artifact for a ritual. I've always read Elder Scrolls protagonists as being the type to believe in the ends justifying the means. Generally heroic, but prepared to commit moral evils for the greater good. Even then, however, Skyrim still gives you an out. Even if the white marker makes it impossible for you to think of asking around, you can just fail Brynjolf's scheme, keeping Brandshay out of jail. Yeah, you'll have a bounty after, and Brynjolf will be upset, but the quest continues. Also, during the Thalmor torture session, he'll verbally say that Esbern's in the Ratway. The Ratway is an obvious feature of Riften, which can be found with casual inspection of the city. Trust me, I've been to Riften, it's not that big. And there are other conversations with more options, like the ones Nocturnal Rambler proposes. Vekel the Man can be bribed, while Dirge can be bribed or brawled with. You'll end up finding Esbern at the very bottom of the Ratway, locked behind a thick door which you'll open for an easy speech check. I did mention this earlier, but I want to reiterate, it is kind of weird that a man who's been living in a sewer for, I would assume, quite a while, is somehow better adjusted than Delphine. Delphine had 2 different tests to earn her trust, but Esbern, he just takes our word for it that we're the Dragonborn. Let me doctor this slightly. If we fail every attempt to earn Esbern's trust, then we use the passphrase as a last resort, but shock and horror, it actually fails as well. Then the Thalmor show up, we kill them, and Esbern, who watched the fight through the door, decides to trust us. Could be a Thalmor trap, sure, but at this point he knows his cover's blown. After all, if we really were a Thalmor agent, all we would have to do is just wait outside his door for a week or 2 until he's starved to death, and maybe occasionally blast it with a fireball. I mean, I assume things like food are constraints for mortals like Esbern. I was blasting his place with firebolts when he said,
I know, hurry.
In the saddest old man voice possible. This is one of the few times I ever felt bad about doing something in Skyrim. This is the voice of the late Max von Sydow in one of his only video game appearances. Unfortunately, I cannot say it was his only game appearance, which would actually be kind of cool, because he played an exceptionally minor character in The Force Awakens, meaning that he was in LEGO Star Wars.
I think far worse has happened to you.
Thanks, Disney. Anyways, while he puts on a great performance, it is fucking wasted on this character. Esbern is seriously pathetic. Let's consider his peers. Caius Casades hid from the secret police by pretending to be a skooma addict, and he was so dedicated to the part that he even got addicted. Meanwhile, Joffrey pretended to be a monk at a priory and was so dedicated to his part that he actually worshipped the divines. Esbern's idea of hiding is literal. It entirely relied on nobody noticing that at the bottom of the Ratway was a man needing constant food deliveries. Unfortunately, obscurity itself doesn't work forever, and the story literally draws attention to the fact that his cover sucked. The big clue that was given away was that Esbern is old and lived in Riften. I'm sorry, but getting away could not be easier. Pretend to be a fisherman and spend your days angling. You get to live in a secluded location and don't have to involve anybody else in your sustenance. Can you imagine how many old fishermen there are in Skyrim? Okay, here's the inherent difficulty. Esbern has to be obscure, but not so obscure that it would be literally impossible for us to find him. One way to present Esbern as intelligent, but also possible to find, would be to have Delphine know where he's located. I don't think this is a particularly good change because it removes the attempt at creating a sense of tension by removing the time component of rescuing Esbern. Perhaps then you create a reason for Delphine knowing Esbern's location but electing not to make contact. I mean, there is already a reason. Delphine refuses to make contact with old blades out of self-preservation. Her paranoia is paid off, and even the Thalmor acknowledge this. Perhaps Delphine keeps tabs on old Blades members, but refuses to contact Esbern until absolutely necessary, when no other options are available. There is no story need for Esbern and Delphine to have a positive relationship, so here's my change. While we're raiding the embassy for information, Delphine's inn is actually also raided for information. She was compromised when she made contact with us because the Thalmor have been tracking our movements. She reveals that we need to find and warn Esbern because there were enough clues needed to piece together his location. I don't think this worsens Delphine's character because her only mistake was in contacting us. But it does mean that Esbern could only be found by one of his subordinates and not, you know, some homeless guy in Riften. I guess that doesn't include a soft introduction for the Thieves Guild, but who cares? Plus, we get to see part of Riverwood get attacked, meaning that there are actual stakes, and it's still less evil than on Kano. So Esbern and Delphine are reunited. Just as a reminder, Delphine is in her 50s and Esbern is in his 70s, which I think is important to remember when you mod Delphine to look like a sex doll. She's my father's age, and my father was many things, including a soldier. Soldiering's hard work, particularly in the knees. I doubt my father would be very effective against a dragon. I'm just saying, Esbern looks like he should be in his 80s, while Delphine is most a day from her 40th birthday. Paranoid people tend to age faster due to the stress of constantly worrying about the traffic cones that keep stalking them. Esbern's got that look nailed. You're telling me she isn't a wizard, but she clearly knows some illusion magic. Something I love about this reunion, beyond the awkward blocking, is that Delphine suggested we get Esbern to put us back on the right track to fight the dragons, and it is all, what does Alduin's Wall have to do with dragons? I don't know, is there a book on your table that discusses the relationship between the Akaviri and dragons? Something else I like is that Esbern loosely describes the location of Skyhaven Temple, and Delphine immediately intuits where it must be. It's not really a well-hidden location suited for establishing a base of operations if you can guess its location with a single clue, that it's in the Reach. That's only a massive section of land with many currently existing military camps. If you take Delphine's advice to take the cart to Markarth and approach it from the west, then you can see the temple from the ground. I thought that was artistic liberties because otherwise I would imagine scholars from all over Tamriel would have chartered expeditions to that area if it was actually just supposed to be something everybody who travels the road's familiar with. This is also going to be the only time the main quest ever involves the Forsworn. Actually, now that I think about it, this is pretty much the only time in any of the quest lines that the Forsworn are directly involved, and they're just cannon fodder on the way to our true objective. It's actually kind of funny how few quests would be affected by just deleting the Forsworn from the game files. How long would it take the average Skyrim player to even notice? So inside of this dungeon is another dungeon, which the Forsworn have just actively decided not to live in. It's not haunted. Even if it were, I doubt that would deter the magically inclined Forsworn. They just actively and conveniently decided that this open living space was not worth expanding into, or to try climbing up and moving into the ruins proper. Nope. They got stopped by this intense Akaviri puzzle, which is coincidentally the same as most Nordic picture block puzzles already in this game. Seriously, this is what stopped the advance of the Forsworn. Esbern tries to dress it up because the solution is that one of the symbols means Dragonborn and you need to hit 3 Dragonborns, which is the equivalent of setting a rotary lock code to 000, except at least most rotary locks have 10 possible options for each digit in the code. There are only 27 possible answers to this puzzle. The only other thing here is the pressure plate maze, which, you guessed it, you have to follow the Dragonborn symbols. I'm pretty sure a crow could figure out through trial and error how to solve this one. Let's complain about puzzles for a second. I don't really have anything to say that they didn't already say in the Oblivion video, so to reiterate, Bethesda needs somebody on their team with a background in puzzle games. Puzzles should be used in stuff like the College of Winterhold and Thieves Guild. And the games also need more mechanics that you can build puzzles off of. I would also incorporate puzzles in the broader dungeon designs, but communicate that doing puzzles is an optional side activity with additional rewards. The reason Skyrim puzzles are so bad is because the player is forced to do them, but Bethesda doesn't want to create a puzzle so complex that players get trapped. So the vast majority are just these spinning block puzzles of Match the Animals that we all graduated out of around the age of 6. It's the worst of both worlds because the puzzles are still a speed bump for gamers who don't want that experience, but completely worthless for anybody who does. It's a curious thing. I don't really know what the designers played the week they decided they needed puzzles in a lot of their dungeons. Oblivion had the odd puzzle here and there that was simple, but it was spiced to endless fort ruins, caves, and Aelia dungeons. But I'm guessing they just came up with the spinning block puzzle, and for a few weeks level designers were putting them in all the dungeons without any real regard for how they would appear in the complete picture. Remember, when a level is designed in this kind of game, it's usually done in a sterile environment without the rest of Skyrim. Bethesda themselves might have backed up from the finished mural to realize how ridiculous it is, given that Dawnguard and Dragonborn both eased off the idea. Even more ridiculous is how there's a chest at the end of this quote-unquote dungeon complete with loot. I love this. It's the most cynical of design decisions. There are a lot of ridiculous boss chests in Skyrim, but this takes the cake, because at least in a Nordic or Dwemer ruin it makes some sense for there to be loot to acquire. Sometimes you might run into an issue of a leveled list putting a book in an area that was visited in a year prior to that book's publication. First, you have the simple element that the designers assumed the players would reach this point, not see a loot chest, and their dopamine centers would immediately enter withdrawal. Then you have the element of wondering how this chest is even still here. See aforementioned problems with assuming that nobody can reach this point. Then you have to wonder who put this chest here, why, and why they decided to store these particular items in this location. Skyrim tends to gamify loot quite a bit. There's definitely an element of the game standardizing its formula to say that at the end of a dungeon, there is a big chest with big loot inside it. It's actually not that different from how Oblivion handled boss chests, although dungeons becoming hyperlinear corridors means it's much easier to tell that after the phase of the dungeon where you fight the boss, there has to be a phase of the dungeon with a big chest full of big loot. Part of the unmemorable nature of Skyrim dungeons is owed to their radiance. Morrowind incorporated leveled lists as a solution to the main problem of level designers often and loudly complained about: random clutter. Rather than populating every single crate in Morrowind with preset loot, most of them instead pull from a list of items that randomly determines what's inside. However, the actual rewards from dungeons were still handcrafted, because that's the fun part. As an example, I'm going to read a quote from the UESP that describes the loot found in the dungeon Koga rune, which is explored at around the same stage in Morrowind's main quest that we're currently at. The halls hold relics of House Dagoth as well as fallen adventurers, one of whom carries the unique Claymore Fury and an incomplete set of glass armor. There is also a glass halberd beside the table near the dead adventurer. A dead Khajiit in a nearby cell is carrying an ebony short sword. Other notable items are a 6th House bellhammer in the Temple of Fae, an ebony spear sticking from a desk in the Hall of the Watchful Touch, and a dwarven mace lying in a crate in the Nebith Waterway. Finally, in the Bleeding Heart section, you can find a pair of Daedric gauntlets, an Orcish warhammer, and the Shadow Shield. All of those items I just listed were deliberately placed in the game world by a level designer, and that's just one dungeon. A main quest dungeon perhaps, but the fact is that in Morrowind, items were placed in the world with deliberate intention. You didn't find those items in a chest sitting behind Dagoth Uthal, you found them placed throughout the world like they actually existed for a purpose. Equipment on dead adventurers, a hammer next to a set of bells, equipment spread out like it's actually being used instead of just sitting around waiting for an adventurer to pick it up. My favorite instance is the only Daedric spear in the game, which can be found skewered through a skeleton hanging over a fireplace at a Dunmer stronghold that's been overrun with Daedra. If this was Skyrim, then Daedric spears would just start showing up in boss chests at level 42. The reason that Oblivion switched to its level-scaled loot solution had to do with the changeover to level scaling. You don't want enemies finding in-game loot in a dungeon they complete at level 6, right? Even though out of the list from earlier, there isn't really a complete collection of items for any one character. Having Daedric gauntlets is good, if you happen to find them, but you still had many other gear slots that would need filling. It was an adequate reward for doing something adequately dangerous. However, because Skyrim characters are assumed to be comprehensive, that means there needs to be a start point and end point of the progression system. Start with Iron, end with Daedric. Add tiers along the way to provide incremental upgrades. Even when you find something unique, it often isn't. Red Eagle's Fury is still just a Draugr sword that does 5 points of fire damage. Compare that with Fury. This is still just a silver claymore, except when you wield it, it'll blind you 20%, drain your armor skills by 20 points, but fortify your attack rating by 20. That enchantment is literally the description of the concept of Fury turned into a weapon enchant and placed into the hands of a dead adventurer. You're telling me that Skyrim innovated in environmental storytelling when an entire character's story is told by just the numbers on an item. So, not only is there an inherent lack of personality to Skyrim's leveled loot system, but it is also placed in such a way as to be insulting. No good deed done for free. It only worked for a multitude of near-worthless items that ended up sitting in a cupboard and occasionally liquidated for no reason other than I wanted the gold number to be 6 digits instead of 5. I have to be rewarded for cave time. I have to loot all the urns for minor amounts of currency. Please, don't stop the dopamine drip. So we've arrived at Skyhaven Temple, which has yet to be breached due to a blood sigil requiring a healthy donation of Dragonborn blood. Whoa, why are you cutting your hand like that? Okay, so I just wounded my left hand through the gauntlet. Not gonna be able to wield a shield for a couple days. Seriously, cut an open section of skin or anything other than your fighting hand. Apparently the Akaviri are into blood magic now, or at least Esbern pulls as much out of his ass. The only basis for this is the Duskfang and Dawnfang sword from the Shivering Isles, which was called a blood-drinking sword. You would think that if it was a type of magic that could identify blood types in the setting, that this would appear much more frequently. Sounds like a fast way to ensure people aren't raiding the family tomb if you have a ward up that literally prevents anyone not of your race from entering. You might say Nords are anti-magic, and it's true, but they weren't always that way. During the days when most ancient Nordic crypts were built, the clever men were still around. What about the Dwemer? Why bother with the automatons and puzzles? Just put up a blood test. Good luck getting past that one when they're all gone. Actually, spoilers for later, but they did for one very specific thing, and it's even part of the main quest, so I guess magic blood tests are just part of the setting now. We head into the temple. Esbern's remarking on all the stone carvings while Delphine's going around lighting all the braziers. It's a good attention to detail that Delphine lights the room with her torch. I just wish they would show the same attention to detail in the rest of the dungeons. This is where Esbern reads off and explains Alduin's wall.
Everything is couched in allegory and mythic symbolism.
Yeah, okay, nice way to wave off questions. Esbern says the first panel goes back to the beginning of time, but then says that the dragons and the dragon cult were around for that, so I'm not sure if he's saying that he thinks that or that the Akaviri who carved this wall think the men were always here, but they weren't. And that's a plot point in Skyrim of how men were immigrants from Atmora. You hear that, Ysgramor and the Falmer? No point in the Night of Tears because men always lived here. Alduin's wall was a part of the game's marketing. It was one of the two framing devices of the official trailer that Esbern narrated over. So if you got excited about getting to see the full wall at your leisure and learning about all the details that were on it, prepare to be disappointed. So the left 60% of the wall is a historical recounting of basically the Dragon War. Not sure where Esbern got the idea that it represented the beginning of time. My first issue is that the dragons are already burning things at this point, meaning that this is likely an extremely biased perspective of the story. It makes sense on account of the fact that the Dragon War took place in the late Merithic era, while the Akaviri invasion of Tamriel happened in the first era in the year 2703. However, there's a lorebook in Skyrim dating the construction of the wall between the years 2812 and 2816, so because it sounds better, we'll call it even at 3 millennia having passed between the events on this wall and the wall's construction. To give you perspective, 3,000 years ago in our own world was a time period where most humans on Earth were still living as hunter-gatherers, and civilization was located pretty much exclusively around big rivers. This was the era of Solomon, who was the son of David, which if you can't guess were Hebrew kings written about in the Bible. Now trying to aggregate knowledge and understanding about people from a time period so long ago is extremely difficult. I mean to the point that there had been 3,000 years of things that happened in Skyrim, including an Akaviri invasion that destroyed a bunch of stuff. But then the Dragon Guard, which is what they were called at the time, decided to take their premier expert in dragon lore and commit their knowledge to stone. But rather than simply carving out an efficient explanation of their understanding of the history, complete with ciphers just in case, they decided to, what were the words? Coach it in allegory and mythic symbolism? Basically, they created a near-useless sculpture of an anachronistic understanding of events that Esbern can somehow intuit useful information from because the plot demands it. Funny thing is, remember that lore book I mentioned? It's from the specific era of this carving. It's literally a log of the events of Skyhaven Temple written in the first person of an individual recording the events of the construction of Alduin's wall. They could have written the history in the margins and it would have been immensely more useful. Esbern reveals that the ancient Dragonborn used to shout to defeat Alduin, which upsets Delphine because it means that they have to involve the Greybeards in our mission. Fortunately for her, that won't be for a minute as we have a Blades to rebuild. There's a pretty big reason why we're going to do this now, with the return of the dragons looming over us, rather than later. The place to start is to bring any follower to Delphine to induct into the Order. They'll even take an oath of loyalty. It's pretty cool, and it's one of the few advantages Skyrim's hireling system has over Fallout's dedicated followers. See, in the Fallout games, there is a limited roster of followers, but each one will be a fully fledged character. At least, that's the idea, not necessarily commenting on the execution. Skyrim, however, casts a much wider net, with a wide variety of characters to be recruited, albeit at the cost of individual quality.
We are approaching it in a different way. I would not expect the deep personalities and uniqueness with a low number of companions. We are aiming for a much, much higher number of companions that you could hire, or they become your friends and they come with you. It's something we're messing with, and we'll probably talk about more later, but the general direction is to make it a bit more dynamic and have more people that you could decide to bring with you. In that, we sacrifice them having a lot of depth or personalities or individual stories. we were playing the game a few months back where anybody could become your companion.
Oh, yeah?
And I don't think we're going to do that
right.
after playing it.
There are some neat things about this system. For instance, every character in the game has a morality level, which affects their behavior in relation to crime. So for instance, Findel in Riverwood refuses to commit crimes. I cannot order him to steal a book in Arcadia's shop in Whiterun for me. Sven, his rival, is willing to steal that skill book, but will not assault or murder anyone for me. Miol the Lioness has no such qualms, despite her personal crusade against the Thieves Guild. She can be ordered to commit whatever crimes we tell her to. Okay, maybe the system breaks down a little in detail. Most followers either won't commit any crimes or will commit any crime, and Sven is actually the exception as he's the only follower with the flag distinguishing his individual morality. Sometimes the NPCs will have the correct morality for their character, unless the implication is that Miol is actually okay with crime and is just putting up appearances of being against it. Another thing is aggressiveness. Some followers are actually more or less aggressive than others, affecting whether or not they will initiate combat with hostiles. Followers also have different levels of confidence, meaning that cowards like Benor are more likely to run from fights. The biggest difference comes down to NPC skill levels, affecting what equipment or magic they'll use. It's not perfect. For instance, the reason I favor J'zargo as a companion wasn't just to fully recreate the Baron Zaya experience. J'zargo actually has no upper level cap, meaning that while most followers fall off around level 30, J'zargo will keep advancing with the player. That said, most of this information is not expressly told to the player in a spreadsheet of stats, meaning that without a guide, you just have to experiment and eventually notice that some companions are better or more compatible with your playstyle than others. It's one of those systems designed to be subtle, but it's so subtle it practically doesn't exist. This is how you end up with the majority of Skyrim reviews using the same companion. The problem with Skyrim followers is again a lack of character. It almost would work better as a party system, where you could keep inviting new members to the party, but maybe the game would increase the difficulty or number of spawns per AI companion you bring into the squad. My favorite aspect of J'zargo was equipping him with gear. At times it really did feel like he was getting more upgrades than I was. Having a crew of followers would mean that one character getting a gear upgrade could mean that everyone down the line also would get a gear upgrade. It could also make support magic much more useful. It seems like the logical advantage of having a quantity of companions over quality, but I doubt they will go that route in Elder Scrolls 6 simply due to complaints about how bland the companions in Skyrim are. Sometimes quantity over quality can be a good thing. It's just that if you keep it the same where you can only have one follower, like in Fallout, it makes it too easy to make the comparison. Serana in Dawnguard was definitely a response to issues players had with the default companions in Skyrim. We'll have plenty to say about her in the Dawnguard section.
I'm gonna find you and put a bullet in that inflated fucking head of yours.
So we need some followers to sacrifice to the Blades, and J'zargo is way too good for such a faction. Since the Blades use heavy armor, one-handed swords, and bows, it's best to pick followers that use that exact skill set. Goldir is a Nord hanging outside his family crypt, which has been defiled by a necromancer. His aunt is already in the ruin trying to deal with the problem. However, one weird thing to note is that apparently his family and the necromancer never saw eye to eye on things. I mean, that's literally true, sure, but what exactly were your interactions with him prior to him taking your dead relatives as servants? Were you neighbors and upset that he didn't mow his lawn more frequently? Why introduce the idea that Goldir's family actually knows this guy?
He's gone in to defile our family tomb by using our ancestors for his filthy dark elf necromancy.
But you have a higher purpose in life, so I'll let it slide. It's funny that Goldir will actually comment about you looting.
Hey, those belong to my family.
Also, Val's Varen during our fight with him teleports around the room. He's actually not the only boss in Skyrim to do this, which I completely forgot about. So the enemies can still teleport, and even some select friends, but not the player. I mean, at least they gave a canon lampshade for levitation, no matter how stupid it is. So after we've done Goldir this favor and given him time to put his aunt to rest, we can recruit him and take him to Delphine to induct him into the Blades. Okay, that's alright. A short little side quest with some fun world details you don't typically see, like acknowledging that the bodies and belongings inside the crypts actually belong to people and aren't just free for the taking, at least morally. Alright, let's take a step down. Our next victim is Uthgerd the Unbroken, a woman spending her days at the Bannered Mare picking fistfights.
You've been talking to those companions? Too hot-headed, they cried. Weak, pathetic cowards, the lot of them. It wasn't my fault. I told them over and over that it was an accident. They wanted me to prove my worth. So they threw me up against a young whelp of the land, hardly old enough to grow his first chin hairs.
Shut the fuck up.
Don't let him get away with this. Drive that snow back to the ground. Come on.
You're tougher than you look.
I guess I thought a woman wasn't strong enough to hurt him. I didn't mean for him to die. Why would I want that? I just lost control.
I don't know, sounds like you'd fit right in with the circle. Sorry, but I have immense doubt the same companions Ayala is a ranking member in couldn't handle the sight of a strong Nord woman and decided to pit her against some random. Anyways, you can put 100 drakes down in a brawl with her, and if you win, you can recruit her as a follower. It's funny the extent she trusts you as well, because afterwards her house becomes free access for us. Also funny is how she gets inducted into another militant order because she lost a wager. This strips the specialness back just a little. I mean, Gold Deer we could at least say was a friend. One more step down to go. Vorstag is a mercenary from Markarth that can be hired for 500 gold. As a character, he has pretty much nothing going on, making a single interesting observation tied to his skill set about a character in a quest in the city. When it comes to generic Skyrim followers, Vorstag fits the bill. He's a product of quantity. Well, because we dropped 500 Gs on him, he's willing to swear his life to the cause of the Blades. I like this selection because not only does each companion have a skill set good for the Blades, unless you play with the unofficial patch, but they also expose a pretty big flaw in how Skyrim handles disposition. None of these characters should have joined the Blades. Something I omitted from the Goldir story is that he's kind of a coward, but we can still make a man out of him yet. Uthgerd? Well, her resume isn't promising, having already been fired from one of my other companies for reasons that absolutely pertain to her prospective position as a Blade. She also trusts too easily, which could be a liability when dealing with the Thalmor. Elder Scrolls traditionally handled disposition by assigning almost every NPC in the game a numerical value between 0 and 100 that represented how well that NPC trusted or liked you. A big thing is that the game generally told you what that number was. In Morrowind, it would even tell you in the same panel as where all the dialogue was happening, so if you did something to improve or hurt their disposition, you would see the effect immediately. The system wasn't perfect. Morrowind didn't have a morality flag, so for instance, you could be talking to a knight whose honor cannot be bought, and slip him 100 gold for a boost. However, and think about this honestly, how many people do you know that wouldn't do someone a minor favor for a Benjamin, or even a Jackson? No, the issue isn't bribery. In fact, bribery was great because it gave people a route of last resort at a mechanical cost. If you didn't have the skills like speechcraft or illusion to affect disposition, then you had to spend money. Imagine if Razalin demanded 500 gold as compensation for causing a scene. I'm sure the only reason Bethesda still doesn't do this is simply the idea crossing their mind that someone, somewhere, somehow, would not have 500 gold at this point in the questline. Oblivion would improve the system in theory by adding infamy. Reputation in Morrowind meant that over time you'd see disposition boosts simply by being a hero. Yeah, saving the world actually meant that many merchants were giving you a discount, or that other quests would be easier due to your, well, reputation. The reason the idea isn't given its due is because Morrowind doesn't plant a giant flashing neon sign over this mechanic. Oblivion would divide reputation into fame and infamy. NPCs would like you more the more fame you had, but would dislike you as you accrued infamy. However, immoral NPCs would have more complex feelings and may even like you more for being infamous. It had its flaws, but I think it had potential. And then there's Skyrim. Skyrim shifts the disposition to a spectrum from -4 to +4, with negative numbers meaning negative relationships, and you can guess what positive numbers mean. You cannot affect dispositions directly with speech. Instead, you either do quests to make the number go up or killed loved ones to make the numbers go down. This means that instead of NPCs having variable feelings about the player, NPCs will usually be somewhere between mildly annoyed and pleasantly surprised to see you again, because most NPCs are either a -1, a 0, or a +1. Since the system is missing a ton of granularity, it means that Skyrim NPCs tend to be mostly like this.
Well, I trust you. Like, to a weird degree, actually.
Doing minor favors for people makes them far too trusting. It would be like saying that after I help get your car out of a ditch, that I go over to your house, sleep in your bed, and eat all of your food because I earned that +1 relationship with you. How about instead of -4 to +4, we have a system that starts at 0 and then goes to 100? and then that number would go up or down based on player actions. With followers specifically, maybe the number goes up each time we kill a boss together, and we'll call this system disposition. Because sure, recruiting Vorstag into the Blades after just meeting and hiring his services is pretty stupid, but what about after a few weeks of doing dangerous deeds together? A couple dragons later and Vorstag could be our best friend. The thing is, the system is emergent. My perspective on these companions is different than yours based on our experiences. And there are plenty of stories of heroes entering people's lives and changing their outlooks, to the point that they transform as a character. The problem is not that a sellsword became a sworn sword, but rather that it happened too easily. I think for this quest there should have been a list of companions who would flat out reject being initiated into the Blades. Technically there is, but the list is just Serana, a vampire, and members of the Dark Brotherhood. Apparently you can recruit Dragonborn DLC followers into the Blades though, meaning they had to go back and revisit this idea, at least in terms of writing the dialogue. It's just weird, and I doubt anyone ever casually thought about doing it. There are a multitude of reasons why someone would decline our invitation but would accept the offer to adventure with us. People who have difficulty making long-term commitments, people who are morally or ideologically opposed to the Blades, and people who have already taken oaths for other organizations or purposes to start. I would then have another list of companions requiring a certain disposition level for initiation before they would qualify. They will do it, but they need to trust the player first. With 3 new recruits among our ranks, we can speak with Esbern, who will give us a task to go to a dragon lair to slay a dragon. While this is a Radiant quest and can annoyingly target dragon lairs on Solstheim, it's a good Radiant quest because our new Blades members will come with us on our dragon hunts. That is, of course, mostly just for the spectacle of being part of an actual dragon hunting order. It's not like there are any dragons in Skyrim in which we desperately needed their help defeating. I also enjoy that they made the act of slaying dragons radiant, because it reinforces my earlier point about how stagnant being expected to fight 50 dragons becomes. Esbern also has a quest where we get him a dragon bone and scale, allowing him to research the dragons. Our reward is a potion which, when ingested, gives us a perk causing dragons to do 25% less melee damage. The quest is simple, but man, the prospect of rewarding perks for quests is a missed opportunity, and they awarded it to this nothing quest that it's easily missed. See, when Delphine sent us out to investigate the shout we needed to defeat Alduin, there weren't many opportunities during the quest line to return to Skyhaven Temple. Simply put, engaging with this content requires you to go out of your way, but the Blades are going to betray us. Specifically, Delphine and Esbern are going to give us an ultimatum that, unfortunately, is heavily weighted against the Blades. So what is that about? Well, let's get into it. Remember that shout we needed to defeat Alduin? Delphine somehow intuits that the shout is able to knock dragons out of the sky, and wait, what's happening?
Rather, Joan Allen knew that this was the gameplay-related effect that the Dragon Wind shout would have, and so she had Delphine say, knock a dragon out of the sky, even though Delphine had no way of knowing that.
Okay, so let's get this straight. Joan Allen, who is the voice actress for Delphine, a woman whose only video game credit is Skyrim and who would have been 55 years old at the time of recording, had inside knowledge of the specific mechanics surrounding this shout and decided to improvise a line about those mechanics. That is a more likely explanation than simply assuming that either the writers messed up the continuity or that Esbern originally had a line explaining what he thought the shout would do that was cut. Anyways, it's back to High Hrothgar to ask the Greybeards about the shout, but Arngyr's angry. Subscribe to my Patreon for more quality jokes. Anyways, he's pissed about the Blades because they are always meddling. How old are you? Seriously, I don't think Bethesda has an understanding of, like, linear time. What exactly have the Blades meddled with in regards to the Greybeards in Arngyr's lifetime? It comes off as jealousy that we were cheating on him with a younger old man. Anyways, one of the other tongues decides to lash him for this, which translated says that we're Dragonborn and we need to speak to Parthenax. You should know who Parthenax is if you read the tablets on the way up the mountain, but if you can't guess from the context clues, or you've just been fast traveling up here, he is actually a dragon. First, we have to use the Clear Skies shout to clear a path up to the top of the mountain, which this section has always been off to me. It's possible its only purpose is to try and prevent players from heading up to the top before the right point in the main quest line, which is just sad. Like in Morrowind, at any time, you could just go hang out with Vivek or Dagoth Ur. It was cool. You could even try killing them, or if you were powerful enough, you would. Oblivion didn't have anything like that. The closest was Shale Gorath in the Shivering Isles DLC, but they wussed out and had him kill you in a scripted sequence if you tried to fight him. I mean, the advantage of Parthenax being a flying dragon is that he could just, like, not be there. Anyways, my problem with Clear Skies is that it has little mechanical use. Apparently you can stagger enemies with it if you were somehow having difficulty doing that in the first place, but since there's no survival mechanics or even really rough weather, it's pointless. It was kind of odd realizing that it doesn't really rain in Skyrim. We meet with Parthenax, and since he's a dragon, I think it's fitting to do this part out of chronological order because I have a rant. The Blades? Well, they are going to issue us an ultimatum to kill Parthenax. Unlike the Civil War choice, which is debated to this day, the Parthenax dilemma was settled pretty much in 2011. The problem is that the Blades section of the story was useless. You could actually cut that entire chunk of the story out and the main queue would largely be the same. Delphine forcibly inserts herself into the middle of a quest, takes us off on a side adventure for a while, leading us to a piece of information that the thing we needed the entire time was with the people we already knew and were studying under. Literally, all we had to do to meet with Parth was just ask. Arngir says we need to be patient initially, but literally all that's changed is that Einarth happened to overhear the conversation and decided to intervene this time. To give a comparison, it would be like returning to Cloud Ruler Temple after acquiring all the copies of the Mythic Dawn commentaries, only for Martin to remark that he already owned all the books, and the only reason he didn't mention it sooner was that nobody had asked. What exactly about Alduin's Wall made it so that Einarth happened to overhear the conversation, or decide that now was the time? The answer is nothing, it's purely coincidental. In fact, it's fair to say that the Blades bring nothing to the entire story. No, really, from this point forward, we never have to engage with them again. When we go to fight Alduin, the Blades aren't there, even if we do as Delphine bids. I just have a massive problem with the Blades. The originals were experts in dragon lore and slaying, for a species that was largely exterminated thousands of years before their founding. I don't think anyone at Bethesda even really considered this. I know they have a history of cutting through canon if it means telling a better story, but is this better? If Bethesda can't understand how long 200 years is in the Fallout games, then they definitely won't understand how long 3,000 years is, or the fact that there would be another 1,000 years until the present. Yet somehow Delphine has decided that her purpose in life is now dragon slaying, to such a degree that she is actually brave enough to go against us on this issue, citing her oath as a blade. I'm not one of those people that will argue that they're blades and blades have to serve the Dragonborn. However, it is definitely the case that the second you actually do what this stupid bitch asks, you are her subservient.
Who works for who? Huh?
It is sad because they drag Esbern into this, but Delphine receives pretty much 100% of the flack for this. Deservingly so. Let me follow your logic here, Delphine. You refuse to serve me until I kill one very specific dragon, so that means the Blades now can't serve their functions as dragon slayers because there isn't going to be a dragonborn around to suck up their souls if I say no. Is there? You're fucked. Because even if you manage to put a dragon in the ground without me, Alduin could just get him back up in short time. You know that. You were there. Are you going to stake out every dragon burial site in Skyrim while your order is being hunted by the Thalmor? Fact is, there is no Blades without the Dragonborn, not the direction Delphine wants to take it. How exactly are you preserving your oath? Parthenax is, well, a good dragon. There are, however, plenty of bad dragons still out there rampaging right now, not getting killed because the Blades refuse to serve me. Is that not a violation of your oath, Delphine? The only argument I've heard against this is that if the Dragonborn dies while Parthenax is alive, then nobody will be around to stop him in the future. Okay, again, what about all the other dragons that are still alive? If we are, factually, canonically, set in concrete and preserved forever, the last Dragonborn, then that means that all it takes is for one singular dragon to evade us until after the time of our death for this to be the case. Except that dragon, and let's be honest, the ones around him, will not have Parthenax around to try and guide them. I wonder if we're going to end up meeting a dragon that we can't actually slay. See, Parthenax is the actual leader of the Greybeards, having been the dragon to teach men how to use the Thu'um. He spends most of his days atop the throat of the world meditating, although he admits that at one time he did visit another dragon. Spoilers for the end, but after Alduin's defeat, Parthenax will leave the throat to go discuss his philosophy with other dragons. His goal is to encourage more dragons to adopt his own lifestyle of meditation rather than dominance. But Parthenax does admit that it is a struggle against his nature to maintain this lifestyle, so the argument goes that all it takes is one bad day for Parth to become a giant murderous lizard again.
My name is not important. What is important is what I'm going to do. I just fucking hate this world, and these human worms feasting on its carcass. My whole life is just cold, bitter hatred.
It hasn't happened in 4,000 years, but it's possible, so we gotta put him down and restore the peace. I'm sorry, but this logic is fundamentally flawed. It's human nature to bash people across the head with clubs and fucking murder them for their food. That's not a joke. The physiology of our wrists is literally adapted to using weaponry. Modern, civilized people still have visceral reactions to having their food taken from them, despite there generally being no rational reason to do so. So, for instance, let's assume there's a human organization. Their origin was from a military campaign that involved a long trek across the ocean, but ended in a massive swath of devastation across the countryside, killing untold countless people. Their military brutality is infamous to the point of being remembered to this day, thousands of years later. It's long past time for them to pay for their crimes, which are even as recent as 20 years ago during unsanctioned intelligence operations in foreign countries that sparked a continent-wide war. Now, this organization claims to have reformed, that they serve a nobler purpose now. They became dragon slayers in a world where dragons were mostly gone and where they managed to slay a single dragon in 5 years. They would later reform again into an organization that served as bodyguards of the Emperor. You probably have picked up on my point, but the funny part is that I included verbatim quotes from Delphine in my comparison of the Blades to Parthenax. The only difference is that Parthenax is a single continuous entity while the Blades are a collection of individuals. However, this is applying the logic of punishment to an entity outside of conventional punishments. In essence, can you really call it justice to punish people who are immortal the same way you punish people who are not? Parthenax has been alive continuously ever since the Dragon War. We don't know the extent of his crimes, which by itself makes Delphine's case dubious. It's undeniable that he did ill, but if Delphine can't actually quantify her arguments, then it's effectively meaningless. She's read from records I've already showed are faulty that Parthenax was a lieutenant of Alduin, meaning that he must have done bad things, even though I'm sure the local Nords at the time were all much more aware of that. Parth is actually pretty similar to the dragon Thief from Dark Souls, a dragon that betrayed his own kind to give people the tool they needed to end the reign of dragons. Except the gods in Dark Souls awarded Seath for his decision. But I mean, Parthenax is immortal. He could do most anything, yet he's decided to live alone for thousands of years. That is a historical punishment. It's called exile, and he's been living in it for longer than 99% of mortals have been alive.
It's true that his crimes are long in the past, but justice does not count the passage of years.
It actually does. However, my biggest problem with this dilemma is that the biggest witness used to prosecute Parthenax is himself. Literally, his own honesty about his life and actions is the single biggest contributor to the case against him. I call it being hung by your honesty, and it unfortunately happens quite often. People who perform minor acts can be punished worse than people performing major acts simply because they came clean and were honest about it. It's a part of human nature, but it means that people are encouraged to lie about their misdeeds rather than being honest because the punishment for honesty is usually worse. Simply put, you cannot convince me that Parthenax needs to die if the core of your argument is Parthenax's own words. Even trying to play as ruthless a character as possible could not justify this action, because it literally makes too much sense to just let him live. I personally believe that every human on Earth is capable of redemption, but that the worst of criminals require more time than they have left to ever really achieve it. Immortal beings have no such constraint, so logically, that means I believe that immortals could eventually be redeemed of any crime. Plus, Elder Scrolls is a setting with a confirmed afterlife, so it's not like all the people Parthenax killed ceased existence, like what potentially happens in our own world. And, well, it's a bit presumptuous, isn't it? Delta Fear, my mage character, is actually an immortal vampire. She's a powerful necromancer. She's participated in murders and assassinations, changed the course of wars, and is developing an unrivaled ability with the Thuum. I'm just saying, if we're worried about the crimes of the future, you might want to do a little introspection with your character.
He may have betrayed Alduin in the end, but that makes him worse, not better. I have a contact inside the embassy. He's not up for this kind of high-risk mission, but he can help you. His name is Malborn. Wood Elf. Plenty of reason to hate the Thalmor. You can trust him.
Parthenax is one of the cooler characters in Skyrim, probably just because of his uniqueness. He is a dragon, and it's evident that they actually took the time to craft his character around that fact. His pattern of speech and philosophy sets him apart.
Do you have no better reason for acting than destiny? Are you nothing but a plaything of Des, of fate?
There aren't really many other characters in Skyrim written like Parthenax. It's unfortunate then that he must bear the burden of the entire dragon lore upon his back. Rather than us piecing together information about the dragons from the dragons we meet over the course of a quest line, instead the vast majority of lore is just exposited at the player during this conversation. It's through the voice of Charles Martinet, whose Skyrim credit is lost amongst a sea of credits as Mario and Luigi. He was one of the few Bespin cops in Jedi Outcast, funnily enough. I mean no offense by this, but the casting almost sounds like a joke decision that ended up working wonders. It's like someone in the casting department was spitballing ideas about who should voice this dragon character, and someone proposed the guy who voiced Mario and everything. The problem is that he is moving in one direction and pretty much everything else is going in the other. Dragons love conversation and do battle with their words, but pretty much all we ever see is them screaming hot and cold. Parthenax spends his days meditating on the meanings of words, yet rather than teaching us a cool new shout, he simply augments our existing combat shouts. Parthenax doesn't know the Dragon Wrench shout, as it was created by mortals and dragons apparently cannot comprehend its meaning. Apparently it turned the tide on the dragons though, which is confusing. What, did you only teach mortals how to breathe fire? That's nice and all, but it's not exactly much of an edge over what we can already do. In fact, our notable quality is that we can permanently kill dragons, not that our voices themselves do it. Kind didn't need Parthenax to teach the people how to use the Thu'um because it practically teaches itself once you start killing dragons. Parthenax reveals that the ancient Nord Dragonborn did not slay Alduin, but instead used an Elder Scroll to cast him adrift through time, which created a time wound that we could use to observe the event if we were to get our hands on the same Elder Scroll. It's not really time travel, thank God, but more of a remote viewing of the past. It is unfortunate, however, because we will need to find one specific Elder Scroll out of hundreds, if not thousands, that exist, which has likely changed hands many times over the last 4,000 years. At least we can say with certainty that it does still exist, since they're apparently highly durable, but who knows, it could be sitting in a buried Nordic ruin or at the bottom of the ocean. First, we need a clue about where to look, which presents us a choice. We can ask Arngir, who is still mad at us and takes offense but points us towards the College of Winterhold anyways. Or we can ask Esbern, who is recounting a dream he had of Alduin destroying the world and also points us at the College of Winterhold. What immense insight. It's not like there were very many institutions in Skyrim that could actually offer us advice in this situation.
Not the kind of thing you will find in your local bookshop. Let me think.
Perhaps the College of Winterhold.
This is the second time the player is placed into a position where they will encounter a faction, and the first where you're actually forced through initiation. If this specific quest is the first time you're doing this, then you have an additional dialogue with Feralda where she'll ask you to demonstrate your Thu'um, which, while cool, doesn't mean I necessarily want to be enrolled in your institution. Plus, I'm not really sure what this is for. At least the Thieves Guild pretended to be hidden, so getting pointers to it could be useful. The college is transparently a faction, and you get pointed to it by all the court wizards, including Farengar earlier in the questline. At least I can say about Oblivion that when it sends us to the Arcane University that it didn't actually make us join the Mages Guild. It's just weird that you can't access Skyrim's library without enrolling. Were you guys forcing all those Psijics and Synod members to enroll in the college as well? Like, the Mages Guild was designed around the idea that many people would become associates for safe places to practice magic, hence why they had guild halls all over Vardenfell and Cyrodiil. We head into the library and meet up with Urag. He flat out says the college does not have any Elder Scrolls, nor would he give it to us if he did. He also has a big spiel about how dangerous and esoteric they are. I guess if this was your first Elder Scrolls game, 5 mainline titles in, then this part's for you. Not that they really had a big presence in the older games. The idea was basically made up as marketing for Arena and then tacked onto the series, but nobody actually wanted to do anything with the idea until Oblivion, which simply used an Elder Scroll as a plot device to change the properties of the Grey Cow. Then Skyrim came along and made them central to the main questline. Unsurprising, really, considering the Oblivion Thieves Guild was done by Bruce Nesmith, who went on to become lead designer on Skyrim. Urag gives us some literature on the topic, one of which details the effects reading the scrolls have. This is mostly just recapping stuff established in Oblivion with the Ancestor Moth Priests. The second book, however, is coached in mythic allegory and symbolism, which is code we're going to use for being effectively gibberish. Urag will remark that, yeah, that is the case. He does actually know who wrote the book, and they apparently even work out of Skyrim for some reason. So back in 4th Era 180, right before the Great War, all the scrolls that were stored in the Imperial Library up and vanished, because it would be really inconvenient to say that the Thalmor had acquired all those Elder Scrolls during their occupation of White Gold Tower. I guess they picked a side. That said, I would imagine if you were an expert in Elder Scrolls that you would still work in Cyrodiil, around the Moth Priests who are going around trying to collect all of them again. It is really convenient that so many people are willing to travel out to Skyrim to facilitate these plots. That's kind of the problem. Post-Oblivion, Bethesda seems to feel the need to make Skyrim a multi-province story, but obviously Cyrodiil is not a part of the play area anymore. It's just bizarre how much is going on in Cyrodiil following the game that was actually set there. I won't be surprised when the most interesting parts of Skyrim are in Elder Scrolls 6. Anyways, we meet this expert in Elder Scrolls lore, but we have to find him first. Not to worry, as the omniscient quest marker knows exactly where to go. Actually, Ureg gives us some extremely specific directions, somewhere up north in the ice fields. Septimus, however, is crazy, stewing in this ice cave trying to open up some Dwemer artifact. As far as I'm aware, Skyrim was the game to include the idea that the Elder Scrolls can drive you mad if you study them. I'd almost say that Septimus Cygnus is a parody of Michael Kirkbride, who didn't get to contribute very much to Skyrim. His ruminations read like an attempt at emulating the writing style of the Mythic Dawn commentaries or the 36 Sermons. How has Septimus survived out here for all these years alone? Don't worry about it. We only said years to really drive home that he's crazy about this. Septimus seems to think the lockbox contains the heart of Lorcan. I guess news didn't get out about that one. Anyways, Septimus wants an exchange for helping us get an Elder Scroll. I want to emphasize that we are really going out on a limb here. We would have to be cosmically fortunate for this plan to actually result in us getting exactly the right scroll. He gives us a couple items and points us towards Alftand. This leads to a fairly lengthy dungeon, marking the first Dwemer ruin of the main quest. There was a research group that was clearing the ruin, but they apparently got devastated. Then they try to hand-wave away the fact that they could have just left by claiming there was a storm outside, so... Of course, they had to go deeper into the ruins to go get murdered, instead of just waiting by the entrance for the blizzard to subside. The Dwemer ruins are marginally more interesting than Nordic ruins, but barely. They've definitely lost their aesthetic edge. Dwemer ruins in Skyrim are mostly just carved stone structures with occasional bands of brass or metal sculptures. Compare that with Dwemer ruins from Morrowind. Everything looked rusted and ancient, and most important of all, unique. The Dwemer ruins of Vardenfell were meant to contrast with the Dunmer strongholds and Daedric ruins. In Skyrim, there's too much emphasis on the stonework and not the metal, meaning that the cultural identity of the dwarves just blends into all the other stone structures we see throughout the games. Rather than selling us on the idea that the Dwemer were a civilization that were rushing the technology tree at the cost of everything else, it's more like what made them superior to the Nords and Falmer was that they had more stonemasons. Not better stonemasons, just more. This is literally the greatest opportunity you could hand to artists in a fantasy setting, the opportunity to blend science fiction and fantasy world design. I grabbed this image from the More Oblivion project, which is a mock-up of a potential redesign of Dwemer ruins. Imagine trudging through multiple Nordic ruins and then suddenly finding this and how refreshing it would be. It's not that outlandish, these are the people who made Fallout 3, but then again, it's unsurprising that this is what they ended up making. These are also the people who made Fallout 3. Alftand is a pretty big dungeon, although at this point, you should know that Skyrim's standard fare for big dungeons is actually just really long hallways. Alftand presents another level design opportunity to take advantage of the dragon shouts. I mean, technically non-Dragonborn players are supposed to be able to complete this dungeon due to the Dawnguard DLC, but that's only because Alftand's original design did not incorporate this limitation. In that instance, they could just make it so you use one of the other dungeon entrances to Alftand if you're doing the Dawnguard version of this quest. Our powers so far include Force Push, Forward Dash, Clear Skies, and Parthenax taught us a word of Fire Breath. All of those have potential applications inside of a Dwemer ruin. Unclog stuck machinery with a force normal men don't possess. Dash across chasms or through traps mortals would not be fast enough to evade. Clear rooms full of steam from burst pipes. Melt frozen walls and start up a boiler using fire breath. Ironically, the most useful shout for this dungeon is Become Ethereal, which we are not guaranteed to have learned from Ustengrav in order to negate fall damage and skip a very long vertical section. Right at the end, we run into Amana and Sola Trebatius, who are the heads of that expedition. It kind of comes out of nowhere. Like, yeah, the journals mention their names, but then there was a long stretch where the plot was just kind of dropped, because it could be easily assumed that nobody from the expedition got this deep into the ruin. We need to use the attunement sphere Septimus gave us to unlock a staircase that goes deeper into the earth. This leads into an area called Blackreach, which, wow. This is an actually cool area, which required restraint on the part of Bethesda. Rather than creating these assets and plastering them everywhere, they left a surprise in the main quest to be discovered. There are 3 different dungeons that lead into this area, all of which require the attunement sphere, so you can't stumble onto it accidentally either. I think one of the reasons Blackreach particularly strikes people's interest is due to that surprise element. At first, this quest just seems tedious. You go through a lengthy and rather uninteresting Dwemer ruin, and right when you think the game is just going to have an Elder Scroll be in the boss chest because Bethesda's lazy, it suddenly surprises you with a whole other area to explore. I cannot stress how cynical the game makes you feel about the design, that the moment it does something mildly interesting, it seems amazing. These people made the Shivering Isles. It's not like they're incapable of making interesting looking areas, they just don't. Blackreach itself is a hub area, connecting 3 large dungeons with a bunch of smaller dungeons inside the ruin. There are many ores here, including unique geodes which give soul gems when mined. The big glowing orb actually contains a dragon which you can release by shouting at it. I don't know what he's doing here, and he doesn't really have much to say on the matter either. There's also a single quest down here. It turns out that after Oblivion, the Master Alchemist Sindarian came here searching for Crimson Nirnroot. How he accomplished this is a mystery, but they want to reference that quest somewhere. The quest is, unsurprisingly, to collect 30 Crimson Nirnroot from Blackreach and deliver them to one of Sindarian's old colleagues. This actually awards you an ability that gives you a 25% chance to duplicate crafted potions. This isn't a parody that Bethesda is doing of one of their old infamous quests. Tons of people hated the Nirnroot quest in Oblivion because it was just running around the edge of water picking dozens of plants, and also not being able to drop them. Seriously, what the fuck? Some of the only real-life conversations I've had about Oblivion were about how you couldn't do this. If it was a parody, then wouldn't it just say, I'm gonna get 2 samples because that's all they'll really need? Make fun of the fact that Sindarian needed such a ridiculous number of this plant. But no, it's literally just doing the same thing the original quest people complained about in Oblivion did. In fact, there are several other World of Warcraft quests in Skyrim. World of Warcraft quests refer to a quest where you either kill X number of generic enemy type or collect X number of items from enemies or in the world. Except World of Warcraft generally shows restraint and only asks the player to get like 10 plants, not 30. Inside of Blackreach is the Tower of Mizark, which is the area Septimus said the scroll would be in. Luckily, this isn't a further dungeon, so really the long stretch of this quest is over. You may have noticed that this room with the large orb is almost an exact duplicate of the oculary that was at Mizulft during the college questline. In fact, it's so similar I mistakenly referred to Mizark as Mizulft in the first recording. So then one has to wonder, which came first? Or was their similarity intentional for some reason? I checked the creation kit just to be sure, and these are the only 2 of these items in the entire game. Maybe the college questline and main quest were even more tied together originally, until it was realized that it didn't make sense to have the Synod get into Blackreach. I don't know, man. I just work here. All we have to do is figure out this puzzle and we'll have the scroll. Well, to be honest with you, it's been over a decade, and I'm still unclear on what this even is. You slot the runed lexicon into the USB port, which opens the ceiling and unlocks the 2 buttons on the right. You press the second button from the right 4 times in a row, and the lexicon opens, which activates a button on the left. You press the second button from the left twice, and the lenses move, which unlocks the final button, which you press, and the puzzle's done. I do not know what the puzzle here is. Neither does the UESP, which I had to use to even be able to tell you what the exact combination of button presses is. There are a ton of guides on how to solve the puzzle, but not actual explanations of, like, what the puzzle is. In essence, if I put a gun to your head and told you to give me the correct combination without touching the controls, there is a 100% chance of your brains painting the wall behind you. There is no key information that I've left out to help you figure it out. It truly is just guessing until you figure out the answer. Why specifically do I need to press the second button from the right 4 times in a row? Who designed this? And why? Another thing to consider is the fact that the only thing stopping the local Falmer from getting their hands on the Elder Scroll was the runed lexicon. I don't know how common objects like this are, but I would imagine given the extensive interconnected Dwemer ruins that at least one of these lexicons has to be floating around this area. I'm basing that entirely off of the fact that a guy living in an ice cave somehow managed to get his hands on one of these things. Septimus himself says they're used to store information, so surely they couldn't be that rare. So there should be some monkeys with typewriters going on here, except the Falmer are smarter than monkeys, and they also aren't trying to recreate Shakespeare, but just slot a USB stick into a USB port. We also aren't the first people to visit Blackreach. Sindarian got down here relatively recently. Plus the fact that the roof opens and light pours in kind of implies the Tower of Mizark is actually pretty close to the surface. There's also a shortcut leading straight to this part of the complex. Nobody, in thousands of years, ever tried to breach the Tower of Mizark just to see what was inside. The Empire literally had to make looting Dwemer ruins illegal because of just how common it was for people to go and get themselves killed trying to find rare items. I can only imagine how many Nords and Sovngarde could tell you about how they died in a Dwemer ruin. I don't buy for a second that this structure's just too sturdy to be broken through. It's made of stone. Get a catapult, a battering ram, a wizard, a staff of fireballs, 20 good men, or even a dragonborn. But no, we have to have a fast exit here. What if people got bored? Man, if only there was a spell designed around the idea of being able to quickly exit dungeons. Septimus got a pretty raw deal. We got an Elder Scroll while he gets no guaranteed return because we could just ignore him and whatever entities we might meet as a consequence of that. I mentioned that because it's important for later, but surely this isn't the specific Elder Scroll, right? Well, it is, and it even says so. That's actually an addition to the Dawnguard DLC. In the base game it didn't specify that it was about dragons, so I'm kind of upset about this. So first I want to say that it's not impossible that the Dwemer got their hands on the scroll, but it is unusual. You would think an artifact that was instrumental in the defeat of Alduin during the Dragon War would have ended up in a Nordic ruin buried alongside the heroes that used it. Yet somehow the Dwemer got their hands on the scroll and decided to hide it away. That kind of raises an awkward point that the Dwemer were just around during the Age of the Dragon cult. And unfortunately, that means we really need to talk about the dwarves. An enigmatic race of elves that Skyrim does next to nothing with. The dwarves were very important in Morrowind, having played key roles in the nation's history and their artifacts even being key to the central plot. Mind you, this was after Numidium's role in Daggerfall, Morrowind itself iterating on existing lore. Skyrim has nothing to add to that, which is probably smart. Unfortunately, Skyrim is one of the provinces where they lived, so they couldn't really afford the luxury of ignoring them outright. Knowledge about the Dwemer not only hasn't advanced, but it seems to have actively regressed. In Morrowind, during the Mages Guild, we solved the disappearance of the dwarves, yet this information was apparently never published and it's only paid lip service to in Skyrim. So here's the deal. The races of elves are all offshoots of Aldmer, with a D. Each race was descendants of various religious schisms of the races of elves. The Dunmer, for instance, used to be Chimer, who split off under the guidance of Veloth the Prophet, who taught his followers about Daedra worship under the guidance of the tribunal Boethia, Azura, and Mephala. The Orcs were faithful to the god Trinimac, transformed when their god became Malakath. The Bosmer were settlers who were transformed due to the difficulties of living in Valenwood. The Altmer actually didn't divide, but were forced to leave Aldmeris for reasons. The dwarves, however, were agnostics. They would be atheists if not for the gods existing quite literally in Elder Scrolls. The dragons are divine, at least I would argue so. They are described as children of Akatosh, although it's more likely they are slivers of Akatosh, hence why they absorb or recombine on death. The thing about Akatosh is that he's also known as Ariel in the Elvish pantheons. The reason I bring all this up is that we're supposed to believe that the dragons dominated Skyrim without opposition. Now, Dawnguard goes a bit into what exactly was going on with the Falmer during and after Ysgramor and the Companions wrecked them, which TLDR is basically just nonsense and hand-waving away. For some reason, the dwarves in Morrowind fought wars with the Chimer, yet apparently were completely uninterested in actually controlling Skyrim. They kept peace with the Falmer and then sold them on a raw deal when the Falmer needed help, for some reason. But the dwarves had no input on the Dragon War, not even sending an emissary to help meddle in the conflict to wear down both sides, similar to another elvish faction in this game. Yet after the war, they somehow got their hands on this Elder Scroll. If Skyrim was a new intellectual property, then people would not accept the premise of the dwarves. They are mysteriously absent, and the game focused little attention on their story, yet decided to have weird circumstances surrounding their motives. It's only acceptable because Skyrim is a sequel, but in my opinion, the idea completely fails to stand on its own merits. The game would be criticized for not just cutting the Dwarven ruins entirely and just focusing on making the Nordic story better. It's weird because the dwarves in Skyrim are like the Ayleids in Oblivion. Their ruins are everywhere and you would think they would play a central role in the story of the province, but they don't. They are a dungeon setting. I even said as much during Oblivion's version of this quest. In that, we visited a ruin to attain an item we needed for a ritual, except rather than learning from the mistakes of Oblivion, they largely just repeated them. A fancy mushroom area is not going to make up for the fact that a fairly standard Dwemer ruin dungeon crawl ensues. Then you have the fact that what was largely us throwing a dart at an empty wall somehow turned 180 degrees and hit the dartboard behind us. There are many levels of improbability that created this scenario. I know the Elder Scrolls are magic and can do whatever the fuck they want, or rather the writers want, without explanation because they ain't gotta explain it, it's in the title. Hence why all the good stories never involve them, because it's just asking for people to hate it. When they came up with the Elder Scrolls, it was literally just a framing device to say that the story was written down in a piece of old, rolled-up parchment. They occasionally had information inside them that would help the Eternal Champion find pieces of the Staff of Chaos. Here's the problem with Elder Scrolls. They can do literally anything, which makes you question their actions. We can assume the reason this complete shot in the dark worked was because the Elder Scroll wanted it to, because prophecy. At that point, you might as well ask why the Elder Scroll didn't will itself into being buried at High Hrothgar and then mysteriously a brick falls over and the Greybeards find it just in time for us to need it. In essence, the Elder Scroll is a character similar to the One Ring of Power from the Lord of the Rings, except the One Ring had a clear and defined motivation, and its actions and movements were sensical and easy to understand. It would gradually corrupt and manipulate its bearer until they were in the exact right position the ring needed them to be. The challenge of defeating such an item hinged on finding the right people who wouldn't be as easily manipulated. Why did the ring happen to land exactly on Frodo's ring when he fell over? So that he would put the ring on and learn of its abilities, increasing the likelihood that the ring race could find him, and by extension, the ring. However, the One Ring of Power is nothing compared to an Elder Scroll. Partheneks can't help but just be in awe of how important and mystical and divine and amazing these things are, so why do they care about what happens in the world? Oh, it's just setting us up so we can go on an adventure inside a video game. Yes, I get it. The problem with that, however, is that it only really works if the story is, good. I really like that they created a literal symbol of the fact that the game is a roller coaster ride. We are going on exactly the adventure the Elder Scroll wants us to go on. No pretense or illusion of choice, just a linear series of encounters and interactions until a preset end. A prophecy in a series known for making fun of prophecies. The Eternal Champion from Arena was just some guy who was part of the Imperial Court that Jagger Tharn underestimated. In Daggerfall, you were a friend of the Emperor investigating some weird happenings in the Iliac Bay. In Morrowind, you are a prisoner who happened to meet the conditions of a prophecy, but the storyline often asks whether you meet those conditions because you're the Nerevarine, or if you're the Nerevarine because you met those conditions. In Oblivion, you were also just some guy who happened to be in prison the day the Emperor was assassinated, and you helped Martin Septim fulfill his destiny as the Chosen One of Mehrunes Dagon. Even the expansions fill this tone. You aren't the Chosen One in Tribunal. In Blood Moon, you're chosen, but that's due to your actions on Solstheim leading up to the Blood Moon, not prophecy or born destiny. In Knights of the Nine, you're just a guy who went on a holy quest who ended up getting boons from the gods for your actions. Shivering Isles was especially about how prophecy's nonsense. Sheogorath's goal was to break the cycle he was stuck in, where he kept transforming into Jiggalag, a Daedric prince who genuinely believed that every single thing that happens could be predicted. The story is directly about the idea of prophesized outcomes. And then you have Skyrim. Skyrim has little to no commentary about prophecy. You are the Dragonborn. Whether you were born that way or chosen at the exact moment Alduin showed up is not questioned by the story, only me. Characters hail you as the Chosen One, and now we have literally acquired an item of literal prophecy just to emphasize how chosen we are for this task. I will admit, it is technically a new direction for the series. Downhill is a direction. Thing is, there's an opportunity here. Nobody makes a video this long just for the sake of complaining. You can tell a story about how utterly chosen a player character is and have it be an interesting commentary on the nature of prophecy if you make the main quest about being the villain. The dragons are attacking, but they only try to kill us. They don't destroy villages or cities, and we don't hear about dragon attacks happening in areas we aren't actively in. Dragons are actually noble creatures. It's the Dragonborn that are aberrations. Mortals unprepared for the true power of the Thu'um that the dragons are trying to stop. At first out of responsibility, but soon out of self-preservation. The Dragonborn even corrupt and distort their language, creating a shout the dragons literally cannot understand. The meaning of Dragonrend is mortality. It's death, a concept that is foreign to dragons. Dragons don't die, their soul gets absorbed into other dragons. The concept's so alien to them that it forces them to land just to try and deal with the image of it. Imagine for a second a character in a story whose main ability is to force images into people's minds of concepts so awful that it debilitates them. That actually exists. It's the crux of Lovecraftian monsters. The ancient Dragonborn aren't heroes. Not really. They showed up one day with dragon souls and began slaying and absorbing the souls of these benevolent beings, who then gathered their priests together to try and stop this threat. Eventually, the Dragonborn won and supplanted the role of dragons in Nordic culture. After thousands of years, the history's been gradually revised and lost to leave out the less glamorous parts of the story. The Bard's College even acknowledges how the culture of the Nords has been poorly preserved. Then Alduin shows up, the only dragon the ancient Dragonborn could not defeat. They cheated to send him forward in time. Alduin immediately begins trying to rectify the situation. There are a few dragons left on Tamriel, so the closest soul he can detect is a Dragonborn in Helgen. He destroys the city in an attempt to kill them, but fails, and our story begins. He's been gathering power and using it to reanimate his fallen comrades, the ones who weren't permanently killed in the Dragon War. He reanimates his dragon priests, who in turn reanimate the Draugr. There's a sudden crisis in Nordic society. Nobody can visit their burial crypts anymore. The goal of this is to slow the Dragonborn down and prevent him from acquiring more words of power. The Draugr we see using dragon shouts were actually servants of the dragons, rewarded with knowledge of basic Thu'um, similar to how the Greybeards could master it. When the ancient Dragonborn won the Dragon War, they then forged an empire out of Skyrim and began conquering territory. The Nords kept their momentum until the Battle of Red Mountain, where they met their match against the Chimer, led by Endoral Nerevar. It was in that defeat that Jurgen Windcaller created the Way of the Voice, a Nordic philosophy that came to be more in line with the original philosophy of the dragons. The Dragonborn, then, balancing between the Greybeards and the Blades, is led down a path of eventual conflict with Alduin. Alduin sees what the Dragonborn have done to his world. He mourns all of his brothers that were lost in the Dragon War. This noble being, the firstborn of Akatosh and Ariel, is corrupted. Now, instead of simply guiding the world through time, Alduin has become the prophesized destroyer the Nords born after his disappearance wrote of him being. He was not born that way, but became it through the Nords' own actions. He says as much to Paarthurnax, his former trusted lieutenant. Paarthurnax's assigned duty after the Dragonborn began appearing was to try and shepherd humanity towards the Way of the Voice. He failed to do so before the end of the Dragon War, and Alduin blames him for this. Why did this happen? Well, it goes back a ways. Martin Septim at the end of Oblivion used the Amulet of Kings to defeat Mehrunes Dagon. The Amulet of Kings was actually a vessel that contained the dragon souls of the Dragonborn emperors and descendants of Tiber Septim. These combined dragon souls were powerful enough to help Martin mantle Akatosh, wherein he became and replaced him as a god. Now there's a new Akatosh, one that was chosen and placed there by the Prince of Destruction, Mehrunes Dagon, and things are starting to happen. The Aldmeri Dominion, whose primary deity is Akatosh, suddenly had a cultural resurgence and becomes a dominant power. Alduin's released back into the world. Akatosh is the god of time, so it's his domain. But why is any of this happening? Well, it goes back to the primordial conflict between Akatosh and Lorkhan, which has come to a head after Lorkhan's heart was released back into the world in Morrowind. Yes, this narrative really does go there. Septimus even draws attention to the fact that the heart wasn't destroyed. The Dwemer and later Dunmer were using the heart for blasphemous purposes, but now Lorkhan has his heart again. He was slain by Trenimac, and his heart was shot across Tamriel by Ariel. This didn't actually kill him, he being the devilish little prince he is. Shor, who is the Nordic name for Lorkhan, was busy looking after his followers from the shadows when suddenly his heart was found and contained. This stifled his ability to really be active on the world stage, only occasionally getting to influence things. The Nordic invasion of Morrowind and Battle of Red Mountain was partially motivated by the Nords attempting to recover Shor's heart from the elves. But now Shor is back, and he's doing things again. He's got a new Dragonborn, and he's pushing to have his own worship, aka Talos worship, defended from the Thalmor. That's why the prophecy mentions Lorkhan's heart from Morrowind and the Oblivion Crisis, because both stories were key to placing pieces on the board for this conflict. Now that I've made Skyrim sound cool, let's go back in time and nope, the ancient Dragonborn are exactly how the Nords remembered them being. The dragons are still just evil, and we are really the undisputed good guy. It doesn't matter how many sprinkles I put on top of this, Alduin is still a giant evil-looking dragon. It goes all the way back to his concept art. They started this project knowing how evil this guy was. Mehrunes Dagon is still a 50-meter-tall giant demon man pillaging the countryside. Dagothur is still a dude in an evil mask who says we need to get the first blow before immediately chucking a fireball at us. It does not matter how much lore copium we come up with, it is an immutable fact that Elder Scrolls antagonists sure are fucking boring. Except Almalexia, I guess. But it's so sad to see a game series that often toyed with concepts like predeterminism falter in this way. It's like they said, we're dumbing down all the mechanics of the game, better dumb down the story too. They make an attempt with this cutscene where we read the Elder Scroll and see the events of the past. It's often complained about because of its awkward blocking. However, most scenes Skyrim tries to do are just like this. In Oblivion, scenes where two characters talk to each other were pretty rare. I imagine it was probably too difficult to consistently do. Skyrim tries to make conversations more dynamic, but it really comes off as being similar to middle school theater performances.
Hey, that animation didn't totally fuck up.
Hakon! A glorious day, is it not?
You have the awkward blocking, the mismatched accents and voices, you even have actors missing their cue, forgetting what their next action's supposed to be, forgetting their lines, or making mistakes. You also see bad direction, like the crux of the awkwardness of the scene comes down to Feldir having way too much dialogue, so the characters have to awkwardly fight Alduin while he exposits all his lines that should have been cut because clearly the theater department did not have the budget to fully realize the dragon fight sequence the way that the playwrights had originally intended back on Broadway. There's an awkward stillness to all of Skyrim's dialogue that was mostly patched out in Fallout 4. Fallout 4's dialogue is many things, including awkward, but I mostly attribute that to the bad writing rather than the technical problems that Skyrim's dialogue has. They were going for a system where characters could do things during conversations. Rather than intently staring at us, now maybe they're sitting in a chair, or running a forge, or maybe they crossed their arms. Basically, it's trying to incorporate body language into the dialogue in addition to facial animation. It was also aiming to make multi-person conversations possible and common.
Beginning, we had a really shitty, well, not shitty, very expensive, but in hindsight, very shitty mocap system. It looked insane because it had all these wires that were still tethered, like, you know, like the old Vive, but imagine like on every like part of your limb. Some people were still hesitant because they're just like hardcore like hand animators, which is, you know, respectable because that's difficult. But I was just like, I need to get this shit in quick, so I'm gonna go down there and just like flail my arms and do whatever until something sticks, right? So that was sort of my approach, because I'm sure you remember the deadlines were pretty pretty aggressive.
So what's going on in this scene? Well, these three ancient Dragonborn are fighting dragons atop the throat of the world, this being apparently the final battle of the Dragon War. They decide to not use the Elder Scroll and then use Dragon Rune to bring down Alduin. We immediately learn the entire shout just from hearing it, which is definitely hand-waving. At least when we've been taught words in the past, there was still some ceremony to it. I mean, following this we fight Alduin, but I imagine if there was a gauntlet of lesser dragons we had to slay to gradually unlock the shout. I guess it wouldn't make that much sense because we are using dragon souls to unlock those dragons' knowledge of the words of power, and dragons can't have this knowledge. It is funny that almost immediately after vowing to not use the Elder Scroll, they are instantly overwhelmed by Alduin and resort to using it anyways. If these guys didn't stand a chance then, how could we now? Well, we do, because Alduin's here. This fight's kinda awkward because we've just gained the shout and immediately have to get used to aiming it at flying dragons. Especially annoying since if we miss, we have to wait for the cooldown. Alduin's basically just like any other dragon fight with two exceptions. He is immune to damage in the air, meaning that he really only has a combat phase, and he knows how to cast Rain of Fire. Okay, I have to explain this one. This effect he's doing is literally a Rain of Fire, which, if you remember, was also the name of the movie that inspired the dragon design of Skyrim. Bravo, Bethesda, what a brilliant play on words. I guess you can technically use Clear Skies if this somehow is actually causing you to have trouble with the fight. It's also unusual that the player never gets to learn this specific shout. We have a similar shout called Storm Call, so it's not fear of players getting this effect. Not even DLC gave it to us. It's actually kind of amazing how much of a pushover Alduin is. The greatest, most powerful dragon ever is still a giant, uncreative, fire-breathing lizard. He acknowledges our newfound strength, which it's not newfound. We haven't fought before. You'd realize that I'd barely done any training-wise between Kynesgrove and now. But he reveals that he's literally unkillable on this mortal plane. We could just cut it off here, but no, there has to be more of this stupid questline. Pray tell, why exactly is Alduin invincible here, but not in other places? What immutable property has he been granted? Why are the dragons even immortal? If they're descendants of Akatosh, then they should be mortals just like Akatosh. Unless the secret implication the entire time is that they're actually Daedra. But then it's weird that Periite was taking the form of dragons. What, did he just not know this secret lore copium to explain their immortality? Easy fix. Alduin shouts ice form at us, Parthenax swoops down to protect us, and then Alduin flies away. That's the beauty of flying enemies. They can just disengage from combat when you need them to. But because you gave us the power to stop dragons from flying, now you need to invent a reason why that just won't work. Then he flies off anyways, so it didn't matter. I have a better idea about how to stage this fight. Let's replace... I forgot his name, but the dragon at Kynesgrove. Let's replace his fight with Alduin. That's for mechanical reasons. I think the idea is that they want us to face off against the antagonist before the final boss battle. But typically, facing off against the antagonist happens way earlier in the storyline, so that when we defeat him later, it's self-evident that we have become stronger as a character. We've already proven we can defeat Alduin effectively solo. I mean, Parthenax was there, but I can't credit him as being a particularly big help in the fight. There's no tension facing off against an enemy you've already beaten unless you can show that in the interim they have also gotten stronger, but it's the reverse. We're going off to face against Alduin for a second time with more help than the first time. It would be like making it so that Rey defeats Kylo Ren in the first movie and then their next fight they say, you know what, this time Kylo Ren doesn't even get a lightsaber. Good luck defeating him now. I don't know why all my metaphors are grounded in the sequel trilogy. We have to ask one of the old men we know about how to find Alduin, which is weird. You're given the option to ask Arngeir or Esbern, but Parthenax is not only right there, but the most knowledgeable about the subject. Rather than assuming that Alduin is stupid and just flying off in the direction Alduin took off in until we find something, it's determined that we should try and capture one of Alduin's servants. This is where Esbern will first try to ambush you over the Parthenax dilemma, although there's another circumstance where you're guaranteed to be forced into this encounter. Dragon's Reach was built for the purpose of housing a captive dragon, which of course obviously means they actually capture the dragons there. It's not like the story is that Olaf One-Eye defeated the dragon Numenex atop Mount Anthor and then brought it back to his castle in Whiterun. It's like saying the way you catch someone is by throwing the dungeon shackles at them. Jarl Balgrif's problem is that the civil war is going on, and he just can't spare the men because he's worried that a moment of weakness could threaten his hold. Given that at most 3 guards participate in this ploy, I think that's a lie. The player is not given the opportunity to tell Balgrif that they run the companions, or even the blades, and could have them participate in the capturing instead, because we are being forced into addressing the Civil War questline. We either have to end the Civil War or negotiate a truce. If you killed Parthenax for some reason, then you have no choice but to complete the Civil War, as the truce requires Arngyr's cooperation and the Greybeards to host the event. Okay, so imagine that during Oblivion, we gather all the items for the ritual to invade Paradise, the armor of Tiber Septim, a Daedric artifact, a Great Welkin Stone, and we've just fought a battle at Bruma to acquire the Great Sigil Stone. The fate of Tamriel is supposed to be on the line, yet Joffrey enters the room and yells, "Hold on there, hero, we're worried about Mana Marco assaulting the temple, so you need to join the Mages Guild and deal with that threat first." It is really weird that at the penultimate moment of this questline, they interjected to say that the player needs to address another separate questline, especially considering how much more involved the Civil War was originally supposed to be. I know the idea is probably that we need to settle a relatively petty grievance of the Civil War in order to fight a bigger threat, except we're not negotiating peace, just a ceasefire for the duration of the Dragon Crisis. This leads to Season Unending. Although Arngeir is uninterested in involving himself or the tongues in the Civil War, it's figured that we need to do it here as the Greybeards are respected by both sides. Even though we're presented with a speech check, you will eventually succeed in bringing both sides to the table. As a proposal, perhaps the speech check is the only way to successfully convince the leaders to bring the meeting to Skyhaven Temple should you have already slain Parthenax. I do have an issue with a peace conference being held at High Hrothgar. This is supposed to be a difficult place to reach, yet all the delegates not only arrived, but did so apparently without interference or issue. No parties, not the Imperials, Stormcloaks, or Thalmor, used the opportunity to ambush their opposition on the dangerous path up the mountain. I doubt that Ulfric or Galmar would do this, but Tullius would absolutely take the opportunity to end war here and now. He's not a general because he fights honorably.
But I wasn't sent to Skyrim to fight dragons. My job is to quell this rebellion, and I intend to do just that, dragons or no dragons.
How about we hold the peace conference in Whiterun? The Greybeards can be the main reason that both sides agree, but they come down to Dragon's Reach instead of everyone else coming up to High Hrothgar. I mean, look at the Great Hall. It's practically built for two sides to yell across the room at each other. The Imperial side consists of Tullius, Legate Ricca, Jarl Elisif, and Elenwyn, the Thalmor dignitary. The Stormcloaks consist of just Ulfric and Galmar. Maybe they should have invited Jarl Lawgiver and Jarl Skald from Riften and Dawnstar. It would even the sides and really sell the idea that the Stormcloaks are a confederated force. Jarl Balgrif and Jarl Vignar Greymane will arrive depending on your progress in the Civil War. Oh yeah, you can do this quest while having already committed to a side in the conflict. You can even do this after having betrayed one of those sides during the Jagged Crown questline. I feel like the success rate of whether or not you can convince both sides to come to the table should hinge around the player's decisions. It makes sense if a Dragonborn is a neutral party, but if we're already loyal to one side, then that should really make it difficult for the other to believe in this conference. Also, the Blades show up. Actually, just Delphine and Esbern, which I think is the reason the Stormcloak side has 2 members. It's so that they can have room at the table. The very first part of the negotiation is a decision as to whether or not Elenwyn gets to stay at the meeting. I feel like they could have expanded this by having a phase where the Imperials demanded the Blades leave the meeting, because I really feel that they shouldn't be here. Delphine is citing old conflicts between the Blades and Greybeards that she was never actually a part of as just reason for their attendance, but I personally would have kicked them out. I decided against killing Parthenax. You're no longer welcome as long as you refuse to work with me. Also missing are guards for the dignitaries. It would be nice to see some of our Blade recruits standing guard in the room in addition to soldiers for each faction. So the negotiation's really complex and kind of convoluted, but ultimately meaningless, and none of the choices really matter that much. It doesn't matter how hard you try to weigh a negotiation against a side, both parties will agree to whatever terms we come up with. The scoring system for how fair the arrangement is basically determines if your Civil War boss rewards you or not for the negotiation. You cannot fail the negotiation by being unfair. Phase 1 is Ulfric demanding that Elenwyn leaves. A really weird decision for the Manchurian candidate to kick out their brainwasher, but we can cope and say that they planned for that to happen beforehand. Elenwyn claims she's here to ensure that none of the terms of the treaty violate the White Gold Concordat, which probably means she's just worried about the Stormcloaks will demand free Talos worship as a term similar to the Markarth incident. Tullius doesn't want to have to make concessions before the negotiations start, while Ulfric sees her presence as an insult. It's such a big piece of drama that it's weighted the same as a territory exchange. After we determine her inclusion status, it's time to move on to the real negotiation. If Balgrif holds Whiterun, then the Stormcloaks will demand control of the Reach. If the Stormcloaks take Whiterun in battle, then the Imperials will demand control of the Rift. However, because there's a really good chance that Balgruuf is going to be here, that means that most players are going to see Ulfric demand that Elenwen leave and then immediately demand again for control of the Reach. Just wanted to clarify why it seems like Ulfric's being super pushy.
Who would like to open the negotiations?
Our terms are simple. Riften must be returned to Imperial control. That's our price for agreeing to a truce.
By Talos, the stone's on this one. You're in no position to dictate terms to us, Tullius.
That's quite an opening demand, Tullius.
Each side will take offense at the demand, but will acquiesce and accept it without our input. This gets a score of 2, so for instance, if the Reach is given to the Stormcloaks and Elenwen is kicked out, then the score will be 3 for the blue team and 0 for the red team. This leads to a counter demand, an exchange they want to hold, and we're given a choice what to give them. If the Stormcloaks demand, we can respond by giving the Imperials Riften, Dawnstar, or Winterhold. Riften will be worth 2 points, while Dawnstar and Winterhold are worth 1 point each. On the flip side, if the Imperials demanded first, then you can either give the Stormcloaks Markarth, Morthal, or Falkreath. If this sounds really complicated, it's not, it's just difficult to explain. What happens in the second phase will depend on the score up to this point. Whoever's getting screwed threatens a walkout, and then Esbern gives a speech. At this point, the currently losing side will be given something to sweeten the deal, and if they're still losing after that, they will again complain to be given another sweetener if possible. A lot of this depends on how much territory's already been exchanged in the Civil War, however. The first option is reparations for a massacre that took place at Karthwasten, which is flexible depending on the score. The other option is to exchange more minor holds, Morthal and Falkreath for the Stormcloaks, Dawnstar and Winterhold for the Imperials. The end result is pretty minor, however. You can't screw over one side and then have a noticeable difference in the Civil War questline. A lot of this negotiation seemed to hinge on the expanded Civil War that never came to be, and so what's left is mostly gutted. Just a dramatic shouting match. However, it's one of the better scenes of the Civil War, which makes the fact that it's not in the Civil War questline directly all the more hilarious. Also, apparently Ulfric knows Delphine, but not Esbern. It really is bizarre that the Blades play such an important role in keeping the treaty going with Esbern's speech, yet nobody has anything to say about their attendance. It seems like half of the people here should be asking who the weeaboo sitting next to Ulfric even is, or where their loyalties lie. Are they still loyal to the Empire even after the White Gold Concordat? Or are they neutral? Or do they align with the Stormcloaks? Why does Delphine take her vows against the dragons so seriously when the person she actually swore to at the time would have been the Emperor? All great questions I'm going to take the liberty of ignoring. I love the premise of this quest, but there are so many opportunities once you open your mind to the idea of a dynamic civil war. But man, when the Civil War failed, so did everything else tied to it. It just feels like a waste of time to have such a flaccid scene. Again, Balgruuf's fear is completely unfounded. We should have the option to say, you know what, if the city gets attacked, I'll pitch in and help out. Like what? Are the Stormcloak spies going to tell Ulfric that they're trying to catch a dragon in Whiterun, so they should attack right now? So we head up to Dragon's Reach. Balgruuf and Irilith will participate in this encounter, unless Vignar holds the city, in which case Vignar and Ulfina Greymane participate. Ulfina is the town's strong Nord woman. I just find it funny that a barmaid for the Bannered Mare is participating in this endeavor, but not the companions. So we use a shout to call a dragon named Odahviing. The way it works is that shouting a dragon's name is a challenge, and if they see us as worthy, they'll have no choice but to respond. I mean, that's technically what happened when the Greybeards did it, so seems like a really easy way for us to hunt down and exterminate dragons if we just happen to have a list of all the old dragon names. Sure enough, Odahviing arrives and we force him down with Dragonrend and then draw him into the trap. Not only does this thing still work, but Odahviing is dumb enough to actually fall for it. I thought these were beings of immense intelligence. Odahviing will chat with us. He says that some of the dragons are questioning Alduin's strength, rightfully so considering how badly he got whipped at the throat of the world. Again, I'm not exactly clear about what it is that made us special compared to the other Dragonborn of the past. I mean, it is obvious that we're just the chosen one, end of discussion. The only meaningful progress we've made over the course of this story is just learning how to force dragons to land, an ability we literally learned from the ancient Dragonborn. In essence, if the Elder Scroll had just decided to show us the vision of the past on the cart ride, we probably could have defeated Alduin at Helgen. It's one thing to level scale enemies, it's another thing to power scale enemies narratively. Look at it another way. Each Elder Scrolls main story typically shows why a character at the end of the story is able to do something they couldn't have at the start of it. All of them, except Skyrim. Skyrim instead relies on the player to explain their own character progression for the story. While that can work, Skyrim does not allow the player to actually showcase their progression in meaningful ways beyond how much damage your character does to the big, bad, black dragon. You cannot enlist any of the factions you lead to help you in your cause. Wuthrad, the Staff of Magnus, the Powers of Nocturnal, and the Blade of Woe are all not actually useful for fighting dragons. Compare this with New Vegas. The Battle of Hoover Dam changes depending on your faction allegiances and actions during the game. It's not the most amazing example, but then again, a certain company that starts with B did decide to lower their production schedule by 6 months. Odahviing tells us that Alduin has a portal at a place called SUBATHON that he uses to go to Sovngarde to consume the souls of the dead, explaining his source of power, I guess. Odahviing does try to pull a fast one by omitting the detail that we need wings to reach this place. Lies of omission, kind of like someone else I know. You wouldn't happen to be voiced by Todd Howard, would you?
You wound me, Dovahkiin. I may not tell the whole truth, but I am no liar.
Thanks for rubbing in the fact that we've lost the ability to fly in Elder Scrolls. The deal is that if we release Odahviing, he'll fly us up to the Eyrie. We basically only have his word for it, but he says that Alduin has proven he's unfit to rule, which he also said before he tried to lie to us, so it's probably true. We are given zero choice but to trust him. We cannot employ any other dragons we might happen to know or have any under our service. Altair is looking at this leap of faith with some consternation. You can do this if you sufficiently prove that the dragons have their own culture of honor. Okay, imagine when we were leaving the Tower of Mazark, there's only a couple places the Dragonborn can exit, so waiting outside all of them should be a dragon, except instead of attacking us, he challenges us to a duel and gives us the honor of the first blow, an honor he keeps. If you introduce the idea that dragons are honorable early, then this decision to trust Odahviing and his word can make more sense. As it stands, it's just more salt in the wounds of levitation. Hey, the ancient Dragonborn lived in a time where it wasn't illegal, so surely... Wait a second, is the implication that the dragons flying is not an expression of the Thu'um? I mean, even the cliff racers were implied to have some magical properties to their flight, given that their plumes were a potion ingredient for the levitation effect. But apparently flying is just a physical property of being a dragon because they have wings. Skuldafn's pretty cool. The area can only be visited once, although there isn't really a whole lot to miss. I like that they make use of low-level dragons as fodder enemies, and fighting through this area is actually surprisingly fun. It's almost like the designers made some assumptions about what powers the player might have and created various opportunities to use them. Big gaps where you're vulnerable to archers that you can close the distance with whirlwind sprint. Ledges to send enemies flying off of with unrelenting force. Dragons to bring down with dragon rend. The area also works well for other shouts. You can become ethereal to survive the archers. You can use Stormcall in this big area without fear of killing friendlies. Draugr are especially vulnerable to disarms. At the end is a dragon priest with a unique mask you need for a side quest. Wow, Bethesda, you actually trust me to find unique loot in this area I can't revisit? I'm gonna blush. We plug the priest's staff in and go through a portal into Sovngarde. Sovngarde is one of those areas that always makes it into Skyrim videos. Again, it's that Blackreach effect of leaving a big impression on players that really captures the imagination. It's the same effect that Blackreach had. As unfair as it sounds, I actually think Sovngarde should have been the baseline for Skyrim. As in, we should have seen a lot more imagery like this instead of just shacks with thatched roofs. There's nothing special about Skyrim. Everybody here is just a generic human with stuffed up noses. A couple NPCs have the potential to show up here depending on what quests you've done. High King Torrig and Skavnir are both here. Skavnir, if you don't know, was the bard who wrote all those scathing tweets about Olaf One-Eye's reign. He's a part of the Bards College, although why he's stuck outside is confusing. See, after Alduin showed up, he cast this mist over Sovngarde that made the spirits get lost in the fog. But shouldn't Skavnir already have made it to the Hall of Valor? Was his spirit trapped in his corpse for thousands of years waiting for us to do his quest? Sounds like hell to me. Other potential notable characters include Kodlak Whitemane, Ulfric Stormcloak, Galmar Stonefist, and Legate Rikka. Ulfric has this line.
Skyrim was betrayed. The blood of her sons spilled in doomed struggle against fate. And so in death too late. I learned the truth, fed by war. So waxed the power of Alduin World Eater. Wisdom now useless, by God's jest. In this grim mist, together snared. Stormcloak and Imperial, we wander hopeless, waiting for succor.
The only reason people think that this is a sign that Ulfric is wrong is because Tullius is too much of a bitch to actually make it to the real afterlife. That leaves just Rikka to carry the slack for him once again.
The bitter war of the world beyond was all for naught. We are all trapped in Alduin's web. For our allegiance he cares not, but devours us equally. Doom unescapable, sure as well. He welcomes all heroes to his kingly hall, if we could but reach it.
So, in case you don't get it, the Civil War is a bad thing, because it was feeding Alduin's power. They speak of doom because everyone trapped in this mist believes that Alduin is unstoppable. However, that only happens if you actually play through the Civil War prior to this point. All the Empire and Stormcloaks do is engage in minor skirmishes until you actually pick a side, so if you just want to resolve the war at the end, then it's okay. Hey, you want to know what would result in a lot of dead men? The war with the Thalmor that we're supposed to be fighting instead of the Civil War. Can you imagine the Thalmor's surprise when they realized that they'd written their own destruction in their meddling? Wait, no, stop. Do not tell me about the Towers theory and how the Thalmor actually wanted to destroy the world and how they totally knew about Alduin and wanted to get him powered up from Nord souls. Again, that's just not fun. Boxing in the Thalmor as yet another group bent on destroying the world to the powers of racial supremacy is boring. It's the same old shit as just saying the Thalmor are behind everything, but this time you drew connections to all the past games. Remember all those towers in the past games? Wait, was Numidium the tower or Dyrene Tower the tower? Was Akulikon the tower or just Red Mountain in general? Wait, is the tower tied to the heart of Lorkhan or really just tall structures? White Gold Tower's obvious, so obvious in fact they reused the asset for Dyrene Tower and ESO. But it's not actually tied to the heart of Lorkhan, at least not obviously so. It's also pretty structurally liberal to say that mountains are towers. Part of what differentiates towers from other structures is the relationship between the height and the width of the structure. Towers are tall, but narrow, which is why we generally don't look at a mountain and say, I want to climb to the top of that tower. I have another question. Do all Nords go to heaven? By that I mean, does the fact that we see someone in Sovngarde by proxy imply that they are an honorable and valorous Nord hero? There's a book in Blood Moon which states that any Nord who dies valiantly in honorable combat goes to Sovngarde. However, that book also states that dismemberment is a small price to pay for eternity and isn't written by a Nord, and it glosses over how Rolf the Large actually told people about how he got into Sovngarde. Just saying, wouldn't be the first time I've heard about somebody outside a racial group encouraging reckless behaviors out of malice. I'm giving it too much credit, however. You actually can meet the NPC who wrote this book in Blood Moon. It's also almost assuredly a rare case of MO lore, given that he started at Bethesda during side quests for Blood Moon. Anyways, the reason I bring this up is because a lot of people don't. Hey Ulfric, glad you could make it to the afterlife. Now sure, technically to enter the Hall of Valor, you have to pass a trial with Thune. However, I have a sneaking suspicion Thune tends to throw fights occasionally. Like imagine Kodlak actually living through the Silver Hand attack and spending the rest of his years working to cure his lycanthropy, but he died super old and ended up losing his fight with Thune and getting thrown into the elvish afterlife as a punishment. That might explain why there aren't any old folks here. However, you could also just assume that maybe you get reverted to the prime of your life. Don't want to punish the greatest warriors of Skyrim whose only mistake was being so good at fighting that they lived too long. So if Ulfric, Galmar, Rika, and even Torrig are all here, well, that all has some implications. Wait, how is Torrig here? He died before Alduin even returned. Unless the implication is that Alduin has been back longer than his appearance at Helgen. I figured the reason Helgen particularly was destroyed had to do with a pissed off Alduin emerging at the throat of the world and then immediately setting off to go destroy the closest human settlement. Wait, why wouldn't Alduin go after High Hrothgar? Kinda hard to miss. Torrig being here implies he died under valorous and honorable circumstances. I guess I cannot answer the question of whether or not you get denied access to Sovngarde if you get murdered. His skin valorously resisted the blade stabbing into his neck, but fell in battle and gave way, leading to his death. I mean, look at the story of Rolf the Large I just mentioned. The guy got into Sovngarde by getting gangbanged by giants. He fought bravely but was quickly killed, implying that he was horribly outmatched. Still, I can't help but feel that if Torrig is here, then his duel with Ulfric was probably a lot closer to Ulfric's account than Tullius's. It's not a slam dunk, but then you have to answer why Ulfric's here. Is any old Nord welcome as long as they die valiantly, even stretching that definition? Yingling Half-Troll dies in combat, but he's hardly Sovngarde material. Guy was the politician embezzling money from the temple and running a rat fighting ring. Just saying, I think the walk up to the Hall of Valor is largely ceremonial. If you get into Sovngarde in general, I think you're gonna make it. So Ulfric being here implies that, well, clearly the accusations about his character can't all be true. At the very least, it says that Ulfric does genuinely believe in his cause, rather than simply saying the words to manipulate people into furthering his Thalmor agenda, as the Imperials will claim. We use the Clear Sky shout to reach the Hall of Valor, or you just use the compass. Before we reach it, there's a large whalebone bridge being guarded by Thune, who was appointed by Shor to do worthiness tests. Even though we're just passing through, we still have to pass his test. You can claim your accomplishments to him, which is mostly just saying you completed one of the quest lines, except the Civil War.
Well met, Mage of Skyrim. The Nords may have forgotten their forefathers' respect for the clever craft, but your comrades throng this hall. Here in Shor's house, we honor it still.
Oh, well, how surprising. Someone who actually appreciates my efforts as...
Do not mistake the night-shrouded thieves stealthily taken spoils, stolen and unearned, for a warrior's plunder won in honorable battle. Your doom already binds you to your dark mistress.
Oh, thanks. They really thought people were going to be cool with the nocturnal thing, huh?
You trespass here, Shadowwalker. Shore does not know you. Perhaps before the end you will earn the right to pass this way. Welcome I do not offer.
Basically, if you're in one of the stealth factions, soon will dislike you, while if you're a warrior in the college, soon will welcome you. I really detest the companion's response. It doesn't actually acknowledge your choice regarding the werewolf issue. I guess making the assumption that the player cured the companions and not just Codlack. It's also a lamer variant of the Prophet's dialogue in Oblivion. At least Soon acknowledges your claims here, whereas you get insulted for every answer other than one. But then you could also respond in Oblivion. The Prophet would dynamically respond to your fame levels, having different dialogue for different combinations of fame and infamy. That's the sort of thing you can actually do with a game when it has mechanics. Design dialogue around them. Fame and infamy weren't great, but the fact that they were there allowed Oblivion to do more than Skyrim ever could. If you don't fight Soon and just run by him, then you get struck by lightning on the bridge. I guess the god that tricked Ariel truly doesn't actually appreciate the clever ways. This leads into the Hall of Valor, which is well designed, but I feel it misses some opportunities. The hall is full of generic heroes of Sovngarde who will consistently interrupt dialogue and interject their own voice lines. While there are a couple of lore-significant characters here, I can't help but feel the hall is a little empty. You have Irandir, Hunrur, and Nicholas. These guys are a reference to a Blood Moon quest where 4 people were trying to find the entrance to Sovngarde, but these 3 had died at the hands of a wizard. Ulfgar's actually here as well, having been reunited with his friends in their long-sought afterlife. The problem is that they're all Nords with brown hair and slight facial hair wearing scaled armor. No, seriously, these are 4 different characters, and totally not just slightly edited copies of the same template. I didn't know these guys were even here because they literally look like all the other nameless people wandering around. This is what Ulfgar looked like in Blood Moon, and this is what they made him look like in Skyrim. The sad part is, that armor is in Skyrim. In Morrowind it was called Nordic Ringmail, and it's extremely similar to the Executioner robes. Also attending the Hall of Valor is Jurgen Windcaller, who is looking notably young and ungray-bearded. For some reason, when you use his tomb after completing the Horn quest, it gives you a free dragon soul. I guess the implication is not that we absorbed the essence of Windcaller since he's still here. Windcaller exposes an issue with Sovngarde, which is that he has only 2 lines of dialogue, one of the most important characters in both Skyrim as well as the main questline, and we don't really even get a chance to ask him about his account of, say, the Battle of Red Mountain.
My disciples still follow the difficult path. The way of the voice is neither wide nor easy. But if you stray from wisdom, then to Sovngarde leads a coward fears you.
When people say Nords are boring, it's mostly because everything that's been written about the Nords to make them stand out as a culture was neutered in Skyrim. Sadly, this is precedented, as Oblivion did not take the opportunity to flesh out Cyrodiil, the Remans, the Ayleids, or Tiber Septim, and it will likely be the case that whatever province Elder Scrolls 6 takes place in will be cooler today than it will be after the game releases. Let's look at Vivec for a second. I'm going to flash on screen just how much dialogue was written for Vivec, and deservedly so. He's one of the most significant characters in Morrowind's history and main quest. You can also ask him questions. Did he murder Indoril Nerevar? He says no. He explains how that story came to be, and provides the player with 2 accounts of Nerevar's death. Does he know what happened to the Dwemer? You can ask him that. He was there. Hell, Vivec has a mortal fought in the same battle on the opposing side of Jurgen Windcaller. Yet Jurgen has no insights, no new shouts to teach, no meanings of words of power to impart. It doesn't really even seem logical that Windcaller would enjoy the festivity of the Hall of Valor. Wouldn't it be cool if there was an outlook in the Hall of Valor where things were quiet and they appreciated the breeze blowing in? And this is where all the Greybeards in Sovngarde like to hang out. Come to think of it, did they intentionally exclude the Greybeards from Sovngarde? Hard to imagine they would ever die in combat given their lifestyle. Still, Kyne was supposed to be the wife of Shor, so it's hard to imagine he would just deny her adherence because they died of a heart attack in their sleep. Wait, dying of a heart attack is dying in battle against your own cardiovascular system. Shor would probably appreciate that one. Olaf One-Eye is also here, he being the guy that defeated Numinex and who Scavnir wrote about being a tyrant. I even claim that Olaf was actually the dragon Numinex in our revised version of his stories, just so that we could put on a festival in Solitude. So, I have a question. Why is Olaf a Draugr? When we're looking for the true story, true in quotes as with most things, we encounter King Olaf's corpse in Deadman's Respite. Didn't we retcon the Draugr to all be servants of the dragon cult? All great questions Skyrim will never answer. The last guest of honor is Ysgramor, a minor character referenced in the College of Winterhold and major character, at least in name, during the Companion's questline. He also has very little to say. Would be awfully inconvenient to get his perspective on Sarthal, or the Falmer, or the reason why he left Atmora, or that stupid Storm Atronak bear that ESO came up with. Nope, we've got shit to do, and he's pushing us towards it. Those 3 ancient Dragonborn that fought Alduin are here in the Hall of Valor. Under command from Shore, nobody was actually allowed to go deal with that Alduin problem outside. I don't know why. It's not like I'm that necessary. All it takes is Dragonrend, and I see 3 people who already know it, plus other people versed in the Thu'um that could learn it. It's often pointed out that Shore is absent from the Hall of Valor. Some people interpret meanings from that, like that we're something called the Shezarine, or the mortal incarnation of the spirit of Shore. I personally think that Bethesda were just being, cowards, but in as, polite a way as possible. Look, if Bethesda were scared to write dialogue and answers for Jurgen Windcaller and Ysgramor, let alone portray many of the Nords who have been in the series so far, like Captain Bird, then they're certainly not going to be brave enough to actually try and even bother portraying Shore. That's just like asking for a 30-minute tongue-lashing from lore-obsessed nerds like yours truly.
And there it is, friends. The ugly truth.
Sovngarde is a visual spectacle, selling the idea of the Nordic afterlife, but it can only appeal to people who aren't actually paying attention anymore or don't care. I've heard 2 accounts of how long it takes people to complete Skyrim's main quest. It's either 2 to 3 hours or 15 to 30 hours. Bethesda themselves apparently held internal speedrun competitions for the main quest that clocked in at 2 hours and 16 minutes. Yet I think for the most part, people playing through the main questline are sunk so far back in their chairs that they're just trying to get it over with and don't care anymore, or simply weren't paying attention in the first place. For people who are driven to apathy, the only thing left to stir them is visual spectacle. Why do you think people talk about Blackreach and Sovngarde? Because it pierces the veil of apathy and surprises you just enough to get you interested again, but that wears off. The characters and world is just so static. It's hard to say anybody in this questline actually underwent any kind of character arc, not even the player. Delphine and Esbern represent the Blades, past and present. They have every ounce of character in the early part of the questline sucked out of them and replaced with caricatures. Neither of these people have ever had conflict with the Greybeards. They only think they have because now, instead of representing the characters and their experience, they represent the concept of the Blades. It's as though they've completely forgotten about the Thalmor. It's the same exact thing with the Greybeards. There's a decently high chance Arngir has never even heard of the Blades until the moment he suddenly intuited their existence, and resumed grudges that would have died centuries prior. Arngir doesn't represent his character, he now represents the idea of the Greybeards. There is a singular moment in the questline where Arngir is actually a character, and then it's over, and he's back to being the collective psychic gestalt of the faction again. The ancient Dragonborn are barely characters, more living plot devices existing purely to say 3 words so that we can gain a new ability to make dragon fights even easier. There is zero difference in the story if reading the Elder Scroll just taught us the Dragonrend shout. We already knew Alduin was sent forward in time, we already knew the effect Dragonrend had on dragons, and since we already defeated Alduin once, we don't actually need them in Sovngarde either. I don't think they should be cut, but we definitely should have learned more about these characters from playing the game than just seeing their representations carved on Alduin's wall at the start of the 3rd act. That leaves 3 characters, all of them dragons. With our posse at hand, that being us, the Ancients and Thune, we use Clear Sky's shout to clear the fog, to very little effect. The scene comes off more that Alduin is annoyed that he has to keep putting the fog up, rather than what we're doing is actually stopping him. Alduin is, you know, an immortal dragon. He could just keep putting the fog up and doing his thing. Then the reckless Nords go out to fight him, get killed one at a time in the mist, and he wins. He's still a flying dragon even in Sovngarde. I don't see any reason why Alduin would attack us here. But he does, leading to the big epic boss fight that we already had. It's the same, easier actually since there's 5 of us now. Alduin has no new moves, no allies, not even new mechanics. Sad thing is, it was probably either lose Godolphin or not have a more complex fight. I doubt Bethesda wanted a repeat of Blood Moon where players suddenly being thrown into an extremely difficult and inescapable gauntlet. If Alduin is harder, then some players might not be able to complete the sequence. That's a joke, of course, because you would be hard-pressed to softlock your game even on the easiest difficulty setting. Let's do some comparisons. The final sequence of the Shivering Isles is a climatic battle, which eventually ends in us dueling a Daedric prince. Jiggalag is largely just a bigger version of the enemies we've already fought. Same thing with Knights of the Nine, although in that one we got to take our militant order with us to fight our foe. So the questline building up to the Knights at least has a payoff. Oblivion's main quest ends in a large battle in the Imperial City. It's the least mechanically involved final quest of the series, but arguably that's because it's been trying to keep the tempo rolling since the Battle of Bruma. Mankar Cameron was the real final boss, and now it's Martin's turn to have his climax. Blood Moon ended in the aforementioned Gauntlet. It was a decent ending to the expansion, especially since there were two conflicting sides to play. If you were a member of the Skull, it was about survival, while if you were a werewolf, it was about proving yourself to Hircine. The Tribunal's questline ended in a lengthy dungeon and a final fight against one of the titular members of the Tribunal, one of whom had been present throughout the entire questline and had undergone a, character arc. You can clearly see Almalexia's downfall, how much of her identity is staked on her powers, and now that she's losing them, how she's gone a bit crazy. Morrowind's main quest is, and this is going to surprise some of you, the second worst ending of the series. Not because of context, but due to ostensibly being incomplete. Arguably, it had the opportunity to be the greatest, at least with the story preceding it, but there really wasn't time to finish it. And I said as much in my Morrowind video. What a novelty, right? That analysis can be more than just sycophantic praise or unfair hysteria. Speaking of, not really, but how else do you transition from that? Alduin is not a character. Maybe he has the most license to be that way. Alduin should be a force of nature, the most primal of dragons in the sense of being rawly what he represents, but he's not. He could barely get a kite flying, let alone knock anything over. He's just not intelligent, nor is he particularly strong. He shows no signs of tactical acumen. His strategy is to spawn dragons and then send them one at a time to go fight the Dragonborn. That's just stupid. The only reason the Imperial Legion isn't even bothering to fight the dragons is because somehow they don't perceive them as enough of a threat. Skyrim's practically begging to be conquered by the dragons. If I was Alduin, I would have my forces simultaneously raise every single village in Skyrim. I would instruct lesser dragons to avoid confrontations with the Dragonborn, and in situations where their soul is at risk, to retreat. Have all the local villagers die fighting and then absorb that sudden swell of souls. Rinse and repeat until all that's left is the cities. At that point, faith in the Dragonborn will be non-existent. Refugees will blame them for not being there when they were needed, and Alduin will have resurrected so many dragons at that point that the Dragonborn can't possibly hope to defeat them all. Then issue all of the clans an ultimatum: serve their new dragon overlords or have their cities destroyed. There should be enough clans clamoring for power that in the end you'll have a core population of Nordic slaves to rebuild your civilization. Who exactly is going to stop the dragons? The Empire? Tullius says most of their forces are marshaled near the Aldmeri Dominion's border. Most of Skyrim's neighbors are not in positions to be able to help much. The Dwemer are gone. This should be an easy win for Alduin. So what was Bethesda's mistake here? Well, it's an unfortunately common one in fantasy, which is that the process of trying to create the baddest villain of all time, you don't create enough inhibitors to explain why the forces of evil aren't already in charge of everything. So for instance, we see the event that allows Mehrunes Dagon to invade Tamriel occur. We are shown the limitations of Oblivion Gates, that you need Mythic Dawn agents to actually open them, and that with sufficient military force they can be closed. In Morrowind, we are similarly shown what Dagothar's restrictions are. The Ghost Fence is a literal barrier, slowing down the blight from spreading. The buoyant armatures are attempting to contain the spread of the blight through animals. The Sixth House is outside of that containment, but is being fought by the Ordinators. Dagothar has the heart and two of the tools, but not Wraithguard. The Tribunal have Wraithguard, but are dwindling in power due to not having access to the heart. It's an ongoing stalemate that Dagothar is gradually winning. It's easy to understand his philosophy and goals. He's going to drive the Outlanders out of Vardenfell, and that's probably going to include a lot of Dunmerseen as race traders as well. Then he's going to take over Morrowind. Then he's going to try and keep expanding, threatening the Empire. Then you have Alduin. His problem's logistical. Most of his subordinates are gone and he has to rebuild from basically nothing, but he's otherwise free. He has unrestricted access to a renewing font of souls, and he has the ability to resurrect his fallen comrades if they weren't slain by Dragonborn. Skyrim only has 7 people capable of using Thu'um against him. 4 of them are pacifists who will not fight dragons. 1 of them has only had basic training. That leaves Parthenax and us, both of whom are flight risks. Magic in Nordic culture has been on such a decline that most of Skyrim's primary magical institutions are foreign isolationists living in a low population settlement. Alduin has to make many mistakes for the sake of the plot. If the game designers need 50 random dragon encounters, then that means that the writers have to justify why those random dragon encounters are occurring. What the writers did have the luxury of was creating new scenes for Alduin, which they didn't do. Alduin does not get a line until Quest 7, and even then he just insults us for taking the title of dragon without actually knowing his language. He appears again in Quest 13 and is slain in Quest 17. When he dies, we don't absorb his soul. That's actually a good idea. Imagine if we slew the greatest of the dragons and it was like, here's 3 dragon souls. It also leaves his fate up to interpretation. Dragons don't just die, their soul usually goes somewhere, either to another dragon or into their bones. No bones or soul left, so we can assume that either Akatosh grabbed him, or that he's simply in timeout until Alduin's needed to actually do his job of destroying the world. With our work done, Soon congratulates us, teaches us a shout to summon a hero of Sovngarde, and all those named characters start heading to the Hall of Valor. We're sent back to Tamriel, arriving at the throat of the world. There's a bunch of dragons here who somehow have already heard the news about Alduin. It is cool they don't do it in the universal language of mortals since it means you can look up what they're saying. That leaves us with Parthenax. I'd say he's the real character of this story because he doesn't have a cadre of dragons that he represents as a concept, which is why he has decided to set out to recruit some dragons into his new order, because he understands now that as a Skyrim character he needs to represent the concept of a faction rather than himself. That's not a joke, Parthenax is departing for the final time. Shame we can't then go to the Blades and lie about his death. What? Go up to the Throne of the World and look, he's not there anymore. It's not like the player has the ability to lie and die. Oh, no, wait. Odahviing will offer his allegiance, giving us the ability to summon a dragon in fights, so the Blades don't have an issue with Odahviing, who was loyal to Alduin until yesterday. He's also technically a level-scaled reward, as in at this point his level is locked in place based on ours. And that's it. Skyrim's main quest has concluded. What have we actually accomplished? Yes, there is a lore impact of souls in Sovngarde not being consumed, but Sovngarde is not a part of the normal play area. If we assume our motivation was to stop villages from getting Helgens, well, there's still more dragons out there, infinitely so. In essence, Skyrim is not meaningfully changed as a consequence of completing the story. I have to wonder when the guards acknowledge our accomplishment, how did they know? Which of the main quest characters that would even know what happened has loose lips?
You've shown yourself mighty, both in voice and deed. In order to defeat Alduin, you have gained mastery of dreadful weapons. Now it is up to you to decide what to do with your power and skill. Will you be a hero whose name is remembered in song throughout the ages? Or will your name be a curse to future generations?
The latter, Arngir. What a weird way to end the questline. How does a story that ends with us fighting a dragon that represents destruction end so anticlimactically? It's weird too, because out of all the Elder Scrolls main quests, this is the one people talk about doing before saying that Elder Scrolls 6 shouldn't have a main quest. I disagree. Just because Skyrim's main quest was a failure doesn't mean Bethesda should abandon the idea. That said, I'm having a hard time coming up with ways to improve this questline that doesn't start with the words redraft. Perhaps it's a consequence of putting too much focus on the pre-production of making the dragons look cool and not enough focus on the pre-production of the storyline. It's weird that a questline that was so long has so little going on in it. You should not have 3 quests about the Thalmor and then completely drop that plot point. The Blades should have been an offshoot questline. It starts in the main quest and might occasionally provide solutions, but otherwise functions like just another faction in the game. If the player wants to know more about the Blades due to playing the previous games or wants to learn more about the Thalmor, that's the space you do it in. Once you remove the Blade section, then the main quest is only 13 parts. I say we also combine the last 3 quests since it's one continuous sequence and it's about as long as the Elder Knowledge was anyways, and now it's only 11 quests. Once you get a bird's eye view of the main quest, you can see the problem. Let's compare that with Oblivion. If we go through the same quest combination process, you can justify combining the Defense of Bruma and the Great Gate, as well as cutting the Imperial Dragon Armor quest, since it's not really part of the story, which means the quest line has 15 parts. Those parts send us all over the place and provide us ample opportunities to really see the world. The first 4 quests in Skyrim are all in Whiterun Hold. If you go by the numbers, Oblivion's main quest involves so much more exposure to the world of Cyrodiil than Skyrim, and it has more diversity of content. It would not even be fair for Skyrim to compare it to Morrowind in just how much of the world you have to interact with during that main quest line. It's not that Skyrim doesn't have enough quests, it wouldn't be fixed by stapling a couple more Nordic burial crypt quests to it. It's that Skyrim's main quest isn't involved enough in Skyrim, and I think Nesmith and Coleman learned this lesson, which they demonstrated in the Dragonborn DLC, which heavily involves you in its world during the questline. Fallout 4, which was designed by Pagliarulo, half learned this lesson. It's like you get a tour of the world before it goes back to being an insular conflict involving a small spattering of characters again. So, Skyrim's over, right? Well, obviously not given how much runtime's left. I find myself having only a single question at the end of the main quest, and that's that I want to know what a Dragonborn actually is. Thankfully, there's a DLC that will definitely explore that topic. Skyrim is a game of side content. I apologize, as I am about to say the word quest a lot. Technically, that is the Elder Scrolls formula, but it's obvious just by playing the game that the designers looked at Oblivion's side quest situation and decided to try and do better. Oblivion was itself a change from Morrowind, which was also a big change from Daggerfall. Daggerfall had 227 quests. However, the vast majority of these are actually just quest templates, which are reused in order to fill out the world map. They were a basic model for a Radiant story, but because they were entirely textual, the dialogue could be far more specific. Morrowind differed due to Todd Howard taking over by switching the game to a fully handcrafted style. Morrowind, including its expansions, had 483 handmade quests. Discluding the expansions, still has the total above 400. Oblivion would slash that number in half at 274 quests including DLC and 223 without. However, that obviously is not the full story. After all, Morrowind technically has less quests than Daggerfall's infinite quests, but they, on a per-quest basis, are higher quality due to being handcrafted. Even Todd Howard agrees with the premise that the best quests are written by humans.
And we started the game by making them all very, very random / dynamic, and you do see the holes in that. It doesn't tell, despite its name, Radiant Story, it doesn't tell a good story. Good stories are still told by good writers who put them together, and we do most of our quest lines that way. But
sure.
In the same vein, Oblivion has fewer quests than Morrowind, but they, on a per-quest basis, are generally better than Morrowind quests. A big change involved slashing the total faction count in half. You now only had the main quest, the Fighters, Mages, and Thieves guilds, the Morag Tong became the Dark Brotherhood, and the Imperial Legion became the Arena. The three Great Houses, the Tribunal Temple, and the Imperial Cult questlines were not replaced in Oblivion. There were twice as many Daedric quests, but no vampire quests. Comparing content is difficult because it would be largely cherry-picking dictated by whatever message you wanted to send. Comparing the best of one game to the worst of another, etc. Is a selection of memorable Oblivion quests worth the sacrifice of the Great Houses? I would say no, because I found playing the Great Houses a far more memorable experience than the time I tried to complete a list of best Oblivion quests. It is important to remember that Bethesda's staff count also grew between games. Daggerfall did not have credited quest designers. Morrowind's quest designers were credited alongside the writers, but the total count appeared to be only 3. Oblivion had 6 dedicated quest designers as well as a lead. Skyrim, meanwhile, had 2 co-lead and 1 senior designer, and 5 dedicated quest designers. Yet Skyrim only has 273 quests. If we take all that information in mind, Oblivion actually quartered the number of quests from Morrowind, since it not only cut the number in half, but had twice as many designers to boot. By that same logic, Skyrim again cut the number of quests by 30%. Now this is all very reductive. Quests are not made by humans just staring at a computer screen for a set amount of time while a progress bar fills. You cannot say that Morrowind would have 40,000 quests if there were 300 people in the quest design division instead of 3. However, I do hope that this demonstrates my general point. Oblivion should have brought both quality and quantity to the table over Morrowind, or at the very least, matched quantity. And Skyrim should bring both quality and quantity to the table over Oblivion. But does it? Well, to be honest, I don't think so. I mean, there's the same number of factions, most with less content than their Oblivion counterparts. The names are different, but otherwise it's the same. The Imperials and Stormcloaks are the same faction questline, which itself is a surrogate replacement for the Arena, similar to how the Arena was a surrogate replacement for Morrowind's Imperial Legion. The Daedric quests are also largely the same, and for the most part there seems to be a similar number of notable side quests in Skyrim as was true with Oblivion. Why? Not only are there more designers, but all of these people are also experienced. There's only one member of this department who hadn't worked on a prior game at Bethesda, and most of them have prior experience working specifically on Elder Scrolls. They are also well into the era of voice-acted content, so if anything, developing Skyrim should have been their prime time. Well, the answer is that Radiant Story happened. Lead designer Bruce Nesmith detailed in a talk that a lot of effort in pre-production for the quest design guys was in their new Radiant Story system.
And this is a diagram that Todd Howard, game director for the studio, put up for us in the very, very early days. And this kind of drove a lot of what we were looking at and focusing on and talking about for the next year or so. The game was about the player. The game only understood the player. That's the only thing they had able to understand is what the technology could support at the time. Then as games got more sophisticated, Morrowind and Oblivion, the player was understood by and understood other objects in the world. Those are the lines radiating out from the player. And what he wanted us to do, the challenge that he put before us, was to make the rest of the world understand itself in the context of the player. The player is still the centerpiece here. He's still in that middle of that diagram. But now all the pieces need to understand themselves in relationship to the player.
While the programmers were prototyping the engine and the artists were developing concepts, these guys were building the framework of Radiant's story. Maybe I've spoiled this already, but this did not pay off as well as they had probably hoped. Not only are Radiant quests tied to factions, they're also tied to the world. Bounties given by innkeepers are Radiant quests, for example. There is some good of the system. This is also the framework Bethesda used to create a lot of new NPC interactions.
The action then is going to be that the two bystanders begin to fight over the item, and those optional bystanders in the guard will stand around and gawk about it. Now this was kind of a medium side in terms of the scale of your action, because it's kind of a big deal. You drop an item and suddenly half the town comes over and starts arguing about it. That's something that was kind of new and fresh. Plenty of games, you drop an item on the ground, somebody might throw a line at you. But now where they actually react and interact with the object that you dropped on the ground like that.
There are also a lot of things to appreciate about the system. Oblivion is a very meme-worthy game in terms of NPC interactions, and while Skyrim gets its fair share of this action, it is clear that Bethesda was actively trying to improve this element of their games. I think it was worthwhile to do this, but it also means that instead of using their pre-production time to develop more amazing stories and questlines, we basically just got more mediocre Oblivion content. Radiant's story is just a method of conditionalizing quests. They wanted a system where if a target was in a dungeon, that the game could pick a dungeon you have never done before. But the reality of that system is this world where details are telepathically implied to the player. So, to set the tone, we will start with a lovely letter. This is a quest in Riverwood you receive when talking to either Findel or Sven. Both are competing for the affections of Camilla Valerius, and each will ask you to give Camilla a fake letter and claim it's from the other. Unfortunately, it's a stacked choice. Findel is a skill trainer and follower, meaning you can get up to level 50 in archery for free. In addition, he is a wood elf with white hair, which means that the only appropriate thing is to recruit him as a follower, and then either induct him into the Blades or enlist him to run my farm. I'm just saying, Findel is probably a lot older than Camilla. So why start here? Well, most side quests in Oblivion and Morrowind do not involve choice. Skyrim side quests do occasionally involve choices, but they're almost always just an identical binary. You can pick Sven or you can pick Findel. The chosen relationship does not advance as a consequence. Both men will give you 25 gold. Both men will become your companions. Findel, being the archery trainer, is nice, but it drops off in usefulness. It is the superficial illusion of choice. It is very easy to create an alternate branching path in a quest if that branching path is right at the end. And you will notice in Skyrim that most of its branching paths tend to be at the end. When you make choices in an RPG, you have to consider the downstream consequences of those choices. That's the kind of thing developers like BioWare and CD Projekt Red focus on in their games. There is no downstream effect of a love letter, nor any of Skyrim's branched quests. As a point of comparison, Paranoia is a fan favorite of the series, as it's the most developed side quest in Oblivion. What happens, the reward, and the morality of your decisions can vary greatly based on your decisions throughout the quest. There are no long-term downstream consequences of Paranoia, but it's still celebrated simply for being a quest worth doing a second time. You would think, like a sort of design version of Survival of the Fittest, that Skyrim would be full of quests like this, but it's not. What I am going to focus on is a selection of quests that have stood out to players over the years. This does not account for all the random stuff you can find out in the world, because this video is already long enough without comprehensively examining random side content. Sorry, Anska. The goal, rather, is to analyze the cream of the crop for Skyrim side content. The place to start would be a duo of quests which are the only ones in the game that are actually about the Forsworn. There are lots of quests involving the Forsworn, generally as enemies, but these two are the only ones to treat them like actual people with goals and motivations. Now, this is unusual because there is a lot of attention paid to this group. However, the Forsworn are an invention of Skyrim, which says a lot. They went to the effort of creating a distinct racial group of people, gave them a short history, tied them as a primary party to the Markarth incident that led to the Civil War and thus Alduin's return, but didn't actually think to give them any content. To most people, they're just flavored, slightly more dangerous bandits. Arguably, they're only slightly more developed than the goblins from Oblivion, or the Falmer in the base version of Skyrim. Sad thing is, they repeated this mistake in Fallout 4 with the Gunners. I think the goal with the Forsworn was to flesh out the Civil War. Ulfric Stormcloak went in, oppressed a native group of people, took their culture away, and denied them independence. Can you see what they were going for there? But that was it. That was the extent of interest at Bethesda in this faction, to be context for another storyline that had most of its quests cut. I've got an idea. Instead of the quest in the Civil War mirroring the Riften quest to oust corruption, how about giving both sides a quest in the Reach? At a point in the war, Tullius and Ulfric decide it's time to deal with the Forsworn attacks on their soldiers. They offer a guarantee that Markarth will be allowed to have a recognized Breton king, but that they have to be a vassal to whichever side you're on. From there, you have many opportunities to make the Forsworn an actual facet of Skyrim's story. The Forsworn conspiracy begins when you first enter Markarth. You've just loaded in when you witness a man stab a woman in the back in the marketplace and then die fighting. People panic about Forsworn being in the city, and the guards quickly start taking control of the situation. It is impossible to miss this scene, which means that Bethesda is right away establishing that this is an important quest for Markarth. We get approached by a man named Eltrus who tells us that we dropped a note, which instructs us to meet him at the Shrine of Talos. Eltrus says that his father was killed in a Forsworn attack and is desperate to find out what is going on, offering, of course, to pay us. This is one of the few instances where the lengthy time gap in the history actually adds to a story rather than detract from it. It has been 25 years since the Markarth incident, which is more than enough time for Eltrus to have been just a boy when his father, who owned a mine, was assassinated by the Forsworn. This is also definitely a step up in terms of immediately establishing intrigue and stakes, and I think is a big part of the reason why the Forsworn conspiracy is positively remembered. The place to start with this investigation is, of course, Margaret. Margaret is the woman that was just murdered. However, she is not hard scripted to die in the sequence, meaning that if you are quick enough, you can actually save her. However, let's be honest, she dies during everyone's first visit to the city. You would have to have advanced knowledge of this event to be fast enough to stop this from happening. Now, let's compare this with Hrogar's execution when you first enter Solitude. You are given ample time to understand what is about to happen, learn why it is happening, and make a decision whether you support it. Yet Hrogar is destined to die, no matter how hard you work to intervene. It's actually amazing how these two scenes contrast. How many of you even noticed I used the wrong name when referring to Rogvir? If Margaret is alive, we can persuade her to tell us her purpose in being in Markarth. And if she's not, then we have to go to the extra effort of breaking into her room to find her journal. This is actually surprisingly competent. I would expect both paths to be of equal difficulty, yet they're actually rewarding us for saving this character. Skyrim has 2 persuasion options which are flagged as impossible to fail, and 3 options which are numerically impossible to fail because they require a speech skill level that is lower than default. This is one of those options, as Margaret will spill for only having a speech skill of 10 when the default is 15. Margaret is in town under orders from General Tullius, assigned to investigate the local treasury house and Clan Silverblood. Apparently she was even hoping to get the deed to Sidna Mine, which again is interesting. This side quest is informing us about the Imperials. We know that Tullius is ruthless, but employing an agent to steal a mine deed from an allied territory that's on the verge of defection to the Stormcloaks is actually interesting. This quest is important for painting a picture of both sides of the Civil War and why the Forsworn hate both of them. One of the local guards warns us to stop asking questions. This aids the mystery by making us wonder what exactly the big secret is that the guards are suppressing. We learned that Wei Lin, the attacker, was a smelter at the mine and lived down in the public housing area. We either have to acquire a key or break into his room, providing options again based on our skill set. It's basic, but still. We find a note in his room from a mysterious inn character. Come on, you know the joke already. Telling Wei Lin to strike fear in the heart of the Nords. It is strange to me that the note says he'll know what to do. Margaret was a very specific target to leave up to interpretation. When we leave, we are approached again, this time by a man named Dryston rather than a guard. No matter what, Dryston picks a fist fight with us. We have to brawl with him, as attacking him nets us a bounty. I'm on the fence with this one. Brawling is a very undercooked mechanic that is generally unfun for most playstyles to choke point people into, but I do like that the guards will lie and call this self-defense situation murder. If he survives the fight, he'll tell us who In is. If he doesn't, he has a note leading us to the same place. A mild pacing issue. We aren't even given the chance to find out who this In character is before we're just told. It reminds me of in Tribunal when we're looking for someone under the pseudonym of H, except there are two big suspects in Mournhold whose names start with H, so we have to investigate both to find out which one wants us dead. Our man is Nepos the Nose, who has apparently been handing out the orders. Eltrys thinks we should investigate Clan Silverblood next, since he and Margaret seem to be both under the impression that they're in on this conspiracy. But joke's on you, I don't just read the wiki because the wiki, for some reason, thinks you talk to Thonar instead of Nepos first. Nepos is transparent about the whole situation, mostly because he's confident he can just kill us. I am not impressed with this. The idea is that the Silverbloods were in control of the Forsworn and using them as a cudgel to build their empire. But if the Forsworn are starting to act independently of the Silverblood interests, then shouldn't Nepos consider offering us an opportunity to work for them instead of just trying to have us killed? The conspiracy seems to be largely over, so why cover it up? We grab his journal because everybody in this world writes down their dirty secrets just in case they die before they can tell us specifically. Then we head over to the treasury house and steal Thonar's journal. I mean, you can. We again either need to break into his room or pass a persuasion check, but Thonar doesn't seem alarmed. We can ask him about multiple facets of the investigation, when suddenly the treasury house is attacked and Thonar's wife is killed by the Forsworn. Thonar says that, yeah, he had been controlling the Forsworn by holding their king hostage, but that they are now out of control, which again reaffirms what I just said about Nepos. Unfortunately, Thonar does not figure that since the Forsworn also want us dead, that we could ally in this situation, so we have to head back to Eltrys, who is dead with 3 city guards at the shrine. The guards are in on this arrangement, and this is where the quest really shits the bed. Markarth has no captain of the guard, and the guards should be loyal to Jarl Igmund, unless the implication is that the Silverbloods managed to bribe all of the guards individually. It's not impossible, but I consider this a weak point in the quest. Thongvor Silverblood is destined to replace Jarl Igmund should the Stormcloaks take the city, but I personally would give him the role as the captain of the guard first so that it is obvious how this arrangement works. Because otherwise Thongvor just sits in Understone Keep all day, browsing Facebook and telling anyone who listens to him about the merits of Ulfric Stormcloak. You see, Riften is a similarly corrupt city, but it's easier to understand the dynamic. Layla Lawgiver is a puppet Jarl being controlled by her council, who all answer to Maven Blackbriar. Maven will take up the Jarlship should the Imperials take the city, but she's more than comfortable letting Layla hold that position as she does actually have a business empire to manage. The corruption we see in the Riften guards actually does run all the way up to the top. The Markarth guards tell us that they're going to pin all the recent murders on us and then throw us in Sidna Mine for life. We can resist, but the guards at this point are scripted to only respond to us by placing us under arrest. You are basically barred out of Markarth until you're prepared to continue the quest, even if you liberate the city for the Stormcloaks. This is because the game is trying to force us into jail so that it can continue with part 2 of this story. It's a shame that a quest that did so well early on contrived a situation like this. It has to be this way in order for No One Escapes Sidna Mine to function as a story. Plus, I think Bethesda is aware of just how hesitant most people are to actually go to jail in their games. I'm not a fan, but I'm also not bursting with ideas on how to fix this, other than offering players the opportunity to sneak into the mine to find Madanach. Just make it clear that he's the next person we need to talk to, and there is a convenient method to visit him, by being arrested. So we're thrown in jail. The way Sidna Mine operates is that all the prisoners have to dig up a quota of ore or they don't get fed. I find this quest less impressive because I think it's for people who don't have magic. I would maybe reincorporate the slave bracers from Morrowind, which in lore prevent magic use, and I would really sell that that was what was happening. Don't just copy the idea, call them slave bracers. Say they were imported from Morrowind. Really emphasize that what the Imperials and Nords are doing here is fucked up. Our first objective is to meet Madanak, although we're told we have to get past his bodyguard first. We're given a few options: brawling for it, intimidating him, persuading him, or getting him a shiv. The shiv route is the longest, but is also the only way you'll get past him if you cannot win a brawl or pass the persuasion checks. Also, why do these guys use shivs when pretty much everyone here has a pickaxe? Shivs are popular in modern prisons because they are weapons the guards have a hard time finding, but by design, Cinnamine puts weapons in everyone's hands and the guards don't perform searches. The problem with this quest is that it pretty much all hinges on dialogue options at this stage, which is not the strong suit of Skyrim. I guess since there are no journals to steal, they ran out of ideas at this point, and it's rather amazing how quickly it all peters out. Madanak's all, "What do you want?" If you say revenge, then a fight starts and you have to kill him, then escape on your own. I doubt anybody ever really does this, though. Madanak tries to impart on us the effect the Nords have had on the Forsworn, but it comes off all the more contrived as you're reminded of how you were forced into this situation. To make a comparison, there is a scene in Red Dead Redemption 2 where Arthur's knocked out and has his money stolen, despite foreseeing the trap that was about to play out, and despite other instances of this not occurring, this time the game wrested control from me to contrive the situation the designers really wanted to have happen. If this was a scene that was only possible if you went to jail naturally after completing the Forsworn conspiracy quest, it would actually be pretty amazing. Imagine for a second that the game kept a tally of every single person who died during the Forsworn conspiracy investigation, and then when you found Eltrus dead, it would apply that number times 1000 as a bounty on you. However, it still operates like a normal bounty. You can bribe the guards at the Shrine of Talus to let you go, because clearly their allegiance can be bought. You can use your privileges as a Thane if you manage to complete the quest with only 2 people dying. You can pay the full bounty, or you can pay half if you've established your Thieves Guild connections in Markarth. However, the players who paid attention know that Madanak is in jail, and if they want to continue the story, they will have to meet him. Maybe you sneak into jail, bribe the warden, or use your Thieves Guild or Stormcloak connections to get inside. Or you infiltrate it the classic way, getting arrested but lose all of your equipment. Then when you meet Madanak, it comes off more naturally. You have seen the institutional corruption in Markarth and may even be a part of it. Madanak might respond to your decisions, being hostile to you if you're the Thane or a Stormcloak. Sydenham Mine can get away with being much simpler as long as it's a fun quasi-secret to be found rather than a forced sequence. Madanak wants us to learn of the injustices of the Nords by speaking to a man named Braig. Braig wants to hear our story first. This gives us a little wiggle room to define our character.
Do you have any family? Anyone waiting for you on the outside?
Yeah, I have a wife. Her name is Ysolda, and I drink her blood every night. She runs some kind of side business, but won't tell me what it is, despite me telling her about all the criminal activities I do. She does still find time to cook for me, though, which I think is unfair for her because I'm already drinking her blood and, well... Anyways, she didn't bat an eye when I told her I was marrying someone else. We technically have an adopted daughter named Lucia, who refuses to stop begging for money in Whiterun. I have told her multiple times where my house is and offered to take her to it, but she still won't get off the homeless grind set. I have a catboy named Jazargo, his Daedric armor isn't the only thing with sharp edges, and a pet dragon named Odoving who has no genitals. Plus, I run a bunch of organizations that are really like an extended family. Here's the Companions, we used to play with each other's red rockets there. Here's the College of Winterhold, where you can summon extra fun. Here's the Thieves Guild, where I learned to undress people without their knowledge. And here's the Tight Leather Club, also known as the Dark Brotherhood. I'm also an avowed Stormcloak, but obviously I don't run that one. I have titles and properties in most of Skyrim's holds, and... Okay, so you can't tell them any of that. Not even the basic thing that's actually in Skyrim, which is that you can get married. Which is unusual because no dialogue option you pick actually changes things. It's all just text. You could just include a line saying that you're married. I'll just assume it wasn't in the game yet when they made this quest. Anyways, Braig tells us about how he was arrested for speaking to Madanak once, and then his little Nord girl was executed when she pleaded the Jarl kill her instead. Was that Igmund? We need details, man. Anyways, they executed her and they threw him in here for life anyways.
I'm not Madanak!
Really? Well, they gave you the same voice actor, so maybe they thought you were.
I was never a leader of the Forsworn. The only anger I can justify is my own. But every family in the Reach has a story like mine. There are no innocent onlookers in this struggle, just the guilty and the dead.
I really like that line. It is a surprisingly nuanced take that is made all the more worse by the fact that we are about to conclude the last ounce of story content for this faction. Madanek wants a show of trust and wants us to shiv a snitch, then we'll be good to escape. So he's just been sitting on the escape route from the mine for what reason? Today isn't that much more special than any other day he could have decided to lead his men out of the city. He will say that our investigation on the surface reminded him that he should be on the surface fighting instead of trying to pull strings from prison. So he gives us our stuff and we escape through the Dwemer ruins they managed to dig into. The concept of Sidna Mine is thought out well enough to explain why the guards didn't know they had done this, since the guards regulate the prisoners by controlling their food supply rather than actually going into the prison area. When we reach the surface, we encounter Thonar again. If we kill Madanek, he'll give us a smithing ring, which is not as alluring a reward as it sounds. If we side with the Forsworn, they'll give us a light armor set with an eclectic selection of enchantments. I wonder how many people even knew about killing Madanek. Either way, we're free to leave at this point, our bounty cleared. The Forsworn will fight their way out of the city and establish a base at Druidak Redoubt, where the Forsworn become friendly. But this doesn't change anything else, as Madanek even says other Forsworn will continue to be hostile because we need them to continue staffing all those dungeons. And that's it. The Forsworn as a faction is finished. If Bethesda continues their policy of ignoring player decisions in Elder Scrolls, then chances are good the Forsworn will not be successful in reclaiming their kingdom. Or I guess reports will conflict. This quest matches my observation that branching points are always at the end of quests. Nothing else will play out differently now that Madanek is a player on the board of Skyrim politics. The Forsworn cannot reclaim Markarth and change the course of the Civil War, for instance. The Great Khans in New Vegas were a similarly small faction, yet your decisions in Boulder City's showdown could change the course of the main quest, and the Khans had multiple fates depending on your decisions and allegiances. Imagine if the Blades had a quest where, after claiming Skyhaven Temple, they wanted to establish a positive relationship with the Forsworn. It's actually a natural alliance, because it means there will be some protection against their Thalmor hunters. But the Forsworn are not immediately convinced of the benefits, so we have to prove it. The main path could be a dragon hunt, where we prove that the Blades will be useful in defending the Forsworn from dragons. The other path, if you completed those quests, would be to ask Madanek, the, king of the Forsworn, to establish the alliance instead. This is not even a particularly complex quest I'm asking for. You already have the framework of a Radiant dragon hunting quest with the Blades. Most of the new additions are just dialogue as well as some alternate Forsworn characters. All it requires is a level of confidence in player choice. Yes, some people will probably only notice the alternate path on a repeat playthrough, but that kind of thing only makes replaying the game all the more special. Imagine how many people would be saying, I have 1,000 hours in Skyrim and today I learned that you can ask Madanek to help you during the main quest. When I asked people what their favorite side quests were, the Forsworn Conspiracy was always at the top of the list. I think that is because Skyrim's potential was shining through the usual mediocrity. Having the Forsworn here makes the world feel so much more real, and people wanted to see more Forsworn content. The problem is that Bethesda did not learn and would repeat this mistake with the Gunners in Fallout 4. The Gunners are a faction of mercenaries in the Commonwealth with few, if any, quests. The game itself considers them to just be better equipped raiders. They play a key role in the history of the Minutemen, being responsible for their near downfall, but do not actually play a role in the story even if you decide to work with the Minutemen. Sound familiar? Because that's basically the same function the Forsworn served in Skyrim. Our next quest to cover is Blood on the Ice in Windhelm.
That was the worst quest I've ever played.
Oh yeah, that. We'll talk about it. While most of the cities have some form of roller coaster loudly dictating what quests you need to immediately start, Windhelm is actually different by being very subdued. Things happen, but it isn't until you've visited the area a few times that this quest actually begins, with a murder. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this introduction. While the start of the Forsworn Conspiracy is definitely strong for establishing how central that quest is to Markarth's history, this quest has an amazing start for a different reason. By delaying the murder, you're given the opportunity to get comfortable in Windhelm. You even get the chance to meet the victim, Susanna the Wicked. She's a sultry barmaid who works over at Candlehearth Hall, but recommends the new Nisus Corner Club over in the Grey Quarter. She's also a progressive, not understanding her boss's bigotry towards dark elves.
Another dark elf. Just what Windhelm needs.
This is a pretty big step up from how Morrowind handled a murder case, where at any time you could just break into this manor and find the guy dead well before you ever start the investigation. Her boss will also suggest that Susanna is particularly flirty as an attempt to get bigger tips. Also, Elda is in a relationship with Brunwulf Freewinter, the man the Imperials appoint as Jarl of Windhelm. So for all his progressive talk, he's still chasing that racist Nord pussy. With Susanna dead, there are some folks gathered round while a guard is looking over the body. He says that they're too busy with the war to handle the investigation, even if the war is over, or in a state of truce. It's not the first time in the series that lazy guards pawned a murder investigation off onto the player. If we want to, we can try and solve the murder instead. If you recall, this conflicts heavily with Brunwulf's case that the Stormcloaks are selective with their investigations based on race. Nord women are being murdered in Windhelm, and the guards cannot spare the resources to do anything about it. Helgerd is the local priestess of Arkay, acting as the local coroner. The only thing she notes at this time is that Susanna wasn't robbed. Calixto, a local business owner, says that he saw a fellow running away but didn't get a good look. Silda, local homeless union rep, says that she heard a scream, but the victim was already dead by the time she had arrived. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like you can actually ask about what kind of woman Susanna was. That's probably why they made sure to note that she was the Wicked in her name. Elda doesn't have much to say after she dies. If you somehow intuit that Susanna recommended the Corner Club, its proprietor, Embarrass Rindar, will say,
"None of that matters to me. Until someone takes a Dunmer, I'll let Windhelm deal with its own problems."
Given her predisposition, we can probably rule out this being a racially motivated crime. It doesn't seem the local Dark Elves are murdering Nords just yet, but give it time. Susanna did work at a racist establishment, but that's probably just because jobs are scarce at the moment in Windhelm. Was it related to her job? Did some guy she was leading on end up killing her in a drunken rage? Well, her body is fairly mutilated, so we can also probably rule out accidental drunken homicide. Plus, there has been a chain of murders recently, and Susanna fits the bill. No, this was almost certainly done by the town serial killer. All three witnesses at the scene are carrying iron daggers. We can probably, however, rule out Silda. She's a pickpocket trainer and homeless, so given that Susanna's money wasn't stolen, this was not a case of a spiteful old woman being jealous of a younger girl in town. The guards point us to the steward, Your Life, who makes our investigation official. We start with Helgerd, who notes that the wounds indicate that a curved blade was used, like an embalming knife. What about Elvish and Orcish knives? They have curved edges. She, however, states that she would not volunteer that information if she was actually responsible. Still, an ancient Nordic embalming knife is a very specific thing for someone in Windhelm to own. I don't believe that. They are fairly common in Nordic ruins, given how many preserved corpses are still walking around. I can more than imagine they would be owned for sentimental reasons or by former adventurers. It's unusual to be sure, and it's good to know the murder weapon, but by itself, it doesn't really point to anyone. It does, however, suggest that the murderer is trying to frame someone else. Given that Helgerd points this out as unusual, that implies the previous murders did not have this property. That, combined with the location, means that the murderer is clearly trying to make it look like Helgerd is responsible. Remember this red herring, it's important. There is a trail of blood at the crime scene leading through the estates into the richer part of town. It leads to a manor named Hiram. We could break in, but asking the steward gives us more information about the place. It is the former residence of Frigga Shattershield, which was the woman whose murder was a plot point in the Dark Brotherhood questline. This can actually cause an issue. If you decide to complete the bonus objective for Mururi and kill Nilsine Shattershield, then her mother Tova will commit suicide. Even though the game actually has a contingency for this outcome, it also requires that Tova be alive for it to arrange Susanna's corpse and the witnesses and thus start the quest. It is quite an unusual thing. You have to visit Windhelm to get the quest from Arantino to start the Brotherhood, and a second time to turn it in. Then when you go to kill Nilsine, you have visited Windhelm a third time. However, Blood on the Ice requires 4 visits to the city. If you start the quest, but then kill Nilsine before solving Susanna's murder, then you can still get the key to Hiram from Tova's body. She doesn't even give us useful information for solving the murder, yet whoever designed this quest went out of the way to add her to the list of NPCs who have to be alive to start it. Quite unusual. It figures that on the occasion Skyrim does have consequences for a choice in a different quest, that it would cause issues. My interpretation isn't that this is a bad thing, but rather that Bethesda is so inexperienced with branching quests, they don't really seem to have part of their workflow that exists to account for possible issues. And can we just appreciate that in a city of limited real estate space, that Clan Shattershield has not only a manor, but that Frigga Shattershield also owned her own separate home? I looked into it, and the family patriarch, Torbjorn, is the owner of a local trading company. That would make him wealthy, but not owning two manors wealthy. He's also a racist, refusing to pay his Argonian workers the same wages as Nords. He probably picked that up from his Dark Elf business associates. Ask a Dunmer businessman sometime what the value of Argonian labor is. We don't know enough about Frigga to know whether she was as racist as Daddy or if she was hooking up with lizards on the sly to make him angry. Probably the former, given that she had her own house. The reason I bring that up is that kind of information could be useful in understanding a motive for the murders. If the common trend between Susanna and Frigga was tolerance of minorities, then the murderer could be a local Nord. In Harem, we're told to look for clues, but not actually given quest markers as to where to look. There's a bunch of pamphlets in the house warning people that there is a serial killer in town, as though people don't know. Windhelm is not 19th century London. Everybody already knows there's a serial killer on the loose. The pamphlets are being distributed by Viola Giordano, whose name should indicate that she is an imperial woman. I'm not clear what exactly she does for a living, but...
Oh, really? So that dark elf took my ring? So typical of his kind. I think the Jarl should hear about this. Maybe double his taxes. No, triple them. That should teach those people a lesson.
Windhelm is a really funny place if you are a dark elf, which I am. Especially since, again, Viola is not a Nord. She's a Karen, but one of her main things is that she's single and unable to mingle with Captain Lonelygale.
Watch that tongue, Renda, or your whole lot could be down with the Argonians' Holig Ballast by tomorrow.
So what you just heard is actually cut dialogue, which I didn't know until it came time to grab a clip of it. This is not the first time this has happened, and I usually cut it from the video when it does, but this time is not so simple. See, currently, Captain Lonelygale is a retired sailor, hence why he's called Captain. However, at some stage in development, he was actually the Captain of the Guard. This is a notably missing position in this story, but once I started looking into it, I got dragged into a wormhole. Captain Lonelygale is a widower, hence why Viola is interested, but her antics have a new context if Lonelygale is the Guard Captain. Instead of simply being interested in the murders as a hobby, as is currently the case, it would make more sense that she was interested in the murders as an attempt of getting the captain's attention. My best guess for why this was changed is that it was decided he would serve as steward under Jarl Freewinter, but due to a bug, that does not happen. Even if that were the case, it doesn't make much sense to cut the character of a guard captain from the city instead of replacing him. Anyways, the pamphlet getting torn down is a plot point in the story, although it's probably a fact that people in Windhelm have a problem with Viola and not that they have a problem with people trying to do something about the murders. We also found Butcher Journal number 1. I guess whoever's keeping it really enjoys serialization. Get it? Because he's a serial killer? The main clue here is that whoever is behind the murders is magically inclined and investigating flesh magic, needing parts for his research. That cuts down on the suspect list quite a bit. Unfortunately, we are not able to go to the College of Winterhold that we run and ask for a list of former and current members to cross-reference with our investigation. You're able to find a hidden area behind a false panel. This is reminding me of Where Spirits Have Lease, the Anvil home that was haunted and had its own secret area. Butcher Journal number 2 is just a recipe for a flesh magic ritual, although it states that it originated as an Aldmer text with a D. So who added the note about Nord blood being preferred? The Butcher, the transcribing Altmer, the interpreting Aliads, or the original Aldmer? Honestly, this journal is not much of a clue. We can find a strange amulet in the house. If all you can find are the pamphlets, then you do have the option of asking Viola, who will search the house with you and try and help you solve the case. If you take this route, then Viola will guess the killer to be Woundfirth the Unliving, the court wizard. She also tells us to take the amulet to Revan Sadri, but he says that he wouldn't sell something like this and that the amulet is magical. It's just a shame that I'm having a bad day and difficulty figuring out what the enchantment is. Your Life figures Calixto would know more about the amulet, being the owner of a weird item boutique, and if you ask him, he'll tell us that it's the type of amulet usually carried by court wizards, and then offers to buy it from us. At this point, the quest can go all kinds of ways, depending on your decisions. Technically, after we get into Hiram, it starts branching off in ways that make my format difficult, which is why I want to focus on one particular playthrough of this quest. Not mine, actually, but Salt Factory's. Now, I want to clarify there's actually a very understandable reason for what happened, but it's useful to have proof that this quest was actually capable of tricking at least one person.
Then I show her one of the journals, and she's like, yeah, that's probably the court wizard. He's been experimenting with all sorts of crazy shit for a long time now. You know they call him the Unliving? Weird, huh? God, I hope it isn't the court wizard. Please be better than this, Skyrim. That was the worst quest I've ever played.
Hey man, I just wanted to let you know that you missed a part of the hit Skyrim questing sensation, Blood on the Ice. You see, the quest tells you quest completed, Blood on the Ice, but it actually isn't completed at all. I know, it's pretty 200 IQ stuff.
Looks like you aren't such a sharp investigator after all.
So, spoilers. Woundfirth isn't the murderer. I actually think this is one of the best moments in Skyrim because it's an actually clever subversion of expectation, in that it uses the mechanics to trick you instead of just saying that it's the rat quest from the previous game, but this time the woman is keeping the rats as pets. Basically, if you take the lemming path and do not investigate any deeper than taking Viola and Calixto's word, you are guided into implicating the wrong person. Not forced, you are free to confront Woundfirth and get his account if you want, just guided. However, it all works because, as Salt points out, Woundfirth is plausible enough as a suspect. It's believable that Skyrim would make such a bad quest, which makes the trick all the more sweeter.
Instead, if you wait around for a few days for no reason, you'll notice the murders continue. Yes, indeed, it turns out to be another guy.
Well, of course it is. The killer already tried to frame one person for the murder, killing Susanna in the graveyard with a weapon only a priestess of Arcade would normally have, who herself is a reclusive neurotic that people might suspect. And the only reason you would wait around for a few days for no reason would be if you were recording the quest for a video. Anybody who's playing normally is going to go off and do other stuff for 3 in-game days, and then the next time they visit Windhelm, be surprised.
If you kill him, that's the real ending. So you can obviously now see why Blood on the Ice is actually the magnum opus of quest design. It takes a lot of study of the finer points of quest design to really appreciate the subtle nuances of the murderer actually being another guy which no guards react to killing out in the open. And the concept of a quest ending only for it to not really be done is impeccable, like a fine wine, and definitely isn't really stupid.
So, what are you asking for? Either the quest doesn't end, so when you point the finger at the wrong person it just stays in your quest log, being obvious. I can see you criticizing that.
Huh, I wonder why this quest is still in my log. I even installed the unofficial patch, so obviously it's not bugged. That must mean I did it wrong. Better look it up and spoil the surprise.
Or you can't point the finger at anybody other than the correct answer, which I can also easily see you criticizing.
Why would you have characters accuse Woundfirth of being the killer if I can't actually accuse him? Jorleif only accepting the accusation against Calixto makes the whole investigation fall flat.
This is a problem I often find myself thinking about with my own media analysis and criticism. Believe it or not, but I often have bad ideas that I later cut out. To give an example, for a while I had on my note list that before you complete Dragon Rising there should be random dragon attacks, but that the dragons would retreat at half health. I had this idea on a walk at 3 AM and wrote it down, but when it came time to actually write about the dragons, I took one look at that and immediately realized that if Bethesda actually did that, I would both hate it and criticize it in my video. I think it's important to question if your proposals or criticisms would actually make the game better, or if you're simply saying something is stupid because it made you look stupid. No, having the quest end prematurely even if you accuse the wrong person is brilliant. It means that 3 days later, when you visit Windhelm and see that another woman has been murdered, that you actually failed at something. You failed. In Skyrim. An extremely shallow experience, let you fail. To make a comparison, the quest Canvass the Castle in Oblivion also lets you accuse the wrong person. The only consequence for being wrong is getting paid less currency. Is that the preferable alternative? Now I actually understand what Salt Factory's mistake was that led him down this path. He supported the Imperials. Okay, fine. That's not the full mistake. In fact, it's not actually even his fault he got this wrong. I mean, mildly. It's impossible to talk about Skyrim and not have people recommend this quest. He tries to say it is unreasonable to expect him to look up quests for his videos, although he seems to hate the idea of even basic research.
I don't know the development history of this game, if it received the amount of time that devs wanted, or funding, or whatever. But stuff like this screams that they had limitations that they needed to work around.
This was the first project we made using Unreal 4, so a lot of the tools and pipelines we were trying to get up to the speed that we needed to, and certain things we just assumed we'd be able to do more quickly than we could, so we had to make a lot of cuts.
But I would figure with how many people love this quest, and how drastically different your response was,
That was the worst quest I've ever played.
that it might merit a cursory Google search to see if you either did something wrong or had the game glitch out. Even just for the sake of making fun of Bethesda's game being buggy. Now, so far this has mostly just been about his presentation on this quest, but allow me to indulge in some dirty YouTube drama for a moment. Not really, but since this is guaranteed to turn into a thing with some commenters, maybe even a Twitter scuffle or another threat from his Discord mods to have my server deleted, I might as well talk about it. I'll keep it brief. During the stream where I watched his videos, he hopped in and said he doesn't like his older stuff. Later, when we were watching the part on this quest, his wife hopped in and said they had received death threats over it. I didn't know it was his wife at the time, but if true, then yeah, it's really stupid to send someone death threats over something as minor as getting a quest in a video game wrong. Although if I had to wager, it was probably the comment and not the actual video itself that inspired it. If the pinned comment just said that he got it wrong and that a Skyrim bug was the reason, I really doubt that anybody would care. Then in his Mass Effect 2 video, he included a part where he explains his style, but without providing context for why he's really talking about this. Just 3 3/4 hours into his video, he explains why he does the plot recitation thing. It's dumb because it's neither an effective response, because I don't watch his videos and he didn't name me, nor is it at a good spot in the video. Nobody watching who doesn't know the context is going to gain anything from hearing about why you're recounting the plot 94% of the way through you recounting the plot. It's like that's what he was writing when the stream happened, so that's why it's there. Now, I don't want or need to be named in his video. If he wants to respond, then Twitter's the best place for that kind of thing. He really shouldn't have said anything in his video. I don't care about that. I find plot recitations boring, but clearly there's an audience that loves his videos. They want to hear somebody casually talk about a game for a couple hours. Mostly what I care about is the lack of basic research in his work. That Outer Worlds clip happened months after the stream, but another creator sent it to me because it really frustrated them that he didn't take that basic criticism into consideration. He got so hung up on the plot recitation thing, he missed the actually valuable criticism. If there was anything to take away from 9.5 hours of some dumb asshole streaming about you, lack of research was it. Now believe me, I'm well aware of how much work research is, but I have different standards of research for different videos. For my other half-hour videos, I usually do very cursory stuff. I'm not bothered that Salt wasn't digging into archives, cross-referencing dates, and reading through game code. That would ruin the aesthetic of a guy casually talking about a game to suddenly get super specific and technical. And it would slow down his production to show that level of attention to every game he covers. What I'm bothered about is him not even keeping a wiki open in the second tab while writing about games. It's not a ridiculous thing to expect, especially if you bill your videos as evaluations. Imagine your boss doing a performance evaluation and then telling you about how he feels based on your observations and speculation. And then he docks your pay. Okay, my part in this supposed drama is over. Believe me, if my goal was to insult your parasocial father, I would have made that its own dedicated thing. What happened was, when he went to do the quest, the very first guard that tasks you on the investigation wasn't there. This is because he had reloaded the save he had ended his first Skyrim video on, which was after the Battle of Windhelm. So he reloaded another save before the battle, did the quest, and accused the wrong person. Up to now is information he provides in the video.
Then I have to report back to the guard and, oh right, yeah, I killed this guy during the war between the Stormcloaks and the Legion. Welp. Alright, so now I need to start the investigation proper.
Now this next part is my own speculation, but I'm going to assume that immediately upon seeing the words
Hello,
quest
honorable
completed,
chatters.
he figured
Hello,
it was a
can you hear
job
me? I
well
just walked
done
in
and
the
then
house.
reloaded the higher level save to go do
I
other
just walked in
quests for the video.
Well, whatever, let's hit the next one.
I am
So-
assuming this because it's exactly what I
My
do
keys
when I
on my
reload
bed.
old saves to replay quests.
Hello,
That
hello,
is Skyrim's fault. And it's Skyrim's fault for not having a contingency for if the player
We're
started
gonna
the quest after the conclusion of the Civil
reorient.
War. For
shit on my
instance, if you
desk
liberate
because-
Whiterun, then Captain Caius is replaced by Sinmir as Captain of the Guard, including during the Thieves Guild quest to poison the mead still. The issue seems to be a simple oversight. What wasn't Skyrim's fault was his response to being told he did the quest wrong, much of which I've already played for you.
Please make sure to read the wiki article on all 30 quests of the video to ensure no further curveballs are thrown your way, and consider reevaluating your life, you big fucking idiot.
People who were mildly annoyed at your extremely shallow assessments.
So I'm to question the witnesses here who yield nothing of value in the investigation.
Let's take this
I
off.
did notice that her coin purse
Bam.
was still intact, so
I'm
whoever
here.
did this wasn't after gold.
I thought I saw a fellow running away, but didn't get a good look at him.
I heard a scream and came running, but she was already like this when I
You're
got
sad
here.
because no more
Always
Skyrim.
sad when someone has
okay,
to die.
bro.
Yeah, why does he look all freshly bloody and
Okay, bro.
Yeah, how do you end up like that?
People who were mildly annoyed at your
Gotta
extremely
calibrate it.
shallow
Ooh.
assessments are going to become angry if you engage in such condescending and arrogant behavior. Now, I want to be clear, because Salt Factory's fans have historically been some of the thickest I've had to deal with. The goal here isn't just to put them on blast for getting something wrong. Rather, the point is that it's good to see that even someone who reviews video games
What is
as
that
a
monkey
profession
spin?
could be tricked by this quest, especially
Oh my
since
God.
his central thesis was about how
Coco
shallow
Simo.
this game is. So who is the actual murderer? Well, if you talk to Woundfirth, he's able to identify the amulet. It is the Necromancer's Amulet, an artifact that has been in every Elder Scrolls game, but only briefly in the one where its creator was the villain. What? It's pretty convenient that the player could not identify this one
We gotta
item,
pin the
an
Discord.
identification of which could change the course of the entire quest.
Guys, can
I mean,
keep
this would be a
watching.
great
We
place
can
to
keep
implement an
ending
enchant
to this
skill
for a
check.
little bit if you want
Have
to.
an enchant of 50 or higher, and you identify it on the spot.
Dude,
Otherwise,
this
then
section
you
is a
have to
whole
get it
nother
at
hour, you
parties.
guys.
Woundfirth figures
coffee's
there will
good.
be a murder in the Stone Quarter this night, somehow. He says that he's noticed a pattern in
Skyrim
the
time?
and
Oh,
locations
shit,
of
man.
murders. Yeah, Windhelm at night. This is definitely a stretch
on.
that screams of bad cop TV shows where specialists can somehow identify everything about a serial killer from the exact way they bash someone's brains in with a claw hammer. There have only been 3 murders, 4 if you blame the wrong person. It's only necessary on the off chance you haven't
Alright.
figured out yet that
I have
the
to go in the Steam
murderer
store.
is Calixto. He was at the crime scene, his business is the ownership of unusual items, and he is the one
just
that
wanna
obviously
verify you guys.
misidentifies the amulet.
Always sad when someone has to die.
Just from
Oh,
a casual glance,
you
you
can
can
hear
tell it's
it.
no Wheelstone.
It's
Again,
the-
one
it's
city
the
official
special
has already been nearly
edition.
framed.
Is it the
If you
special
can't
edition
tell,
or
I
the
actually really like this
anniversary edition?
By my estimation, there are 4 good
That's the
suspects
better
for
one
murders.
to play on.
Helgerd,
It's
Viola,
anniversary,
Woundfirth,
right?
and Calixto. I also like how it resolves. If your lift just had a list of
Anniversary?
NPCs you
Oh, yeah,
could
that's what I
accuse, it
50
would basically
bucks?
break the mystery. Oh, I guess
Sold.
if Calixto's on this list, then I better pay close
Alright.
attention to him.
It's
It is great
complicated,
that
all
the lives
Skyrim
of
sucks.
potentially 2 more victims are on the line.
I think we can
based on
handle.
your
I think we can
performance.
handle 50 bucks.
You also have the chance to learn a lot about Windhelm that
So,
we didn't learn about
just bought-
Markarth and the Forsworn
Oh, how is my dad? What the fuck?
conspiracy. The quest never sat us down for a lesson
I'll
on
turn-
the racial conflict in the city. Instead,
I haven't
how
really
much
been
you learn
talking
about that
today
depends on how
because
much,
I just went
you
and
know,
sat like
investigating
in school.
you actually do. Personally, I think murder investigations are some of the greatest
Raccoon
opportunities
Monster
Bethesda
Zero
has
Energy
for
Ultra
storytelling in their format.
Monster.
It perfectly fits with
I
their
actually
open
have
world
one.
design and NPC
I actually have a
scheduling
Boomer Monster.
principles.
How was your exam?
The
Oh,
potential of this story
you
is
silly
a great
goose.
foundation. Imagine if
This is the
instead
name
of
of
being a
the
single quest, it was
CRM
actually a short
Analysis
side
Act
quest
2.
line that developed.
This was completely separate. I had to go to school for a different class. My exam actually, I have to take. Actually, when the stream hits 48 hours, when it auto cuts off, that's when I'm gonna end the stream. Obviously, because it's gonna cut off at 48 hours, and then there's probably gonna be a 30-45 minute downtime where I go take my exam. I'm gonna take my exam when we hit our 48-hour mark. Okay. Yeah, actually. And then we can start the stream back up as soon as I finish my exam. No! What do you mean? I can't control that. The stream is gonna go down anyways because Twitch only supports 48-hour VODs or 48-hour streams.
Alongside the city of Windhelm, it would advance as
Yeah,
you did
and
other
like,
quests
yeah.
here and learn
I'll
about the city.
probably
And
go
the
in like
motives
5
and
hours
possibilities
just so I
will
have
expand.
time to
The Nords
set up my
point
computer
fingers
for
at
the
Dark
exam. Yeah,
Elves,
this is gonna
where
be
the
my
Dark Elf
OChem
only gets
exam.
killed and the Dunmer point
Yeah,
fingers
it
at Elves. Every
does!
prominent NPC in Windhelm should
That's
be a
right,
possible
because
suspect
Twitch
for
cuts
some
off
reason for
my
those.
VOD at
For
48
instance,
hours.
Viola is racist against Dark Elves,
I
and
told
Helgerd
Twitch to
thinks
do
she's
that.
faking the
I
investigation
implemented
and
that
herself
policy
as a
because I hate you guys.
But then you find her journal where she
I implemented that policy. You can thank me for that.
Magic. Embarrass Rendar
Now,
could be a former Morag Tong
let me check
member
my
and talks
Steam.
about how
It's
the
going
serial
to.
killer
I'm
is
going to
justice
install
for the Grey
Skyrim
Quarter
on
until the Dunmer Girl is
my
taken.
E drive
Then he
that
starts
has
pointing
1.5
fingers at the
terabytes.
The Argonians could have a secret route they use to get into the city.
Wow,
and
it
a
is
fresh
only
import of
15 gigs.
Nordic
That's
embalming
insane.
equipment, except it's magically
She
sealed
Demian said
and
Twitch
all
said they would
accounted
make an
for.
exception, but
I'm
she
not
said
really
no.
suggesting that this is possible for
That's
Skyrim.
right. Twitch
I
said
mean,
to me
the
specifically,
quest is super
only me,
janky as is.
that they were going to
For
make an
example, if you
exception
take
for that
Mia's word
rule.
that Wunferth is the murderer, then when you talk
you
to
happen
him
to get
later,
tomatoes,
the
champ?
dialogue suggests you talk to Calixto, but you never actually have
thought
to
you'd
take
never
the amulet
ask.
to Calixto. This is more so demonstrating the narrative potential of a serial killer murder.
Yeah, I'm gonna
investigation
Instacart the
thrust
tomatoes
into a
today. No, I didn't
complex
get the
city
tomatoes yet
environment.
because I did go to the grocery store.
Calixto's motivations
But
have to
I'll
be
Instacart the
investigated
tomatoes today.
independently by reading a journal in
And
his
we're gonna
house
have
detailing that it was
I
the death of his
conveniently
sister that
forgot.
motivated him into learning about necromancy.
I hate tomatoes.
He was killing young Nord women because those were the parts he needed. Although his final target
So
would
it
be
is
a
downloading my
pirate
game.
woman. All of the racial tension and politics
So
of
about
the
that
story was yet another
interest,
misdirection from the most basic of character motivations.
I feel like
trauma.
it would make
Paranoia
sense
from
for interest to
Oblivion
start
brought on
after the
ice is a quest
subathon,
that
right?
Should be emulated and improved upon
Right?
in future games. If you haven't noticed, a common thread amongst good
But
quests
what was
is
I
not
gonna
the
say?
combat or dungeons, but
Let me
the
ping the
active simple
Discord. We
investigation.
can get music playing instead,
adventure takes
unless
us
you guys
next
want
to
to keep
solitude.
watching this video.
This quest
But
doesn't
while my
actually
Skyrim
begin
shit
simply
installs,
by
we can
entering
play
the city.
something else.
Actually, it, like Blood on the Ice,
But I also
has a chance of not triggering
I do want to have when
This is
I
because if you
leave to
start
take
the
my
quest,
test.
but one of the
I
core
do
NPCs
I do
leaves,
want
as
to have the
happens in a
stream
number of other
down
quests, then you'll get
so
this
that
scene
I
of
for a little
everybody
bit
just
at least
sitting
so I can
around
restart my computer
awkwardly.
and also
What is
because
supposed to happen is Varnius
I'm pretty
Junius is
sure my
supposed to plead
computer
for Jarl
might
Elisif
overheat
to send someone to
soon
investigate a cave that has
because
strange
my
lights
room was
coming
like
from it.
80 degrees
Elisif initially
this
suggests
morning
a legion be sent
when
to
I woke
investigate
up.
the cave, but is talked down to a few extra soldiers being sent to Dragonbridge. The court is obviously
see.
not taking this issue seriously, and this largely seems to be down to Sabella Stentor's statement that
Okay.
she hasn't detected anything from the
honestly.
cave. She's obviously wrong,
So my
but the quest never
GPU my
suggests that
GPU
Stentor is
has been sitting
intentionally
at
lying to
50.
cover it up, nor do I believe she is. She's one of the few rare vampires.
We
in
can
Elder Scrolls
assume that
has
my GPU
successfully
has
set
been
herself
sitting.
up with
Oh,
a
it's
safe
above
supply
50.
of blood,
Okay.
So I doubt
Between
she would
okay,
jeopardize her
it's like
position.
okay. Oh, it's
Falk
going up. Why is it
Firebeard
going
is
up?
willing to pay us to clear out
My
the
GPU
cave
has been
since
sitting
something
between
is
50
going
and
on there,
60.
but it's just assumed to be
Um,
bandits or wild animals.
While I've
What
been
kind of
sleeping,
name is Firebeard
while I've been
anyways?
doing nothing.
They made a whole design document
So it
about the
kind
dragon
of
language, but didn't
it
seem
gets
to write a
hot. It gets
paragraph
hotter when I
on
play
Nordic naming
game.
schemes, which leads to some strange.
That's Celsius, yeah.
Morrowind
So let me ping
did
the
have
Discord.
rules for
Tell them
naming
I'm
Nord characters,
here.
which you can see being applied consistently with the game's 156 Nords, even applying to bandit characters. Many Nords have mononyms, or basically just first names. These Nords are mostly commoners. Some
ping the
Nords have
announcements
titles
channel.
like Guarding the Bold, Velfred the Outlaw, or
Has
Hilt the Harrier.
everyone
Finally, some Nords have clan
we
names
are
following a consistent formula.
back and
Hardheart,
ready to
Flatfoot, Fire-Eye,
game.
Forkbeard, Bluetooth,
Game.
and Elfhewer. Clan names were always two hyphenated words. There are two characters I have seen which break that rule, having the
Chad,
names
is this-
Farseer and Highlander without a hyphen.
Is this
Oblivion
day
was fairly
2?
similar. You had the mononyms,
Is
the
this day
titles
2
like
of the
Outcast or
subathon?
the Cook, and then you had the clan names like God Hater,
This is day
Oakenhole,
2,
Redtooth,
right?
and Blacknail.
Yeah.
As far as I can see, there weren't any Nords
Yeah.
that had unhyphenated
Quite
clan
far
names,
into day
although
2,
there
is
is
it?
actually
Well,
someone who
because I
has a
figured I should
hyphenated
tweet about it. I
title
should
for
tweet
some
that I'm
reason.
live for day 2.
Bitneld the
But I don't
Curse
fucking
Bringer.
I don't
In normal
know.
naming
Is
conventions,
it day
would just be
2?
Cursebringer as
Between
one
it's
word.
2 and 3.
There's also a couple odd last names like Yolfenhild, Uthgar, and Faethung.
You're still playing the
Morrowind did
video?
have
Well,
similar
people,
rules
they freaked
violations,
out. I
but
was
that
like, I'm
seemed
gonna
to
turn
be
the
because
video
they
off. They're
were
like,
towards
no,
wrong
no,
ways.
shut up,
Ranius
bitch,
is
oh,
an
Skyrim.
Empyrean, Celatar is a Dunmer name, Albert is a
Yeah,
Briton.
I'll have to do a
And
stream
then you have
restart.
Skyrim, and things are all over the place. There are 6 times as many Nords
So that's
now,
what
so
I
that
didn't
is
know if I
obviously
should
going to
tweet
be
like
part
that.
of it,
I'm
but even
doing.
primary
I'm
characters
doing
don't seem to
day
follow regular
2.
naming conventions. Codlac
Wait.
Whitemane has an unhyphenated
No,
clan
that would be
name.
day
Is he a
3. 3.
Part of the white mane family, or is he called that because
That
he's
would be
bald
day
and has a
3.
white mane? If the latter, why isn't he Codlac the White Mane? Ayala has a title. She's
Oh!
the Gray Manes and
You
White
guys,
Mane have
my
that
mom
name
was
because everyone in
pissed
the
this
family
morning.
has
I
gray
was
hair,
like,
even while young.
I
Salt
came
Firebeard
to
is
the
obviously
kitchen,
another
you know, at
example.
like
Is
7
he
or
called
8
that
a.m.
because he specifically has a Firebeard, or
and
is he a part of the
was talking about
Firebeard
my stream,
family?
and she was like,
Are there Firebeard women
she was
out
like,
there getting made fun of? Is Horik
so how much?
Halfhand
She's
a
like, you got
member of a
20,
mutant family,
12 hours,
or does it
24
actually
hours
refer to the fact that
left,
he lost half
you
his
know?
hands during
And
the
I was
Great
like,
War? It is a minor thing, but once I realized it, I couldn't stop noticing.
I have
the
60.
You would think that Skyrim, the game
60
about
hours
Nords, would take the opportunity to
left
explain the rules
right
about
now.
games.
I
For
had to
instance,
specify,
perhaps
like,
the
yeah, I have
Battleborn
60
descends from a
hours
man
as
named
of
Ken,
now.
the Battleborn, a warrior whose mother gave birth to him during
As
a
of
great
now,
battle
my
before she went
biggest
on to
fear
slay
is
7
seeing
warriors.
fucking 72 again.
And that was the founding of
Alright,
Clan Battleborn.
log
So
back
clan
into
names are
Twitter.
created through literal titles of accomplishment or
Alright,
description.
here's what we're gonna do.
Then, maybe
I know you
in
guys.
Western Imperial
There you go.
Skyrim,
There you go,
have
chat.
more incidences of
Don't
Nords
freak
picking
out.
up last
There's your
names
video back.
independent of clans.
Put your Cocomelon
You
back
can portray
on.
a literal cultural
Don't freak
shift
out.
just by the names of characters if you take the time to write down the
The time
rules
to
for
reap is
naming
past.
those characters. If the rule is simply that they just need
Here's
to have a
your Cocomelon
Nordic
back.
sounding
I'm gonna go on
name,
Twitter.
then you're squandering an opportunity. A good example
Say
of
the
this
line,
oddity
Mia
is in the names of
Jack.
Jarls. Some of the Jarls are clanless and titleless. Skald, Sidgeir, Igmund, Courier, and
I don't like my
Qualdon.
profile picture.
We're
It
not
fucking
even really
freaks me
told the
out.
criteria by which one
Alright, let's
even
tweet.
becomes Jarl. In theory, the
Let's
Jarls
tweet.
appoint the High King. In fact, the impetus for the Civil War was that the High King position seemed to have become a hereditary monarchy in the hands of Solitude. The reason I bring up the High King is that it's not a situation where
extensions work?
Jarls are appointed by and vassals
honestly,
of
play
the
your
High
out.
King.
My
There doesn't seem
extension
to
should be
very much
working.
thought put into this
Granted.
process, or many of the Jarls. Skald
We
has
have
a mononym,
technically,
but is referred to by some
technically,
as
actually,
the
we
Elder
didn't.
despite having no children. And
I didn't
apparently
actually get
is
to
a member
test
of
it
the
because
family.
the subcounts did the
Sidgeir
same while I
does
was
have
asleep.
living family, having recently
I'm gonna change the
replaced his
profile
uncle,
picture to the
Dindir of
Discord.
Stoon
Yeah.
with
I
his
think it's
old
gonna be
age.
changed the same as the
Stoon
Discord.
is not a location, but actually a member
Hey
of
guys,
the
chat.
ancient Nordic pantheon, making
Chat, I have a
Dindir
request. I have a
himself
request.
an
Don't look at that
aberration.
video. Look at me.
Stoon's
I want you
son,
to
as
throw
a
shit at my
clan
model
name,
so I
would
can take a
accomplish the same
screenshot
goal
for
while also giving Sidgeir his
so I can take a
own name.
screenshot for
Igmund is
the tweet
clanless and
for my
titleless,
tweet that
and
I'm
they aren't
live.
given a reason why
Can you
he is
guys
the
do that
Jarl,
for me?
Other than that his father was Jarl
Holy
of
shit.
Lockhart prior to the Forsworn Rebellion. He also has no family of his own.
I got it. Okay, you can
Does
stop.
have a wife and
You can
son,
stop
no
throwing
family,
shit at me.
despite being Jarl of one of the
You can
oldest
stop
clans
throwing
in
shit at me now,
Skyrim.
man.
He was replaced by some guy who
Hey guys!
Although it slightly makes more sense why someone who wasn't a Jarl might be clanless. Then you have
Guys.
other oddities. Sabrina Morellis
Guys.
name despite being a Nord.
I've got the image! I have the image! Chat!
Happens to have
I have the
What, did she
image!
chose during her service to the Legion? Why didn't Horik?
Guys!
Just as long. Eadgrod Ravencrone
I think they
has a
missed
clan
you.
name,
Really?
but they didn't hyphenate it. You can say it was intentional because she's a Legion supporter.
Oh, every gun we have to fire on that girl!
Eadgrod has a daughter named Eadgrod the Younger. This is an approximation of a real.
I'm posting the fuck you guys! I'm posting the tweeted man.
It's why Jensen. Elder Scrolls approaches this by having children who take their parents' name take the titles of the Elder and the Younger. But Eadgrod the Elder doesn't hold that title. He has the last name Ravencrone instead. It's one thing to point this out with minor characters, but we're talking about the regional rulers here. Then, of course, you have Ulfric Stormcloak. ESO would try to make clan
How do you spell
Stormcloak a thing,
caffeinated?
but in Skyrim, Ulfric is the only living member of such a clan. His lack of children makes mild sense. He was a monk turned soldier who spent a decent chunk of his
EI.
life either in jail or fighting for a cause. But where are his siblings? He doesn't have any. So Hogue Stormcloak, the Bear of Eastmarch, had a single son, and then watched him go off to become a Greybeard and said, I guess that's the end of my lineage. Remember when a central plot point of Oblivion was a succession crisis? The counts in Oblivion were also inconsistent with their lineage, but that largely seemed to be because Oblivion had no child NPCs.
Guys, look.
Some of them did have
This was the
adult
best I
children.
could do.
It
This
also
this
pretty
screenshot was the
obvious
best
why
I
all the
could do.
counts in Oblivion held their
I know it
positions.
doesn't have like
But
10
why is this
trillion,
important? Well,
but
you can tell a
it
lot
looks
by
like
a
they're all getting
character
thrown at the
just by
same
their
time,
name.
so I like that
Despite
one.
there not being a model for it, Horik Halfhand tells you that he has an injury
That
from the
screenshot is weak
war
as fuck,
just
dude.
by
Chill.
his name.
Be nice to me.
There just aren't
It's
enough
really hard to
clans
get.
in
It's
Skyrim.
really hard to get
Despite
like.
Skyrim
We went way
themes,
harder
Red
than
House
that.
Telvanni
You
is
went way
not a
harder than that, but I had to
family
crop the
named
screenshot.
Telvanni. Rather, it is a
Is she
collection
weak?
of independent Dunmer clans, many
This
of whom
mother
hold
male bitch
positions
on
as
Twitter. We can
counselors
redo
in
it.
Great House. Each house has a different perspective on family.
I
Great
think
House
we're
Redoran,
okay.
for instance, holds the concept of family in high
It just looks like you're
regard. They have the
sleeping.
most
It
quests
looks
that
like
have
I'm
to do
being
with
fucking
family
pelted
members,
with
but
shit.
counselors.
You're gonna
Small
complain.
things like not
You have to
taking
take a
women's
better
skills into
one.
consideration can lead to bigger issues. It's just sad that Bethesda went from individually naming
They already
bandits
spent their-
to not even taking the time to fully build families for Jarls.
It's
which
fine.
brings us back to Falk Firebeard. Where's he from?
I'll do my best.
Who cares? You just need a steward for the Jarl. Call him Firebeard because he's a ginger, even though his hair is the same color.
See, there's only like 5 on the screen at a time.
That beard is seriously notable enough to merit recognition. His name wasn't Blackbeard because it was October and he participated in no shape.
I'm gonna post it in the Discord. We're gonna judge it. Look, if somebody this is the best screenshot I can get. I posted in general, guys. Guys, look in guys.
This is in a weird place in Skyrim. It's not illegal, not just in gameplay.
One of you guys get a better screenshot. 4 out of 10.
It is a crime insofar as
3 out of 10.
Dead people's bodies without
then
permission,
if somebody gets a better screenshot, then I will concede. I will concede defeat. I'm gonna change into PJ pants
travelers for their experiments.
because I'm not leaving my room for the
Necromancy
rest
was
of
one
the
of
day.
the main plots of Oblivion during the Mages Guild. They can't really abandon the idea. However, Skyrim is not helping itself by putting conjurers in black robes as well. The college lampshades the topic. You can study necromancy if you want. They aren't archaic like the Mages Guild, but nobody's actually doing it, despite how seemingly popular that style of magic is.
Necromancy.
Necromancy.
I am a member of the College of Winterhold. In good standing. They haven't allowed
They gonna stream hard!
I sure know. Those
Alright, let me
archaic
see.
policies died out with the
Let me
Mages
see,
Guild.
Chad.
They
Stripping
were
on
never
stream.
enforced
What the
here.
fuck?
Necromancy, as any other type of magic, is a
What the
tool
fuck?
to be used.
What was out of this?
Of course, non-mages may
Don't
not
get mad at
see
me. Don't get mad at me.
So we don't go around
Closing out of this.
Skyrim doesn't even really have a rule about whether or not Draugr are
Don't be
attached to
mad.
necromancers. Sometimes the game
They're
uses
mad.
Draugr to portray the idea.
They're mad. They're mad. They're mad. Hello. Too late. I'm mad. Hello. Look, I'll bookmark it. I'm gonna bookmark this video for watch later so we can keep watching it. Don't worry, we can keep watching it. But I'm gonna go YouTube house class. Teacher, get the teacher subscribe to Vod of Miia. We listen to a little bit of Gotchi now. Well, I already that's what I did. You silly goose. I actually did just install Skyrim. I have vanilla. I have vanilla now, but I would still have to install all the mods and stuff. In the mod log, I asked in the mod channel. I said, what Skyrim mods should I have if I'm gonna play it? But vanilla might be, look, we get the Kino, isn't the game buggy and shit? Yeah, Zal plays, or played a lot of Skyrim or some shit, like he knows about modded. I like it. You can tell my voice is kind of scratchy, yeah. There are some mods that mostly correct bugs and crashes, but see, here's the thing. What if Bethesda made Morrowind and all the ones other are just reskins? There we go. Okay, look. We have special edition. There is a gotcha or gotchi. Did you hydrate? I did. Oh yeah, oh fuck, it's gonna fuck with my... It ran the first time boot, like prompt, and it's defaulted all my graphics, like all of my graphics to ultra. So my game is gonna, when the game boots, it's gonna be in like fucking turbo ultra quality. Oh. It's really loud. Oh! Thanks for buying it. I have to download the anniversary edition still. What? What is this? Guys, look at how my tracking is bugging. What's wrong with my face? It thinks my face is what the fuck? Let me calibrate my tracking again. I don't even know if that's a calibration error. I think that's just like it thinks my face is fucked up. That's really weird. That's like super fucking weird. What? That's very, very weird. Hold on. Let me calibrate the tracking like this now. I'm flipping my phone upside down. Alright, no more seizures now. You're a VTuber, of course your face is fucked up. What the fuck, dude? Alright, my face is back to normal. We're good now. We're downloading Elven. It's downloading a lot of armors right now. I would say let me boot another game to play in the meantime. But I don't want to fucking meld my computer. What's wrong with your face? I don't know. My dead fish eyes. I actually, well, I've been able to wash my face every day, so getting the, I thought you looked like Freddy Fazbear from the face reveal. Dude! Oh, fuck, that, yeah, that, no, guys, forget you saw that. That was the 10,000 subs face reveal. Guys, the Vod of Miia face reveal. For 10,000 subs. I accidentally showed it on stream already. I look like Freddy Fazbear. Because one of my friends came into my chat and was like, hey, Mia, can I post a picture of you in your Discord? And I was like, no, what the fuck? And they're like, no, it's funny. It's the Freddy Fazbear picture. I was like, okay. But then I just showed it on stream anyways. John Fazbear? Yeah, it's Freddy Fazbear's like cousin. I hope my desk is waterproof. I hope that's waterproof. 5K per se from Leon. Well, it's fine because I'm not glam rock Freddy. I was regular Freddy Fazbear. Glam cock. That's right, motherfucker. I was glam cock. Actually, while we download these assets, here's what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go on my uni. Always bad idea. Typically, always bad idea when I say I'm gonna go on my uni site. Just so that I can pull up all the stuff that I need for my exam later today. Canvas. Oh yeah, I also have noticed that some people in chat do have consistent color, but some people don't. I think it's something you select in like your chat badge. You select your color when you click on like your badge in chat. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna log in. I'm gonna get the code. No, the exam's not gonna be... I'm not gonna take the exam on stream because it's gonna... My exam is gonna happen like right at the 48-hour mark, so that's when the stream goes down and I restart my computer. That's when I save the VOD. That's when I save the VOD and take my little exam, which the exam usually for that class takes 30 to 45 minutes, so it's not crazy long. Sorry, I just have to get my login code from my phone. Oh, it gave me the cat ears. It gave me the cat ears because I was... Right, yep, it gave me the cat ears. So, organic chemistry. Here's what we're gonna do, chat. You think about it, so here's the thing, if I guess on everything, usually I could probably get like a 50% if I guessed on everything. But, can you meow? I like having my hair down. I like having the hair down on this one, dude. I don't know, man. And then I actually have to go to the modules. The ears! I have ears. No, it's okay. We have 2 ears. 4 ears is too many. 2 ears is okay. So I have to scroll all the way to the fucking bottom. Practice exam. Midterm review and practice exam 3. Let's see. I think we can do this. Question 1. Let's go over the practice exam, guys. We can learn something. The delocalized pi system in benzene is formed by a cyclic overlap of 6 blank orbitals. Anyone? Oh, Smiling Potato knows! Good, good, good. You know, you know. Good, good, good. You do know. 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 Unless that was just a guess. Unless that was just like a random letter in chat. They're P orbitals. Oh, y'all are a chem major! Okay. Okay, then you should know everything. You should know everything here. Alright, this is I can't do any of the drawing questions. All of these are diagrams and questions. All of these are... These are all... This exam is all on resonance structures and transition states. Oh, sad. So... Okay. Last question. The last question that the professor chose not to answer. For some reason, like, just didn't put the answer on the key. Due to electron delocalization, one would predict that the carbon-oxygen bond in acetamide CH3CONH2 is A, nonpolar, B, has more double bond character than the carbon-oxygen bond of acetone, C, is longer than the carbon-oxygen bond of dimethyl ether, D, is longer than the carbon-oxygen bond of acetone, or E, is formed by overlapping sp3 orbitals. It's longer than the CO double bond in acetone, but shorter than the CO single bond in dimethyl ether, which... Yeah, that makes sense. B? B? Or D? $100 on B? You owe me $100, man. It's D, it looks like. I'm looking at the diagram. I say B. It's longer than the double bond in acetone, but it's shorter than the single bond in dimethyl ether, so... And it's a double bond, yeah. So it's not sp3 orbitals. Yeah. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna print out this practice midterm so we can... I don't know, I turn wrench. I don't know, I like that. So, my mom told me... My mom told me that now I actually... Because we had a really, really old printer that broke, and then we got a new printer, but that also broke. So the only way to print something is actually to go to the printer and plug my computer into the printer. So, okay, that's the practice exam. Doesn't seem terrible. And I can just go to the midterm review. How many slides is the midterm? Okay, the PowerPoint, the midterm review PowerPoint is only is only 30 pages. It's only 30 pages. There's only 30 pages of review for this midterm, so I don't think it's that bad. We'll zoom out. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, that's right, Gary Barton. You're so smart. I just need to study a lot of the alkene reactions because I have I've got 2, 3, 4. I think I have 4 different reactions I have to memorize. I've done polymer physical chem. Oh, I took an engineering class in high school that did a lot of polymer chemistry, and I didn't like it. All right, let's see. It has. I'm gonna keep this open in an incognito window. Wait, what? All right, we are still downloading shit for Skyrim though, but I think it'll be okay. It's not gonna take too long. I don't think it's gonna take too long. In the meantime, I'm gonna close up my little my Gundam instruction guide. I'm gonna put all the runners back in the box, just so you get a little bit more space back. You can hear me like fighting with them. Oh yeah, and guys, the good news is I was telling you guys, what does the pin tweet say it won't load on my Twitter? The pin tweet on my Twitter? I don't know. Twitter.com? Oh, the one I pinned in chat. Oh, it's just the one that it's my day 2. My day 2. Wait, guys. Guys, we gotta go. Guys, we gotta fucking go on Twitter. I just got a tweet in my timeline saying there's no denying that Dream is a pedophile anymore, and it has a clip. A Dream stream clip, you guys. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's look. Let's look. What the fuck did Dream say? What did Dream say?
Well,
what did Dream say?
You add a minor. People say, why would you add a minor on Snapchat? First of all, people say, why would you add a minor on Snapchat? First of all, I didn't know she was a minor.
But officer, I didn't know she was a kid. I didn't know she was a kid. Dream, why would you talk to a kid sexually? Oh, well, I didn't know she was a kid. Officer, she said she was 2,000 years old! Oh, Dream!
Because she had something about her graduating high school in her bio on Instagram. And on top of that...
Sorry, let's just watch this. Let's just watch this all the way through. Let's just listen to this one.
People say, why would you add a minor on Snapchat? First of all, I didn't know she was a minor because she had something about her graduating high school in her bio on Instagram. And on top of that, it doesn't matter that she was a minor. Like, Snap.
Well, you know what? I can respect him doubling down, but what? You know what? I have to respect the dedication to fucking double down on something that terrible. Is this what the point of the mask is? Hold on.
Snapchat's a messaging platform. First of all, I didn't know she was a minor because she had something about her graduating high school in her bio on Instagram. And on top of that, it doesn't matter that she was a minor. Like, Snapchat's a messaging platform.
Okay. Ooh boy.
By like evidence, I thought she was 18, which doesn't up by like evidence. I thought she was 18, which doesn't matter because I'm up by like.
He was gotta be stupid, right? He's gotta be stupid, right? He's gotta be stupid, right? How the fuck? Okay, let's hydrate. She was 18? Oh. Was she 18? But I think people said she was 18, but then she wasn't. Get this man out of the kitchen! Oh yeah. She said she was 18. Oh, he said, yeah. I guess. So Dream was talking to a kid, like a child, like on Snapchat, and and he's literally saying, he's like, yeah, I did it, but I know she was 18, so it's fine. I think my biggest thing for it is that he doesn't say I didn't know she was 18. But I regret what I did now that I know she was, like, a fucking kid. He was like, I didn't know she was 18. I didn't do anything wrong. This is, unironically, I think that isn't that part of why Omega was shut down? Because it had, like, it was, like, really bad for, like, kids. Like, kids were getting, like, Officer, not only did I do it, I also don't care. This is so insane. This is so insane. Hold on. Let me see if this person has posted more dream clips. Zero follow Twitter. Dude. Oh, I bet the Dream fans are... Hold on. I bet the Dream fans are fucking flaming this poor guy. Hold on. This is where I saw it from. I saw it from this one. Oh man, at least
15, my nigga. Man, it doesn't matter if she 15, my nigga. I like young girls. I like them 15, 14, 16. I like them real young, my nigga. I don't like women in 20. All them
So pissed at me. It's not necessary. The girl said there were 14 in their bio.
Did you say 14? That's old enough. 14 plus 4 equals 18, so that's legal.
This is how he sounds. This is how he sounds. I think everyone can come together and the only one. Don't diddle the kids. Dude. Well... At least, so these people are fucking cooking him.
That's legal.
Okay, these people are fucking cooking him, dude. Yeah, it's insane how he could have just said, I didn't know she was 18 to give himself some plausible deniability, but to follow it up with, so what if she was, it doesn't matter anyway. This man is the Michael Jordan of fucking children! What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Mick Groomer? Dude. This doesn't matter, Dude, he fucked up, dude. Do you think you put him in a wood chipper? Do you think he's gonna, like, say something? Yeah, that was his most recent Twitch streaming. This was his most recent stream, so this isn't even, like, some old clip taken out of context. This was literally, like, fucking... Yesterday! This was less than a day ago! This was less than a day... I'm looking at the little time, like, widget on their computer. This was less than a fucking day ago. Dude, apology video? Apology video? I don't apologize. So insane. Oh, so insane. So fucking insane. Let's see. At least I'm not seeing anybody like he's washed. There's something in the Minecraft code that turns the Minecraft YouTubers into pedophiles. Dude, this is why I didn't know she was a minor because there was something about graduating high school in her bio, implying he knew she was in high school. How isn't Dream like fucking 30? Okay, my bad. He's 24. My bad, he's 24. God, he's... Be nice to this guy, man. Mr. Beast is only 25. Dude, this Minecraft YouTuber's like 30. I like the Mr. Beast picture. I'm older than Dream, it's over, bros. Yeah, Mr. Beast kind of... I could've... If somebody had said, this is Mr. Beast and he is 25, current day, I would believe you. This is like, yeah, he looks like he's in his 30s. This is scary, man. Okay, let's see. A lot of... This is so insane. And everybody's telling Dream to kill himself. In game. Yeah, Mr. Beast looks like he's in his late 30s. He just looks kind of old. Middle scholars! 24-year-old's kind of weird to be date. Dude. To even be talking to high schoolers, you're like you're 24, you've been out of high school for 6 years. Mr. Beast! You've been out of high school for 6 years. You shouldn't even be talking to anybody in high school. God damn.
Yeah.
Where have you been? You know how much deep shit you're in right now?
Why the fuck are you? Why are you so angry?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because your obsession with middle schoolers!
I knew it was coming! Middle schoolers! This is... I love this clip. Let's just watch this clip. Hold on.
Yeah.
Where have you been? You know how much deep shit you're in right now?
Why the fuck are you? Why are you so angry?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because your obsession with middle schoolers! Look at the fucking news. Congratulations, you're not just famous for racing. What am I supposed to tell my agents now? Lightning McQueen is caught sending inappropriate pictures and messages to middle school girls, showing pictures like his exhaust pipe covered in oil. Like, I don't get it. You're a fucking car. We lost so many sponsors. Adidas, Apple. You know you have to show up in court, right?
Fuck.
Not to mention your own... The newspaper too. Lightning McGroomer? Yeah, that's a new one. Ever heard that shit before? Oh wait, I never heard that shit before because you never groomed fucking children before. What the fuck is wrong with you, Lightning McQueen?
They said they were 18. That's the
Who the
truth.
fuck is 18 in the 7th grade? See you in court.
Yep.
People say, why would you add a minor on Snapchat? First of all, I didn't know she was a minor because she had something about her graduating high school in her bio on Instagram, and on top of that, it doesn't matter that she was a minor.
I'll run that shit back real quick.
It doesn't matter that she was a minor.
That's crazy. This is so insane. This is so fucking insane, you guys. Okay, let me see if okay, Skyrim is still downloading shit. It's not downloading here. Actually, let me see if I can get you... Oh, just caps lock. Let me alt-tab, see if I can get you guys... Game capture? I still am away for Wi-Fi. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're gonna play some Skyrim. I have to let it download everything first, though. Did you do your free... I have to do my free Arknights poll, Chad. I gotta do my free Arknights poll. Shit. I want Snake Mommy. I already got Mumu. Oh, it's Snake Mommy. Does Gay Todd Howard know you're gonna play? Can somebody tell Gay Todd Howard that I'm gonna play Skyrim? Yeah, we got some... I noticed it doesn't look like it's at 76 right now. Yeah, it doesn't update. It doesn't download when I'm not tabbed into the game. We love you, Dream is trending on Twitter. No fucking shot! We gotta get fuck Skyrim. What the fuck? Okay, it looks like most of the top tweets are people flaming. I want to send this picture to Leah. He looks like a gargoyle. I was joking to like my friend and Cleo when we were at TwitchCon, when we were all together at TwitchCon. I was like, we gotta go to the dream panel, we gotta go to the dream panel. And then it came time for the dream panel and I was like, I don't want to see Dream. I saw a way, I swear to God I saw a dream. I swear to God I saw a dream. And I pointed, I was sitting, I was in the middle and my friend was on my right and Cleo was on my left. I was like, that's fucking Dream. Like, I'm like whispering, I'm like, that's fucking Dream, that's Dream. And they both looked, they're like, Mia, that's a white guy with curly hair. You're really fucking mean. You're really fucking mean. I did the soy jack point, yeah. They're like, Mia, that's not Dream, that's just a white guy with curly hair. You're really mean. And I was like, no, it's Dream. Oh, man. Who is this? Is this like a meme? I want to see this dude get cooked in the fucking replies. He likes children! We never realized that's how I'm friends with that brother. You mean you? Yeah. I hate Dream. I'm Dream phobic. Simping for a pedophile?
We.
They're so mean. Release the off-guy panel stretch goal. Fine, I'll post the off-guy panel VOD at, I don't know, fucking 1500. I don't know. Arbitrary number, 1500. Ah! Really loud. Ban kids on suicide watch. It's real loud. Ah, ew. 24, You are 24! He does not want you! Girl, he does not want you! What the fuck? He don't want you. Ugh, scary. Boomaxing arc? Character AI terrorist. Saiyan phobic. I know this dude is Brazilian. How do people not draw this? I mean, to be fair. These are so mean. These are so mean. Ugh, it's this picture. They all post this picture. It's scaring me. It's scary. Is that Dream? That looks like the crying Brendan Fraser picture. It looks kind of like this. His hair looks kind of like this in that picture. It looks like prison. Let's see. Oh, now people. Yeah, I think people are just boosting the tag. Ew. Who is this? DNN. I think people are just like. Hold on. Hope my notification doesn't go off. Hold on, guys. I got a message. An important message! I'm like elbowing shit on my desk. Hold on. Important message. Yay! Alright, back to... okay, back to Flaming Dream. It's from Dream's lawyers. I was shit-talking Dream too much with... Oh, fuck, I clicked off of it. Hoven Virus, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. It's been fun hanging out with us. Right, I have to do my Arknights poll, so give me just a moment. Give me just a moment. To let this shit... I don't know how many things there are for this to download. Have the low tier god apologize video. I like the gif of when low tier god was like mods crush this guy's skull or whatever, mods crush your skull. But it's like just the part where he's spinning his finger and it's like mods spin him around really fast until he gets dizzy. How about Virus? Thank you so much for the prime. I really appreciate it. Yay! This is the anniversary. Mods, twist his nuts. This is the anniversary edition. No mods or anything. I just want to try vanilla for a little bit. It's downloading. It's just downloading. I don't know how much stuff there is to download. Do you have the wake up alarm you made when playing Warcraft 3? Mods, make the toilet water splash his ball. What is all this shit downloading? It's the shit from the anniversary, like, DLC thing. Or it's like the special, it's either the special edition or the anniversary DLC thing. But no, it's not sex mods. I got whatever was more expensive. And it came with the game and an add-on. So it's downloading the add-on stuff thing. But in the meantime, I'm going to do my free Arknights poll. So you guys are gonna hear the game booting up. Should boot up soon. Oh. Alright, there it is, Okay. I boot up Arknights. I shouldn't need to update it. Overpowered shit from the Creator Club. I don't know what this is. It's just part of the game, I guess? Abby, give Limo testicular torsion. He didn't even do shit this time. He didn't do nothing. There were Civil War companions installing. Is me a Confederate? I am from the South. Fishing! You guys thought this was some random extra shit I didn't need? I fucking need this to play the game. I need this to play the game. Fishing. Yeah, I bought the anniversary edition. Yeah. It was like $10 extra. The fishing in Skyrim is somehow boring? That's stupid. Alright. My Arknights is booted. So actually, let me change this to my LD player. See how this works. If this works. Will it work? My computer has like some kind of insane hate towards capturing my emulator, so. Oh, I've got a new monitor to capture, you guys. I have a new monitor now. There we go. Watch this. Bam. 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 Bam! Alright, I play Arknights for a second. Do my gacha pose. Ah. I'm trying to like organize. Okay. Yay! Email leaked. No, the Matoi Miia email. That is just Matoi Miia. I'm in. No. Yay. Alright. Alright, what do I get? Oh, 1,000? Okay, give me that. When is the... Give me that. When do I get the... Oh, this is only available in 3 days. Okay, it's available in 3 days, so I'll get that too. I wasn't logged in for a long time. I haven't been playing it, dude. I haven't been playing. She's so cute. She's so cute, man. Guys, fun fact, this is what I based my outfit on. Do you see this? Dear guys, this is a perfect outfit. Do you see her outfit? Chad, do you see her outfit? Hold on. Chad, do you see her outfit? Can we draw some similarities there? Do you see it? Do you see it? Can you see it? It's a little bit different. It's a little bit... Oh, it's a little bit different, right? And I can't zoom into her. It's a little bit different? Yeah, she's really cute. She's really cute. She's really cute. Did you see it? Fuck you. Let's see. I don't have enough to do a pose for her. Let's see. Buy that. Go to the certificate store. Alright, we don't have shit. Oh fuck. Oh, I really want this skin. Fuck. Why does that man have a dog tail? That makes it better. This is a really cool skin, man. There's so many menus in this game. It was actually super overwhelming when I first started playing. And that's why I hadn't started playing before that point, because I was like, there's no way I can get into this. There's like too many menus. Guys, look at my Chalter. Look at my fucking Chalter. Look at how good her skin looks. So insane. So insane. Where is she? I did get this. I actually did get this. I was very excited. Why does Tequila look like Dream? No, it doesn't! Hi, Demon Man! But... See, Abby, I want her so bad. Look at her. Dude, she's got boobies. She's got wings, and she's got some fucking snake shit. She's got fangs. In her 3D animation, she's got fangs, and it looks really cool. My mentally ill snake wife, that's right. What more could a man ask for? Dude, there's a lot of like good like reptile girls. I feel like reptile girls are pretty underrepresented. She's a gator. Gavial, she's like a fucking alligator. Let's see. I mean, Chen is a dragon. Ling is a dragon. Where are the other dragons? Lizards. Lizards and dragons. She's a snake. You see her tail? Don't get distracted by her ginormous thighs. She also has a snake tail. Okay. Snake girl. Big boobs too. I've given you clues. Thank you, Abby. Let's see. Are there more? Oh, Chungur. Where's Chungus? Chungus is a dragon too. I always forget the male operators because I like playing the girl ones too. She has a tail. Wait, what were we looking at, bros? Asbestos is technically, she's like a salamander. She's a salamander, technically. Let's see. You know, he's a demon. Let's see. Are there any I haven't leveled? I feel like there's a 4-star. I feel like there's a 4-star. I can't remember. I think she has some kind of reptile tail. She's got a reptile tail, but technically in the game her species is marked as unknown. Cause she's got cat ears too. She's so pretty. Reptile dysfunction. Yeah. See what other 4-stars I have. I don't level. I mean, Deep Color is kind of like octopus. That doesn't really count, but she has tentacles. I love Asbestos the mineral. Abby loves you. See, Abby can be nice too. But Hi Fox or Fox, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by. Let's see if we can do some recruitment. We'll just go AoE. It's just gonna give me lava. What's this? Oh, recruit 300 times. I'd never use recruitment. But my top ones... Okay, he's a horse. Right? He's a horse. This is a horse. Yeah, you can see in the background. Horse. She's a giant... She's a fucking demon. You can see the demon behind her. Demon. She's dragon. I'll be honest, I don't know what she is. I think she's a bird. Yeah, she's a bird because these are feathers. She's a bird. He's a dog. He's a golden retriever. His sea urchin. You can't really tell from his art though, but it's a sea urchin. She's a demon again. I think. He's jellyfish. I don't know what the fuck bagpipe is supposed to be. Todd is here. Todd! Thorn skin. Yeah, Thorn. Oh, dude, I really want one of his skin. Dude, I want that so bad. I want this skin. It's so pretty. If we're talking about Thorn skins, I honestly, I don't know. I kind of like his E1, the way he's holding the sword better in that one. Let's see. Where were we? Jellyfish. I don't know what she is. I forget what this is. I don't know. She's some kind of like horned animal. She is demon? Is she demon? Bagpipe? Bagpipe? Oh, she is a demon. Yeah, she is a demon. Okay. Demon, dragon. I'm not sure. I always use her race girl. She's wyvern. Okay, that makes sense. I always have her. Actually, she is sex. I always have her race girl skin on, so I don't get like that any of that lore. She's a dwarf. Myrtle's. She's just a fucking dwarf. She's an angel. The wolf. Cat. Wolf. Horse. Is Horn a horse? She's a horse, right? She's a wolf? Dude, I thought she was a fucking horse, dude. Wolf. Like a moth. I had no idea she was a wolf. She's a bird. I don't use any of the characters past there. Really, I don't use anything past here. I need to use Texas Altar. I need to E2 Texas Altar. She's like really strong. A lot of cool operators are low stars. What do you mean? This is the coolest operator in the game. What do you mean? Owner, neither module. I don't have her. Dude, I need to fucking start. I need to start farming her trust. Actually farming her trust so that I can put her module on. Ling is most OP operator. Yeah, I know. She's cracked as fuck. I just need to get her trust to 100, then I can put her module on, and then I'll get her skill 3 to skill 3 mastery 3. Okay, let's see what Abby gave me. That better be clue 3, Abby. Thank you, Abby. All right, we're cooking now. I need 2 and 7. Abby, I need clue number 7. Abby. Abby? Let's see if I can gift anybody clues. When you're playing Honkai Star Rail, dude, I don't want to lose all my money. I literally don't have any friends that need stuff. I don't have any friends that need anything, so they're all doing nothing, but I'll let them do that. Enfield just went, yeah, I saw Enfield went into closed beta, and apparently the base part of it is kind of like Factorio-ish, sort of. It's got like a factory, it has a factory building component. Kinda. The word factory for me, I'm like, ah, it's Factorio. It's Factorio. Alright, let me see what her trust went up to. She should be my main assistant. It only went, what the fuck? It only went up 2%. I thought I had her as my main assistant. I feel like it should go up higher than that. It is her. I guess I haven't done anything in my base. Check your clues. No shot, Abby. Abby pulled through, bros. All right, thank you, Abby. Very cool. Let me go back to this. See, it doesn't run. I have to be tapped into a window for it to run, which is. Is this your card? No. Check under your foreskin. I'm gonna drink my coffee. And I don't know, I really don't know how much there is to download for this. Salute Abby. Abby's getting drafted! Goodbye, Abby. Have fun in the Middle East. Bye. We'll miss you. Abby, we're gonna miss you. Bye, Abby. Bye. I forgot my fucking son at the gas station. God damn it. No, I hate when that shit happens. Thank you for your service, Abby. It's Veterans Day was yesterday. Today, no, Veterans Day was yesterday. Well, thank you for your cervix, Abby. Abby, you had 1,400 children in the span of 2 days. That's a lot of fucking kids, dude. I'll represent the music. Abby's gonna commit war crimes and blame it on us. Abby. Abby! Dude, Abby! By Albert, please bring me unused surplus. Abby's gonna upcharge the military surplus. My favorite war crime is blowing up Sims. That's such a boring war crime, though. I like things a little bit more violent with more repercussions. Why he Orpal? Why he Orpal though? Hold on, Chad. Oh my fucking god. Every time I tab out to do something, it's gonna make it run slower. Let me close out of Arknights really quick. Change my final message. Abby! Close out of this. Exit LD player. FNAF Wahi Orpal. Wahi Orpal though.
I'm in the crib bored, nigga.
Okay. Chad.
I don't know why.
Oh. Wahi Orpal though.
I'm in the crib bored, nigga, and I don't know.
Have you guys seen this clip?
This scene from one of the Five Nights at Freddy's games popped in my head, bro. This is the purple guy's son, right? This the purple guy's son. And he got entered inside of him, dog. And it's just so funny to me because this scene's so funny. Look, he
got entered inside of him.
He walking down the street, all his neighbors outside waving to his ass. What's up, Mike? What's up, Mike?
What's up, Mike? What's up, Mike?
You feel me? Look, the next day, right? He's still looking smooth. He's like, all right, you feel me? About to go do my shit, you know.
He turned green. Why he Orpal?
Getting them C's on that motherfucker. Them niggas was like, yo, my nigga Mike. Big Mike, hey.
Big Mike.
Look, the next day, right? The next day, he looks a little green. And my nigga, the first nigga on the block, like, wait a minute. The first nigga on the block, like, wait a minute. Everybody else, like, okay, he look a little fucked up. But
he look a little fucked up. Why is there still fanboy tag on the stream? I guess we should take it out.
Next day, right? Next day, look.
Maybe we do have to retire the femboy tag with the new model.
My man's is like, nah, that other nigga had a point. You see, my man didn't even come outside. the first nigga that peeped, he was like, wait a minute, no, this nigga not right.
He's green.
He's like, and then look at this nigga, he's like, wait a minute, the green shirt nigga's got a point. Look, next, oh my god.
Oh, he kinda green.
You see half the block is still in the crib. Half the block is still in their house, bro. All the niggas that came outside, I'm like, wait a minute, bro. This nigga, I think he got the Rona or something. He needs to get sense in the crib. Look, next thing.
Why he purple?
Purple, nigga. My man's so scared, he behind the crib. He in the backyard looking over like, damn.
That video, man. Holy shit. Let's cross our fucking fingers now. He Orpo. Why he Orpo though? I'm just gonna let this like download, I guess. I'll let it download, just see how long it takes. Oh, I will actually do something here, Chad. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to actually plug in my laptop. So that my laptop can charge for when I have to take my exam later today. Because my tag was one of the reasons why some people raided the Discord. Oh, really? Oh, they thought I was. Oh. They thought I was a. Oh. Oh. They thought I was T. It wasn't because of the cookies. They didn't hate my cookies, guys. They thought I was queer. They thought I was a transformer. Oh. Oh. Can she say that? Yeah. Oh. I didn't know that! Goblins?! How did you not know? I don't know. Gecko, I'll tell you why! Because I am used to people saying that to me. I'm used to people saying that to me, whether as an insult or a joke. They thought I was... That's right! That's right! That's right. Yeah, her Twitter doesn't have rainbow stuff. Maybe we're wrong. Yeah, I don't know, man. I didn't realize. I guess I don't assume stuff like that, so I didn't put 2 and 2 together, so it didn't make sense to me. I guess, but I don't want. But then it's weird. It's weird to have the gamer girl tag and not have the femboy tag. Horse armor, like in Minecraft. Did Mia get? They shot their load first and didn't check targets. Yeah. Well, actually, so here's the thing. I have my Discord DMs turned off, right? My DMs aren't open, but people can still send a message. It just like doesn't get sent to me. It gets sent to like a waiting box. But I did actually get like the DMs in like the waiting box or whatever from, I guess, people from the Shardy thread that were like, hey, these people are like, so like a couple of these people are about to raid your Discord. Like, hey, here, this is the thread. These people are going to raid your Discord. So I didn't know. No, not like a hate mail, like a warning. And I thought the dude there was a dude in my stream chat that said that too. I think there were a couple people, and I thought they were joking. Yeah. There's a person or two in my stream chat, but I didn't realize. I just assumed it's a meme. Yeah, I thought it was just a meme. I thought it was a meme. Don't open your Discord tomorrow, that's right. So let me go play my laptop. I'm gonna stay in my room. I'm just gonna wait for this stuff to download. I'm stretching. I bend my back backwards. So something nice. The laptop. And I don't know where I want to plug it in. I guess I'll plug it in over here by my bed. Thinking of the 597. Why he Orple? Why he Orple? Think about the 597. I just dropped my laptop on my leg. Number go up! Huh? 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 What? Okay. Alright, I'm putting my blankie. My old person blankie on my legs. Yep. BGM Doko, I don't have it on right now because we're just tapped into the game. But I can put some silly music on, some gotchi. How do we feel about that? Good? Good? Saints and Seducers? It's not what it looks like, guys. I know what that reads like, but I swear to God, guys. I didn't download sex mods or anything. Like, I pinky promise. It's from Oblivion. Yeah, see? I didn't download sex mods. Don't worry. See? Yeah, it's a really slow download. I'm not sure. I know. Yeah, blame Gay Todd Howard. This one's big. Yeah, this one's big, man. I don't know what the... Ask Todd to give you more data? Who are you? Oh yeah, the game is gonna... I'm hoping the game doesn't crash when I try to boot it up because it is gonna run in like fucking ultra mode. Like ultra graphic settings. I kind of want to see like how my computer's performance is while it's downloading the stuff because maybe if it's not too bad I could boot another game? Maybe? No! It's stable, I swear! Hey, Gay Todd Howard, can you make my game download faster? It's cool just chatting, yeah. And you get to see the number go up, so it's fine. That'll make you happy. Subway Surfers in the corner. Can we play Dude, you have to get sponsored by Subway Surfers to play Subway Surfers. Is the Ultra monitor? Well, it's not my monitor, it's my... I feel like it's the game. I feel like it's kind of like how Genshin Impact will... It's like, Matoi Milk. Oh, I haven't pulled on Genshin at all. I really want to get the girl. She looks super cute, but... I feel like it's kind of like Genshin where how even though you could download it really fast, it downloads incredibly slow, like 3 megabytes a second or some shit like that. Even though my download my internet's fast, my my Genshin updates are always like incredibly slow. It downloads okay, then it takes 50 years to install and verify. Oh, I guess it's something like that then. I'm not entirely sure though. I'm still trying to think. What else can I do to make sure I'm prepared for my test? I want to give myself like 30 minutes to an hour to study right before the test. Online slots! Snort a line. Oh, there it goes. The holiday pack! Hi, Avinator. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you're having a good day. Is this a Thug Shaker song? Coffee. Coffee. My friend works today at Starbucks. I should ask him to bring me something. Hi, Captain. It's good to see you again. It's good to see you again. I hope you're doing well. My subathon's going well. I actually just got home. Well, I say just got home. I guess I got home a little less than 2 hours ago. 1 hour ago. No, 1 hour ago. 2 hours ago. a little less than 2 hours ago because it's almost 3. And we've been waiting for Skyrim to install because we were watching the Skyrim video. And it made me think, ah, shit, I kind of want to play Skyrim. Oh, chat, you know what we could do while it's downloading? I could do a homework assignment. Yeah, my exam is in the evening. I have to take the exam at 7. Well, I just plugged in my laptop, so I'll probably... What grade? I'm in college. Take the exam now? No, I need to study for it. I haven't studied for the exam! You dinguses. I can't take the exam while it's downloading because I need to... Because in order to take my exam, I have to disconnect all additional monitors. And also reconfigure my webcam so that it's filming my face. Check out his profile. There's an actual legitimate 12-year-old in my chat. Holy fuck. It's Chover. An actual legitimate 12-year-old in my chat. Dream, don't look. Dream, don't fucking look. Yeah, dude, I saw the profile picture right up. I don't know, I feel like some people hate want to be as peers. Dude, what the fuck? The context? I do wonder how many like additional things are. Oh guys, should we change the color for a new day? Should we... Dude, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Holy shit. I really appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, dude. Jesus, thank you so much. I was about to say great God, that was 8th grade. For me, that was 8th grade. Yeah, I have to restart. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is when I have to go take the exam. When I have to take the exam, I'm gonna have to take the exam around the 48-hour mark. So right as I hit 48 hours, Abert, where's Abert? Abert! He's not here. Abby's gone. Yeah, I'll turn off the stream. Take my exam, which is probably going to take about, like, maybe 20-30 minutes. The time limit on my exams are 45 minutes for that class. Yeah, remember, Abby got drafted. Oh, Abby ditched us to play League? Dude. He got drafted to ranked match. But I figured, we have a time limit of 45 minutes. The exam usually takes, like, 20-30 minutes. So, at the 48-hour mark, I'll just cut off the stream, you know, restart my computer, let it cool down a little bit, take my exam, and as soon as I'm done with the exam, start the stream back up. I think that's a solid plan. And play, yeah, Todd Howard, and play more Skyrim. We're here. Alright, chat, should I tilt my monitor a bit there? Chat, should I do we want Gachi while I play this? Abby captured Saddam? Dude, I knew he could do it. Alright, let me actually go into my options and make it borderless. Where's the fucking options? Ah! Nice! Ah! Thank you for the gifts, Zatsu. Holy fuck, I can... Dude, I cannot be looking at this shit. Oh my god. There's gonna be porn in there. I just want to go to the options. Or, is it in the launcher? Hold on. Let me quit it. Oh my god, there's fucking porn mods. Oh, shit. Not gotcha, the OST is good. The Love Lab? No. I don't know what that is. Alright, so let me go to Steam. Boot the game. It's gonna open the launcher. This time, options. We'll work it on high. This time we'll run it as borderless window. Hopefully that'll have it not freeze up every time I tab out. Play the game. See how that goes. A little bit loud. A little bit loud. One dude has modded Skyrim with over 2,000 porn mods. Okay, it still does the thing where it freezes if I tab out. Really fucking loud. Really loud. Do you want me to... Hold on. Let me do this. Hold on. Let me pull up my audio mixer. Audio mixer. And just turn this game down a bit. Pretty damn loud. There we go. There we go. There's a mod on Lover's Lab that gives you a dragon shell that turns dragons into waifus. Guys, it's the thing! It's the thing! It's the thing! It's the thing, you guys. It's the meme! I know what that is!
Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush. Same as us. And that thief over there.
Damn you, Stormcloaks. Skyrim was fine until you came along. Empire was nice and lazy. If they hadn't been looking for you, could have stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. You there.
I've never...
I shouldn't be here. It's these Stormcloaks the Empire wants.
We're all brothers and sisters in binds now, thief.
Subtitles?
Not back there.
What's wrong with him, huh?
Watch your tongue. You're speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King.
Ulfric? The Jarl of Windhelm? You're the leader of the rebellion.
Oh, the leader of the rebellion.
You? Oh, God.
Yeah, I've never played Skyrim before. The game's really quiet. Okay, hold on. We can turn it a little bit louder then. Volume mixer. Game can you turn it up a little bit?
We're going.
How about now?
But Sovngarde awaits.
No, this can't be happening. This isn't happening.
Hey, what village are you from, horse thief?
Why do you care?
Horse thief.
A Nord's last thoughts should be of home.
Rorikstead. I'm from Rorikstead.
General Tullius, sir. The headsman is waiting.
Oh, we're going to town.
Good. Let's get this over with.
Sure. Mara, Debella, Kinnereth, Akatosh, Divines, please help me.
Are we gonna get killed?
Look at him. General Tullius, the military governor. And it looks like the Thalmor are with him. Damn elves.
Damn elves! Alright, thank you for the gift, I really appreciate it. You're already dead? Oh, fuck!
This is Helgen. I used to be sweet on a girl.
Built in knife ears.
Wonder if Velod is still making that mead with juniper berries.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. It's been like a day since we've been using the pink filter on the Twitch thing. So I want to change the color. What color's gonna go with Skyrim? Kind of like the rainbow one. Blue. Cotton candy. Blue like this. Because this is the default color. This is the default color is purple. Is Twitch purple. But I like blue. Stone blue, green. Kind of like that. We go with blue for today. Blue. This is as blue as it gets. What was I going to do? White like me. It doesn't turn white.
When I was a boy, imperial walls and towers used to make...
Oh shit, okay, it still works. Oh wait, let me tell Discord that we're playing Skyrim. I forgot. That's what I meant to do before. It really fucks up my alt tab. Okay. I'll do it in stream ping. I'll just do stream ping. I pinged stream ping because I didn't want to ping at everyone for that one. Every Bethesda game crashes when I alt tab.
Inside the house. Now.
Yes, Papa. Get these prisoners out of the carts. Move it.
Ooh.
Why are we stopping?
I like her.
Why do you
I like her. I like her. I like her. Wait!
Let's go.
Let's go.
Shouldn't keep the gods waiting for us.
Are they gonna kill us?
No, wait, we're not rebels.
Face your death with some courage, thief.
You've got to tell them we weren't with you. This is a mistake.
Step towards the block when we call your name. One at a time.
Empire loves their damn lists.
Ulfric
I'm
Storm,
taller than him.
Jarl of Windhelm.
It has been an honor, Jarl Ulfric.
Ralof of Riverwood.
Oh. Oh.
Lokir of Rorikstead. No, I'm not a rebel. You can't do this.
Halt!
You're not gonna kill
Oh
me.
fuck.
Anyone else feel like running?
Yeah, I do.
Wait.
Hold on.
You there. Step forward.
No, I don't want to!
Who are you?
Oh. Character creation time. What can we be? Ah! A furry? A guy? Ugh. These look like the Warcraft, kind of like the Warcraft 3 elves. Ugh. 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 I don't want to be a scaly. Oh. Wait, there's more that we... Ugh. We could be at work. A Nord is what I started with. Do the... Okay, so guys, do the... Like, the races, do these determine what I can do? You gotta... Oh, there's women? How do we make them women? How do we make them women? Sex, yes or no? Ooh. Alright. Ugh. Ugh. Furries? Ugh. 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 They all look kind of weird. So this is Spellcraft. Spellcraft. That one seems good. I want to do whatever lets me cast spells. Pick the race you hate the most. Oh! Hey, that kind of looks like me! looks like me. That kind of looks like me. We'll skip this. Go to further ahead. Okay. You can make her sunburned. That's you in 50 years. Dirt. No dirt. No scars. No war paint. Face? And play with her nose. Can we just keep it at the default nose? This looks like how this is how VTuber models move. Can we just keep? Oh, it looks like Lae'zel from Baldur's Gate. It's Lae'zel Baldur's Gate. Make her nose normal. Pull it back to the middle. It's normal. What does this do? Doesn't really change anything. Did it even change? I don't think I even changed anything. Oh, this is a lot of shit. Forehead color? That's a lot of shit. Whoa, that's a lot of stuff. Even download? I didn't even. No, I didn't. Zalamon, I didn't download anything. I'm raw dogging it. I thought it would be more fun like this. Zal, I did click on the mod tab. Raw dogging the OG UI is gonna be cancer. I looked at the mod tab and it was all fucking boobs. I got scared because I thought it'd flash like naked boobs on my screen. But it was like all booby mods. What does this do? Oh. She's angry now. She's very normal. That looks kind of, that's yellow. Even Todd Howard mods the UI on PC. Keep the eyes in the middle. What it looks like the VTuber model. I don't know what this is doing. That's terrifying. That looks normal. Look back. She's really scary. I just want to make her not be fucking 80 years old. Oh. I don't know how to make her not 80 years old. Guy UI. Okay. Once I start this, then I'll look at it. She's really scary looking. Can I just give her normal brows? She can be angry. She can have angry eyebrows. Be angry. That's scary. Ages in the preset tab. She's a little bit angry. Brow forward. I don't know what that does. Just do. Hey? She's not too scary looking now. The preset's gonna change how she looks though. Yeah, cancel. Did I choose the old person preset? Oh my god, did I choose the old person preset on accident? Is this something I can't change? You can change it. Can or can't? Check the other tabs. Okay. Brow. Mouth. Alright, it's gonna be Hag Mia. There's an age slider. I don't see it. Normal enough. Let's see. Look at her profile, see what we're working with here. Let's look at this. What we're working with here. Oh. Very white. Well, I think she's just gonna be old. It should be under general or body. There's no age slider. Chad, we don't have an age slider. I think she's gonna have to be old. I think she's just gonna be old. Scroll down. I am scrolling down. There's nothing that says age. Is the bottom. Boom, boom, boom. There's gotta be, I know, I think there's a slider. It would make sense that there's a slider for it, but I think she's gonna be old. There's nothing wrong with being old. It's in complexion. Is this just not old? She just has these lines. Is it just the shader of the game? It's just the shader of, I think it might just be the game shaders, honestly. And it looks like a soy jack. Thanks. 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 We need the white hair. White hair? No, it's got black in it. I think this is the closest we can get. If you want a vanilla-ish mod, let's use the one I sent you. Okay. I think this is the best we can do. I think this is the best we can do, and I'm okay with that. It looks... The resemblance is striking. Right? We're about the same. We're about the same. Name. I actually can't change the name of my character for some reason. When I click on the name, it doesn't do anything. I don't know if that's also a feature of the game. But it does not let me... Do you name when you hit accept? But it says, oh, finish and name your character. Okay. Miia. Miia.
You from Daggerfall, Breton? Fleeing from some court intrigue? Captain, what should we do? She's not on the list.
Forget the list. She goes to the block.
What the fuck?
By your orders, Captain. I'm sorry. We'll make sure your remains are returned to High Rock. Follow the captain, prisoner.
Kill this bitch. I'm not following her. Dude! Well, this was a fast game. We've already died? We got the bad ending? Dude, what?
Frick Stormcloak. Some here in Helgen call you a hero, but a hero doesn't use a power like the voice to murder his king and usurp his throne. You started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to put you down and restore the peace.
What is that?
It's nothing. Carry on.
Yes, General Tullius. Give them their last.
I want to kill everybody in this town.
As we commend your souls to Aetherius, blessings of the 8 divines upon you.
For the love of Talos, shut up and let's get this over with.
Learn as you wish.
I like how the animation like cuts it off. Oh, he's sliding.
My ancestors are smiling at me, Imperials. Can you say the same?
He said the thing! Caramel Starbucks, Caramel Starbucks! That's right.
Justice!
Death to the Stormcloaks!
As fearless in death as he was in...
So no head?
Next, the Breton!
Me?
Here it is again. Did you hear that?
I said, next prisoner!
To the block, prisoner. Nice and easy.
Me? 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 What?
What in oblivion is that?
Sentries, what do you see?
It's in the clouds.
It's a fucking dragon! I'm dead! Did I lose the game?
This way!
Is there a sprint in this?
What is that thing?
My sensitivity is so fucking low, oh my god.
Legends don't burn down villages.
Are there options? Okay, yeah, settings. Jesus Christ. There we go.
We need to move now.
Sprint is left alt.
Let's go.
What the fuck? Who decided that? Who decided that? Guys, I don't think that's a good idea.
See the inn on the other side. Jump through the roof and keep going. Go! We'll follow when we can.
Ugh. Now what? It's on fire. Everything's on fire. Ugh.
You need to get over here. Now!
Ugh.
That boy. You're doing great. Toro!
Little kid!
Still alive, prisoner? Keep close to me if you want to stay that way. Gunnar, take care of the boy. I have to find General Tullius and join the defense.
God's guide you, Advar.
We're just following this guy.
Stay close to the wall.
So why the dragons attack us? Oh fuck.
Quickly, follow me.
Oh fuck. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay? Woo. He's dead!
It's you and me, prisoner.
He's ugly. He's ugly. I didn't mod the game! Todd can do nothing against me. I didn't mod the game. I didn't do anything.
I hope that dragon takes you all the slaughter guard. Come on, into the keep. With me, prisoner. Let's go. Quick, I can cut you loose inside the keep.
Huh?
We've got to get inside now.
I had to choose? Don't follow blue? It literally doesn't matter. Oh.
We'll meet again in Sodengard, brother. Looks like we're the only ones who made it. That thing was a dragon, no doubt. Just like the children's stories and the legends. The harbingers.
Siding with blue gets you more and better loot? Okay, duh.
We better get moving. Come here. Let me see if I can get...
Oh, for role playing. Okay.
Those vines aren't going to cut themselves. There you go. You may as well take on your ski. That armor on, and give that axe a few swings. I'm going to see if I can find some way out of here. Ah, this one's locked. Let's see about that gate.
Okay. Feet. Wait, boots. I want boots. Is this one of the ones if I hit him in the right spot will his legs come off, or do they not have the exploding, like do the bodies not explode like they do in Fallout?
Come on, soldiers! Keep moving!
Oh.
Get this gate open.
Oh, we're gonna have to kill them. We're gonna kill them, aren't we?
One of these Imperials had the key. Let's see here. Here we are. Found the key. Let's see if it opens up.
I like that. I know this is roleplay reasons. He watches me kill them and just immediately just rip their clothes off, rip their clothes off, rip their clothes in half. Okay, hold on. Apparel. Yeah. 9 damage. 9 damage. 9 damage, but lower weight. So I'll take a sword instead.
That's it.
Can I kill him? Is it gonna matter if I kill him?
The dragon brings the whole tower down on our heads. I hope someone knows where we're going.
Oh, he's a little sneaky guy, isn't he?
Be careful. Watch it.
He's just like, hey, dude, chill. All right, let's keep moving. Oh, it's over.
That dragon doesn't give up easy. Grab everything. I hope someone knows where we're going.
Dragon's burning everything to the ground.
I just need to gather.
I hope someone knows where we're going.
Oh, we're not allowed to jump. There's people over here. Can you combo in this? Ah!
A storeroom. See if you can find any potions. We'll need them.
Give me. We have to sell this. We have to take anything that we can sell. Gimme. Okay, anything else? Give me that. Give me that. That's everything I can take. Can I take these animals? Oh! Okay. I think I've harvested... I think I've stolen everything I can steal. We're not over encumbered. We're fine. This is how I play Baldur's Gate 2. I just took everything that I saw. Ooh. Oh, cabbage. Am I over encumbered? No, we're halfway there.
Done?
No.
Let's get moving.
No. Not done. Gonna take these candles? No. Uh oh, there's a kid in here. Let's go save that kid.
Oh, it's blood. It's a torture room.
Hear that?
Come on.
I'll save you. I'll save you.
No, I haven't seen him since the dragon showed up.
Wait a second. Looks like there's something in this cage. Ah, it's locked. See if you can get it open.
Okay,
with some picks.
good. Give me a chance. This money's mine. Use the mouse and W.
That gold once we get
Gimme,
out.
gimme, 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 gimme.
Grab. Anything useful and let's go.
Hydrate. I'm a wizard now! Just ripping his clothes. Oh, damn it. Nothing? Nothing? Help! Help! Let me see if there's any other... Okay. Can I... No skeletons? Oh, I can't take them! You're better at thief than Lumia. Well, I like hoarding in games. I'll probably be a hoarder in real life if I could just buy everything. What's over here? Let's unlock this door, see if there's anything good in here. Fuck! Nothing. Nothing! I know they're trying. Ooh. He looks like he has a sack of money next to him. Dude, I'm a fucking pro at this. Bone meal from the skeleton. And his coin purse. Anything in here? Nothing in there. That's all the guys. Okay. Alright, fine. Fine. I like everybody being naked. So if this game is branded easy, a high level self literally makes you borderline invisible. Shit, okay, then maybe.
I'm on your side. Imperial dogs. There's nothing that
This way.
I didn't know.
Better to stick together out here.
I didn't know it would do like a fucking finisher on him. Jesus Christ. Look, guys. But now I can have a great sword. See, I had to kill this guy so I could get his sword because his sword is stronger.
This way.
Oh, he ragdolls and then I passed through him.
Just keep putting one foot in front of the other.
He doesn't have shit to say.
Hey, be careful.
Sorry. The only guy strong enough to adventure with me because I physically can't kill him.
Orders are to wait until General Tullius arrives.
Oh, we're gonna kill this guy.
I'm not waiting to be killed by a dragon. We just won't take us alive.
Ooh, a longbow. Give me that. Ooh. Oh, my stamina. I tried to charge attack him. Oh, they're shooting arrows at me. Oh, he's got bows. Do you do that? Am I hidden? Alright, fucker. I should have like cut off his arm. You scared? Are you scared? How's my inventory look? 240 out of 300. I'll get too heavy, but I'll get heavy, but I'll be able to sell everything.
Let's see where this goes.
We've killed pretty much everybody we have killed everybody we've seen. Okay, well, what the fuck happens now? Oh, this is like in Baldur's Gate. There's a cave in here, just like Baldur's Gate. There's a cave in Baldur's Gate too. I'm exploring on my own. Money. Healing potion. And more money. What's over here? Do I have to parkour? I think I have to sprint jump to do that, but it's really hard to sprint jump without changing my control keybinds, my keybinds. Because I can't really hit left alt and spacebar at the same time. Alright, let's go this way. This is the way we're supposed to be exploring. I gotta rest for a bit. Okay, this isn't good. Oh wait, they're really weak. Oh no, they aren't. Sorry, I just like hitting him. Ah! Oh. I'll just get. I have one venom from the spider. Ugh. Eggs. We've got spider eggs, so we can put them in people's houses that we don't like. You can't sprint jump in this game? What the fuck? Oh, I think I have to talk to him. I'll scout it out. I'll scout it out for you. Don't worry, bro. Oh, you can put the venom on your sword. Oh, there's a surface. We've made it. Ooh. Crystals! Ah. Huh? Huh? That's not good. Casually miss. Oh, there's a bear. It's just a bear. That's not so bad, is it? That was easy. I critted the bear. Nice. That was easy. This isn't too bad. Oh, if you sneak. Oh, I wasn't sneaking. Oh, is there money here? Oh, to Skyrim. We made it! We made it! Yay.
Wait.
Survival mode? Oh, so survival mode is like hard mode. It's like hard mode? Alright, let me adjust my FOV. Where's the, You have to do it in the console? What? What do I have to use? Like what, do I use slash for commands here? Oh, I have to do the tilde. Oh. Oh, there we go. Okay.
There he goes.
90's good. I like playing at high FOV.
No way to know if anyone else made it out alive. But this place is going to be swarming with Imperials soon enough. Better clear out of here.
I like that it's jittery when I move.
Gerder runs the mill in
What if I killed him?
Up the road. Sure, she'd help you out.
He stumbled and fell.
Good luck. I wouldn't have made it without your help today.
Oh. Yeah? Ah, fucker! I didn't do shit, I didn't do shit, I didn't do shit! Get away from me! We're gonna have to hide. We're gonna have to fucking hide. Hide behind a rock, hide behind a rock. Is he still following me?
That's all you've got?
Ah! Ah! How do I drink up? Is he casting spells on me? Oh. Oh, he's a quest guy. He can't die, can't. Wait, what? Wait, why did he? Why is he still attacking me? Hey, he's got full health. Essential NPCs? Do I just have to... He's following me. We're gonna have to parkour away from him. I'll jump on a cliff, off a cliff if I need to. Reload. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Alright, let's go back and meet him. Alright, let's go see him. Does my health regenerate over time? Okay, it does slowly. Alright, let's go talk to him. Let's go talk to him. Oh, I'm detected. Okay. Let's talk to him. I think maybe... maybe he'll forgive me for fucking murder. Splitting his skull open. We'll have to ask if he's chill with us now. Just act like nothing. Here. I'm a good guy. Nothing fucking happened. I'm a Freaking sliced him into pieces and ran away. Where is he? It's just a joke, bro. Yeah. But he should be over here. I love his like finisher animations. Sorry. This is a darker run. Yeah. Dude, I think I lost the guy. I think the guy I'm supposed to like, my companion guy, I think he's like gone. Let's just slide down the mountain to make this a little bit faster. Guys! I'll just slide down the mountain. Ah. Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Guys! Send her balls. Yeah, okay, we have to make it to Riverwood. I guess I was supposed to go on the path and have a nice little romantic homie to homie walk with the guy, but I tried to kill him, so I guess he just went here alone. But alright, we made it. Let's see if he's okay. He's chill with me. Is that him?
What? What is it now, Mother?
Oh.
It was as big as the mountain and black as night. It flew right over the barrel.
Alright, let's find him. Where's my friend? My best friend? My best friend. Oh. This is someone else.
New to Riverwood? If you're looking for work, go see Hod at the mill.
What is...
Of course. Here's the key to the house. Stay as long as you like. If there's
Oh,
anything
I
else
missed
you
some
need,
more. I missed.
let me know.
Oh, there he.
What's this all about? What are you two doing here?
He's gonna fucking kill me. He's gonna fucking kill me. She's the wife of the... She's his wife? Dude, I'm just... I try to kill him. And I come to the town, I'm like, get me the key to your house. And then I start like flirting with her. I start flirting with her.
A dragon. It would explain what I saw earlier. Flying down the valley from the south. You're right. I saw it. But I don't know. Things just go...
Okay, dragons?
Jarl
Yeah.
needs... We need to get word to Jarl Balgruuf in White
Jarl.
to send... Mara, I'm glad
Can I
to
flirt
help
with her?
any way I can. But is it safe for you to be here?
No!
Won't
Okay.
the Imperials be looking for you?
Murder, I'm fine. At least now I am. Is there
I just bought Wait, I bought everything? I thought she was gonna give it to me for free!
You're right. Follow me. Hod,
I'll try to
come here a
pickpocket
minute.
them.
I need your help with something.
What is it, woman? Stand drunk on the job again?
Hod, just come here.
Raylo, what are you doing here? Huh. I'll be right down.
Who the fuck is detecting me? Okay, there. I want to pickpocket. Scroll back up to get... Go back to go. Oh. Can I flirt with her?
Lucan over in the Riverwood Traders says thieves broke into his store. Strange. He says they hardly took anything. Cross the river and then head
Is it gonna give me a
north.
waypoint?
You'll see Whiterun on its hill as you pass the
Alright,
forest.
fuck you.
Uncle
Good
Raylo,
day.
can I see your axe? How many Imperials have you killed? Do you really know Ulfric Stormcloak?
Hush, Frodnar. This is no time
We're
for
gonna
your
pickpocket
games.
them.
Go and watch the
I wanna get like spell. See, how am I detected?
Aw, Mama. I wanna
Get her,
see
she's
Papa.
scary.
Look at you. Almost a grown man.
Flowers.
Won't be long before you'll be joining the fight yourself.
That's right. Don't worry, Uncle Raylo. I won't let those circles sneak up on you.
Flowers.
Now, Raylo,
The crab is ratting on me, dude. What?
look pretty well done in.
Oh, so even like animals count as being detected? Lover's Lab? Yeah, they told me it's a sex mod.
Ulfric was true.
Let's go pickpocket people in the town.
Outside Darkwater Crossing. Like they knew exactly where we were.
Did I see you talking to Sven? Maybe not.
Ugh.
Maybe. Never mind. But I would stay
What
away
a
from him
fucking
if I were you.
bitch. You're gonna pay for that! They're hurting each other! They're hurting each other! The kid said, Dad, they're hurting each other! Ah! Fuck you, bitch! I'll kill all of you! Kill all of you. How much HP do these fuckers have? Oh, he ran away. Bitch! Ah! Ah! I just respawn?
Wait!
Fuck. I gotta do this whole thing again.
What next? There he goes. Looks like he's
Let's keep going. Come on. This time we'll be friends with him.
Someone else made it out alive. But this place is going
Well,
to be swarming with Imperials soon
the real monster terrorizing fucking Skyrim was me.
My sister,
Me and my
Gerda,
sword.
runs the mill in Riverwood, just up the road. I'm sure she'd help you out.
Okay.
It's probably best if we split up.
What?
Good luck. I wouldn't have made it without your help today.
We're splitting up? We're splitting up? What's the button for quick saving?
You know, you should go to Windhelm and join the fight to free Skyrim. You've seen the true face of the Empire here today.
Oh, F5 is
Anyone
F8
will
quick
know
load
the
then?
coming of the dragon
Is it
means
F5 and F8?
it's over.
Flowers. Flowers. Flowers.
Keep your eyes open. Seriously? You don't know? That was Ulfric Stormcloak himself. Right. The leader of our fight against the Empire.
I don't know who
forget that
Ulf.
most
Oh,
people
Ulfric
don't
was
know
the
what
guy
he
that
looks
had
like,
his mouth tied up.
Except for those Imperial wanted posters. I was assigned to Ulfric's guard.
I don't care.
the
Shut up.
Imperial- Oh, I thought they were taking us south to Cyrodiil. Parade us in front of the Emperor. But then, what? Oh, lucky
Shut
for
up.
us,
I
it
don't.
was-
You're too. You talk too much.
Right. You don't have to be a Nord to fight for Skyrim's
Shut up.
freedom.
Let's keep moving.
We'd better keep moving. I don't want to run into any Imperials.
We've got business to attend to. Let's keep moving.
See that ruin up there? Bleak Falls Barrow. I never understood how my sister could stand
Ooh.
living in the shadow of that place.
Wow.
I guess you get used to it.
You can climb that mountain? Can I just walk up the mountain? Oh, you can't sprint jump. I'm gonna go swimming.
These are the Guardian Stones.
I'm gonna go swimming.
3 of the 13 ancient standing.
Ah! I jumped on, I like broke both of my legs! Combat skills 20% faster. Stealth skills 20% faster. Should I do combat or stealth? Combat? I know I set my character to be like a mage person or whatever, but I forgot how good it feels to just wave around a giant sword. Alright, let's find this bitch's house. It is really fun to just hit people with a giant sword. Is this a homeless person?
Time to get
Is this a homeless person? I don't even give him a chance to speak. That's a bandit. He doesn't have any clothes. It was a homeless person. I did the mine a favor. Let's go into the mine. Oh, a sword. I want to be a sword wizard. Alright, quick save. The UI doesn't have to say it's a bandit. I didn't look at anything. I just saw a move. I saw a moving entity, and I wanted to stab it. Get in there and kill the other hobos. I gotta put some eye drops in though. My eyes acting up. I don't know where I put my eye drops though. I don't remember. I guess we're gonna have to go eye drop list for a little bit. Level up. Spells. I'm a wizard of class. I don't use my spells unless absolutely necessary. They're very dangerous. There's a price to pay every time you use a spell. They're only for the most dire situations.
You can't hide from me.
Homeless people!
I've got enough of you.
Yay! Wait, that was a trap? Wait, there was a trap there? Was there a trap? Towards the entrance? Oh. Ooh, never mind. Ooh. Wait, so I have a two-handed sword, so I can't use a shield though, right? Alright, let's kill more people. Level up. What does that mean, level up? Do I have to manually? Oh, shit. Oh. Ooh. Destruction. Whoa. Whoa. What? There's so much shit, dude. What? Okay, yeah, we gotta just save our points for now. Alright, let's go deeper into the mine. You've had me working down here for days now. It's not the time that's getting to me, though. It's these tunnels. I've told him countless times now to add extra support to the weak sections of the tunnel. If only we had more of these wooden beams that we reinforced with bronze bottoms. So he got crushed in a collapse. Well, that sucks. Wait, how do I get this? I want to get over there. Wait, I want to get into there. There's got to be a lever. Right? Is there a lever for it? Follow the path. Use your brain. I'm getting filtered by the first dungeon. Wait. The fuck, I'm following a path. These puzzles are designed for children. I just want to kill people. Oh. I don't want to kill people.
I think we had a guard posted outside. We did. Your eyes peeled. Don't leave her alone. We checked the entrance. I'm going to look over here. Huh?
Let's hide behind here. Actually, maybe I can crit him.
Huh? Must be my imagination.
Come on.
Is someone there?
Ah! I was hoping that I could, Yeah! I mean, don't listen to the haters. When I was 12 playing this game, the puzzles were hard. I think they're very difficult.
Is someone there?
So, okay, the more I sneak.
Thought I heard something.
I like when she starts hacking at them with the sword. It's in character. Ooh. Ooh. $20. Ooh. We gotta get rid of some of our shit now. I picked up too much. I took everything I saw, so I picked up a lot of... Let's see. Some apples. Some carrots. And then honeycomb. They got fucking food in here. And I do wanna... a warhammer. No, I want the warhammer. Weapons. Holy shit, that uses all of my stamina. Alright, let's see if there's any more homeless people for me to try this out on. I'd be really frustrated if I killed everybody in here already. Oh good, there's a few people.
Thought I heard something.
Wow, this is really good, guys. Okay. Let's go kill more people. I run around.
Never should have come here.
Fucker.
That's all you've got.
See. Hey, the fuck? Oh, somebody's shooting me with arrows.
Let's see what you've got.
You can't hit me. I'm hiding.
Can't hide from me. Can't hide from me.
Ow. Bitch. You can hold the button, it will normal then power attack. Let's finally loot everything over here. There's gotta be secret stuff over here. Ooh. Oh, I need a... Oh. Ooh. I have something to show you. What is it? What is it? What is it? Let me look at my apparel. Check your DMs. Okay, I gotta see what's Zaf sent me. Hold on, let's look. Let me see. Zafra keeps sending me scary pictures of her sock puppets. Scaring me. It's scary looking. Is that yarn hair? She scares me. She scares me a little bit. She's finished. She's scary. Why does she have a sock puppet? She's sending it to Poland. The sock puppet has to go to Poland. It's its duty. Oh, it's on your Twitter? Yeah, go look at their Twitter. She's got the fucking sock puppet up there. I feel like I'm playing WoW. I'm trying to get rid of the stuff that has the lowest value so I can still sell everything else. Alright, let's keep moving. I got rid of all my shoes and knives. Level up and increase your stamina. I haven't leveled up yet. I can hoard things in my house? Oh shit, we need to get a house, bros. Anything? Anything of value here? They left their rocks here. Found the apples. These people have a lot of money. You can buy a house in every large city. Oh, how much do houses cost? I have 370 gold. Do you think I can buy a house with that, bros? These are bones? Oh, we made it through the mine. We did it! We made it through the entire city. Heavy attacks eat up a lot of stamina, but they will still work as long as you have any stamina above 0. Oh. Oh. Oh, here's the town. Let's sneak. Let's get there and sneak. We're gonna pickpocket somebody this time. Or we'll kill people on the outskirts of the town. Or I could go inside.
You're not planning on using that weapon in here, I hope.
You! You're the asshole! You're the fucking asshole! You! He could have been your first man slave. Is anybody gonna go in his house and find out that he's dead? Is his dead body gonna be in here? Oh man. And he doesn't even have any money. He's a broke bitch. He's a fucking hoarder, dude. Where's his money? Does he have kids? Does he have kids, you guys? Or does he just like to wear girl clothes? Oh shit, I'm knocking everything down. I'm so clumsy. I'm so silly and clumsy. Well, I've got business to attend to. It's nighttime. Whose house am I going to next? That was the first house. Let's go into this one. Always trying to ruin my plans.
My sister would help us out.
Always trying to get in my way and ruin my plans. Fucking bumming it in his sister's house.
Well, one of us has to do something.
I said no. No adventures, no theatrics, no thief chasing.
Well, what are you going to do then, huh? Let's hear it.
We are done talking about this.
Where the fuck are they? Were they outside? Oh shit, they're downstairs. Hello there. Hi. Hello.
I don't know what you overheard, but the Riverwood Trader is still open. Feel free to shop.
That's peeking out like Skibbity Toilet.
Yeah, we did have a bit of a break-in. We still have plenty to sell. Rob, an ornament, solid gold in the shape of... You could? I've got some coin coming in from my last shipment. It's yours if you bring my claw back. Now, if you're going to get it... Huh?
So this
Never should have come here!
Oh, she's doesn't fucking play. What about he's being... Ah! I can't kill him! Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. Ah! They're hurting each other! They're hurting each other! So I'm gonna talk to these people, and if he comes out to attack me, I'm gonna be like, oh, what are you doing? Help, help, help!
If you keep on like this, everyone in town will think you're crazy. You look like a traveler. Someone that is... Truly. So maybe my mother isn't crazy after all. You had best tell the Jarl in Whiterun. He needs to know about this. And I've got better things to do than listen to more of your...
Nobody believes me, but you'll see. It was a dragon. It'll kill us all, and then you'll believe me.
If she goes in our house, I'm gonna kill her. Oh!
Close enough.
It's my boy Sven you need to listen to. He sings at the end every night. What do you think you're doing?
Ah! Oh, the shit. Something about this is so satisfying. We need to wait. We need to wait until Sven comes back home. Alright, where's their, like, expensive? Wait, how do I increase my carry? How do I... Okay, hold on. Uh-oh. Is that somebody knocking on the door? Where's their bed? Oh. They're broke as fuck. Well, I'm out. Where's my objective? Here. This way? Thanks for nothing, hag! Are the NPCs gonna be sad because I killed their family members? Oh, I have a bounty? I have to go in here for a quest. I have to... Huh?
Over here.
What? Ah! 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 Another dad's after me!
I'll paint the snow with your blood.
Ah! Help me! Help me! Help! What about my quest? What about my quest? I bet she can't swim. But you can't swim, stupid bitch. Yeah, that's right. You don't know how to swim. You guys don't know how to swim. You don't know how to fucking swim. What if I shoot her with a bow? Can't we work this out? Dumb bitch can't swim. Can't we work this out? Hey.
I love a challenge.
The whites take you.
I'll rip your heart out.
Get away from her, that's right. You're scared.
Think you can take me?
You don't know how to swim, lady.
I'll carve you into pieces.
You don't know how to swim. Oh, I failed the quest. I lost the quest because I killed her husband. A ring. Ooh. How do I equip a ring? Why did her husband have a pickpocketing ring? Hydrate, okay. What I'm seeing here is that I did them a favor. Because these were clearly bad people. Come on. Oh, I failed her quest, so she actually is like dead now. Well, bye-bye. Actually, I kind of like her outfit. Do you think they'll let me sell all the stuff I picked up at the store? Hello.
I bet my Uncle Rayloff is tougher than you are. I hope monsters come and eat you.
You can't kill children in this game. You can't. This is like Warcraft. Why can't you kill the kids? You can't kill the children in this game. In vanilla. Oh, there's a mod to fix that? Now I have to make friends with the people that don't like this town. I'm in combat. Oh, it's keeping. Why is it? It's keeping me in combat with the kid. Can I befriend him? You will soft lock yourself if you download a kill anyone mod. Oh. Somebody's hurting the kid. I heard him say, "Leave me alone." He's getting hurt, guys. We have to help him.
Get away!
Oh, he doesn't want to hurt me.
Leave me alone.
They'll get acclimated to me, right?
Hey, watch what you're doing.
Get away.
Bye, bitch.
Those fools are actually fighting. Show those thieves not to steal from Luke and Valerius. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasure.
His wife is his wife is dead. Can I sell my stuff? Oh, we can sell it. Okay. Where's my iron helmet? I took off some kind of armor. What armor did I take off? My boots. My helmet. I think this is girl clothes too. That's what I'm wearing. Okay. Okay. What else do I have?
Some may call this junk.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell everything, I think. Oops.
Trinkets, odds and
I have a lot of
ends,
miscellaneous
that sort of
stuff.
thing.
I've just been menacing people right now. He's running a store and this ominous looking person with a giant fucking hammer comes in and just starts giving him human bones. Oh, and just get rid of the thistle then. He has no gold. I just... How'd the gun turn out? I think it's good. Huh.
Leave me alone.
Hey, get away from me, kid.
My money's on the big one.
Alright, whatever you say.
Leave me alone.
So I've got that, and then
Get away.
this kid is like perma aggroed now. Actually, let me. Can you consume that? Look at me. Look at me, bro. I'm hideous. I'm hideous. Now let's go to wherever this building that is marked on my map is. Oh, this is just the town. Let's kill the innkeeper.
Never should have come here.
Now you're mine. I'm getting out of here.
Please, someone do something.
Someone.
You want to fight in the inn?
I'll be back, and you'll be.
Fucker. Who's that?
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors, the Imperials.
Ow. Right, let me out. I don't want to be in here anymore. I'm gonna go across the river. They don't know how to swim.
I'm not afraid.
Whoa! Who is this lovely lady? As long as I go in the water, they can't fucking do. Oh, she's got a fucking torch. I didn't. Char! These people don't like me, but what they don't know, what I know that they don't know, they can't swim. I can swim. I think I'm gonna have to leave this town though because I've kind of just killed too many. I've killed people too much. Delphine is the Vod of Miia of Skyrim. What does that mean? She trying to fucking pre-fire me?
Lorcan's eyes, you're an ugly one, aren't you?
What the fuck? She's rude. Ow. Oh, she's a fucking fighter. Jesus Christ. She just keeps regenning. Did she parry me? Bitch. Fuck you. Hold on. I'm not gonna let this happen.
Nice new look, Miia, straight out of Sword Art Online anime. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you for the 6 months. I really appreciate it. Have fun. Have fun if you're gonna hang out with us. If not, I'll be really good rest of. Is she gonna regenerate? Oh my god, she's what the fuck? She's a permanent NPC.
Good. I can use the practice.
What is her deal? Why is she unkillable? What story significance does she have? She's the chosen one? Oh, she's the innkeeper? Can't get out of the river. She's still shooting fucking arrows at me. Let's leave. Let's find the next town. She's the Dragonborn. She's schizo. She's one of the most important characters in the game. What? What? Ah! Prick! We're gonna have to move to the next town because obviously it didn't work out with the first town. It was a little bit hard to follow the story. We're gonna try our luck. We're gonna be really nice. We're gonna be really nice. We're gonna be really nice to the people in the next town that we find, so that when, like, the people from the other town don't like us, the people from this next town will be like, what the fuck? But they're so nice. I think we'll be okay. I'm gonna get chilly though. I'm not wearing a lot of clothes right now. Oh, Chad, can you wear regular clothes under your armor? Or is it always just armor? Is it armor or clothes, or can you... Oh, hello.
That's close enough.
Please don't... Please don't make me do something I don't want to do.
I'm warning you. Back off. You picked a bad time to get lost, friend.
What the fuck, you bitch. Bob! Oh my god, there's like 2 of them. I like his hat. Dude, these guys are pretty weak. Oh, they're just bandits. Oh, they're homeless people. Okay. We need bracers. Alright. Oh, is this their house? I thought these were like ruins. Yay! Back up here. I feel like some sort of intense squibbing. Wait, I don't have sound alerts on this source. I don't have sound alerts on this source. Hold on. Wait. The game is... I hope my game doesn't crash when I alt-tab. I have sound alerts now if you want to squib, bud. I did! I added it! I just want to kill people. No, buddy, wait!
You got me, neighbor!
It's so loud!
Oh, here we go, alright.
I'm so loud!
Don't stop, you make me come.
It's so fucking loud.
I love it. Don't stop, that turn me on. Boy next door. It's so fucking deep. The guitar majesty. Boy next door.
It's gonna cut off. There. Oh, I knew exactly where I was gonna cut off. You got your 1 minute of 10,000,000% volume ass clap. I want to listen to Gotchi now, man. I want to listen to Gotchi. Make sure to save. That was I think ass clap does really good squibs. What are these symbols? Yeah, ruins. Oh. I can't. What? Hi, Bojan. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by. Guess enjoy Gotcha song. Just link it in chat. Bleak Falls. Bleak Falls. There's somebody in here. Oh. Oh. Sneak up here. I don't know where they are. Shit, I got We both missed. Don't shoot arrows at me, man. Okay. Ah, it's another archer. Where is he? Oh, he's over there. This is on, I guess, normal difficulty. I didn't touch the difficulty slider at all. I guess it's normal?
Die already so I can take a stop.
This is a dungeon? I didn't even think to loot these guys. Let me see. Let's see what we can do about this. Let's go into the temple. That's how I feel. I'm a little bit scared, man. Shit. There's people here.
Is someone there?
Wait, they hadn't seen me either. Oh, I missed. I'm not mass murdering villages because I'm running dungeons and this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be killing people. Into the dungeon! Yay! Oh, this is like a tomb. I'm stealing from a tomb. Damn it. There will be consequences for this. I guess it's I don't see anybody here. That's what worries me. There's no people here, dude. It's freaking me out a little bit.
Never should have come here.
Ah.
You won't leave Skyrim alive.
Bitch! you. You talk some big fucking game, dude. Did that lever just shoot like 10 arrows at my head? Dude, come on. Dude, come on. I stood there. But yeah, because I got a fucking iron helmet on. Of course I'm gonna face tank him. I've got a fucking helmet. I feel like it's probably got to do with these thingies. Oh, okay. Is that it? That is it, because the middle one is another snake. Is it gonna shoot arrows at my head again? Thief. Or a shan't recap. What the fuck? This is like a book. What the fuck? Is this a soul gem? Don't tell me there's like dead people's souls in the soul gem. And this coffee cup. Ah! Rat. Sewer rat. Skeever. Skeevers. The scroll. Oh, I got the fireball scroll.
Is someone coming? Is that you, Hot Deer? Bjorn? Soling? I know I ran ahead of the law, but I need help.
Should we help this guy or kill him? We're cheesing it. I'm a piece of shit, I'm cheesing it. It can hit me here. But I should be able to just scoot back. Ah, it can hit me through there. What the fuck? Oh, it's poison damage, that's what it is. I have healing magic? Damn it, I gotta do the whole dungeon again.
Time to end this little game.
Bitch! There's another guy. Well, now I know where all the good stuff is, so I can just take what I want. Oops. Got the gold. I guess this time I'll put more into health. Run back down here. I think this only had 10 gold. Okay. And these had nothing of value really. And I think the room with the book is over here. So I didn't even have to kill this guy. He was gonna die anyways. Yeah. And do that. What? You could fix up mess up AI hands and faces by in-painting them? What does that mean? Rats? Prick. Alright, now we can quick save. They just have rat meat. It's gross. Alright, and then... What? Oh, there's the path. Let's fight that fucking spider this time. I was watching The Matrix and after watching 5 minutes, but I ended up just to say, what the fuck did I just watch? I liked that movie, honestly. Can I block if it attacks? Oh, it still takes damage. I still take damage. Does he drop? He does. Oh, he just drops venom. Okay, whatever.
You did it. You killed it. Now cut me down before anything else shows up.
Why does he look like that?
Yes, the claw. I know how it works. The claw, the markings, the door, and the hole. Help me down and I'll show you. You won't believe the power the Nords have. Does it look like I can move? You have to cut me down first.
Is he gonna try to run away?
It's coming loose. I can feel it.
Oh!
Why should I share the treasure with anyone?
He wants to get the treasure first. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, he wasn't trying to attack me, he was trying to attack the zombie! Oh my god. Oh my god, he wasn't trying to kill me, he was trying to kill the zombies. Fuck. Ooh. It's a better hammer. Well, oh, he had the golden claw the whole time. He fucking had the claw the whole time. Take the journal? Alright, we can take the journal too. I'm sure we just have to push further this way. These fucking zombies, man. Oh, this is a dungeon. This is like... This is a legit dungeon. They've got fucking axes swinging. Let's save real quick. Let's read this journal. So I guess we just have to get there. We just have to get there. Ah. Well, it's okay. I lost a couple fingers. Are there multiple pages? No, that's it. You have to get to the Hall of Heroes or whatever. I like this. Give him some time. Bitch! I'll fucking kill you! Keep moving through the dungeon. Dead guys. Bitch! Let's steal whatever's in here. Well, now what? Glowing mushrooms? We're smoking filtered crack, you piece of shit. I'll fucking kill you. Okay. This. Yeah. Eyes closing. I didn't startle him. Oh, I did startle him. Yeah. Let's get all the way back down there. Let's go further down here. What's the beacon? There's a beacon? There's a beacon here? Beacon? Oh, we're not allowed to go through there. Okay, so we gotta go back up. There's no beacon. That man is insane. Alright, I'll look for a beacon. There's no beacon. Oh. And I feel like I was already here. Oh, fuck. Ah! He's restless. He's got armor. Oh, let me see my weapons. I think I have a weapon that does more damage. Well, the battle axe. I guess I'll take the battle axe. I like two-handed weapons. Oh shit, this is an apprentice lock. Well, I don't know how lockpicking mechanics work. Oh. Well, it opened, but it was shitty. Well, let's go into the sanctum. Hopefully there's more stuff to steal here. There's people. Uh-oh. Let's quick save. Let's fucking quick save. Let's fucking quick save. Perk up two-handed and heavy armor. Dude, my dick's gonna get cut off. It's too big. It's gonna get cut off. Hello? Nothing of value in here. I don't want to spend my perk points because I don't know what to put them into. I guess maybe I can put it into the weapons, but... We gotta enable that. Is it another puzzle? Dude, if it's another fucking puzzle. This is a sketchy looking door. Fuck. Oh! I have to. Oh! Oh. Check the claw. The dragon claw! Oh shit, hold on. Let's go get loot! Yeah. It's a little bit scary, man. It's a little bit safe. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's save. Dude, I'm gonna play this game all night, you guys! Oh my god, I'm gonna play this game all night! And it's just fucking Skyrim, of all things, dude. Oh my god. This is Crowbar's fault, by the way. 100% Crowbar's fault. Holy shit, what is this? Oh, fuck. Okay. What the? We gotta get into another giant door? Miia entering 2013. As I'm entering 2013, that's why. Ooh. Yeah, I'll steal all this. What's it doing to me? What's it doing to me? Cut it out. What's it doing to me? Well, actually, I could sell this staff, I guess. Oh! Wait, what is this? What is this? What is this? Ah! He's strong. He's really strong. Jesus Christ. What do I get from him? A dragonstone? What does the dragonstone do? For later? Was that the boss of this dungeon? That was the boss? Is there anything else in here for me? So I got the... Now I have the... Dragonstone. It says dragon stuff. Melee branch. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. You just killed Van? Take his magic axe, but it doesn't do a lot of damage. Sell it. Oh, good idea. Good idea. Good idea. Good idea. Good idea. Well, I guess we got a little loot, so I can leave now. Progress the story. Limo, I don't know if I can progress the story because I killed everybody in the village. Get out of here. Just gonna let me leave? Ooh. So I'm back in the... Is this a new place? Ooh. Yay! I want this. I want that wreath. Flowers. And fuck this guy's skull too. Skyrim revolves around Riverwood. Well, I killed everybody in Riverwood. Now where can we go next? We cleared Bleak Falls. Oh, does it still count me as in the dungeon? Change to world map? Oh. Oh. Okay, so these are dungeons. We've cleared both of the dungeons so far. Let's go to Whiterun. Let's go to Whiterun now. Okay, so we want to go this way to that little upside down pitchfork thing. Come on, fucker. Invisible walls don't fucking stop me. I guess we can... No, I'm not gonna murder the people in Whiterun because then I won't be able to beat the game. I'm gonna have to walk around this entire mountain range. Yeah, I activated the Warrior Guardian Stone so I can stab people. I might have to, what, kill the people in Whiterun if I have a bounty? Wow. Wow. The guards might try to get me? What if I negotiate with the guards? Two wolves? Fuckers. I'll kill you! Yay! Let's see, I think I should put it into health. Is she deaf? Anis's cavern? Or cabin? Anis cabin. Hello.
I'm just a poor old woman, dear. No need to trouble yourself with me.
She looks like a sorcerer.
It's so nice to have a visitor.
She's an evil sorcerer.
I get so lonely out here. It's tough just scraping by out here, but I make do.
She's an evil sorcerer.
It's tough just scraping by out here, but I make do. You never should have come here.
I never should have what? Bitch! Wait, she was just an old lady. Well, I guess she was a mage. She did have mage robes. The next one will be a witch, surely. Yeah, the next one's gonna be a witch. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. We're gonna be fine. See, I knew she was hiding some evil fucking secret. She's got a cellar. Fuck. She's got... See, she has a human... She is a witch! I did a good deed. I did a good deed. I killed a witch. And she had a meth lab. See, Chad, I fucking told you she was a witch. Death bell. Shit. The voices were right. Make sure to keep listening. Hi, Crocus. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. If you found the meth lab before killing her, she would have attacked you. Let's combine all of the let's combine all of the flowers, the mountain flowers. Potion of unknown effect. Let's make it. It failed. Glowing mushrooms and death bell. It failed. Do I have to know the recipes? Try this one. You can eat the raw ingredients to learn their uses. Huh. I like this. We made one potion. Anything else? No. Mushrooms. A doll. That looks like my voodoo doll! Let's go. Let's leave her house. Why would I disenchant the magic axe? I already have a better regular axe. Another doll! Alright, let's go to here. We gotta go here to get to the town, bros. Oh, disenchanting something will teach you how to put the enchantment on something else. Oh. That's good. We can't climb this mountain. It's too steep. But we can walk around the mountain. We are gonna have to walk right next to fucking Riverwood. That's okay. I think we can do it. So we just have to walk all the way up here again and just not go in the dungeon this time. You can do that. Peppa, no! It makes me feel happy. We need to traverse the mountains, though. Think I can just run this way? Well, that's the wrong place. We gotta go to Whiterun, which is... We'll put a marker. Oh, I didn't know I could just fucking put markers down. Yeah, I killed 2 rabbits. I love games that give you a lot of choices, bros. I just like tripped. I just tripped and rolled down the mountain face. Okay. Just a low poly. Let's go to this tower first. Slurp. Slop, 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 slop. Matt Supdog, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out. Ah, rats! I hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just playing a little bit of Skyrim. It is my first time playing Skyrim. So I'm gonna ask your friend for another coffee. I don't know. My friend works until like late at night, so.
By the order of the Jarl. Stop right there. Smart woman. Now come along with us. We'll take it.
Wait, what? They're taking my stolen shit?
I'm the commander of the guard here in Whiterun.
Oh, they didn't take my... All my shit is stolen? Looks like they didn't take anything. I definitely have a lot of stolen shit. You can try to steal your stolen shit back? How do I don't know what got stolen.
My boys will keep you safe. Don't you worry. You're not thinking of causing trouble here in this... Yes? What is it? Yes? What is it? Yes? What is it?
Oh! It's the shit that I took from the old lady's house.
Yes? What is it?
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. Looks
I
like
was
that's
trying
it.
to pickpocket
Got to
the
go.
commander. He doesn't even have anything. Where's my stolen shit? I want it back! You.
They say Helgen got hit by a dragon. One of those horrors comes here. We'll be ready.
What would you have me do then? Nothing?
My lord, please. This is no time for rash action. I just think we need more...
What's the meaning of this interruption? Jarl Balgrup is not receiving visitors.
Oh, I don't know where I am.
Well, that explains why the guards let you in. Come on then. The Jarl will want to speak
Jarl.
to you personally.
Who is he? Oh, he's in a big chair.
So, you were at Helgen. You saw
Oh, I
this
want to kill
dragon
this
with
guy,
your own eyes?
please.
Really? You're certainly forthright about your criminal past. But it's none of my concern who the Imperials want to execute. Especially now.
Well, we're gonna kill him after we
What I
finish
want
the
to
main
know
quest
is
so that
what
he doesn't be
exactly
immortal.
happened at Helgen?
I wanna be the king. I'm gonna piss him off.
I should have guessed Ulfric would be mixed
I'm not
up in
telling him
this.
about the dragon.
What do you say now, Proventus? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our walls against the dragon?
What?
My lord, we should send troops to Riverwood at once.
What? He just walked a really weird circle around me. Why? Was he trying to intimidate me? He was sizing me up.
I'll not stand idly by while the dragon burns my hold and slaughters my
Just
people.
drive by, bro.
Irileth, send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
Yes, my Jarl.
Well done. You saw here. Take this as a small. There is another thing you could do for me.
See, I'm gonna have
Suitable
amazing.
for someone
I'm gonna
of
have
your
perfect reputation
particular
here.
talents.
And then when I go to Riverwood, they're all trying to
Come,
fucking kill
let's
me.
go find Farengar, my court wizard. He's been looking into a matter related to these
Alright.
dragons and rumors of dragons.
I like his ugly fucking tank top. We have the same fucked up tank top going on, actually.
All this standing around is rubbish. We should be taking the fight to the Stormcloaks.
I should kill you. Hello, wizard.
Come to Dragon's
Yeah, why is his face shaped like that?
hostilities, like the rest of the great warriors. What? Project? You think you could help me? I really don't think so.
Dream looking ass.
What? I never even cast it. Ah, I see. You have some knowledge of the higher art. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. I'm so often in... Now...
He is
what
quite
did you say you
savage.
Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tab. You are eager to be... I
already have it.
Go to Bleak Falls Barrow. Find this tablet, no doubt interred in the main chamber, and... Ah! The Dragon Stone of Bleak Falls Barrow! You already found it. You are cut from a different cloth than the usual brutes the Jarl foists
Ah,
on me.
you already have it.
That is where your job ends and mine begins.
Hey,
It seems this
give me my fucking reward!
Claimed everyone's passions of late. Me, I prefer my books and my.
Where's my reward?
I had you figured for a mage. I think you'll appreciate this.
I'm going to... Okay, he has 500 gold. Can I
had
sell
you
shit to
figured
him?
for a mage. I think you'll appreciate this.
What if I can't? I guess that's all he'll buy. Fuck you.
Remember, your mind is the best weapon you have.
You need to come at once. A dragon's been sighted nearby.
Just confused me. Oh, yo, Jin! Nice to see you. Oh, we're doing. Oh, fuck! 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 I fucked up! I fucked up! I fucked up! Let me out! No! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god. They can't swim. Something I know that they don't know. I know they can't swim. Can you load from different saves, or did I unironically break my run? Okay. Okay. I did a quick save, but
Well, there's no telling what it means. My lord, please. This is no
What's
time
the
for
meaning
rash-
of this interruption?
shut up, whore.
Well, that explains why the
Fucking
guards
talk
let
to
you
me.
in.
I just
Come on then. The
So
Jarl will
you
want
were
to
at
speak to you
Helgen.
personally.
You by Ismir. What do you say now, Proventus? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our
Arrow,
walls
thank you for the follow. I really
against the
appreciate it. Hope you have
dragon?
fun hanging out with us. We're just playing a little bit
Next
of
time,
Skyrim.
deal with
It is
Avanici.
my first time playing
Most immediate danger.
The
If that
Jarl of
dragon is
Volk
lurking in the
will view
mountains.
that as a provocation.
You can
He'll
run
assume
around
we're
her and she gets
preparing to
pissed.
join Ulfric's side and attack him. We should
Enough!
I'll not stand idly by while the dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people. Irileth, send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
Yes, my Jarl.
If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my duties. That would be best.
Make a move.
Well done. Here. There.
Thank you,
Go.
thank you, thank you.
Let's go find Farengar.
The Jarl is, as you can imagine,
looking
It's 7,500 gold to buy a house.
rumors of dragons.
7,500 gold.
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing hostilities, like the rest of the Great Warrior? I believe I am, yes. Ah, that reminds me. Speaking of alchemists, I have some frost. Would you be so kind as to deliver the frost salt? Good. You're clearly better suited than I am to carry out such a menial task.
Why is he an ass hat?
What? What? Please forgive.
Shut up.
Now, what did you say you want? Well, when I say you are eager, I learned of a certain stone tablet.
Yeah,
Go to
yeah, I
Bleak
have
Falls
it.
Barrow. Find this the Dragon Stone of Bleak. You'll have to see the Jarl about that. Maybe his steward.
Save the game. Don't accidentally hit him. A lot of the NPCs are kind of asses. Oh, damn it. Damn it. I'd have to steal it.
Farengar, you need to come at once. A dragon's been sighted nearby. You should come too.
A dragon. How exciting. Where was it seen?
How
What was it doing?
I'd take this a bit more seriously if I were you. If a dragon decides to attack Whiterun, I don't know if we can stop it. Let's go.
Well, I think we should check out the news about the dragon. I think that's pretty important. I simply must speak to the Jarl
Father says I'm too young to change.
regarding my reward for
Irileth,
my kindness that
there's
I've
no
given
time
to your
stand
city.
on ceremony,
I think
my
I should.
friend.
I think I deserve a reward.
Need your help again. I want you to go with Irileth and help her fight this dragon.
I don't like your left.
You survived Helgen, but I haven't forgotten the service you did for me in retrieving the Dragon Stone for Farengar. As a token of my esteem, I have instructed Avanici that you are now permitted to purchase property in the city. And please, accept this gift from my
I'm
personal
allowed to
arm.
buy it, so I still have to pay 7,500.
Ordered my men to muster near the main gate.
Good. Don't fail me. Help Irileth kill...
No. Now, what did it give me? Oh, it was an armor. Steel armor is gonna be better. What is this? 31 versus 34. Well, I don't want it. I don't want that.
No.
I'll see you with the watchtower as soon as the rest of the
I
men
envy you
gather.
the chance to see this dragon up
I want to.
close.
Oh, you're not the.
As
You're
you
not the
command.
secretary.
One last thing, Irileth. This isn't a death or glory mission. I need to know what we're dealing
I have to restart stream in less than 2 hours. Okay, that's fine.
I'm the very soul.
We can do that. I just gotta steal a little bit more. Oh, hello. Well, you have fun there.
You shouldn't leave weapons laying around. Someone could get hurt. And if I see you do it again, that someone will be you.
What the fuck?
Have I made myself clear?
I'm gonna hit you. Is he gonna hit? Is he? Can I quick save here? Is he gonna hit me if I say I don't care? Is he gonna hit me? He's gonna attack me. Find out.
See that it doesn't happen again.
He might. Yeah, I don't want to brick my run, but I'll do it again. But I will do it again, so. Let me just see what else there is to steal from here. What is this? Oh, this isn't even stealing. I'm allowed to take stuff.
Dragon, one of those horrors comes here. We'll be ready.
I know you can marry like NPCs. You can marry an NPC. Can you marry just like random like guards or some shit? Like if I just find a shopkeeper, can I marry them? I'm too far away from my door now, so I can't even hear when people talk. You can't marry anybody for a while. My mom was asking when I have to take my exam. And I was like, oh, I'll be there around 6.
I alone have been anointed by the night.
Very good. The guards in Dragon Street say you aided the Jarl. On behalf of Whiterun, I thank you.
So I have to go to the tower?
The Jarl's confidence, friend. And so
Hey.
you have mine.
Lady, could you spare a coin?
I should fucking kill you.
Looking for my
What?
husband, Nazim?
Yes?
Check the Jarl's backside.
All right, then.
That's usually where he stuffs himself these days.
Oh, this is a polite kid.
I'm so hungry. Oh, thank you. Divines, bless your kind heart.
This.
It's what Brennan said I should do. He's the only one that's been nice to me since Mom.
This is you might marry?
Since she died. My aunt and uncle took over our farm. I wound up here, but really? Do you have a place I could live?
I'm homeless.
Oh well.
I'm homeless.
Anyway, I suppose.
Yes? Good afternoon. What do you need? Need something?
Hey, shorty, let's sit together. Oh, my romancing isn't going very well. Where's she?
What do you need? Good afternoon.
Just mommy. Mia, there's a dragon attacking. She don't want me. She don't want me, bros. Alright, so I have to go to the tower.
We'll pay whatever it takes. We must have more swords for the Imperial soldiers.
Nope.
I just
Sorry.
can't fill an order that size on my own. Why don't you swallow that stubborn pride of yours and ask Yorland Greymane for help?
I'd sooner bend my knee to Ulfric's Stormcloak.
Oh.
Besides, Greymane.
You need the Riz amulet?
Do you get to the Cloud District very often?
Have it your way.
Oh,
I'll
what am I
take the
saying?
job.
Of course you don't.
What?
Oh, it took years.
Say that again to
but
me!
I earned my way to the top. I own Shilfaro Farm, you see. Very successful business, obviously.
Nope. sorry. Nothing.
Be careful. Never should have come here.
Victory is yours.
Fuck you! I accept my fate. He pissed me off, so I gotta... I gave in to the voices! Okay.
Nope. Sorry. Nothing.
Oh right, I discovered Whiterun afterwards because I got arrested. Oh, I actually just have to go in there. Oh, that's my custom one. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Fuck. I actually have to go here to that big tower. I like parkour. Hey.
Welcome to Khajiit's humble camp.
Ooh.
They'll never see you coming.
That's expensive to train my sneak.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
Good. Is this a woman?
Do you seek to make a purchase?
I
hope that you will come to do business with us again.
They're Chinese?
The warm sand of elsewhere is far away from here.
They're all Chinese? It's a question. Oh. I want the pigtails now. Ah, fuck you. I want the pigtails. I didn't say ew, they're Chinese. It's just a question. Like, ew, separate. And then, oh, are they all Chinese?
He's been here. I know it looks bad, but we've got to figure out what
Fox,
happened.
thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. It'll be fun hanging out with us, playing some Skyrim. It's my first time playing Skyrim.
Spread out.
Huh?
Look for survivors. We need to know what we're dealing with.
Alrighty, lady. Ooh, lavender. Lavender. Are there any other flowers here? Like PTSD? Some Chinese people. Oh, that's a homeless person. I'm gonna kill him.
It's still here somewhere.
Oh.
Rocky and Tor just got grabbed when they tried to make a run for it. Kinneret, save us. Here he comes again.
Here he comes. Find cover.
Here who comes? The dragon? We can't kill a fucking dragon. This is a different dragon. This is a different dragon. When is he gonna land? I'm melee only.
Take him down. It's our best
Dude, now what?
You're outmatched.
What the fuck? I gotta run over to. Ah! What the heck? Where is he? There he is. Ah! Where's the dragon go? I wish the dragon would target the other guardsmen with the fire, not me. I need high ground. Ah! I'm clearly the strongest person, so he wants to... Do I have a fire resistance? He's burning me. Ah! Why is he targeting me with the fire? That's not fair! Oh. I need to regen my health. I'm gonna hide. He's cooking. You guys, good luck, guys. You can do it. You can do it. Yay! You can do it. Good job, everyone. I want to be a no magic. Give me your money. Money. My money. The cardsman. Oh, I've been over encumbered this whole time, I think. Holy shit. This one's worth a lot of money, so I don't wanna... I did steal a soul gem, that's good. Holy shit, that's a lot of weight. Anything heavy? I have the bow. It's good to keep the bow, I think. Okay. Now we're good. Wait, we need... Oh, we can store more if we have a house? What is this? What is this? What is this? His skin fell off. I absorbed his soul?
I can't believe we actually killed the dragon.
Raps Ribbon, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just playing a little bit of Skyrim. It is my first time ever playing Skyrim.
I can't believe it. You're Dragonborn.
What?
In the very oldest tales, back from when there were still dragons in Skyrim, the Dragonborn would slay dragons and steal their power. That's what you did, isn't it? Absorb the dragon's power.
I don't know.
There's only one way to find out. Try to shout. That would prove
If I shout, will it kill them?
According to the old legends, only the Dragonborn can shout without training, the way the dragons do.
Is that what the guy that got executed could do? How do I shout?
That was the hairiest fight I've ever been in, and I've been in more than a few. I don't know about this
killing any dragons.
There weren't any dragons then, idiot. They're just coming back now for the first time in forever.
How do I shout? Magic menu. Shout. Yeah, but I don't know what button casts. Oh, it's Z to shout.
What manner of power is that? You're being awfully quiet. Come on, tell us. Do you believe in this dragonborn business?
Some of you would be better off keeping quiet than flapping your gums on matters you don't know. Here's a dead dragon, and that's something I definitely understand. Now we know we can kill them, but I don't need some mythical dragonborn. Someone who can put down a dragon is more than enough for me.
You wouldn't understand.
What's wrong with you?
You ain't at all.
I've been all across Tamriel. I've seen plenty of things just as outlandish as this.
Shut up.
I'd advise you all to trust in the strength of your sword.
Shut up. Saber Terror, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just playing some Skyrim. It's my first time ever playing Skyrim. And Nail, thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. Yay! The people like Skyrim. Now I've got to find... He's yelling. I gotta go back to the city. Crowbar, we just killed the dragon. How was that? Well, I let the other guys kill it and I sat back and cheered them on. Uh-oh. He said, oh my god. What the fuck was that? I'm just trying to get it back into town. I pissed off the gods. Will they, if I keep yelling, will they yell back? New Fortnite update looks banger. Dude, Jack, I've been cranking 90s on dragons this whole time. Oh, this is how to get it. Alright, let me in.
Look, you've already been told you're not allowed. Turn around
What?
and go back the way you came.
We're causing no trouble. All we ask is to look for her.
I don't
They're
care what you're doing.
racist!
After what happened, you're lucky I don't toss you in jail. Now get lost.
Need something? A woman, a foreigner in these lands. Redguard, like us. She's likely not using her true name.
The lady that wouldn't talk
We
to
will pay
me!
for we are not welcome here in Whiterun. So we will be in Rorikstead if you look. We're looking for a fugitive who comes from Hammerfell. A Redguard woman. She may be
This lady that wouldn't talk to me.
This is not. We will find her eventually.
Let's go! Racism! She caught on fast. Was the only person that's the same skin color. So...
Give me your money.
I don't have any money.
10 septims tomorrow, baby Battleborn. Or I'm gonna bloody your nose and your lip.
No,
Boys,
please.
girls,
I really don't
dogs,
have any money, bro.
elders. There's
I'll
nobody
give you 10
I won't
septims
fight.
tomorrow. Just don't hit me.
Oh. You like fighting people?
Do something. Why are they hurting each other?
Why are they hurting each other? What are you gonna do now, huh? What are you gonna do now, kid? Scared? Why are all the characters assholes, man? Like I want to kill them so bad, but I know I can't because then the game will punish me for trying to kill them. I know there's a killable kids mod.
It's no fun getting pushed around all the time. Well, I used to sneak out at night and try to tip over the big ox in the Greymane's yard. And me and Mila used to climb up on the roof of Dragon's Reach and look for birds' eggs. But I don't do that stuff anymore. Father keeps catching me, and then I get in trouble.
I like this kid. This one's normal.
All right, then.
That's a polite kid. All right, where's that lady? We're gonna find her. I know she was in here.
Hey, watch it.
Hey, watch it.
You're the best. Can you be my mother?
Don't say that. Where's the lady? Where's the fucking... Her.
Izmir, you did it. You killed the dragon.
Got some good pieces out.
Not
here
her.
to buy. More
Or
inside.
she's just tan.
Don't forget.
Is this really what the game wants? Is this really what the game wants? Yeah? This was Todd Howard's game plan. She's probably walking around somewhere. I mean, she's gotta be over here. Wasn't Mia gonna be a wizard?
To be the best blacksmith in Whiterun.
Okay, not
More
you.
than Grey
You're
Mane
just
taught
tan.
that one. Mansfield.
She had like green clothes, I think. No, I don't want to be stealth archer. I want to be a... She's almost always in the inn. Okay. So let's go to the inn. Which building would be the inn? That one, probably. This is a tavern or an inn? This looks like an inn.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire, and I'll send someone over.
Lady, could you spare a coin?
I've got
It's a
a hungry
woman.
daughter to feed, so selling my produce is really the only thing I care about. Sadia, dear?
I work for Bella.
Leg guy?
General goods store.
Just a reminder.
Who's the leg
sweetie,
guy?
The blankets still need to be washed.
I'm so hungry.
Oh, this is literally just like her house.
Yes?
Nope. Alright, it's not here. I know she's here though. She's here somewhere. You looked right at her like 4 times. The fugitive lady?
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire, and I'll send someone over.
I found this. I thought you might like it.
What do you want from me? She just like walked into me and was like, huh?
I'm so hungry.
Definitely not her.
The security in Whiterun is terrible. Shameful is what it is.
She just passed you by. Her?
I enjoy
Yes?
this work well enough, but I'm ready to retire.
Are you
I've
sure?
been thinking of selling the inn to Isolde.
Oh no.
Anyway,
They
what do you
found
want?
me? I need
Brown
your help.
lady.
Please, come with me. I need to speak to you privately. Quickly, come with me.
There was a different Red Guard woman. I swear to God, there were multiple Red Guard women. I swear to God, there were multiple ones. I thought it was a different one.
The guards in this city are all lazy and undisciplined. Things need to change.
We're gonna steal from the strong box.
So, are you working with them? You think you can take me? You so much as touch me and you're going to lose
What's her
fingers.
deal?
I mean it. I'll
gonna kill her.
cut you in half. So the Alakir know where I am? What did they offer you? Gold? How many more of them are coming? I'm sorry. Just don't hurt me. I know you're not one of them, but you just can't help them. You can't let them know I'm here.
I'm gonna kill her.
Please, will you help me? There's no one here I can trust. I am not the person that the people of Whiterun think I am. My real name is Eamon.
I'm gonna tell her I'm gonna help her, and then I'm gonna kill her.
The men who are—
Stop resisting!
The Alakir. They are assassins in the employ of the Aldmeri Dominion. They wish to exchange my blood for gold.
How much
I
gold?
need you to root them out and drive them away before they find me and drag me back to Hammerfell for an execution.
Listeners will give me more money?
I heard one of them was just arrested trying to sneak into this. Please, I know I'm asking you to do something difficult, maybe even— You think I'd be in hiding if this was something I trusted? These men are ruthless. Guards and Jarls can be bought. And the Alakir are close. I'm running out of time,
whatever.
so I'm choosing to trust you.
I'm gonna steal from you.
Filthy pick. Is someone there? Find me the moment the Alakir is taken care of.
I guess I was just hearing things.
I'm gonna have to kill this guy if he comes in the room. I'm just gonna walk out of the room. Hello.
How
are you doing?
Old friend. Patron
Tell me
of the
about
great clan
the clan Battleborn.
Battleborn is a name out of
Awesome.
For clan Battleborn,
That's awesome.
they cry in the meat. First into the fray.
Oh,
and last to quit their ale.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm just don't mind me.
You watch yourself out there.
Alrighty. Don't mind me. I'm just help myself to some of this stuff. Hello. Don't mind me. Fine boots. Don't mind me.
This is a local favorite and one of the first songs I ever learned. Ragnar
Well,
the Red.
let's go drink.
Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead.
Where's the other lady? They're gonna be like, where is she? Where is she?
He had made. But then he went quiet, did Ragnar the Red, when he met the shield maiden Matilda, who said, "Oh, you
I'm getting out of here."
Now I think it's high time that you lie down and bleed.
Don't hurt me.
Wait, are they attacking me?
This should be good.
I will destroy you.
They're not attacking me.
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors, the Imperials.
I think they found the dead body. Hello.
Please, someone do something.
I'm a bard by trade. Perhaps you've heard of me. It's the leaving the hardest.
Ah! Who is this?
Come on.
What if she like collaterals somebody?
The security in Whiterun is terrible.
What's wrong with you? What is wrong with this lady? She's psycho. Oh, this is the bar owner. I'm getting out of here.
You think I'm afraid of you?
Help me! Help! She's hurting me! She's hurting me! What? Who's Uthgerd? Who the fuck is that? Who's that? Who the fuck is that? What's wrong with this lady? That's a bodyguard?
Here know where I am? What did they offer you? I'm sorry. Please.
Yeah.
Will you help? I am not. The men who are. I need you
Sure.
to root them out and. They're I don't dare show my face, lest they. I heard. Please. I know I'm asking you to do something difficult.
All right.
Maybe even dangerous. I just don't know who else I can trust. Any news of the Alakir?
I just steal the gold, it's fine. Doodles. So who was that lady? Was this her?
Whiterun is terrible. Shameful.
Who was the lady oh, her.
Wanna hear? Think you can go blade to blade with me? You'd be dead in 6 seconds.
Hmm?
Good. Chat time's over. Keep walking,
her?
Softgut. I'm more You've been talking to those companions? Too hot-headed, they cried. Weak, pathetic cowards, the lot of them. It wasn't my fault. I told them over and over that it was an accident. They wanted me to prove my worth. So they threw me up against a young whelp of a lad, hardly old enough to grow his first chin hairs.
She killed a kid?
They thought a woman wasn't strong enough to hurt him. I didn't mean for him to die.
She killed a kid!
I just lost control.
We drink to our youth.
The heat of the battle. That and a true Nord never misses a chance. And why not? I could beat anyone in this city. Barehanded.
I could probably
100 gold says I knock your hide.
100 gold? Deal.
Just fists. No weapons,
Fists?
no magic, no crying. Let's go. Come on. Let's see what you're made of.
They're hurting each other! They're hurting each other! They're hurting each other! Somebody help! I need a bodyguard, I need a bodyguard. I'm Dragonborn.
Never should have come here.
Oh my god, what? Ah! She said we were brawling! What? That's not magic. That's not magic, that's dragon. It's not magic.
So the Alakir know where I am? What did they offer you? Gold? How many more of them are coming? Tell me.
We gotta finish, okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna save after her dialogue.
Will you?
Technically, it's a form of primal magic, dude. What the fuck? Technically.
I don't dare show my face, lest I heard one. Please.
Alright, just give me the quest.
I know I'm asking you. I don't know for sure.
Alright.
I don't know for sure. I spoke out against ordinary Dominion publicly.
There we go.
I suspect that's why these men were hired.
Let's fight her this time. I escalated, so I have to get killed.
Think you can go? And why not? 100 gold
bitch.
says I knock your hide.
200.
Just fists. No weapons, no magic, no crying. Let's go. Come on. Let's see what you're made of.
I threw the first punch.
Is this what you want? That's your best, huh?
You can use a shield? That's still stupid.
Do your work.
I'm going for headshots now. She's gonna die.
Keep those hands up.
Now that's what I call a punch.
You're just gonna stand there and take it? Fight back.
You're no
You're-
liar. Best
200 gold.
years. There you are. You're no liar. Best fight I've had in years. There you are.
Oh my god.
You're someone who can get things done. The heat, that, and a true Nord. Let's not waste any time.
Did I just hire her? Will she just fight for me now? Alright, let's fucking kill people now. I Stockholmed her. She can back mule for me?
We've stopped. What is it? What do you need to take?
I'm gonna give her literally everything of the key to her house. Oh, I just took her stuff. Whoops. Anything that I don't have equipped. Okay. Oh man, I love this. So, I'll have her carry all of my apparel. All of them. All of them. Just gonna be like, huh, Mia, this doesn't feel like it's gonna help me fight better. Okay. You can't eat quest items. I tried to eat quest items. There you go. Come on, lady.
Got something I'm supposed
What?
to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. A letter.
Can I tell Utgard to kill civilians?
Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Some of the arrows do weigh like 10 when I've got like 100 of them.
Nope.
She looks really suspicious now. She freaking scares me, bros. Alright, bros, actually, let me actually save my game. Do a legitimate save now that I have a companion. Did it go through? New save. Okay. Save. Okay. And exit the game. So you just have to alt F4 it? You just have to alt F4 it? What do I do? What do I do? I can't quit the game. I can't quit the game! Is that normal? There's not a go back to menu option? There's not a quit game option? Scroll down. Oh, you have to scroll. Okay. Sure. I'm gonna quit to desktop. Because I hit the 47-hour mark and I need to take my exam. So I'm probably gonna end the stream for like 30 minutes or so. Just to take my exam. And I'll let you guys know in the Discord when I'm right back about to go live. It'll probably be like 7:30ish, probably 7:30. But I will pause the timer, so the timer isn't gonna go down while I'm taking my exam because that would be cheating. That would be cheating. I can't take the exam on stream. I can't do it because I have multiple monitors and stuff, and it doesn't let me do that. But if you guys want to, like, I don't know, chill here, I'll start stream back up in a few minutes. But fuck, dude, we've been going for 2 days straight. 2 days straight of streaming. 2 days straight of streaming, guys. That's fucked up. 2 days straight. So it is at 54:13. I'll just put it back at 54 hours and 13 minutes. When I turn the stream back on. But If you guys want to just chill out here, I will end the stream, upload the VOD, try to restart my computer just so that, you know, it runs better, hopefully. And I will be back here in probably about an hour. And then we're going to stream for 2 more days straight. Hopefully 2 more days. So it'll only be a 4-day subathon, guys. 4 days, right? She says 30 minutes, then immediately says an hour. Well, because the exam itself is timed, so I can only take a certain amount of time on it. But I also have to set up the proctoring application, like, software. I have to set up the proctoring thing. I have to print out my resources. I have to take my notes. And I have to study. Really, I should have given myself more time for that, but I think it'll be okay. But yeah, I will see you guys back here in a little bit. Okay? Okay? I know you hope for... Yeah, I will play Skyrim. When we come back... Alright guys, when we come back for the subathon, more Skyrim. How's that sound? More Skyrim. More Skyrim. And maybe more Gunpla. Okay. Alright, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Okay, bye!